In a room with doors and windows tightly shut, and nothing inside, a slender woman with long limbs curled up in one corner. A thin beam of light slipped through the crack of the door and happened to fall across the woman's face. Her eyes were tightly shut in narrow slits beneath a delicate straight nose, and her pale lips were dry and cracked. Clack clack. After a burst of lock-turning sounds, a burly man with tattooed arms strode in. Splash. A basin of ice-chilled water was upended over the woman's head. In that bone-piercing cold, the woman slowly opened her eyes. They were large cat-like eyes with elongated outer corners that inexplicably added a touch of sultry wildness. How does it feel to go a whole day without food or water? The tattooed man tossed the basin down beside her, his bulging, murky bull-like eyes gleaming with lechery as they raked up and down her body. Next time I won't be so nice. I heard you're a model. Strip for photos and those shots will fetch a good price. He leaned closer, his restless hand reaching toward her face. Crack. Oh, you damn woman, let go of me. The woman's pale, slender hand exploded with hidden strength, seizing the tattooed man's wrist as fast as lightning. With a deft twist, his wrist bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The woman stood up and scanned her surroundings. At that moment, 4 men poured into the room, tall, short, fat, and thin, clearly drawn by the tattooed man's screams. A Biao, what happened to your hand? A fat man shouted. This damn woman snapped my hand, the tattooed man cursed viciously. Hurry up and get me to a hospital, it's killing me. How is that even possible? A skinny one muttered, eyes full of shock. Possible, impossible, who cares? Beat this woman within an inch of her life for me. She owes money and should pay it back. That's only right and proper. We just locked her up for a day and a night and haven't even done anything to her yet. She actually dared to lay a hand on us when she's the debtor. Hearing his words, the others no longer hesitated and moved in to surround the woman, ready to teach her a lesson. The woman let out a cold laugh, icy light flashing in her eyes. She lifted her leg and sent the scrawniest, monkey-like man flying out the doorway with a single kick. Moving like a ghost, she took down every man in the room within just a few breaths. One big guy on the verge of tears pulled out his phone to call the police. Seeing him about to dial emergency, the short one snatched the phone away and barked, "Are you out of your mind? Dare to call the police? We're the victims here, why can't we call the police?" The big guy said, eyes lowered a bit, aggrieved. "We're a legitimate lending platform. She's the one who won't repay, and she's the one who hit us, so why can't we report it?" The short man ground his teeth and lowered his voice. "But we locked her up for a whole day and night. That's illegal, violent debt collection. If they dig into it, our platform is finished, and so are we." The words, lending platform, stirred up memories that slowly surfaced in Suyu's mind. "Family of Li Liangji, please come out. The patient's condition is already very serious. If we don't perform a coronary bypass, soon his heart could stop at any time. The surgery will cost around 100 to 150,000. Given his prognosis, you must raise the money as soon as possible. There's no time to wait. Xiaoyu, I really have no money. Your grandpa's illness, it's all my failure as a daughter. He's Li Xiangxiao's father, not mine. Your mother and I are already divorced. Coming to me is useless. You're an adult, now it's time to stand on your own." In a daze, countless fragments of memory fluttered through Suyu's mind like falling snow. On one of them, a phone screen popped up, an ad, "Need money fast. Turn to Jindai. Instant loans, no waiting." Suyu snapped back to herself, her icy eyes sweeping over the men sprawled on the floor, a murderous glint rising within them. Under that killing intent, the men shrank back instinctively. They couldn't help thinking, had this woman been pushed so far that she'd gone mad? Madmen had terrifying strength, and when a madman killed, it hardly counted as murder. Best not provoke her today. You can go. As for the money, it's not urgent. We'll apply to the company to extend your grace period a bit, the fat man said, his 3 chins trembling, voice shaking. Suyu did not hesitate. She picked up a bag lying just outside the door. He thought this should be her bag. His mind was a jumble. He needed to find a quiet place to sort things out. She had been confined in an old, rundown apartment building. The street below felt unfamiliar. Without slowing her pace, Suyu walked farther out, and soon found a small park nearby. After sitting in the park for half an hour, Suyu finally sorted her thoughts out. Suyu, a 1-meter-80 tall young man, had transmigrated into a book. And he had transmigrated into a woman. Suyu, a fanatic of extreme sports, had finally gotten himself killed. When he lost control and crashed into the rock face, he had even lamented that he was going to die so young at 28. If heaven would give him another chance, he would obediently guard his family's small martial arts hall and live quietly, never courting death again. Heaven seemed to have heard his plea, yet also seemed not to have heard it clearly. It had thrown him into a novel he had once read. In that novel, there was a cannon fodder supporting character also named Suyu. When she was 3, her biological father Su Jinyuan cheated with his secretary, divorced, and married the mistress. Her mother Li Xiangxiao left little Suyu behind. When she remarried, neither parent wanted the child. Only her grandfather pitied her. Relying on his meager worker's pension, he scrimped and saved to raise Suyu. She worked part-time every winter and summer break, barely managing to make it to college. Her grandfather had heart disease. In her sophomore year, his condition worsened, and the doctor recommended a coronary bypass. But the family had no money and her parents refused to help. Suyu had excellent looks and stood at 1.75 meters. Desperate to raise money quickly for his medical bills with no other money-making skills, but possessing an angelic face and a supermodel's figure, she decided to become a model. After muddling along for more than a year with limited talent, she only managed to become a barely known bottom-tier model, occasionally walking small shows in shopping malls or shooting a few print ads. By her junior year, her grandfather's heart could wait no longer. A surgery had to be done immediately. The original Suyu was forced to borrow money through loan apps. But with no ability to repay, every time a due date came, she would borrow from another lending platform to pay the last. Robbing Peter to pay Paul, her debt snowballed until the amount was completely beyond her means. She didn't even know how many platforms she owed anymore, only that the amount she owed grew like a rolling snowball. Debt collection calls poured in every day along with threatening text messages, and Suyu was on the verge of collapse. In the end, the collectors called her grandfather's phone. Not long after his surgery, he learned how much debt she had incurred. Overwhelmed by agitation, he could not bear the shock and passed away. When the original Suyu came home and saw her grandfather lying lifeless on the floor, then received yet another collection call, she finally broke down completely. That night, she burned charcoal to kill herself, choosing to leave this world together with the grandfather who had depended on her and she on him. In the original book, the heroine was a rookie police officer and the hero a perpetually busy forensic doctor. The cannon fodder original Suyu existed solely so that this case could bring the two leads together. Strictly speaking, the original hardly even counted as cannon fodder. She was little more than a walk-on. Now that Suyu had arrived, and the original soul was nowhere to be found, this body had not died after all, and the original male and female leads naturally had no part to play. No matter how hard he tried, Suyu couldn't recall the later plot. He had only read the beginning, and once he saw that the book's Suyu died, he lost interest in reading further. The point in time at which he had transmigrated into this Suyu was precisely when the original had already taken out loans, but before her grandfather knew anything about them. Suyu took out the phone. On the worn screen, aside from a few basic everyday apps, there were nothing but loan apps, each with some amount borrowed. Under the burden of high upfront fees and compound interest, the original loan amounts had long since ballooned into astronomical figures, at least astronomical for the original owner. But brooding on it was pointless. He would go back and check on his grandfather first. Suyu was someone who should already be dead. Since he had borrowed this body to live again, the grandfather was now his responsibility. He would take the original's place, care for him, and live well. Following the path in his memories, Suyu returned to the home shared by the original and her grandfather. As soon as he reached the door, he saw that someone had painted in thick strokes, "If you don't pay your debts, your whole family dies." The 8 hideous red characters looked freshly painted. The paint had not yet dried and was trickling down in streaks, appearing especially terrifying in the dim, dilapidated stairwell. On most mornings, her grandfather went out to buy groceries, then to the park to watch people play chess, only returning close to lunchtime. It was already nearly 11. At this moment, Suyu had only one thought: he absolutely must not let his grandfather see this. He immediately pulled out his phone and called. "Grandpa, where are you? I just came through the community gate, about to be home." "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" His grandfather's voice sounded just as in the memories, as kind as ever. Suyu grew anxious. "Just stay right there and don't move. I'll come find you right away." Suyu hurried to the entrance of the complex and intercepted him. "Xiaoyu, why didn't you tell Grandpa you were coming back sooner?" "I could have bought some of your favorite dishes," his grandfather said with a squinting smile. He hadn't seen his granddaughter for a week and had missed her dearly. "Grandpa, what did you buy?" Suyu rummaged through the reusable bag and saw only a bundle of greens and 2 pieces of tofu. For no reason, he felt his nose sting. It wasn't his own reaction, but the memory carried in this body. "Grandpa, we haven't eaten out in a long time. I've been craving the 3 delicacy wontons from that shop at the end of the street," Suyu said, looking at him with pitiful eyes. Li Liangji could never withstand that look from his granddaughter. "It's just a bowl of wontons, but of course we can afford that. Come on, Grandpa will take you. Old Zhang at the shop knows me. I'll have him add a few extra dumplings for you." As they ate, Suyu kept turning over in her mind how to solve everything. Setting aside the bigger picture, what should she do when they returned home and saw the words on the door? He absolutely could not let his grandfather repeat the original book's tragedy. "Grandpa, let me ask you something," Suyu said carefully. "What do you think is the most important thing?" His grandfather replied without a moment's thought. "Your happiness is the most important, Xiaoyu." Suyu's nose prickled again. He gave a faint, bitter smile. "For me, the most important thing is for the two of us to go on living well. Grandpa, promise me. No matter what happens, you must stay calm and hold on," Suyu said, rubbing at his nose. "If anything were to happen to you, how could I manage, all alone? If people bully me, I won't even have anyone to complain to." Her grandfather panicked, asking nervously, "Xiaoyu, who bullied you? Don't be afraid. Tell Grandpa, and I'll stand up for you. But if I tell you, can you really handle it?" In that instant, Li Liangji imagined countless possibilities, especially the worst, given how beautiful his Xiaoyu was. Heaven forbid she had been. His heartbeat stuttered and sped up. He clutched his chest, struggling for breath. Suyu was startled and hurriedly helped her grandfather steady his breathing. "Grandpa, don't get nervous. I'm fine. Don't let your thoughts run wild, it's just about the money. Hearing that it was not what he had imagined, Li Liangji's racing heartbeat finally began to calm a little. Frightened by her grandfather's overreaction, cold sweat broke out on Su Yu's back, and she became even more at a loss for how to begin. Xiao Yu, just say it. Your grandpa can take it. Li Liangji clasped Su Yu's hand. As long as you're safe, no matter how serious the money issue is, it's never bigger than the sky. Su Yu squeezed her eyes shut and steeled herself, then sped up her words. Grandpa, the money for your surgery wasn't given to me by my dad. I borrowed it. Who did you borrow it from? And how much? Li Liangji's tone sank as he spoke. From an online lending platform, I borrowed 100,000 yuan. In truth, counting the upfront fees, the original Su Yu had taken out 120,000, but he did not dare say it. On top of robbing Peter to pay Paul and the compounding interest upon interest, the total debt had already reached several hundred thousand, yet he did not dare mention that either. He decided to let his grandfather first digest the 100,000. Li Liangji pondered for a moment. 100,000. If he swallowed his pride and went to a few old friends, perhaps he could borrow enough to pay off the debt. And then, Su Yu dared not lift her head. Staring at the greasy table in the wonton shop, she said, the platform's debt collectors came to our door and painted all over our front door. Li Liangji finally understood. So the reason you dragged me away in such a hurry just now was because you were afraid I'd see all that. Su Yu's reply was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Li Liangji let out a sigh. Xiao Yu, this is all Grandpa's fault. Such a huge matter, and you've been carrying it alone all this time. You should have told me long ago. Don't be afraid, Grandpa can handle it. If I were to abandon you and go first, those debt collectors are all vicious, ruthless types. I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Li Liangji patted Su Yu's hand. Thinking of the group of so-called vicious men he had seen that morning, Su Yu's mood soured again. They really were an eyesore. So ugly that he would need to look at countless beauties to cleanse his eyes. After finishing their wontons, the two of them headed home. As they approached the entrance of their residential compound, a few gossipy aunties pointed at them in a covert way. Those who usually greeted them loudly had suddenly vanished, as if into thin air. Except for one. Ah, you're finally back, something big has happened. A slightly plump granny in a floral spring blouse hurried toward them. Oldly Xiao Yu, you two should hurry home and take a look. This was Grandma Lu, the well-known, warm-hearted neighbor in the community who lived right across the hall from them. Back at their door, even though Li Liangji had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. An honest, upright man his whole life, this was the first time his name had been spread in such a way, and his heart roiled with mixed emotions. Oldly, what on earth is going on? Who did this? Grandma Lu, quick-tempered, as always, could not help but ask. Grandma Lu, please don't worry, it's not such a big deal. It's just that when my grandpa had surgery last time, I borrowed some money from people outside, and they came to collect the debt. Chunhua, go on home for now. The two of us, grandfather and granddaughter, need to think carefully about what to do. If you need any help, you must say so. I still have some pension savings. After seeing Grandma Lu off, the grandfather and granddaughter opened the door and began tidying up. Su Yu ran to the hardware store near the compound gate and bought a can of paint the same color as their original door, then came back and repainted the whole door. Looking at the freshly repainted door, Su Yu turned to her grandfather. Let's sell this apartment. This was an old tube-shaped building from the 1970s, a workers' housing from the old light bulb factory, 2 tiny bedrooms, and a living room, only 50 square meters in total. Later, when the housing reform came, Li Liangji had spent some money to purchase it and then lived in it for decades. The location was poor, the orientation bad, and the layout outdated and unreasonable. Even if they sold it, they wouldn't get much, probably not enough to cover the current debt. Those willing to buy in this compound were mostly gambling on the faint, almost illusory promise of demolition compensation and would only buy at a bargain price. Housing prices in City B aren't low now. Even though it's just a small city, the prices are still beyond what we can afford. Grandpa shook his head. If it's only 100,000, I'll swallow my pride and go to a few old friends to borrow a bit. After you start working, you can slowly repay them. Su Yu tapped her fingers on the tabletop, lips pressed together, wanting to speak, but hesitating as she gazed at her grandfather. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Li Liangji's brows knitted. Xiao Yu, are you still hiding something from Grandpa? It's just, you have to pay a lot of interest when borrowing from online platforms. I couldn't keep up with the payments, and the interest kept compounding. Su Yu glanced up at her grandfather to check his condition. I borrowed from other online platforms to pay off one platform, and now the debt is far more than 100,000. After being frightened several times that morning, Li Liangji had developed some resistance to shock. Frowning, he spoke with rare severity. Exactly how much do you owe? Say it clearly all at once. Su Yu did not dare admit that she herself had not calculated it precisely and only gave a rough figure. About 700,000. That's usury. You foolish child. What about this old life of mine is worth saving? I don't have many years left anyway. Grandpa was heartbroken to the extreme. He was utterly distraught. Let's sell this apartment. Usury doesn't wait for anyone. The longer we delay, the more the interest grows. He swept his gaze around the old home he had lived in for decades. The whole morning had been in chaos, and Su Yu had even been drenched with a bucket of water earlier. In this March weather it was still bitterly cold. Grandpa, go rest in your room first. I'll take care of selling the apartment. The doctor told you not to overexert yourself. Suyu helped her grandfather up and settled him in his room to rest. Once he was lying down, she returned to the small bedroom that belonged to the original owner. This room held all of the original girl's memories, both joyful and sorrowful. Li Liangji had only one daughter, Li Xiangxiao, who was unfilial. Now the only one staying by his side was his granddaughter. The original Suyu's grandmother had passed away before she was even born. Behind the peeling door hung an old half-length mirror. Staring at the reflection, a head of messy long hair that still could not conceal that stunning face, Suyu was stunned. This girl was prettier than all the fish in his entire pond put together. To have turned into a woman, perhaps this was retribution for being a playboy in his past life. He wondered whether his Jinjin Ai and Lian Lian would still pine for him after his death. And then there were his parents, white-haired sending off black-haired. Fortunately, he had a younger brother. From now on his parents would have to rely on his brother. From this moment on he was her. The clothes on her body were wrinkled. Suyu opened the wardrobe. It was almost entirely filled with dresses. After rummaging for a long time, she finally fished out a pair of jeans. Once she changed, her long hair felt unbearably in the way. She might as well cut it off. She went to a hair salon near the compound gate. Tony the stylist greeted her enthusiastically. "Beauty, doing your hair today?" "Just a haircut. Cut it in two." Suyu glanced at the wall of trendy men's hairstyles, then pointed at the most fashionable one. "Like the one in this picture." Tony raised an eyebrow, smiling in a slightly effeminate way. "Beauty, you're really fashionable." An hour later, looking at her brand new self in the mirror, Suyu was very satisfied. The clean, fresh, short, choppy cut made her features even more pronounced. Her contours were graceful, her lines smooth. Her narrow, slightly upturned cat-like eyes, the elegant bridge of her nose, and the perfectly curved corners of her lips made it seem as though she was always smiling. Suyu tilted her head and her smile bloomed across her face, both handsome and beautiful, nearly making Tony faint from how dazzling she looked. Watching a great beauty transform into a great heartthrob before his eyes, Tony could hardly believe this was his own handiwork. She was simply too handsome. "I'm about to bend." "No, I was already bent. So does that mean I've turned straight again?" Tony clutched his chest, mind in a delightful mess. After paying, Suyu walked out of the salon under Tony's reluctant gaze. This area was part of the old city district, aging buildings, tangled electrical wires, narrow roads that jammed up badly every rush hour. Suyu walked into a real estate agency. After explaining her purpose, the agent enthusiastically brought her a cup of hot tea. Suyu's voice was naturally androgynous, clear and pleasant to the ear. Coupled with her freshly done male hairstyle, the agent genuinely failed to realize she was actually a girl. "Handsome, your apartment is still quite marketable right now. Leave it to us, and we'll definitely get you a good price." The agent wore a formulaic professional smile. "However, there's a good chance this area might be demolished for redevelopment soon. Are you sure you want to sell now?" Even though they talked about demolition every year, it never actually happened. "Sell it. Roughly how much can I get?" Suyu let out a sigh. "I need the money urgently. The sooner the better. Also, I want to rent a place nearby. Please find a cheap, clean apartment for me." Having seen plenty of clients forced to sell their homes in emergencies, the agent didn't waste words. After setting up a selling plan for Suyu, he took her out to view rental apartments. "Since you're used to living in this compound, it just so happens there's an apartment for rent here. I can also take the chance to look at your place. Two birds with one stone." The agent led Suyu back to their old compound. After viewing the rental, Suyu was quite satisfied. It was right downstairs from their own place, saving even the cost of a moving company. She signed the rental contract with the agent on the spot. When she got home, her grandfather was already awake. Seeing his granddaughter with short hair, he was stunned. Then a pang of heartache struck him. After all that had happened, she must have taken quite a blow to cut off the long hair she loved most. "Grandpa, you're awake. This is the agent here to look at the apartment. I've already rented a place right downstairs. We're moving today." "So fast?" "Well, sooner is better. The earlier we sell, the sooner we pay off the debt." Grandpa nodded. Across the hall, Grandma Lu peered out from her half-open door. "Are you moving away?" Grandma Lu Chuanhua had lived alone for many years. Her husband had long since passed, and her son and daughter-in-law worked in another city and rarely came home. If old Li moved away too, how lonely would she be? "Grandma Lu, we're just moving downstairs. Come visit often when you have time." Suyu tilted her head and smiled. "Moving downstairs? Then that's good." Grandma Lu sighed in relief, then looked at Suyu and added with a smile, "Xiaoyu, after cutting your hair, you're like a different person. Really quite handsome." Suyu asked her grandfather to go sit at Grandma Lu's place, then began tidying both their current home and the newly rented apartment downstairs. Half an hour later, looking at the chaotic mess, Suyu decided to give up. Clearly one doesn't gain the original owner's housekeeping skills just by changing bodies. With so many lice, one can't afford to be itchy. After all, having reached this point, a little money doesn't matter anymore. Suyu called a professional moving company, and the corridors of the community were plastered with notices. The moving company was highly professional. In just half a day, they completely moved her home and tidied up both houses. Indeed, it seems every industry is fiercely competitive. After bringing her grandfather back to the rented apartment and signing the contract for selling the house, Suyu had to return to school. She was still a junior in college and would lose conduct points for not returning on a non-absent night. She was kidnapped by debt collectors when she returned home on Saturday morning. Now it was already Sunday evening, and it would take nearly 2 hours on the light rail to get back to her school in City A. Grandfather, I'm heading back to school. If you receive any calls from debt collectors, don't pay any attention to what they say. We'll find a way to handle it. Suyu was quite worried about her grandfather and was afraid of a repeat of the original story's plot, repeatedly admonishing him. Don't worry, little you, I will be fine. I will visit your grandfather more often. Before leaving, Granny Lu held Suyu's hand and assured her. Suyu smiled but was quite reassuring. After bidding farewell to her grandfather, she set off on her journey back to City A. Before returning to school, Suyu bought several cheap unisex outfits and sports shoes nearby. She changed into them in the store, leaving all of the original owner's clothes behind. Though the quality of the clothes wasn't great, a handsome person looks good, even in a burlap sack. Suyu tilted her head and smiled at the salesgirl, her long neck revealing a pair of alluring collarbones. The salesgirl felt as if she had been electrocuted, her heart racing and her cheeks flushing as she looked at Suyu, confused, wondering why her heart was racing so fast despite being a girl. The effect was quite good. Observing the salesgirl's reaction, Suyu felt very satisfied. It seemed that even after becoming a woman, her charm hadn't diminished. Fortunately, the original owner had a flat chest, and Suyu felt secretly relieved. Her face remained the same, but the change in her soul had brought a tremendous transformation to Suyu's demeanor. The original owner was a third-year student in the management department of City as Economic Institute. Due to her stunning appearance, she had garnered attention from several boys at school, including the campus heartthrob, who had subtly shown interest in her. However, the original owner had a reclusive personality and did not wish to enter into a relationship, causing her suitors to gradually lose interest. The girls, on the other hand, had no interest in this aloof beauty who attracted many boys, but was peculiar and humorless, secretly ostracizing her. The original owner had no friends at school. Following the route in her memory, Suyu arrived at the girls' dormitory of her department. It was already 9 in the evening, and most of the girls had returned. Suyu suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Don't ask, just know it felt like a big bad wolf was about to enter the sheep pen. She diligently managed her expression and walked into the dormitory with a blank face. Hey, do you understand the rules? Boys can't enter the girls' dormitory. The dormitory supervisor blocked Suyu. Aunt Wong him Suyu from room 404, not a boy. Suyu wore an expression that screamed him a good child. The supervisor looked at her, suspiciously scrutinizing her from head to toe. Just as Suyu was about to pull out her student ID to prove her identity, the supervisor finally recognized her. It really is you. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Alright, you can go up. Having successfully passed through, Suyu covered her excited little heart as she went upstairs. Room 404 was at a corner. All the dormitories with the number 04 were larger than others, and even had a curved balcony. Therefore, this dormitory was different, accommodating 5 sets of bunk beds with desks below. Even so, it was still spacious enough to fit a ping-pong table. Room 404 housed 5 people, and the other 4 had a great relationship, while the original owner felt out of place among them. The moment the door opened, a shrill scream erupted from room 404. Oh. Suyu took a glance and immediately closed the door. No, why am I feeling guilty? This is my dormitory, what they have I have too. The girls in room 404 were startled. A ridiculously handsome boy suddenly opened their dormitory door. Though the boy was very handsome, no matter how good-looking he was, a perverted peeping Tom was unacceptable. Moreover, they had no makeup on, and were dressed in casual pajamas, looking far from exquisite. Suyu took a deep breath and said, I'm Suyu, I'm coming in. She peeked through the crack of the door and saw that the girls had returned to their beds, pulling the curtains shut. As Suyu walked in, the girls popped their heads out like moles from behind their curtains, scrutinizing her closely. Being the center of attention like this, Suyu, like a peacock, pretended to be nonchalant. She pulled out the chair from under her bed and sat down like a boss, casually draping her left hand over the backrest while flipping through the book on her desk, showcasing her striking profile to the girls across from her. As Suyu read, the high bridge of her nose and her alluring lips seemed to hint at a smile, and lazily, she brushed a few strands of hair back, exuding an air of danger and charm. The girl opposite her looked completely stunned. Why, you really are Suyu? Absolutely. Suyu's lips curled into a playful smile, hinting at a mischievous demeanor, her narrow eyes glancing lightly at the girl across from her. The girl opposite suddenly retreated back behind a curtain. Suyu was confused, thinking to herself that shouldn't be the case. Based on her charm, the little rabbit across should have been all over her. Little did she know the girl felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Suyu shrugged. She hadn't showered since yesterday, and that must be the reason her charm had diminished a tad. Suyu went to the balcony bathroom to take a shower. Normally she would finish in 5 minutes, but today she took almost. Only after Suyu went a shower did the girls finally get out of bed. The 4 girls exchanged glances, none of them speak. After a while, one girl finally covered her face and said, "So handsome." The other 3 girls all nodded their cheeks. Unbeknownst to who started it, the girls began changing clothes and applying lipstick. Suyu had wrinkled her fingers from washing them before finally stepping out of the bathroom. Amidst the steam, Suyu wore a loose, pure white long-sleeve t-shirt and comfortable sports pants. Her hair was still damp, and a droplet of water slid down her sculpted jawline, flowing down her long neck and into her delicate collarbone. One girl suddenly had a nosebleed. After a flurry of chaos, the girls sat in a row staring blankly at. Looking at this row of little rabbits, Suyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. What's wrong? Not going to sleep. You have class tomorrow. Be good and go to sleep. The girls nodded obediently at her words and gradually climbed into their beds. This is just unbelievable, was the thought of all the girls at that moment. As Suyu lay in bed, she felt for the first time that being a woman wasn't so bad. There were no dreams that night. The next morning, girl number 1 blushed and spoke. So you were going to the cafeteria. Do you want to join us? With 4 girls accompanying her for breakfast, this was a scenario that could never have happened even during her last life as a fish pond manager. Of course, why wouldn't she go? The girls had all gotten up early that morning dressed in their prettiest clothes and took a long time with their makeup. They were all in their blooming years, each one vibrant and graceful. Accompanied by the 4 girls, Suyu went to the cafeteria. Who was that? So handsome. Which department is this handsome guy from? There's no way I wouldn't remember him. Could he be from another school? Aren't those a few girls from the management class too, like Yang Bing? We could just send a WeChat message to find out. With so many gazes both direct and indirect upon her, Suyu, whose skin was thicker than a city wall, felt no psychological fluctuation and remained remarkably calm. After finishing breakfast on the way to class, Suyu encountered a simpleton. Yang Bing, who is he? A boy around 1.7 meters tall, shorter than Suyu, blocked their path. The girl called Yang Bing had a somewhat unpleasant expression. What's it to you? We've already broken up, don't bother me. It hasn't been long, and you've already found a new love. How shameless. The bespectacled boy smirked with implication. Yang Bing's face turned red with anger, and tears hung in her eyes. She's my girlfriend, do you have a problem with that? Suyu wrapped her arm around Yang Bing and pressed her against her chest. You're neither taller than me nor more handsome. What face do you have to shout here? Leaving someone like you is a timely loss. You don't have a single good trait. Show me one thing you have that's worth mentioning. Yang Bing stared blankly at Suyu, her heart racing, but felt as if her world had been reduced to just Suyu, blocking out everyone and everything else. The bespectacled boy's veins bulged with anger, and he clenched his fists as if he was about to rush up to hit someone. His friend quickly held him back. The school prohibits fighting. You'll get a major demerit. You've already broken up, let's go. You wait for me. The bespectacled boy gritted his teeth as he was pulled away by his friend. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. In my last life, I would have burned incense for you to have such a friend. Otherwise today you would either be in the hospital or the academic affairs office. Let's be real. I'm just a delicate little girl. Do you think a man can hit a woman and have a reason? Don't get angry over someone like him. It's not worth it. Suyu cupped Yang Bing's face gently and wiped away her tears. Yang Bing looked at Suyu with sparkling eyes, her heart and mind filled with thoughts of Suyu, completely blocking out the bespectacled boy. The onlookers who had witnessed the drama were secretly astonished, wondering who this handsome guy was. The surrounding girls whispered, he's really so handsome. Overflowing with boyfriend energy. Having lost some time on the way, when I arrived at the classroom, it was almost full. Today was a large class attended by 2 groups. The teacher had not yet arrived, and the auditorium was somewhat noisy. The moment Suyu entered, everyone suddenly fell silent. Suyu smiled faintly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Hiss! A gasp escaped someone in the crowd. Glancing casually around, only the undesired front row had available seats. Only after Suyu sat down did the noise resume. Wow, he's so handsome. Does our department have such a handsome guy? How come I didn't know? He must be from another Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Is it just my illusion? Hey Yang Bing, who is he? Why is he here for class with? A girl from the back row tugged at Yang Bing's sleeve. Yang Bing smiled shyly, a mix of bashfulness and pride, saying, this is Suyu from our dormitory. Hearing that this was Suyu, the surrounding students couldn't believe it. What? This is Suyu, a girl who is even more handsome than the boys. Is there any justice? He just got a haircut and became this handsome. Should I go get the same haircut? I wonder if it's too late. A boy reached up to ruffle his hair. His desk mate said, you can forget it. He cut his hair short and became a sea king, while you'll probably just become a water ghost. Get lost. It wasn't until the teacher entered that everyone calmed down. This class was on microeconomics. The academic underachiever Suyu thought, what should I do if I can't understand? Waiting online, feeling quite anxious. After confirming the teacher's hairline, I realized this wasn't a class I could learn. It had been years since I graduated, and the last time I was in college felt like a past life, with my major being irrelevant. Enduring a class that felt like listening to a foreign language, Suyu lay on the desk looking feeble. Sitting by the window in the first row, the morning sunlight streamed through the tender green leaves of spring, casting a glow on Suyu, as if adorning him with a halo. Even the back of his head looked striking. A book once mentioned that when the Tyndall effect occurs, light takes on shape. When you appear, love takes on shape. The girls' gazes were irresistibly drawn to Suyu. Suyu, what's wrong with you? Yang Bing asked a hint of concern. Suyu lazily propped his head on his hand, looking at Yang Bing with a casual smile. The spring sunlight is too warm, and your gaze is too gentle. I'm just a little enchanted. Yang Bing flushed, feeling a bit flustered. I was just joking, actually this class is too hard to grasp. Can you help me out? Suyu smiled back. The original owner had poor academic performance, and he was not at all worried about the risk of being exposed. I'm also an academic underachiever. It's just that Song Ruohua from the next class does much better, winning scholarships every year. Yang Bing glanced back at Song Ruohua, who sat a few rows behind. Suyu followed Yang Bing's gaze. A graceful beauty, with long hair like silk draping over her petite shoulders, brows like distant mountains, and a smile that resembled a slowly unfolding ink wash painting. Song Ruohua's eyes happened to fall on Suyu as well. Suyu had the expression of someone who had discovered prey, watching Song Ruohua with bright sparkling eyes. Song Ruohua thought that Suyu looked a bit silly yet charming and couldn't help but smile back at her. Suyu took his book and approached the beauty. Classmate, could you explain this question to me? In the next class, Suyu boldly occupied the seat next to Song. However, even with the aura of the beautiful academic star beside him, Suyu still found microeconomics to be torturous. Only those who struggle academically can truly empathize with the pain of being an underachiever. The only class that an academic underachiever loves is always physical education. On the basketball court, Suyu seemed like a completely different person compared to the one in the classroom. Suyu bent slightly at the waist, dribbling the ball. With a swift turn, he broke through the opponent's defense and executed a clean jump shot, landing right in the basket. So handsome. Why did I only notice how handsome Suyu is today? I was blind before. With long fingers spinning the ball, Suyu whistled at the girls on the sidelines. The girls' faces turned red as they screamed. So handsome. Suyu dribbled the ball between his legs, faking out the opposing defender, and leaped fiercely towards the basket. Bang! The hoop shook violently from Suyu's dunk. Wow, off. So handsome. After resting, the girls rushed to hand him water and towels. Other boys felt inexplicably jealous. This was treatment that used to belong to them. Suyu, I didn't expect you to play basketball so well, Song Ruohua said as she wiped the sweat off Suyu's face. The boys beside them felt even more sour. Song Ruohua was the school beauty, and for the past 3 years not a single boy had managed to win her over. Suyu turned out to be a beauty too. Should we call him handsome now? But wouldn't it be a waste for girls to be with girls? Look at us. During lunch, Suyu and Song Ruohua walked together. With Suyu's handsomeness and Song Ruohua's beauty, they looked simply perfect together. Suyu was too dominant, truly, leaving no path for the boys. After finishing their meal, Song Ruohua took out 2 lipsticks to touch up her makeup. Suyu, which shade do you think looks better on me, this one or that one? Suyu propped his forehead with his left hand, brushing his thumb across Song Ruohua's lips with his right, smiling. You're so beautiful that any shade looks good on you. This expression and action would probably be enough to start an oil factory if done by someone else, but when Suyu did it, it carried a hint of carefree charm. Sweet talker, don't learn from the boys and their ways, Song Ruohua chuckled. This afternoon we'll go to the library together, and I'll tutor you in your studies. Meanwhile, a trending post titled Hot quickly built a tower on the school forum. The poster declared, I announce from now on, this is my husband. Image. First floor, wow, he's really handsome. Drooling JPG. Second floor, which department is this handsome guy from? Third floor, I have to say he's really handsome. Fourth floor, wow, I feel like I entered this school through the back door. I'm at a loss for words, he's just too handsome. 127th floor, don't hide it, handsome is a public resource, which department is he from? 128th floor, I can solve this problem. This is Suyu from the 20th level class 2 of management, and he's a girl. 129th floor, the above seems to have mentioned it, but also seems to have not. 130th floor, I read little, don't fool me, this is really a girl. 131st floor, it's indeed her, a look at the comparison picture. Image. 132nd floor. 133rd floor. 134th floor. 135th floor, breaking the formation. 136th floor, I'm going to bend. 137th floor, a celestial wrench. 227th floor, this is even more handsome than our school's heartthrob. Are we going to change the heartthrob? 228th floor, I agree with the above. 229th floor, this year's heartthrob is really miserable, getting his crown stolen by a girl. The fervor on the school forum went unnoticed by Suyu. At this moment, Suyu truly felt the weight of the saying, the most difficult to endure is the affection of a beauty. Xiao Huahua, don't be so harsh. This question is really difficult. Oh, I recognize all the characters, but I can't understand them when they come together. Suyu said tearfully. I really don't know how you managed to study for over 2 years. This is all basic knowledge. Song Ruohua felt a headache coming on. Suyu's poor academic performance was truly hard to handle. Song Ruohua could only start explaining from the freshman textbooks. In City A, on the top floor lounge of Tianyue Entertainment Company. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, a man seemingly as beautiful as a creation of Nuwa reclined on the sofa, rubbing his brow, with his left hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. His brows were sharp and his straight nose resembled a finely crafted tool. The internal phone next to him rang, sounding twice before it automatically answered. "Am sure the schedule for the 9th anniversary concert has been planned, just waiting for your final confirmation." A clear male voice came from the phone. The man stood up, his legs long and unreasonable, standing nearly 6'3". His tall figure seemed as if it was custom-made after meticulous measurements by the heavens with smooth and straight lines. This concert will feature 10 songs from the new album. The stage design is crafted by an internationally top-tier planning team, who have provided 3 options for us to confirm quickly. The venue for this concert has also been confirmed, still at a city stadium, and this time the stadium's manager has added extra seating accommodating up to 1,000 people. To combat scalpers this time, our ticket purchasing channel will be linked to real name verification, with the ticket displaying all the purchaser's information, requiring ID and ticket for entry. The support group has been notified, and there will not be a large number of fans gathering outside the venue, causing congestion and affecting others' travel. The planner spoke confidently in front of the screen while the man leaned against his forehead, with one hand, eyes closed, seemingly listening, but also seeming not to listen. Once the speaker finished, the man opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? With long, thick eyelashes framing deep-set eyes that seemed to carry an air of indifference. With slightly parted lips, the man's low, husky voice pierced through everyone's ears like electricity. After uttering those 3 words, the man fell silent, and no one dared to ask questions, as those who did not understand were not allowed to sit there. His expression was aloof, and his gaze was cold, as if nothing in this world was worthy of his attention. After the meeting, as the man was about to leave, his assistant quickly said, "Madam wants you to return home tonight." The man took a large stride out, leaving the assistant to hurriedly catch up. But the president said, "If you make Madam angry again, he won't help you reject the marriage proposals from various families this year. Let him find another to marry into the family." Before the echoes faded, the man had already disappeared around the corner. In the exclusive parking lot for Shun Mo Sure on the 2nd basement floor, luxury cars were parked everywhere. As the man intended to casually choose a car to drive away, a long Rolls-Royce blocked his path. The car window rolled down, revealing a noblewoman who appeared to be in her 30s, with slightly furrowed brows, looking at the man with a pitiful gaze. "Son, don't you miss me?" The driver quickly got out to open the door for the man. He sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face as he got into the car, sitting beside the noblewoman. The car started silently, exiting the garage and merging swiftly into the flow of traffic. The city's neon lights flickered in the night as Shun Mo Sure turned to look out the window, his profile sharp and clear. The flowing lights outside reflected in his eyes, shining with a bright glow. "Son, you're already 27 this year. Your father and I, at your age, you could already call people by name." The noblewoman pulled the man to face her. "You were so adorable when you were little. How did you change so much? If I hadn't watched you grow up, I would suspect someone swapped my son." Shun Mo Sure pried the noblewoman's hand away. He disliked physical contact with others, even his parents. "When will you find a daughter-in-law for me?" The noblewoman's expression turned somewhat resentful. "Mom, you could always have another one yourself." "What a joke, I'm already 52. The noblewoman caressed her exquisitely smooth face. "Besides, giving birth is the nemesis for a woman to maintain her beauty. The fact that I gave birth to you is thanks to your father saving the galaxy in his past life." Shun Mo Sure fell silent, gazing out the window as the car drove out of the city and headed towards the suburbs. After a short drive, they arrived at the entrance of the Shun family estate. The servants, having received the notice that the young master was returning home, had already opened the large gate early and awaited at the entrance. As the car entered the estate, the intricately designed iron gate slowly closing behind it. After driving for another half an hour, they finally arrived at the main house of the Shin family. Upon entering, he saw his father Shin Yun Rue sitting on the living room sofa, listening to the assistant report on the group's business. "Dad," Shun Mo Sure called out to his father and quickly headed upstairs. Shun Mo Sure stopped right there. The man removed his glasses, his somewhat stern expression giving his face, which resembled Shun Mo Sure's, an imposing presence. "I'm going to take a shower first." Shun Mo Sure did not stop, causing the man to feel some irritation. All right, son, it's rare for you to come back. Don't let him leave again." After a short while, the noblewoman entered and intercepted the man's imminent anger. You don't spoil him like this, you're just making him spoiled." The man softened his expression, his gaze warm as he looked at the noblewoman. "Shin Yun Rue, is it my indulgence that caused your son to become like this?" Lu Yun's brows furrowed. "It's my indulgence, my indulgence." Shin Yun Rue quickly changed his tone, his expression affectionate. "Humph." Lu Yun shot Shin Yun Rue a flirtatious glance, then turned to the butler who had just entered and asked, "Fu Bo, are the dishes that Mo Sure loves prepared?" "Madam, all the dishes the young master loves are ready. When shall we serve?" The butler replied promptly. "We'll serve when Mo Sure comes down." The room at the far east end of the 3rd floor was Shun Mo Sure's room. Although it was just one room, it was as spacious as an ordinary person's house, complete with a study, living room, gym, music room, and a wine cabinet bar. At this moment in a 50 square meter bathroom, filled with steam, Shun Imo sure lay in the bathtub seemingly on the verge of falling asleep. The internal phone next to the bathtub rang, waking him from his slumber. He frowned in displeasure and reached out to press the answer key. Son, hurry down for dinner. If you don't come down soon, I'll come up to find you. Shun Imo sure replied, coming soon. Splash! Shun Imo sure rose from the bathtub, water reluctantly cascading over his well-defined ab. Walking into the dressing room, Shun Imo sure casually grabbed a set of clothes and got dressed. Almost all the clothes and accessories in this dressing room were custom-made. However, many clothes and accessories would not even reach him before being out of season, and the out-of-season clothing would be cleared away by the servants, never to appear before him again. Dressed and coming downstairs, Lu Yun smiled and waved for Shun Imo sure to sit beside her. But Shun Imo sure chose to sit diagonally opposite Lu Yun, keeping some distance from both parents. Seeing him like this, Shin Yun Rue felt a surge of anger. Yun was his precious treasure. He did not allow anything to make her unhappy, not even his own son. Lu Yun, noticing Shun Yun Rui's expression, knew what he wanted to say and directly interrupted, "Don't say anything." Shin Yun Rue looked at Lu Yun with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Lu Yun smiled at Shun Imo sure. "Son, can mom go to cheer you on at this concert?" She had never attended her son's concert before. Shun Imo sure shook his head. "The concert and the auction will be held concurrently." Lu Yun frowned. That would be troublesome. The highlight auction item at this spring's Christie's auction was a national treasure that had been stolen by foreign devils years ago, and she had to win it back no matter what. After dinner, Shun Imo sure was already thinking about leaving. He disliked staying at the main house. "I'm leaving, you take your time eating." After saying this, Shun Imo sure directly left the dining room. Not long after, the roar of an engine outside rolled past the ears of the two still at the table. Lu Yun felt somewhat worried. With his solitary temperament, how can I rest easy? Shin Yun Rue chuckled lightly at her words. Even in his 50s, he showed no signs of aging. Instead, he carried a charming charisma cultivated through time. "He is my son, Shin Yun Rue. No matter what, he finds everything too easy. His intelligence is high and life presents no challenges for him. Just wait, one day he will also taste the bitterness of unattainable love." Lu Yun looked at her husband in surprise. "Why are you so charismatic today?" Shin Imo sure, noticing the admiring gaze from his wife, felt even prouder. He leaned over and embraced her, saying, "By that time your son will be like a normal person, no longer acting as if he has a case of middle school syndrome." After successfully embracing his wife, Shin Yun Rue pretended to stretch his neck and said, "Oh, my neck, I've been looking at financial reports too much lately. It's quite sore. You expect me to massage it for you?" Lu Yun's admiration vanished in an instant as she shot a playful glare at Shin Yun Rue. "That won't do. My wife's hands are too delicate. Look at that exquisite manicure. How can she do such rough work? Today, since you're tired, let me give you a massage instead." Shin Yun Rue wrapped his arms around his wife, pretending to offer a massage, while Lu Yun hurriedly dodged, aware that others were watching. Fu Bo, standing nearby, thought to himself, "I can't bear to watch this. I'd better go back early. The more I see the old master and mistress being affectionate, the more I wonder how many years he has left." The middle schooler Shin Imo sure aimlessly drifted through the traffic in his car. At times like this, inspiration would burst forth in his mind like stars in the sky, illuminating many ideas. His brain functioned like a computer, recording and optimizing these inspirations one by one. Once again on a weekend, Suyu boarded the bus home, informed by the real estate agent that a buyer had been found for the house. Ultimately, the house was sold for 4,700, which was actually lower than its potential value, but Suyu was in a hurry to sell and was severely undercut. After repaying the oldest debts from various lending platforms, Suyu was left with 2,000. Having paid back 4,500 in one go, it hadn't even been an hour since this money came into her hands, and Suyu was filled with heartache. After giving 2,000 to her grandfather for living expenses, Suyu found her pockets emptier than her face. Should I go work? Suyu asked herself. Working was simply not an option, as she could never bring herself to do it. In her previous life, Suyu had just loafed around in her family's martial arts gym, barely managing to help her father train that group of sturdy junior brothers when boredom struck. Suyu recalled the scummy parents of the original owner. While she was still in school, why didn't her scumbag father provide living expenses? Not to mention that he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father since she was 3. And then there was her scummy mother, the only child of her grandfather, who had not fulfilled even a shred of obligation to support her elderly father. Suyu decided to leave boarding the bus to her scummy mother's house. After navigating through a narrow and crowded urban village, Suyu finally arrived at her destination. Xiaoyu, a disheveled woman, looking worn and haggard, gazed at the handsome figure at the door with a hint of confusion. Suyu smirked. Indeed, she was her biological mother, instantly recognizing the significantly changed version of her compared to the original owner. "Mom, it's me." Li Xiangxiao nervously glanced around, confirming that the person had not returned, and then whispered, "What are you doing here? What? Is it wrong for me to come find my mom?" Suyu smiled at Li Xiangxiao, yet her gaze was cold, devoid of warmth. "No, I." Li Xiangxiao bit her lips, seemingly at a loss on how to face her suddenly cold and intimidating daughter. Although her daughter harbored grievances, her eyes had once been filled with affection for her. Realizing this, Li Xiangxiao inexplicably felt angry and said, "How can you speak to your mother like that? You weren't like this before." "Heh," Suyu scoffed. "The previous Suyu died the moment you abandoned her, and your father caring only. Your father has not visited grandpa after his surgery, not contributing a single penny. I had to borrow money for the surgical fees myself." Li Xiangxiao seemed somewhat embarrassed glaring at Suyu, but when her eyes met her daughter's cold gaze, she instinctively averted her gaze. "Xiaoyu, I had no choice back then. Your ungrateful father, once he had money, ran around with some vixen from the company, and later abandoned me, who had suffered with him for so many years. The startup capital for his business was provided by your grandfather, that heartless wretch. Xiaoyu, I had no choice back then. I didn't mean to abandon you. Following your father is certainly better than following me to eat nothing but scraps. I never expected your father to be so heartless, abandoning even his own daughter. Later I married into your Uncle Fong's family, and they wouldn't let me bring you along. Mom's life isn't easy either. I have to support your younger brother in high school, so I can't spare money for you. You should go find your father instead." Li Xiangxiao seemed to fall into her own world, rambling on like Sister Xianglin. Suyu was growing impatient just as a drunken man stumbled back in. He shoved Li Xiangxiao, who was still chattering away, saying, "Quick, hand over your salary for this month. Today I must win back all the money I lost to Lu Laoshu." "You went gambling again?" Li Xiangxiao was shocked. "Stop talking nonsense and hand it over," the man shouted, waving his fists. Li Xiangxiao trembled as she was yelled at, taking out 500 yuan with shaking hands, saying, "Be careful with it. That's all I earned this month." The man took the money and was about to leave when he suddenly spotted Suyu standing to the side, angrily exclaiming, "So you're mingling with some little brat behind my back? Hey, your complicated features can't mask your simplistic intellect." Suyu's patience had long run out and her hands itched for action. The man seemed to not fully comprehend, but realized it was not flattering. His murky eyes fixated on Suyu as he threatened, "Who's this little brat? Do you even know who Fong Jun is, daring to be so brazen here?" With that, he charged at her, swinging his fists. Suyu deftly sidestepped, causing the unsteady man to swing empty air and stumble to the ground. The man was thoroughly enraged, grabbing a nearby shovel and swinging it at Suyu. With half-closed eyes and hands in her pockets, Suyu moved languidly from side to side, even yawning, while the man's wild swings with the shovel failed to touch even a corner of her clothing. Finally tired of the game, Suyu's eyes widened, and the cold, killing intent within shocked the man into momentary stillness. Suyu kicked the shovel from the man's grip and followed up with a series of powerful kicks, leaving him a mess of tears and blood, his teeth flying out, while the calamity was beyond words. Throughout the whole ordeal, Suyu never took her hands out of her pockets. "Xiaoyu, stop. He's still your elder. How can you hit your stepfather?" Li Xiangxiao finally snapped back to reality amid the shock. How did Xiaoyu become so fierce and terrifying? Could a girl really fight? He doesn't even qualify to be my elder. Not only him, but you also don't have the right to be my elder. Suyu's eyes were concealed in the shadow of her bangs, making it hard to discern her emotions. "When he swung the shovel at me, you didn't even try to stop him." Suyu's voice trembled slightly, as if she were suppressing immense anger and sadness. Was this the obsession left in her body by the original owner? "Suyu, what's there to reminisce about with such relatives? He didn't even hit you, did he? Instead, you're the one who beat your stepfather like this." Li Ziankio's logic was refreshingly unconventional, nearly making Suyu explode. "Who called the police?" Two officers suddenly appeared at the scene. "Officer, I called the police and my stepfather hit me." The actress Su instantly changed her expression, looking pitifully at the police. "Xiaoyu, when did you call the police?" Li Xiangxiao was somewhat angry. It was just a minor issue that escalated to the point of involving the police, losing face in the process. "Just now, when my stepfather tried to rob you of your money, Mom. You shouldn't give him money to gamble anymore, you're harming him." Before Li Xiangxiao could respond, Suyu lamented to the police, "Officer, my stepfather stole our money to gamble, and even tried to hit me and my mom. He has gambled away our living expenses for this month. You little brat, you're the one who's in for it." Fong Jun covered his mouth, which was leaking air, as he stood up, still wanting to throw a punch. "Officer, save me. My stepfather is an alcoholic who hits people. He couldn't even stand properly, which is why he fell like that. I didn't lay a finger on him." Suyu hid behind the police, casting a provoking glance at Fong Jun. She hadn't touched him with a finger, she had only used her feet. The police were well aware of Fong Jun's reputation in the area. Although this little brat didn't seem like an honest one, they were more inclined to deal with a community nuisance like Fong Jun. "Take them both away back to the station with us," the police said with a stern demeanor. "Hey, wait. Comrade police, we're all family. It's just a little family conflict. There's no need to escalate it to the station." Li Xiangxiao hurriedly interjected. Police officers were usually very busy, and if the victim didn't pursue it, they wouldn't meddle in others' family matters. After all, the path chosen was one's own to walk, and the bitterness or sweetness had to be tasted by oneself. "What about you, little brat?" The policeman glanced at Suyu. "Officer, since my mom has said so, I will listen to her." Suyu put on a well-behaved expression. Once the police left, she immediately dropped the act, smirking at the two piles of human refuse. You all better take care. I will come to check on you again in the future. After some turmoil, Suyu finally recognized the true colors of her scummy mother and stepfather. She couldn't let her scummy father off the hook either, so she directly went to Su Jianya's company. Su Jianya ran an advertising planning company managing dozens of employees, and he was considered a boss. At the reception desk. Do you have an appointment? Without an appointment, you can't see President Su, the receptionist said, blushing as she looked at Suyu. Is it really impossible to see him? Miss, I traveled a long way to get here, Suyu said, leaning over the desk with a pitiful expression. Really can't. The receptionist struggled to resist Suyu's alluring charm. All right. Suyu's expression fell. Why don't you wait here for a moment and I'll ask for you? The receptionist said, unable to bear it any longer. You're truly beautiful and kind-hearted, miss. President Su, there's a person named Suyu outside wanting to see you, the receptionist asked nervously as this was actually crossing the line. Suyu? Let her in, Su Jianya said, wearing glasses and dressed sharply in a suit. Dad. When Suyu came in, she looked as if she weighed no more than 2 liang, casually lounging in the chair opposite Su Jianya. Su Jianya almost didn't recognize the current Suyu. Dressed like a man, she looked rather embarrassing. What happened to you? What's wrong with how I look? Don't I look good? Suyu replied with a smile. This is outrageous. Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Don't let anyone know you're Su Jianya's daughter from now on. Su Jianya was furious at her appearance. So you thought it ironic for the umpteenth time today. Is being your daughter a matter of pride? You provided a sperm and raised me until I was 3. Ooh, what else have you done? Suyu propped her feet on Su Jianya's desk, looking at him with disdain. The original owner's death was a result of these people's actions. Put your feet down. Get out. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. Su Jianya yelled as he stood up in anger. I won't. Suyu smirked, raising an eyebrow at Su Jianya. This is my dad's company, and I'm going to stay here. I'll come every day. Su Jianya was so enraged that he almost lost his sanity, picking up the phone on the desk and throwing it at Suyu. Suyu kicked the table, smoothly sliding back in her chair, turning in a circle before stopping against the wall. The phone smashed on the floor, startling those outside. What's going on? A woman in her 40s dressed in a professional suit entered. The skirt barely covered her rear. You're Xiao Yu. Long time no see, what happened to you? Xiao Lian, hurry and call someone to throw her out. Ooh, I Su Jianya have no daughter like her anymore. So this is my good stepmother Zhang Lian. Quite the lotus indeed. Jianya, don't be like this. Xiao Yu just needs guidance. Teach her, she's still a child. She's beyond saving. Let her mother teach her. I can't. Suyu said with a mocking smile, a bitch paired with a dog, eternal together. What did you say? You ungrateful girl, I'll teach you a lesson today. Su Jianya was so furious that he picked up anything he could find to throw, while Suyu slid around in her chair, evading him and leaving the office in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu charged at Su Jianya and Zhang Lian like a bowling ball. All the bowling pins. What do you want, you ungrateful girl? Su Jianya stood up, baring his teeth. I have no money for food nor for... Aren't you my dad? You have to take responsibility for me. The original owner was too naive to continue living, willing to borrow high-interest loans instead of seeking help from her scummy father. Ultimately, she met a tragic end. It's not shameful to ask her biological father for money before she could live independently. It's his responsibility and obligation. In your dreams, I won't give you a cent. Su Jianya gritted his teeth. Then don't blame me. Suyu sneered. She had noticed a big client had made an appointment while at the reception. That client should be arriving soon. Suyu finally left her chair, stretched lazily, and walked out. Hello, I have an appointment this morning to meet with your President Su to discuss the specifics of our collaboration. The big client arrived. Sir, I suggest you find another company to collaborate with. The owner of this company has poor character, cheating on his wife with employees and having affairs with his secretary. He abandoned his wife and children. Are you sure you want to work with him? What? So President Su's wife is a mistress? I didn't expect President Su to be such a person. So today's troublemaker is the child of President Su's ex-wife. The employees whispered among themselves, and in that moment Suyu had thrown Su Jianya and Zhang Lian's reputations to the ground. You're talking nonsense. And how did this woman beside you get into this position? You abandoned your daughter when she was only 3 years old, along with your wife, who helped you build everything from scratch. This is too explosive. The employees murmured. Let's discuss the collaboration another day. You two talk it out. I'll take my leave now. The big client left. You. Su Jianya was so furious he almost passed out. How much do you want? Take it and get lost. Su Jianya decided to part with money to avoid disaster. Let's start with 100. I'll ask for more if needed later, Suyu said, looking like a thug collecting protection fees. Su Jianya filled out a check, pressing down so hard that it almost tore through. Get lost. Thank you, Dad. I'll come to see you often in the future. Suyu left with a triumphant grin. With the 100 check in hand, she went to the bank next door to Su Jianya's company and cashed it into her account. She took out 90000 to pay off debts, leaving a remaining debt of 16000. The money from selling the house took nearly an hour to spend. This time it was gone in 10 minutes. While walking down the street feeling rather displeased, a basketball suddenly came flying from a nearby street basketball court. Given the angle and force, who would believe it wasn't aimed at her face? Without turning her head, Suyu caught the basketball with one hand. "Hey, pretty boy, throw the ball back to us." Veins bulged on Suyu's forehead, her eyes glowed red, and she grinned, revealing 2 rows of devilish sharp teeth, smiling menacingly at the person shouting from the court, "Here it comes." With her right foot firmly planted, her left foot raised high, and the basketball clenched in her right hand, Suyu threw it like a baseball with great force. Whooshed! The basketball moved rapidly through the air, creating a strong friction with the air as it spun towards the hoop. The basketball penetrated the hoop, crashing down forcefully before rebounding high, hitting the shouting person right in the face. Whoa, so awesome. This kid is amazing. Even a drama wouldn't dare to depict this. The onlookers were stunned. Suyu the Great Demon clenched her fists and stepped onto the court. "Wanna go again?" The hit person spat out a tooth, and in a fit of rage he foolishly challenged Suyu, "Come on. We'll battle, do you dare?" "No need for a wheel battle, you all come at me. Ooh, I can easily take on 5 of you." The corners of Suyu's lips curled into a disdainful arc. The spectators on the court were excited. "Wow. Oh my, this kid is so full of himself, the king of king. Fight. Fight. Go for it. So cool." The battle was about to break out. Suyu dribbled towards the opponent's camp. The ball seemed to be tied to her hand with an invisible thread. No matter how quickly Suyu moved, or where she dribbled, the ball stayed closely attached to her hand. The basketball could only leave her grasp when it went through the hoop. So cool. So intense. Even I as a girl feel my blood boiling. So impressive. In just 5 minutes, Suyu had already scored 23 points. She didn't even let the opposing team touch the ball once. 5 people surrounded Suyu under the basket, and Suyu leaped powerfully. Bang! The other 5 fell to the ground, while Suyu dangled from the hoop for a moment before performing a neat backflip down. So cool. Oh my, what kind of divine expert is this? So impressive. Is this a character out of a comic book? Suyu felt refreshed, all her frustrations blown away. In a good mood, she thanked the practice partners. "Thank you all, may good people have peace." The practice partners, "Screw you and your good people living in peace." The surrounding basketball friends rushed towards Suyu. "Big boss, please take us along. Big boss, let's stick together. Big boss, let's play basketball together." Suyu smiled perfunctorily just as she was about to leave. "Big boss, please compete. There's a participation fee," one little fan shouted. Suyu's ears perked up, turning towards the source of the voice. "How much is the participation fee?" While working is not an option, playing basketball for money is different. Doing what you love isn't considered working. Being forced to do what you don't love for a living is what work is. "Let's have a match worth 1,000,000,000, said the little fanboy. Come on. How do you want to play? When do you want to play, eh?" Suyu replied, acting like close brothers. "Just a regular match. Tonight I want to crush that group of losers openly." The little fanboy clenched his fists. "Big shot, my name is Lu Xiao, and what should I call you?" "Your name is quite over the top. Ooh, aren't you taking advantage of me?" "My name is Suyu, and from now on I'll call you Little Xiaozi." Upon arriving at their destination, an underground basketball court, someone exclaimed, "Oh, Lu Xiao, you dare to come today. Didn't you suffer enough yesterday?" A red-haired thug laughed. Ha! Surrounding him were many thugs resembling him, all with colorful hair, making the place look like a zoo. "I brought a big shot today. You guys better call me Grandpa after we finish. Just relying on this little pretty boy beside you." Today's basketball match started with a little pretty boy, and these guys were doomed tonight. Lu Xiao thought to himself, "Hey, you must have hidden when humans evolved." Suyu mocked. "You little brat, I don't want to play basketball today. Oh, I just want to fight." "Beat him. Let him understand why flowers are so red," the animals shouted. Suyu smiled and said, "I'm very easy to talk to, whether it's playing basketball or fighting, you can choose." "Does little Xiaozi still have a 1,000,000 appearance fee?" Suyu leaned closer to Lu Xiao and whispered, "Oh, there are too many of them, we can't win." Lu Xiao frowned, already considering whether to call for help. "You don't need to worry about that." Suyu shook his head, cracking his knuckles, and said, "Brothers, get him." The animals rushed forward. Suyu pushed Lu Xiao out the door and locked it. "A big shot, you good, don't be impulsive. There are too many of them." Lu Xiao knocked on the door, anxiously, feeling nervous and scared. It's over, someone is going to die. "Do I got you go into trouble?" "Right, I need to call my cousin, he lives nearby." Lu Xiao hurriedly went out to make a call. "Cousin, help. Someone is going." Shinmo Shishi. Meanwhile, Suyu was in the heat of battle, enjoying the fight like never before. These thugs had some skills that was clear they often bullied good students. Today it felt like he was doing justice. 20 minutes later, a refreshed Suyu opened the door with various animals. Suyu, like a satisfied scoundrel, pulled up his pants and walked away. At this moment, Lu Xiao was surrounded by a group of men in black at the entrance of the underground court. As soon as Suyu came out, he heard Lu Xiao shouting something like, "Help!" Seeing so many people surrounding him, how could he let his newly acquired little brother be bullied? Suyu charged in and knocked down a big man. With a few swift moves, all the thugs were on the ground. Shinmo Shishi. Suddenly he felt that their bodyguards really needed some training. He must arrange some rigorous training for them later. Yugo, don't get excited, oh, we're on the same side. Lu Xiao quickly stopped Suyu, fearing that she might knock down Shinmo Shishi as well, and he would be torn apart by his aunt. Yugo, are you okay? Lu Xiao asked, realizing what was happening. Yugo, am the best fighter in the world. Those few amateurs aren't even enough to fill my teeth. This is my cousin Shinmo Shishi. I was worried you might get into trouble, so I called for help. Hello. Suyu, you don't know him? Lu Xiao asked foolishly. Should I know him? Suyu responded, puzzled. Lu Xiao was at a loss for words. He couldn't just say that his cousin was a superstar. It felt like selling melons and boasting. Lu Xiao could only awkwardly transition. Cousin, this is the big shot I met today named Suyu. She's amazing at basketball. And fighting too. Shinmo Shishi showed no reaction, and neither did Suyu. The atmosphere froze for a moment. After a while, Shinmo Shishi finally spoke. Thank you for helping Lu Xiao today. It was nothing new. I have to protect my little brother. Suyu smiled. It's already late. Yugo, where do you live? A city economic college. When they arrived at the parking lot, Lu Xiao discovered that all his car tires had been punctured. It must be that group of losers. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth. Cousin, please give us a ride. Shinmo Shishi suddenly realized that having a brother really was a bothersome species. Shinmo Shishi said nothing and walked towards his car. Let's go, Yugo. Does your cousin always keep to himself? Doesn't he get bored from not talking? Don't his family members think he has some issues? Suyu asked. Shinmo Shishi sharp-eyed and keen-eared. Lu Xiao didn't know what to say, so he awkwardly smiled at Suyu and walked towards the car where his bodyguard was sitting. His cousin didn't like others stepping into his territory. However, Suyu boldly got into Shinmo Shishi's car and sat beside him. Shinmo Shishi. Fine, let's just consider it a good deed. Shinmo Shishi selectively forgot about the person he had previously kicked out of the car. Hey, you're Shinmo Shishi. Oh, what's the pronunciation? Suyu propped her chin up, leaning toward Shinmo Shishi, playfully asking. Shinmo Shishi closed his eyes to rest, showing no reaction. I am the you from Island. Suyu tilted her head and leaned in closer. Shinmo Shishi closed his eyes, frowning. This person was really noisy. Is Lu Xiao your aunt's son or uncle's son? Shinmo Shishi. Suyu rolled her eyes and replied, you're really boring. Hey Shinmo Shishi, look at me. Suyu playfully stretched her hand out, waving it in front of Shinmo Shishi. Shinmo Shishi finally opened his eyes and turned to look at the source of the noise. Suyu didn't expect him to really turn his head, as she thought he was just posing like a wax figure. Suyu tilted her head, unable to help but smile, her grin spreading beautifully across her face. The neon lights outside the car blended with her features, as if casting a hazy glow over her smile, making it dreamlike. Shinmo Shishi felt his heart skip a beat. He turned his head back with annoyance, ignoring the chattering Suyu. Upon arriving at a city economic college, Suyu bid farewell to her little brother and happened to run into Song Rohua, who was returning from shopping. Suyu's eyes lit up as she rushed to hug Song Rohua, both of them laughing as they entered the school gate. Shinmo Shishi ha. The next day, Yugo, I still haven't given you the 100 appearance fee. Lu Xiao called Suyu. Forget it, since you're my little brother, I should take care of you. That's too much. How about this? I invite you to a concert. I have 2 VIP tickets for excellent seats gifted by my cousin, which are priceless. Suyu's philosophy, not picking up money when it's available, is equivalent to losing money. Great. When and where do we meet? This Saturday at a city sports stadium. It's a deal. After hanging up the phone, Suyu walked back to the classroom. Before class started, everyone was chatting. Whoa, my brother's tickets are so hard to get, it feels like they disappear within less than a tenth of a second. There are 100,000 tickets. Seriously, are the clocks using light speed to grab tickets? The clocks are usually a loving family sharing recommendations, but when it comes to grabbing tickets, they become bitter enemies glaring at each other. What difference is there between me, who can't see my brother's 9th anniversary concert, and a salted fish? You can't even listen outside. The area outside a city sports stadium is so spacious. I can only watch the live stream this Saturday. I'm so unwilling. Is this ticket really that hard to get? Suyu turned and asked. Definitely. The girls replied in unison. What about VIP tickets? Suyu continued asking. VIP tickets are impossible to appear in the ticketing system. They're all taken by my brother's team to give to others. My brother won the Kegel Music Award at 25, which is the most prestigious award in global music. So far, only he from Huahua has received this award. If I could ever sit in my brother's VIP seat in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. Suyu touched her nose, no longer asking questions, fearing an assassination. On Saturday evening outside a city stadium. You go over here. Lu Xiao waved, standing on tiptoes. By the way, how old are you? I still don't know if you're studying or already working, looking so relaxed every day. I'm only 20, Suyu pouted. Lu Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, what does age matter? You're better than me, you're my brother. How reasonable, I cannot refute that. Suyu crossed his arms and nodded seriously. Let's take the VIP in. Suyu and Lu Xiao walked into the VIP passage amid a sea of envious and jealous glances. While waiting, the fans were as cheerful as during the new year, with various support light signs flashing, and the fan sisters set up their cameras and equipment in the remaining space. Looking at the flashing words on the light signs, Suyu asked curiously, "Shinmasher, is he your cousin Shinma?" "You'll find out soon enough," Lu Xiao said with a meaningful smile. At that moment, the lights in the venue dimmed. The fans suddenly quieted down. A beam of light shone on the center of the stage, and a tall figure slowly ascended from below. My brother is coming out." Suyu was startled by the screams beside him. The man on stage wore a dazzling performance outfit, his tall and straight silhouette slowly turning around. "I'm dying. I'll take my life. Woo, my brother is too handsome. This must be a graduation project for me." Suyu's big cat-like eyes were filled with shock. It turned out to be him. The man's face was as handsome as a deity from ancient Greek mythology, his starry eyes exuding a fierce and arrogant light. Beneath his high nose, his thin lips curled up, slightly adorned with a blue earring in his left ear, radiating an aura of indescribable nobility. His well-defined hands gripped the microphone as if holding a beloved person, moving in time with the beat. When he opened his mouth to sing, the voice seemed to penetrate the souls of the audience, instantly resonating with them. On stage, he was as dazzling as the sun. Shinmasher's dance was carefree and unrestrained, with a strong sense of rhythm. Every step landed perfectly on the beat. He seemed to glow on stage, and his mesmerizing makeup under the lights was simply lethal. "On my brother's waist, a deadly weapon. I'll take my life." The heat in the venue surged higher and higher, and Suyu felt as if his ears were about to give out. Shinmasher looked quite good, although he was still a bit behind me, Suyu thought self-importantly. Shinmasher was surprised to see Suyu at the concert, raising an eyebrow and suddenly smiling in Suyu's direction. When a good-looking person smiles, the effect is comparable to a nuclear weapon. My brother smiled at me. When my brother smiles, I'm dead. Aren't you just taking my life? Here you go. Fans sitting a few rows behind Suyu were nearly going wild. Shinmasher was a multi-talented performer, excelling in both singing and dancing, dominating the stage. The songs at the concert were all composed by him, even the dance moves were designed by him. He loved the stage, as only the stage could allow him to fully express himself. After a thrilling concert, Shinmasher and the audience were satisfied. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Xiao pulled Suyu backstage to find Shinmasher. At that moment, Shinmasher still wore his alluring stage makeup, making his already stunning face even more dazzling. Except for Suyu, who had a built-in filter for handsome men. A man wearing such heavy makeup is too feminine, Suyu thought. "Cousin, you sang so well. Even I, a man, am about to fall for you," Lu Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "Suyu thought I also sing beautifully, and I'll sing for you next time." Future Lu Xiao time traveled back to this moment. Everyone don't believe her. At the celebration banquet after the concert, Suyu shamelessly went to mooch a meal. Shinmasher seemed to be in a good mood today, and had drunk a bit too much. The assistant looked at the slightly drunk Shinmasher, saying his head hurts. "We can't let him be alone like this," but Shinmasher doesn't like others going to his place. "Lu Xiao, can you help take care of our young master tonight?" The assistant asked Lu Xiao for help. "I can't. I have to go home tonight. My family's elder will summon me early tomorrow morning, or I'll lose my allowance for the second half of the year." Lu Xiao felt a headache too. "By the way, you don't have school tomorrow. Oh, can you help me take care of my cousin? Please," Lu Xiao pleaded with Suyu. When a little brother has something to ask, the big brother must fulfill it. Otherwise, how could he command respect? "Fine, I'll take care of him." Straightforward, Suyu didn't see any problem with this suggestion. Arriving at Shinmasher's place, the little minions dispersed one by one. At this moment, only the male and female leads remained in the main scene. Such a beautiful night under the flowers and moonlight, with the handsome male lead drunkenly lying on the bed. How could nothing happen? It would be a disservice to heaven's wonderful design. However, Suyu simply tossed Shinmasher onto the bed and left without a hint of hesitation. "You're so heavy, even a pig isn't as heavy as you. If I weren't strong, I couldn't even carry you." Shinmasher was awakened by Suyu's toss. "What are you doing here?" Shinmasher frowned. "Without me, you'd be sleeping on the street, and no one would want you. If I didn't have the strength of a boyfriend, you'd be waiting for your fans to pick up your corpse." "I'm thirsty." Shinmasher looked at Suyu pitifully. Suyu raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Do you really think I'm your—" "Fine, I'll pour you a cup of water." Suyu's big cat-like eyes glanced around, and he grinned mischievously. Suyu initially intended to find a mix of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar in the kitchen to brew a cup of hangover tea. Unexpectedly, in the kitchen, even the plastic film on the range hood hadn't been removed, clearly indicating that cooking ingredients weren't available. Opening the fridge, he thought there must be some drinks of various flavors. As a result, it was all pure water. Suyu, feeling defeated, took out a bottle of pure water and handed it to Shinmasher. "I can't open it." Shinmasher frowned. Suyu puffed his cheeks, saying, "All right, let me open it for you." Shinmasher took a sip. "So cold. Are you done yet?" Suyu was angry. "Why are you being mean to me?" Shinmasher looked like a golden retriever that had been wronged. Seeing Shinmasher like this, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into Suyu's mind. Suyu smiled wickedly, took out his phone, and aimed the camera at Shinmasher to record. "Shinmasher, who am I?" "Suyu." "Wrong, call me Yugo." "Yugo." Ha 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 ha, you're finished. Tomorrow you'll die socially on the spot. Suyu laughed and lay down on the bed, playfully messing up Shunmasher's hair. After a while, feeling bored, Suyu tossed aside the toy that was Shunmasher and went to take a shower and rest. Shunmasher's home had many clothes, all brand new and unworn, though the size was somewhat ill-fitting. They were still okay. As soon as Suyu entered the bathroom, he exclaimed, "Oh, what happened? Why is there blood on my underwear?" Suyu's shirt remained neatly in place as she bent forward. Nothing inappropriate was revealed. Shinmoshi froze for a moment before finally registering the scene. "You're injured. Come on, I'll drive you to the hospital." Shinmoshi reached out to support her. Suyu recoiled with visible disdain. "No. You've been drinking. Drunk driving endangers both yourself and others. Call 120. Suyu pulled her trousers back into place and looked up at Shinmoshi. Still dazed, Shinmoshi momentarily forgot he had a private physician on call and obediently dialed emergency services. When the doctor and nurse arrived and began their assessment, the nurse stifled a smile. Could this possibly be menstruation? Suyu froze, as if struck by lightning, her expression utterly stunned. Shinmoshi's sword-like brows nodded in disbelief. "You're a woman." I am a woman." Suyu, deeply shaken, spoke, faintly, still disoriented. In the end, Shinmoshi exchanged an autograph photo for a pack of sanitary pads from the nurse. Noticing Suyu's bewildered hesitation over how to use them, he gently demonstrated the proper method. Before leaving, the nurse gave Shinmoshi a knowing, affectionate smile. "I'm a rational fangirl. I won't expose your little secret, dear son." Shinmoshi, "Thank you. I suppose." After the medical team departed, Suyu lay motionless on the bed, her world reduced to monochrome despair. Only then did it dawn on her. The monthly bleeding, the possibility of pregnancy, the ordeal of childbirth. Shinmoshi watched her wilt like a plant struck by frost, flustered and uncertain, then quietly pulled out his phone to search how to comfort a woman during her period. The results were wildly divergent, until after much sifting he settled on what seemed the most authoritative suggestion: drink warm water. When Shinmoshi returned with a steaming cup, Suyu stared at it, plunged deep into memory, revisiting her own long-standing warm water doctrine. Jinjin caught a cold. Suyu, drink warm water. Ai suffered menstrual cramps. Suyu, drink warm water. Lian felt down. Suyu, drink warm water. So this is my karmic retribution for being a heartless flirt in my past life. Suyu thrashed wildly beneath the covers, like an earthworm freshly unearthed. Her violent movement triggered a leak. She stiffened instantly, as if electrocuted. "Oh no. Heaven, why do you torment me so?" Tears streamed down Suyu's face, her psychological trauma stretched across the entire globe. "Shinmoshi, so warm water doesn't help." The jade hair descended westward, the golden crow rose in the east. Morning light slipped through the curtain's narrow gap, illuminating Shinmoshi's chiseled statuesque features. His eyes fluttered open, to find Suyu sleeping beside him. "Shinmoshi, what are you doing here?" He snatched the blanket and curled into himself like a startled rabbit. Suyu scoffed coldly. She too wondered why she was here. Surely the mismatch between her aura and this place had summoned her dreaded visitor. Suyu had been assigned the guest room. But Shinmoshi, intoxicated and illogically tender-hearted, mistook her restless tossing, weeping, and wailing for period pain, and insisted against all reason on staying in the guest room to care for her. Now, though Shinmoshi had forcibly imposed himself upon Suyu's space, he behaved as if she were the one who'd compromised his virtue. "Humph." Suyu smirked, her gaze sharpening with icy amusement, and vengefully pulled out the video she'd recorded the night before. "Shinmoshi, who am I?" "Suyu. No, call me brother you. Brother you. Ha ha ha. You're doomed. You'll suffer social death tomorrow." Shinmoshi, now socially obliterated, stared, pupils trembling that couldn't possibly have been him. He bolted toward the bathroom, desperate to splash cold water on his face and regain clarity. There on the storage shelf beside the sink sat the pack of sanitary pads. And in that instant, everything rushed back. "You're a woman." His handsome face tightened in dismay. Suyu arched a brow. "Mum?" Shinmoshi fell silent, his complexion shifting rapidly like spilled pigment, pale, then flushed, then pale again. You a woman, actually." His jaw clenched tight, his noble brow furrowed deeply, anger warring with mortification, as he pointed wordlessly at Suyu. "I spent the whole night tending to you, and instead of gratitude you glare at me. That's beyond rude." Suyu rolled her. Who exactly cared for whom, and whose life has been thrown into utter chaos? Shinmoshi stood bewildered. No one had ever barged so recklessly into his meticulously ordered world. "Who cares who's who? I only deigned to look after you out of loyalty to my younger brother." Suyu still felt wronged. "Why on earth am I arguing about this with you?" Shinmoshi murmured, dazed. Brother Su had lost all patience with Shinmoshi's inexplicable mood swings, and shot him one last scathing glance goodbye. Brother Su departed, leaving Shinmoshi stranded in profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, the night before, Shinmoshi's concert was broadcast live, and from its opening moments Weibo erupted. A tidal wave of posts flooded the platform. Over half the trending topics revolved around his concert. Fans rejoiced, as if celebrating Lunar New Year. Amidst this overwhelming dominance, a new trend quietly appeared at the very bottom of the chart: basketball young man. "Oh, so handsome. The basketball young man. Whoa, his skills are insane. This belongs in Kuriko's basketball, not real life. My husband roster just expanded again. Give me a break. I can't handle endless romance. I'd bear your child in an instant. I demand his full dossier, in 3 minutes flat. Scrolling through the comments under his post, Lu Xiao smiled. Truly, brother, you was peerless. That evening, while posting updates about his cousin Shinmoshi's concert, Lu Xiao stumbled upon a basketball video he'd filmed of Suyu a week earlier. Brother, you was this dazzling, this extraordinary. He deserved worship by ordinary mortals. The trend snowballed. By morning, basketball young man had surged to 4th place, nestled directly beneath 3 of Shinmoshi's own trending topics. Just moments earlier, Suyu had stormed out furious, leaving Shinmoshi standing there blank and uncomprehending. Without thinking, he pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, and saw the basketball young man trend. Almost unconsciously, he tapped the like button beneath the post. Fans alerted by his sudden online appearance. Who is this young man? That brother actually liked his post. Did brother accidentally tap it? Hey up, brother's here. Brother, your concert outfit was absolutely fierce. Is he a rookie from some agency? Handsome, yes, but still falls slightly short of our brother. Can't you see past his face? Watch his court mastery. He's stunning. I'm sold. Oh, isn't he our school's newly crowned campus heartthrob? Huh. Wow, he's from your university. Spill the details. We're waiting. Haha. Yes, our campus heartthrob, no doubt. Absolutely gorgeous. Here, let me feed your screen. Image. I've got more too. Image. This comment posted by Suyu's classmates and curious netizens rocketed to the top of the trending report. Clicking it open revealed a cascade of Suyu's photos studying quietly in the library, dominating the basketball court, even dozing off in class. For reasons unknown, even to himself, Shinmoshi opened each image one by one. One photo captured Suyu mid-laugh, eyes crinkled, teeth gleaming white. Without conscious thought, his finger hovered and saved it. Just then a call came in. Having just saved that single photo and preparing to view the rest, Shinmoshi bristled, irritated, unwilling to answer. Yet the ringtone persisted, so he reluctantly answered, voice edged with annoyance. Moshi, why did you randomly like someone else's Weibo post? I liked it because I wanted to. The caller, well acquainted with his silence, pressed on. We already have endless tasks after the concert, and now you've handed us extra work. That's your problem. Fine, just one request, please stop randomly liking or commenting on strangers' posts. For the love of. The manager hung up and hurried off to manage the fallout. Shinmoshi's fingertips traced the curve of that smiling face, his expression vacant, thoughts adrift. Meanwhile, Suyu lay inert in her dormitory. Menstruation had sapped every ounce of her vitality. Even the slightest movement sent a surge of warmth flooding through her, freezing her in place. Suyu sobbing softly, face buried in her pillow. Suyu, I brought lunch back. Try eating something. Her roommate asked, concern etched across her face. I don't want to eat. Being a woman was unbearable. Imagining this monthly ordeal recurring for years ahead left her utterly despondent. Thankfully it was Sunday, no classes. Otherwise Suyu would have had no idea how to face this unexpected On the 3rd day of her period's visit, Suyu felt as if she had come back to life, having already packed her bags and prepared to leave. Around noon, Suyu received a WeChat message from a friend she had met while modeling in the past. Suyu, there's a small magazine that needs to shoot some pages and is looking for several models. Are you coming? Suyu thought working is impossible, she would never work in this lifetime. But, are there many beautiful model sisters coming? Suyu mused, she wasn't going to work, she was going to see this. Yes, this time they want to shoot a group photo and need about 7 or 8 models. Are you coming? If you don't come soon, we will be fully booked, and you can earn some money too. I'm coming. Send me the time and place. Hurry, it's this afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'll send you the location. Fortunately, she had no classes in the afternoon. When Suyu arrived at the location, her friend was stunned. Is this really Suyu? How did she become so handsome? During the makeup session, there were many people, and since it was just a shoot for a small magazine, they couldn't offer much money, so the styling was pretty casual. However, Suyu's good looks and flawless skin were hard to ignore. Usually without makeup, Suyu was already striking, and the makeup artist couldn't help but start giving her a more elaborate look. The theme of this shoot was rather unoriginal, spring. It was March, and the magazine planned to release a special issue. The makeup artist applied a light foundation on Suyu, whose skin was nearly flawless. They emphasized her eyes and painted a peach blossom at the outer corners. Even before changing into an outfit, the makeup artist was already captivated by Suyu. What kind of fairy-like sister is this? Her beauty was enchanting, yet not overly seductive, making Suyu an instant favorite. The outfit was a flowing, ancient-style garment, white at the base, adorned with falling pink petals. It draped lazily over Suyu. The stylist, a girl in her 20s, was adjusting Suyu's clothing, while Suyu smiled at her, making the stylist blush. The stylist thought to herself, this sister is truly handsome, I might be falling for her. The shooting set was designed as a deep spring forest. Suyu propped her head on one hand, lying diagonally against a tree with her hem and cuffs cascading down. Nearby staff scattered petals while a fan blew, creating a scene that made the photographer feel energized. Great. Just like that, it's perfect. Suyu slowly opened her eyes, a mesmerizing light dancing within them, while the peach blossom blooming at the edge of her eyes seemed to flourish in the photographer's heart. Suyu seemed to possess an innate sense of the camera, or despite having no shooting experience, she instinctively knew where the lens was and how to present her most perfect side. Although there were many models around her, some sitting and some standing in various poses, she didn't know when it had started that the camera was only following her. The focus of the shoot became solely Suyu, while the others were completely relegated to the background. Most of the other models had long flowing hair, while Suyu's short hair made her stand out distinctly. The makeup artist had created a gender-neutral style that matched Suyu's features. During the shoot, the playful Suyu casually put her arm around this model's shoulder, and that model's waist exuding a carefree charm. The photographer found this effect appealing, reminiscent of a handsome emperor and his beloveds hosting a spring banquet, instantly adding a unique soul to the otherwise mundane theme of spring. Perfect. Just like that. Alright, let's have another one. Suyu's movements were filled with charisma, captivating. At times she appeared languid and charming. Her casual glance could drown someone in those mesmerizing eyes. The photographer internally exclaimed that he had struck gold. After years in the industry with little luck, not creating any waves no matter what he shot, he had a feeling that this shoot would be the best he had ever done. After the shoot, the photographer took the initiative to approach Suyu, sensing that this girl would not remain an ordinary person in the future. He also recommended her to a friend, a well-known genius photographer in the industry. They were college roommates with a good relationship. His classmate had gained some fame, but he remained stagnant. However, he felt this shoot would bring him unexpected opportunities. Miss Su, I think you have a lot of talent. This is a business card of a friend of mine who is currently looking for models for his new project. I think you should give it a try. The photographer handed Suyu a business card. She casually took it and tucked it into her pocket, smiling faintly as she said, "Thank you, I'll consider it." After the shoot, Suyu and her friend went nearby to grab dinner. "Suyu, you're about to take off." This is Alger, a genius photographer in the industry who has already won many international awards at a young age. Her friend exclaimed, holding the business card in surprise. "Is that so?" Suyu replied nonchalantly. "Listen to me, you have to go. If you don't, it's really your loss." Suyu, feeling like a poor soul, was struck in the knee with an arrow. After returning to her dorm, she lay on the bed, pondering, her long fingers absent-mindedly playing with the business card. Should she go or not? Thinking of her grandfather's aging face and the helplessness of her parents in her past life, when they gave up treatment for her laziness, Suyu, who had always been unambitious, finally made up her mind to see how far she could go on this path. The lethargic Suyu took the first step towards self-improvement. She called the genius photographer and spoke to Alger's assistant, setting a time and place for the interview. On the day of the appointment, Suyu arrived at the interview location, a uniquely styled building. Just by looking at the architecture, one could tell that the photographer was indeed quite the genius. Suyu pursed her lips and walked inside. Besides her, there were several other models waiting. Almost every model had either an agent or an assistant, while she was alone. When it was Suyu's turn for the interview, as soon as she entered, the judges sitting behind the table brightened up. This model has a very unique aura and appearance. Her beauty was androgynous, exuding a carefree charm with a hint of mysterious allure, fitting perfectly with. When the test shoot began, Suyu's sense of the camera once again captivated photographer Alger. Did this model have eyes on the back of her head? Why does even her back shot catch the camera so well? So you thought, what? Isn't this just showing off? This is what I'm best at. She smirked at the camera, her eyes revealing a hint of nonchalance. Her skin was a cool white, while her lips seemed stained with the brightest rouge. No matter how she posed, her tall figure was incredibly alluring, exuding a unique androgynous beauty. Photographer, this is truly a prodigy. As expected, Suyu secured the lead role for this shoot. Miss Su, I am very much looking forward to collaborating with you. Alger felt that Suyu would surely bring him great surprises. With a faint smile at the corner of her lips, Suyu politely replied, I hope Alger will provide me with guidance at that time. She took the shooting theme back to contemplate. On the day of the formal shoot, Suyu arrived early at the shooting location. The theme for this shoot was the temptation. In ancient Greek mythology, the first man created by the gods was Adam. Later, seeing Adam's loneliness, the gods fashioned a woman from Adam's rib to accompany him, named Eve. In the Garden of Eden, there existed a tree of knowledge whose fruit was forbidden to eat. However, Adam and Eve succumbed to temptation and ate the forbidden fruit, ultimately being cast out of Eden by the gods. What Suyu aimed to portray was the allure of that forbidden fruit. This shoot featured only Suyu. The makeup artist applied a slightly Western-style makeup on her, accentuating her features. The chiseled lines made Suyu's facial features even more three-dimensional, with her deep-set eyes captivating enough to drown anyone who gazed into them. She wore a white garment reminiscent of ancient Greek mythology, exposing her slender and graceful arms and her exquisitely perfect collarbone. The shoot began. The sky was brilliantly blue, and a garden overflowing with blossoms was alive with large blooming hydrangeas. Suyu stood amidst the flowers, holding a green apple delicately with her long fingers. Her exquisitely sculpted features were as stunning as the sun god Apollo, with a noble, yet aloof expression. The lines of her jaw were superior and smooth, almost like a finely crafted figurine. With her eyelashes lowered, Suyu gazed at the green apple in her hand, her eyes pure and devoid of any distractions. As time flowed, she remained as proud as ever. Through the changing seasons, the apple remained green, unaltered. Suyu continuously held the green apple as if time had forgotten both her and the apple. Until one moment, a venomous snake slithered into the garden. The snake coiled around Suyu's smooth arm and bit the hand holding the green apple. After biting, the snake swiftly fled. Suyu's gaze seemed to shift, her purity tainted by a hint of seductive red. The green apple in her hand gradually became stained with red, the blood-like crimson hue exuding an indescribable allure. Holding the red apple, Suyu frowned slightly, looking confusedly at the camera, her helpless gaze piercing through the lens into the soul of anyone who made eye contact with her. As she stared into the camera, her expression transitioned from confusion and helplessness to a seductive and assertive demeanor, a smile, curling her lips with an air of aggression. How to describe this smile? It was as if a deity had finally descended from the altar, mingling with the mundane, or like a pure angel bound by thorny rose vines, waiting for someone to free her from bondage and share the forbidden fruit with her. The sound of the camera shutters clicked incessantly. Suyu portrayed the fall from grace with exquisite detail. It was simply perfect. After finishing this scene, Suyu took a break while the makeup artist refreshed her look for another scene. This time, Suyu wore a smoky eye makeup and donned a loose white shirt with a black diamond earring glimmering defiantly on her left ear. In a room where light flickered and danced, Suyu reclined on a single sofa. When she turned her head, her beautiful ear adorned with a black diamond earring was revealed, resembling a fairy incarnate, embodying a beauty straddling the line between femininity and masculinity, both dangerous and alluring. Her bare feet casually crossed, slender fingers played with a dripping red cherry. Amidst the overall black, white, and gray tones, the room's colors seemed to focus solely on the vibrant red cherry. Suyu slightly half-closed her cat-like eyes, casually curling her lips while gazing at the camera, her long fair fingers toying with the bright cherry. Lazily bringing the cherry close to her lips, Suyu slightly parted them. Her sharp canine teeth slowly pierced the delicate skin of the cherry, the contrast between her snow-white teeth and the bright red cherry, creating a striking visual impact. Cherry juice spilled out, staining her white teeth, trickling down from the corner of Suyu's mouth, glimmering in the light, making her appear almost vampiric in her allure. The room seemed to grow hotter, with beads of sweat accumulating on Suyu's face, illuminated by the lights. As sweat flowed like a stream, tracing down her long neck and throbbing pulse, each heartbeat echoing in another's heart. The stream glided over her exquisite collarbone, finally leading down into the abyss of sin. The sexual tension was palpable, and this irresistible sense of longing and tearing. The photographer seemed unable to stop, as if fueled by an unending energy. The makeup artist beside her felt her heartbeat quicken. Suyu hadn't even done anything yet. Why was it so hard to breathe? The makeup artist's hands trembled as she touched up Suyu's makeup. This person was unbelievably sexy, making her want to pin her down on the bed and do things. Just then the makeup artist locked eyes with Suyu, who playfully winked at her. The makeup artist exclaimed, and dropped the makeup cotton she was holding. Oh, is this a seductive spirit? I need to call the police. Someone here is tempting me to commit a crime. After smoothly wrapping up this scene, the staff playfully nudged each other, some shyly stepping forward. Can we take a picture with you? The girls asked, their faces heating up. Of course, Suyu replied, her moderately full lips curving into a dazzling smile. The excited girls rushed forward, surrounding Suyu and taking several photos together. Suyu thought, why didn't these wonderful moments happen in my past life? Now that the hardware was gone, instead peach blossoms bloomed everywhere. It was truly frustrating. In the end, Suyu received a payment of 2,000 yuan, paid off some debts, but still owed 1,400 yuan. Sigh, life is tough, let's take it one step at a time. Alger's team was highly satisfied with this shoot, working through the night to edit the photos, and the next day, they posted several sets of images and behind-the-scenes footage on Weibo. As a renowned photographer in the industry, Alger had many fans. Once the images and behind-the-scenes clips were posted, numerous fans flocked to share and comment. Who is this earthly goddess? Alger's every work never disappoints. I want to be that cherry. Well, too handsome. This young man is too sexy. Ah! Someone from upstairs appeared again. Isn't this the basketball boy who trended before? Oh, what a celestial. Well, mom, I want to fan him. This is my husband. No one can steal him from me. Suyu trended again, with a crowd of fans crying out to bear her children. This time a talent agency that had sniffed out a business opportunity approached Suyu at a cafe near her school. The representative presented a contract, and upon reviewing it, Suyu found the terms exceedingly harsh. Too much work for too little pay, with the lion's share going to the company. Even Buffett would seek advice on this contract. Reading it made her feel like her laziness was about to take a turn for the worse. She almost wanted to give up before even starting. Moreover, the contract was for a full 20 years. Suyu, Miss Su, don't think that these terms are overly harsh. Many newcomers struggle in the lower tiers, yet still do not see the light of day. Our company's ability to create stars is among the best in the industry. As long as you sign this contract and obediently follow our arrangements, I guarantee you will shine brightly within a year. To phrase a selling contract so refreshingly, you're the first I've encountered. Impressive, I appreciate you. Su clapped. Miss Su, don't be ungrateful. You think you can afford to be arrogant. We have ways to ensure you won't survive in this industry. The other party was furious. At which brand of garbage bag are you that can hold so much? Su scoffed disdainfully. Then let's see how it goes. As long as I'm around, you'll never rise in this industry. The other party stormed off in anger. Su rolled her eyes in disbelief, wondering how such people could flaunt their superiority in front of her. At that moment, she had no idea that she was about to become famous online. That night, a vague marketing account suddenly exposed a scandal about Su disrespecting his seniors, accompanied by photos of Su playing basketball and filming in Eden, making it obvious who he was. So this young man is named Su. What a nice name. Finally, I know my husband's name. Husband is so handsome. This is a group of fans who only admire appearances. I look at the newcomers today, thinking they are going to heaven without having done anything yet. Exactly, they don't even know how to respect their seniors. The old actors used to have such quality. The world has really gone downhill. The entertainment industry is so chaotic now, anyone can step in thinking they are invincible just because of a plastic surgery face. This is the narrative of the trolls. As a pure bystander, I used to think he was good at basketball, but I didn't expect his character to be so lacking. How someone looks is not the most important. Inner qualities are what truly matter. If your character is bad, everything else is in vain. This is a netizen who has turned against him. Before the truth comes out, don't take sides. Exactly, let the bullets fly for a while before discussing you, otherwise it will hurt when the time comes to slap faces. This is a rational onlooker. While Yang Bing was browsing Weibo, he stumbled upon this post, and his eyes flared with anger as he took up a metaphorical machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the marketing account. You need evidence when speaking. Do you have video? Audio? Just accusing someone of disrespecting their seniors. Which senior are you referring to? Clarify, you lowly marketing account. Many people like this comment, pushing it to the top. Indeed, one must speak and act with evidence. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi, who also saw this Weibo post, accidentally liked this hot comment again. Baffled fan said, "Hey, can we not rush to give people heat like this?" But for their own child, what could they do besides? Fans of Shinmoshi called the clocks fiercely attacked the marketing account, leaving the marketing account's plaza in disarray. This marketing account, no matter how much it was torn apart, refused to delete the Weibo post. A flood of water army and clocks surged in to engage in combat. In no time, Su became both infamous and popular, significantly increasing his recognition. Unbeknownst to her, Su was completely unaware of the turmoil online. She had gone home to see her grandfather, and despite giving him 20,000 yuan last time, he still hesitated to spend it, leaving Su feeling both heartbroken and angry. Although Grandma Lu would occasionally visit to check on Grandpa, public opinion was daunting. It wasn't appropriate for her to frequently seek out Grandpa, who was left all alone. The one who should be accompanying Grandpa more was her worthless mother. Enraged, Su went to seek out her mother. As Su approached her mother's place, she happened to see a boy around 17 or 18 yelling at her mother. "Are you even my mom? Sending me off like a beggar? I want to buy a birthday gift for my classmate. She's the class flower. How is this little money enough? What would people think of me? Xiao Chun, just don't buy anything too expensive. It's the thought that counts. How much is the thought worth? Just give me." Fong Zekin snatched all the money from his mother and ran off. One must admit, Li Xianxiao truly failed as a person, putting her worthless husband and ungrateful son first while neglecting her genuinely good father and daughter. Su did not go to find her mother, but followed this little scoundrel, who was presumably her younger brother. Not long after she caught up with him. At that moment, the scoundrel was being held down and beaten by a few thugs in an alley. "With a face like yours, you think you can give the class flower a gift? She wouldn't even glance at you. Why don't you just honor us with this money instead?" As they spoke, they tried to snatch the money from the scoundrel's hands. Fong Zekin, after much difficulty, had finally gotten the money, so how could he let it be taken? He tightly guarded the money in his hands. The thugs, infuriated, began to swing their fists at him. Just as they had nearly finished beating him, Su finally emerged from behind the wall. "You can hit him, but you cannot rob him of his money." The money in the scoundrel's hands was merely a drop in the bucket for repaying debts, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Wouldn't it be better to buy some supplements for Grandpa? Su took action. These punks combined weren't even enough to fill the gaps in Su's teeth. Within moments, they were all injured and lying on the ground. Fong Zekin stared in disbelief at his sister, who appeared as if a divine being had descended, displaying extraordinary martial prowess. This was his sister. Su snatched the money from the thugs without hesitation, stuffing it into her own pocket and sending the thugs scurrying away. Fong Zekin got up from the ground, awkwardly thanking her. Was there still any hope for this scoundrel? Su thoughtfully looked at Fong Zekin while stroking her chin. Fong Zekin felt a chill run down his spine under Su's slightly cold gaze. "Su, why are you looking at me like that? What did you call me?" A murderous intent flared in Su's eyes. "Sister." Fong Zekin shivered, cowering and meekly surrendering. "Come with me, let's go see Grandpa." Fong Zekin dared not disobey. Upon returning to Grandpa's home, Grandpa was excited to see his grandson, having not seen Xiaoqin for a long time. Grandpa held Fong Zekin's hand as they talked while Suyu sat beside them playing games on Fong Zekin's phone. She hadn't played games for a long time, the original owner hadn't played games and hadn't downloaded any game software. This phone was still a no-name device that the original owner bought when she first started university. It had small memory, ran slowly, and required a lot of memory to run games, otherwise it could barely function. As Suyu was deeply engrossed in the game, Fong Zekin couldn't help but lean over just in time to see Suyu execute 5 consecutive stunning moves, leaving him in shock with his jaw dropped. Big sister. Fong Zekin stared at her with wide starry eyes. He had been hovering around diamond rank for a long time, and at this pace, he could reach the star rank in no time. Do you want to reach the king rank? Suyu smiled. Of course, I've dreamed of it. Fong Zekin replied excitedly. Come see Grandpa every weekend, and if you perform well, I'll take you on the journey. What difficulty is there in that? Grandpa is good to him, and he can reach the king rank too. Why not? After visiting Grandpa, Suyu had to return to school. After Suyu exited the east station of the university town, it was just the right time for university students to come out for a stroll and have dinner, making the streets bustling with activity. This area was a convergence of several universities, forming a small commercial hub supported by numerous students, especially filled with various restaurants and snack shops, attracting many stray cats to linger. A little kitten was trapped in the middle of the road, too scared to move because of the heavy traffic. A girl unable to bear it wanted to bring it out. Just as she reached the middle of the road, a car suddenly lost control and came crashing toward her. In that split second, Suyu reacted swiftly, rushing over to grab the girl's waist, using one hand to push against the oncoming car's hood, nimbly leaping onto the car's roof, and then jumping down with the girl in her arms. This series of actions happened in an instant amidst the screams of bystanders as the car crashed into a wall, finally coming to a stop. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man crawled out, pale and trembling, his legs shaking. The brakes had failed, and he had nearly killed someone. The girl, still in shock, lay in Suyu's arms, her heart racing. She thought, oh dear, she was so close to meeting the king. The girl looked up at Suyu's flawless profile, which seemed unreal. At that moment, Suyu was still holding her, cradling her like a princess. Are you alright? The sunset cast a golden glow on Suyu's soft hair, and beneath her handsome brow, her cat-like eyes held a hint of gentle concern. The girl thought to herself, I am doomed. The girl's face flushed painfully, the words of thanks churned on her tongue, yet would not emerge. She stared blankly, then shook her head as her voice finally returned. Thank you. You can put me down now. Suyu lifted the corner of a smile and set the girl gently on her feet. At that smile, her thoughts turned to mush and her heart pounded uncontrollably. Mom, I think I'm in love. Someone had called the police, who arrived swiftly. Suyu remained by the girl's side and did not leave. Only then did she realize Suyu looked familiar. Wasn't this the basketball heartthrob who had been trending online? Are you Suyu? The girl asked uncertainly. I am, Suyu replied, turning and curling her lips into a smile. Inwardly she sobbed. The real person was even more handsome than the photos. At that moment, the people sent by the girl's family arrived. Suyu's duty was complete, and she prepared to leave. The girl called after Suyu, cheeks flushed. My name is Li Bingxuan. I'm a freshman at a city university of technology. May I come find you in the future? Suyu of a city finance institute, class of 20, management 2. You're always welcome, Suyu said, one hand in her pocket, waving without looking back as she walked away. Li Bingxian stared dazed as that tall, graceful figure strode away into the sunset, frozen for a long while. Her family took her home, and she sat on the sofa in a stupor. The double shock of nearly being struck by a car and being rescued by Suyu left her unsteady. Her family, frantic with worry, had already prepared to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Recalling the recent storms surrounding Suyu online, Li Bingxian resolved to repay her. Dad, I'm fine. No need for the hospital. Suyu saved my life today. You must repay her. She gripped her garrulous mother's hand, and looking at her father, whose complexion had drained, spoke to him. You're already 18 and still so reckless. It was only a cat. Did you risk your life to save it? How can I ever be at ease? Although the stern-faced, middle-aged man spoke harshly, his eyes were rimmed with red. Li Sihai had spent his life in the entertainment world and had only 2 children. Today, he had almost lost his daughter forever. Dad, don't scold our sister. She was terribly frightened today. A handsome, tall young man hurried in from the doorway. The man sat down beside Li Bingxian and said, Oh, you, how am I to chide you? You were frightened today, weren't you? Brother signed Suyu to the agency. Consider it repayment for saving my life. As she spoke, Li Bingxian produced her phone to show Li Tianrui. Isn't she handsome? Signing Suyu would be no loss. Li Tianrui studied that arrogant smile on the screen, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Earlier, a subordinate had brought him this person's dossier, saying she possessed a fiery charisma, and though not officially an artist, often appeared on hot search lists. Seeing his sister's pleading look, Li Tianrui thought of something and smirked wickedly. Do you like this person, Oi? A flush rose across Li Bingxuan's face as she awkwardly replied, What nonsense are you talking about? Witnessing his sister's reaction, Li Tianrui's suspicions were confirmed. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. What a silly little sister. This Suyu, do you know her? Do you realize she is actually a girl? Li Tianrui mercilessly burst his sister. What a... Li Bingxian felt as if struck by lightning. She had just fallen in love today. Was she about to lose that feeling already? She thought this had truly been the most extraordinary day of her brief 18 years. In the span of a single day, she had nearly suffered a car accident, fallen in love, and faced heartbreak. Though she nursed a trace of resentment at being deceived, and felt embarrassed whenever she recalled the embrace that had given her such safety on the edge of life and death, and that smile glowing in the sunset, she could not bring herself to blame Suyu. Brother, what are you saying? How could I like her? Li Bingxian said, stunned, tears welling. In an instant, she hastily wiped them away. After all, the person had never claimed to be a boy and had saved her life. She must properly thank them. Even if she's a girl, she has great potential. You must sign her and not give her only a rookie contract. They met again at the same cafe by the school gate. Suyu looked at the man with gold-rimmed glasses before her. Was she really about to enter the entertainment world with so many agencies seeking her? Miss Su, we are deeply grateful for the life you saved for my sister, Li Tianrui said, sipping his coffee with a smile. Suyu shrugged, curling her lips. It was nothing. Offering money directly would insult Miss Su's character, Li Tianrui said. Suyu replied with mock solemnity. No, please feel free to insult me with money if you must. Li Tianrui's long fingers pinched the coffee spoon and stirred gently. After a pause, he said, to repay Miss Su for saving Li Bingxian's life, please take a look at this contract. Suyu raised an eyebrow and, somewhat surprised, opened the contract. Flipping through a few pages, she found it far superior to the shabby agency contract she had seen before. The revenue split was fair, the schedule sensible, the workload reasonable, with no nasty clauses. It even accounted for her being still in school, arranging most work during vacations, so it would not affect her studies. With such thoughtful and generous terms, there was no reason not to sign. Seeing Suyu's pleased expression, Li Tianrui pushed up his glasses and formally introduced himself. I am Li Tianrui, head of Seihai Entertainment's film and television division. Miss Su, are you satisfied with this contract? I am honored by your company's kindness. Suyu will gratefully accept, she replied. I will arrange an agent to liaise with you, Miss Su, he added. Suyu smiled helplessly. Mr. Li, just call me Suyu. We'll already be colleagues. Very well. I have high hopes for you, Suyu, Li Tianrui responded obligingly. Li Tianrui agreed readily. Suyu took the freshly signed contract back to the dormitory. The girls of room 404, upon seeing it all, wore expressions of I knew this day would come. At the thought that their dorm's treasured one would be shared with others, they felt both proud and a little bittersweet. Suyu looked at their faces, half exasperated, half amused. What are you all making those faces for? From now on you won't be just our Suyu. More people will come to compete for you, the girl said, sniffling. Suyu threw an arm around the girl beside her, Yangbing, and grinned mischievously. Emma 404. You have every one of my knights, others do not. At her playful boast, the girls burst into laughter, swarmed her, bundled Suyu into a chair, and began to punish her. Ha ha, hey, stop, ha ha. Suyu laughed as the girls tickled her until she toppled from the chair and rolled on the floor, begging for mercy. Truly, to be the recipient of a bowtie's favor is the most delightful torment. The next day at noon, just after class, Suyu received a call from the company assigning her a manager. It was still that cafe. My name is Wen Hongxing, and I will be your manager from now on. You can just call me Sister Xing. Wen Hongxing pushed her glasses up, her expression deadpan, yet strikingly beautiful. Slurp, Suyu nearly a mature woman. Suyu could hardly resist a mature woman. The woman across from her was dressed in a professional suit that accentuated her stunning figure, and her long wavy hair framed a beautiful face with long legs that dazzled Suyu. Suyu, seeing her dazed and unresponsive, Wen Hongxing furrowed her brow and called out to her, the cold light reflecting from her emotionless eyes behind her rimless glasses. Hey, I'm listening. They'll count on you, Sister Xing, from now on. Suyu made an effort to pull herself away from the allure of the mature woman's beauty. Wen Hongxing was dissatisfied with being assigned by the company to manage Suyu. As a top-tier manager who had brought many stars to fame, she no longer needed to manage newcomers. Tomorrow morning, Saturday, a car will come to pick you up for a meeting at the company to discuss your future development path. Okay, no problem, I can do it. Suyu swallowed hard. Wen Hongxing looked at Suyu, who appeared foolish and was baffled as to why the company would give her a level contract. On Saturday morning, Suyu got into the car arranged by the company, embarking on her new journey. In the meeting room on the 12th floor of Seihai Entertainment, the big screen had just finished playing Suyu's previous works, Spring and The Temptation of Eden. Along with the trending topics about Suyu, there was even a video of her playing basketball. Wen Hongxing began to change her opinion about Suyu, realizing that she did possess some potential for stardom. Wen Hongxing closed the folder and looked at Suyu. Have you ever sung? Any dance experience? I've never danced, but I think I sing quite well, Suyu said confidently. Sing your best song. Li Tianrui adjusted his glasses. Normally, he as the president wouldn't need to attend such meetings, but he couldn't refuse his sister, who was a diehard fan of Suyu. Indeed, Li Bingxian had transformed her affection for Su Yu into motivation to advance Su Ye's career. She was now Su Ye's #1 fan. Su Yu cleared her throat. Ahem, then I'll embarrass myself. She raised her right hand and began to sing a song she loved as a child, a story about a bird and a flower. Ah ha ha, ah, ah, ah ha ha, when the mountains peak. The sound of her singing was simply mesmerizing, leaving listeners dizzy and almost fainting on the spot. Shut up. Su Yu had just started and hadn't sung much yet. Li Tianrui and Wen Hongxing both turned pale and simultaneously urged Su Yu to stop. How was that? Not bad, right? Su Yu felt quite proud of herself. Wen Hongxing took a sip of water to calm her nerves. If you want to succeed in the entertainment industry, you must never sing in any situation at any time. Huh, I didn't sing that badly, did I? Su Yu looked incredulous and hurt by the criticism. Li Tianrui took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. Do you have any other talents? I have another talent, but this place isn't spacious enough. Su Yu requested a change of venue. Wen Hongxing took Su Yu to the dance studio on the 7th floor of the company. Is this spacious enough? Wen Hongxing thought Su Yu was going to perform a dance. With the prior singing as a foundation, she had already braced herself for something painful to witness. Yes, this is quite good. Su Yu was satisfied. Looking around, she spotted a jazz dance stick in the corner. She picked it up and weighed it in her hand, thinking it would suffice for her purpose. Both Li Tianrui and Wen Hongxing assumed Su Yu was going to perform jazz dance, but they never expected her to surprise them so much. Su Yu twirled gracefully with the stick and began to dance as if wielding a sword. What do you call it? As graceful as a startled swan, as fluid as a swimming dragon, this was it. Li Tianrui and Wen Hongxing were left speechless, stunned by the sight of her, calm as a crouching tiger and swift as a flying dragon, moving as slowly as drifting clouds and as fast as lightning. Su Yu elegantly completed a flourish and stood poised, looking at the two dumbfounded individuals with a raised eyebrow and a smile. How was that talent? After a moment, Li Tianrui finally began to clap. Wonderful, truly marvelous. Wen Hongxing also retracted her earlier dissatisfaction with being assigned to manage Su Yu. This Su Yu would help elevate her career to new heights. She had managed many big stars, but they were only famous domestically, while Su Yu had the potential to break into the international stage. After signing with the management company, the first thing they did for Su Yu was to pay off all her debts. Su Yu was so moved, she almost cried, finally putting an end to her miserable, debtridden days. Her grandfather was very happy. The burden of debt had weighed heavily on his heart for so long. Now he felt light as a feather, and Su Yu promised her grandfather that she would work hard to buy him a big house. Her grandfather was pleased and urged her to take care of her health and not to overwork herself. The second thing was to open a Weibo account. When Su Yu's Weibo was just opened, she had very few followers, and she wasn't fond of Weibo, making it seem like a zombie account. Despite that, Li Bingxian, Su Yu's #1 fan, quickly established a global fan club for Su Yu and her super. Besides that, as an artist, Su Yu's attire and styling couldn't be too casual. The company arranged a series of fashionable outfits for her. However, you don't know how to apply makeup. Wen Hongxing was somewhat speechless. Yeah, I've never done my own makeup before, Su Yu replied defiantly. This was indeed a bit troublesome. Su Yu still had to live at school, and with half the semester gone, applying to live off campus would be a matter for the next semester. She couldn't apply makeup, but what was she supposed to do while at school? They couldn't just send a makeup artist to her, it would be inappropriate in school. The company had arranged a 2-bedroom apartment for Su Yu in a community with good security, which would serve as her temporary housing. In this apartment, a makeup artist could be provided, but at school, she would have to rely on herself. First, I'll arrange makeup lessons for you. After several days of makeup classes, after all this time, even a pig could climb a tree, yet you can't even manage a simple base makeup. Wen Hongxing was exasperated. The clumsy Su Yu cried, I don't want my hands have a mind of their own. Forget it, let it be as it is. Wen Hongxing gave up on trying to improve her. Fortunately, Su Yu had good skin and her natural look was quite striking. A week later, the company arranged Su Yu's first job, an audition for the supporting female role of a major male lead in a drama, a character with little screen time named Lin Xuanjiang. This could be said to be a role tailor-made for Su Yu, and she had to get it. At the audition location, there weren't many people, only 3 or 4 all there for the female swordsman's role. The production team had already started filming, and only the female swordsman role was left uncast. This role had little screen time, but was crucial. She was the master of the male lead Mu Hanqing, and also his unspoken love. The master-disciple relationship could not be forsaken. The male lead had suppressed his feelings, and in the end the female swordsman died, saving him. The male lead never expressed his feelings before his master's death, becoming an everlasting scar in his heart. After that, the male lead wandered the world, never loving anyone else. From another perspective, the female swordsman Lin Xuanjiang could be considered the true leading lady of this drama. This drama is titled Unregretful Sword, where the unregretful sword serves as both the weapon of the male protagonist Mu Hanqing and the embodiment of his inner aspirations. May I spend my life as a chivalrous hero, unwavering in my original intent. Unregretful Sword also has a hidden narrative. Mu Hanxing never regretted anything throughout his life except for the incident that led to his master's death. The regret of unregret is the deepest regret. This drama is a well-crafted work by the renowned director Zheng Yuan, who has invested considerable effort into it. He is particularly attentive to the supporting character, the female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang, second only to the male lead. Director Zheng is adamant about not using a stunt double for this character. He hopes to find a capable actress. However, times have changed and nowadays actresses who possess skills often lack looks, while those who are beautiful typically lack martial prowess. For the female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang to leave a lasting impression on the male lead, she must be stunningly beautiful. Director Zheng has been searching for a suitable actress for a long time. The production team is not solely under his control, there are many investors and partners involved. Being able to wait this long is largely due to his reputation. However, no matter how great his reputation, it cannot surpass the demands of money, and the longer they wait, the more money they burn. Under various pressures, Director Zheng decided to select an actress recommended by a previous investor who barely meets his requirements. Yet the audition notices had already been sent out early on. Even if there was a predetermined choice, the necessary procedures must still be completed. The audition room door opened, and a beautifully made-up actress stepped out. With her radiant smile, she was likely the already predetermined female swordsman. Other actresses entered the audition one by one, but their expressions upon exiting were not very good. Finally, it was Su Ye's turn. As a swordswoman, it's in her blood, she was unfazed and confidently walked in. Upon entering, Su Yu initially planned to just go through the motions, but the judges were instantly captivated by her. The judges glanced at her profile, Su Yu female. They looked again at Su Yu, who bore an almost masculine demeanor, finding it intriguing. Hello esteemed judges, I am Su Yu from Sihai Entertainment, auditioning for the role of the female swordsman Lin Shuangjiang. Su Yu politely bowed. You will perform the 8th scene. You may begin. Su Yu was already well versed in the script for the female swordsman. With her hands behind her back, Su Yu adopted a slightly serious expression. Hanxing, showing mercy to the enemy, is being harsh on oneself. You must eradicate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. But master, he has already begged for mercy and admitted his mistakes. Shouldn't we spare him? A staff member read the male lead's lines. Su Yu frowned and shook her head. You are still young and do not understand the dangers of being soft-hearted. One day her gaze shot like lightning towards the enemy on the grounded chair. Moreover, this person is treacherous and untrustworthy. Letting him go will surely bring calamity to our village. Master, knowing one's mistake and correcting it is a great virtue. Let us give him another chance to redeem himself. The staff member again recited the male lead's lines. If you insist on this, I can only hope you will not regret your decision one day. Su Yu shook her head helplessly, her gaze filled with a hint of concern. Yes, thank you, master. I will surely not regret this day. After the performance, Su Yu bowed once more. Thank you, esteemed judges. My performance is over. While Su Yu has never acted before, so naturally her skills are lacking. Although this scene has the female swordsman maintaining a serious expression, the more expressionless she is, the more emphasis must be placed on her eyes. While Su Ye's eyes were somewhat lively, they were not extraordinary. There was nothing surprising. Director Zheng was prepared to let her leave and wait for news, but perhaps she might not hear back. At this moment, Su Yu suddenly cupped her fist and bowed. Esteemed judges, I have one more skill to showcase. Please allow me to demonstrate for a moment longer. This is an audition venue for a martial arts film, so weapons like swords and axes are naturally present. Su Yu walked over to the weapon rack and caressed the traditional Huagua weapons, feeling a surge of emotions. It had been a long time since she wielded a weapon, and she felt quite nostalgic. Su Yu suppressed the fleeting memories of her past life. Yesterday cannot be retained. What she needs to do is live well in this present life. Whoosh! Su Yu drew a long sword. Was the sword sang as it sliced through the air, as if excited that someone finally... The judges were somewhat surprised. Out of all the female swordsmen who had auditioned, Su Yu was the first to draw the long sword. Director Zheng's heart raced. Could she be what he had been waiting for? Last time, Su Yu used a jazz dance cane in the dance studio, showcasing only 30% of her ability. Today she was wielding a proper longsword. Indeed, it was a longsword specifically for martial arts training, not your average prop from a production team. Su Yu ran her fingers along the blade, feeling nostalgic for an old partner. With a swift flourish, Su Yu began to dance with the sword. The sword flickered like a white snake, tasting the air, hissing through the wind. It was as graceful as a silver dragon, weaving in and out, soaring high and low. The light of the sword flashed as Su Ye's movements became agile and swift. The faster she danced, the more her garments fluttered, her feet barely touching the ground, as light as a drifting cloud. Finally, Su Yu executed a somersault and stood with the sword behind her back. She performed a sword salute. Esteemed judges, my demonstration has concluded. It's you. Sign the contract immediately and join the group this afternoon. No, join the group right now. Director Zheng was so excited he could barely speak. This was the female swordsman he had envisioned, and after waiting so long, he had finally found her. Joining the group immediately was of course impossible. Suyu still had classes in the afternoon, and she had taken a leave of absence to attend this audition. Won Hongxing was not surprised at all. Any discerning martial arts drama production team would not pass up on Suyu after witnessing her skills. Won Hongxing went to negotiate the contract with the production team, while Suyu waited outside playing games. Yes, the poor Suyu finally had a new phone, and when she heard it Timmy, she was almost in tears. She had promised her useless brother Fong Zekin that she would take him to fly, and it was only now that Suyu fulfilled her promise. Her fingers flew across the screen as she focused on the battle. First blood, double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, so cool, pentakill, ace. The enemy team was wiped out, and Suyu's team quickly destroyed the enemy's crystal. At that moment when Hongxing also finished negotiations and came out while Suyu ignored a string of friend request notifications. With a smile Suyu looked at when Hongxing's sister Xing. How did it go? Everything is settled. Your scenes will mainly be arranged on weekends and during times when you don't have classes, so it will be tough. Prepare yourself mentally. Am not afraid of hardship. Since making up her mind to buy a big house for her grandfather, Suyu had prepared herself for hard work. But I have never acted before, so I'm afraid I won't do well. Suyu was finally feeling a bit worried. You will join the group this weekend. In the meantime, I will find a drama teacher to help you brush up on the basics of acting. When Hongxing pushed up her glasses, your role is small. If all goes smoothly, we can finish filming in a few days. Suyu smiled brightly, her red lips and white teeth dazzlingly beautiful. When Hongxing was momentarily dazed by Suyu's smile, after years as a manager, she felt that Suyu was destined for great success. Little did she know a storm regarding Suyu was brewing online. What? Director Zheng, we had already discussed this. You said we weren't needed anymore. For the sake of the unrepentant sword, we turned down other film crews. Li Jingjing's manager was furious. We didn't sign a contract, and we also mentioned wanting to audition and see the results of the audition. Zheng Yuan stubbornly refused to admit it. Previously, everyone had only hinted at things without stating them explicitly. Now that he found the female swordsman, he envisioned losing some face for his cherished work was nothing. Zheng Yuan didn't care at all. Since that's the case, I hope there will be another opportunity to collaborate with Director Zheng next time. Li Jingjing's manager gritted her teeth and hung up the phone. Sister Wang, how is it? Li Jingjing looked at Wang Min anxiously. Jingjing, that bastard Zheng Yuan has already given the female swordsman role to someone else. We were played for fools. Wang Min closed her eyes, struggling to calm her anger. Sister Wang, are we just going to let this go? Li Jingjing was unwilling. This time we weren't cautious enough. We shouldn't have turned down another film crew before signing with the unrepentant sword. Wang Min opened her eyes and looked at Li Jingjing. Jingjing, it's okay, missing this chance might just be an opportunity. Li Jingjing didn't care about that as she only knew that the role that should have belonged to her was taken away. Do you know who snatched the female swordsman role? Li Jingjing asked. It seems to be a newcomer from Sihai Entertainment, called Suyu. Wang Min paused for a moment, her gaze on Li Jingjing turned stern. Sihai Entertainment is a big tree we cannot shake. Don't speak recklessly, understand? I understand, Sister Wang, don't worry. Li Jingjing lowered her head, concealing a trace of resentment in her eyes. While Suyu was struggling with school academic courses and company performance classes, a scandal about her was brewing online. Zymax Sigwa said Entertainment V. What's wrong with the current entertainment industry? After much effort, the role had reached the signing stage, yet someone else could snatch it away. It was even taken by someone with a history of disrespecting seniors, proving that backing a big tree is indeed beneficial. This was a marketing account specializing in exposing celebrity scandals, and due to its boldness, many gossiping netizens followed it. Oh, who is Zymax Sigwa targeting this time? Disrespecting seniors. There are plenty of those in the industry. Oh, when has Zymax Sigwa been so polite? Just say the name directly. The marketing account replied to this comment. Zymax Sigwa said Entertainment V. It's that one, the basketball. Is it about SYA? Who is SY? Suyu, why don't you just report my ID number? Is Suyu getting ready to shoot? Who did she steal the role from? It's this Suyu again. She's been quite active lately, inexplicably annoying. Who is Suyu? I a post 90s, can't keep up with the times. I don't recognize any of these young fresh meats. Is it just me who cares about the backdoor that the blogger mentioned? You're not alone. Li Jingjing lay in a hotel bed, wearing a bathrobe, scrolling through Weibo. Upon seeing this major V account's exposure, a hint of satisfaction crossed her face. Try to steal from me, and it'll make you disappear without a trace. She frowned again. This still wasn't enough. Shaking the man next to her who was asleep like a dead pig, Li Jingjing said coyly, President Liu, you promised to give me the female swordsman role, and now it's been snatched away. Are you not going to help me? I wasted my time with you. President Liu was awakened by her shaking, slightly dissatisfied. Once he got her, it had lost its thrill. Be good, I'll arrange other roles for you later. President Liu impatiently waved the woman away. He knew Zheng Yuan's capabilities. Since he said the female swordsman had to be Suyu, there must be a reason. He had invested 50 million in this drama. If Li Jingjing couldn't seize the opportunity, it was her incompetence. No matter how charming a woman was, it couldn't affect his profit. Li Jingjing looked at the man who had fallen back asleep, biting her lip with a face of resentment. At that moment she scrolled through another Weibo post, fueling her anger further. The official Weibo of the Unrepentant Sword V, after much anticipation, Mu Hanxing Shueshun, has finally welcomed her master, the dashing female swordsman, Suyu. The accompanying image was Su Ye's promotional photo dressed in a striking black and red outfit, standing atop a mountain, holding a long sword, her hem fluttering in the wind, looking down upon the world, exuding a commanding presence. The Unrepentant Sword has many original fans, and with this Weibo post numerous lurkers emerged. So cool. This is the master I've envisioned. So beautiful and cool. I, the disciple, am very satisfied. Mu Hanxing, come quickly to claim your master Shueshun. Shueshun is the male lead of this drama, and both Suyu and Shueshun retweeted this post. Shueshun needs no introduction, a top-tier fresh meat with numerous fans, and his Weibo was quickly retweeted. Now with the official Weibo of the Unrepentant Sword and Shueshun boosting her popularity, Suyu rapidly accumulated a large fan base. Those who wanted to follow Suyu but couldn't find her before finally found their way. My husband finally opened Weibo. I've been waiting like a stone, waiting for my husband to return. Wait, Suyu is playing the female swordsman. So is this drama going for gender bending? Please don't, with so many actresses, why must they find a guy for the role? What kind of bizarre operation is this? Is there a possibility that Suyu is not a little brother, but a little sister? Are you telling me this handsome so handsome? If she's a girl, I'll be a fan of my husband, come look at me. A hashtag Suyu little brother turns into Suyu little sister rapidly climbed the trending topics. Some confused netizens even thought it was a fresh meat turning into a woman, which was indeed amusing. Under the dual heat of the Unrepentant Sword's announcement, and the little brother turns into little sister trend, Su Ye's fan count surged past 5 million. Watching Su Ye's popularity soar, Li Jingjing was so angry, she felt like she could scratch through the screen with her nails, as if that would let her grasp Su Ye's detestable face. Everything that was supposed to belong to her, Li Jingjing. She was already 30 years old, still stuck between second and third tier. The Unrepentant Sword was a major production, so even being a supporting role was fiercely competitive. She'd staked everything, yet this role was still snatched away by Suyu. Her anger drove her to lose her reason for getting her manager's countless warnings, and she posted on Weibo. Li Jingjing v. It turns out not all efforts can yield rewards. Sadness. Although Li Jingjing wasn't extremely popular, she still had a certain fan base. Upon seeing their idol upset, her fans immediately came to inquire. What's wrong with Jingjing? Don't be sad, you still have us. Hug, who bullied Jingjing? We'll tear them apart. Anger. A storm was about to arise. While everyone remained ignorant of what had happened to Li Jingjing, a prominent fan leader of hers stepped forward to speak. She was a long-time devoted follower and new members of Li Jingjing's inner circle. Who else could it be but Suyu? Bu Huijian was about to sign Jingjing, but Suyu cut in through the back door and stole the female swordswoman role. What, that gender-ambiguous person? I always thought there was something off about her. If people like that can enter show business, the industry is doomed. Damn Suyu and her whole family. Is Suyu dead today? Suyu was just cremated. Get Suyu out of the inner. Suyu's fans hurried to the fray to defend her, but there were too few of them to prevail. You claim she stole the role. Where's the evidence? Suyu did nothing wrong, and yet you vermin heap abuse upon her. It is a travesty. Get Suyu out of the entertainment industry. Suyu's notoriety soared. Numerous clickbait accounts seized the moment to harvest attention, vilifying her as if she had committed some unspeakable atrocity. Many uninformed onlookers, seeing everyone else tear into Suyu, joined the chorus without knowing the facts, blowing their own misfortunes and daily pressures into a toxic gust aimed straight at her. With the official announcement of the female swordswoman in Bu Huijian and this rising ill wind, it seemed for a time as if the entire internet were lambasting Suyu. When Hongxing had been tied up with other matters and reacted too slowly, by the time she regained her senses, the situation had nearly spiraled out of control. She immediately phoned Director Zheng to demand why he had allowed matters to fester. Director Zheng felt uneasy. He had hoped to stoke the flames a little to generate more heat for Bu Huijian and its female swordswoman. You are profiting from Su Ye's suffering. When Hongxing snapped through gritted teeth. Don't be so quick to panic. The situation is still manageable. The harsher they lash out now, the more disgrace they'll feel when they're proved wrong. In the end, they'll pity Suyu. A double win. Zheng Yuan hurried to soothe Wen Hongxing. Issue a clarification at once. They'll have legal notices sent to those who spread rumors about Suyu. No one will escape accountability. After hanging up, Wen Hongxing rushed to the public relations department, determined to show everyone that she was not a woman to be trifled with. Zheng Yuan, who had absorbed a torrent of abuse himself, rubbed his nose. Her temper was as formidable as ever. The production issued a terse statement about the online turmoil. They had hoped to let things die down, but events had gone awry. He let people take care of themselves. A clip of Li Jingjing's audition circulated with comments praising her grace, so lithe like a swimming dragon, so stunning like a startled swan. Master, are you still taking disciples? The production released the audition tapes of both actresses. Li Jingjing had been supremely confident. She had only perfunctorily gone through the dramatic scenes and skimped on the fight choreography. Yet Suyu, who had less experience, immediately displayed a higher caliber. Netizens quipped it felt like a mosquito landed on my face, and someone just slapped me. Thanks. Ouch, my face stings. I told you to let the bullets fly a little and wait. No one listened, now they're being slapped in the face. We cry for Sue Yes vindication. Oh, my husband is so handsome. This must be the legendary martial master. Sue you, I'm sorry. Sue you, I'm sorry. When your drama airs, I will support you. Master, will you still take disciples? Since I am unusually gifted, surely a peerless prodigy, Master, please take a look at me. I can't believe I found such a hidden gem of an idol. Being handsome is only the tiniest of their virtues. My love will stand you for life. Seihai Entertainment warned the internet is not beyond the law. Illegal notices have been dispatched. Please check your inbox. Numerous accounts posted images and commentary. Seihai had finally acted. Such behavior could not be tolerated any longer. Meanwhile, Wang Min glowered at Li Jingjing in a blend of exasperation and disappointment. Li Jingjing, look at the mess you've made. Didn't I tell you not to speak recklessly? Wang Jie, please save me. I don't know how it turned into this, Li Jingjing cried, panic rising in her voice. Besides, it was Suyu who stole my role in the first place, and you never even said you'd help me fight for it back. Li Jingjing's voice fell as she met her agent's murderous stare. At this point you remain obstinate. I've told you before, this might have been our opportunity. Now you've destroyed everything with your own hands. Wang Jie, I don't understand. Li Jingjing truly had not considered so many angles. If you don't understand, then don't go courting disaster. Zheng Yuan in truth bore some of the blame. His next project would likely favor his preferred talents. That is how the entertainment world worked. Never make enemies before the final reckoning. But look at the foolish thing you've done. Only the clever seize opportunity. It's not enough to catch it. You complain that it did not flee quickly enough. Wang Min shook her head. Oh, Li Jingjing's prospects were ruined. She would need to find a new manager. This time someone sharp, and at the very least someone obedient. Suyu paid little heed to the online storms. She was too lazy to read the venomous comments. Given the choice, she had rather play a couple of rounds of games. Wen Hongxing could not decide how to react to this effortless, almost slacker-like attitude. On one hand, it preserved Su Ye's composure. On the other, as an artist, ignoring the currents online was dangerous. At the very least, mind your hungry fans. When scolded, obediently performing for the cameras, Suyu took a selfie and posted it online. Suyu teased in the caption, Yes, you. Have you finished your homework? Hurry up and do it. The image showed her with a playful expression and the words head of discipline photoshopped above her head. Fans laughed until they cried. My husband, am going to do it right now? Teacher Su, will you tutor me with my homework? My home is in H City, Yungang, Jiangwan. If I don't do my work, will Director Su come for a home visit? Oh, my husband is so adorable. Although fans knew Suyu was female, they could not resist her striking looks and still called her husband. Suyu's fanbase was overwhelmingly female, a spectacle in itself. On a Friday afternoon in early April, Suyu formally reported to set. The shoot was divided between interior and exterior scenes, as she would first travel to the Sea City Film Studio for the interior work. At the airport, a few fans came to see Suyu off for the first time. Though not many, their presence moved her. The girls were so endearing. You should head home now and travel safely. When you get back, let me know you've arrived safely on my feed, Suyu said with a smiling warmth to the sweet group of girls. The fans were both excited and touched. Xiaodao had truly chosen the right person. Suyu's fandom had a lovely name, Xiaodao, little islands that guarded her. Whenever Suyu grew weary, there would be a warm little island for her to rest upon. No matter how vast the stars and seas she sought to conquer, the Xiaodao would reach her. Suyu posted, what an adorable Xiaodao. Suyu entered the VIP lounge and unexpectedly encountered someone. Shinmasher, you're here too. Suyu felt delighted as she found herself a bit bored alone. The company wanted to arrange an assistant for her, but she thought it unnecessary and declined. Wen Hongxing had gone to another city for business negotiations and was currently flying to meet her at the film crew. Shinmasher looked up, saw Suyu, and swiftly turned off his phone screen, giving off a vibe of trying to hide. Shinmasher, where are you going? I'm heading to City C. Suyu casually sat down next to Shinmasher. It was quite a coincidence. He was also going to City C, but he didn't want to say it. Suyu rolled her eyes at his lifeless demeanor, thinking, I don't even want to talk to you. Suyu started playing a game on her own. Shinmasher noticed she was ignoring him and couldn't help but say City C. Hiding in the grass. As a support, you shouldn't rush at an assassin. You're on the enemy's side, right? So you didn't hear Shinmasher's words at all. Shinmasher felt frustrated. The jungler isn't participating in team fights. Are you sitting in the grass for a month? Shinmasher exclaimed, I'm going to City C, in a very loud voice. Suyu was startled by Shinmasher's shout and made a mistake, resulting in her character's death. Looking at her hero lying on the ground with a resurrection countdown, Suyu angrily threw her phone and grabbed Shinmasher's collar with both hands. If you're going to talk, just talk. Why so loud? I've already died. Shinmasher looked at the face close to him as if their breaths were intertwined, feeling embarrassed and awkwardly turning his eyes away, his face flushed. Speak. How are you going to compensate for my loss? Suyu looked like a furious rabbit, her eyes blazing. Shinmasher gazed into those overly bright eyes of Suyu. Her gaze seemed to burst through heavy clouds and pour down like sunlight forcefully and fiercely penetrating his dark soul. Shin Masher awkwardly averted his gaze, saying sorry. As the resurrection sound effect played, Suyu snorted and returned to her game. Is it really that fun? Should he download the game and play too? Attention passengers on flight KM 1688 to City C boarding will now begin. Just as the boarding announcement sounded, Suyu finished her game, stood up to stretch, and said to Shin Masher, "I'm boarding now, you take care." She then walked away casually. The company had arranged a first-class seat for Suyu, and at this moment, she had yet to realize her identity as an artist walking boldly without a mask or sunglasses. Not far along, she was surrounded by a group of girls, all requesting photos. Suyu could hardly resist the pleas from the girls, taking pictures with each of them, completely oblivious to Shin Masher, who quickly passed by wearing a mask and hat. Shin Masher had a private schedule today and was not in public, so there were no fans to see him off. By the time Suyu managed to break free, the plane was almost ready for takeoff. Huff! Suyu, panting, found her seat. The girls were just too enthusiastic. It's all my fault for being too handsome. At this moment, Suyu realized that Shin Masher was sitting next to her. Why is it you again? Suyu felt a bit unhappy, wondering why the person sitting next to her wasn't a girl. It was bad enough that it wasn't a girl, it was the expressionless Shin Masher, and Suyu stared out of the window, not wanting to talk. Shin Masher felt inexplicably happy when he saw Suyu, but even when happy, he still wore a serious expression. The air fell silent. As the plane was about to take off, the flight attendant came in to check if the passengers had their seatbelts fastened. Suyu saw the flight attendant and was pleasantly surprised. Was it her imagination, or were the flight attendants in first class really more beautiful than those in economy class? Miss, I'm a bit cold. Oh, where's the blanket? Miss, which drink from your company is the best? Miss, are you serving Chinese or Western food later? Miss, can you tell me your WeChat ID? Suyu kept pestering the flight attendant, who blushed and had no way to handle her. Seeing Suyu display her WeChat QR code, Shin Masher finally couldn't hold back. Are you done yet? Shin Masher radiated coldness, still wearing his hat, making it hard to see his expression. Suyu was stunned by Shin Masher's shout. The flight attendant, seeing Suyu no longer bothering her, quickly left the scene. What are you doing? I almost added the flight attendant on WeChat, and it's all your fault. Suyu shot an annoyed glare at Shin Masher. Shin Masher took out his phone and displayed his WeChat QR code to Suyu. What are you doing? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Weren't you trying to add friends? Here, I'm adding you. Shin Masher's tone was a bit forced. Humph. Suyu rolled her eyes, thinking who would want to add a smelly man's WeChat. Too lazy to deal with you. The plane began to taxi, and Suyu switched her phone to flight mode, planning to sleep until they... Shin Masher's hand holding the phone was bulging with veins, as so many people wanted to add him on WeChat, but they couldn't. He had fewer than 10 friends on WeChat. The plane flew steadily, and Suyu slept so soundly that she drooled. Suddenly encountering turbulence, the plane jolted, yet Suyu, sound asleep like a pig, only tilted her head slightly and leaned against Shin Masher. Shin Masher looked at the person collapsed on his shoulder, drool spilling onto his clothes, which was intolerable. Suyu did not miraculously cure Shin Masher's cleanliness obsession. Shin Masher abruptly pushed Suyu awake, pointing at the drool on his clothes, looking at her with a reproachful gaze. Groggy Suyu didn't immediately realize what was happening, then awkwardly smiled and took out a tissue to help him wipe. This outfit is custom made by top Italian designers. Haha, I'm really sorry. Suyu felt even more awkward. It's very expensive. How much? They'll compensate you, Suyu said awkwardly. 5,000,000. Shin Masher casually threw out a number, although he didn't know the exact amount. His clothes were only more expensive than this. What the hell, why don't you go rob a bank? Suyu, though no longer in debt, was still broke. You can pay in installments. Shin Masher felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had finally gained the upper hand. Humph. Asking her to pay was impossible. Suyu reached out, intending to take off Shin Masher's jacket. Suyu, what are you doing? Shin Masher panicked. Taking off your clothes. If you take it off, I'll help you wash it. Seeing him get nervous, Suyu felt mischievous and grinned as she went to take off his clothes. Stop. You don't have to compensate. Shin Masher tugged back his clothes, his ears turning red. Little brat. Can I handle you? Suyu smiled proudly. The plane landed and Shin Masher angrily walked away. His assistant was waiting for him at the exit, seated in economy class. Throw this outfit away. Shin Masher tossed the jacket to his assistant. The assistant was about to throw it away. Oh, although the outfit was valuable, if he didn't throw it away, the young master would throw him instead. Wait. Shin Masher snatched the clothes back and added, trying to cover up, I'll take it home and throw it myself. The assistant thought to himself, Bai Yun is adorable, but the young master is strange. Dazed, Shin Masher forgot to wear a mask when he came out, and was instantly recognized by a large group of fans, as Shin Masher had over 200 million fans, and his fans could be said to be everywhere. Oh my god, it's Big Brother. Oh, I can't believe I ran into Big Brother today. Although most fans were quite well-mannered, the sheer number of them still surrounded Shin Masher. At this moment, Suyu, having obtained a mask from the flight attendant, walked by with a smirk, feeling absolutely delighted. Suyu met the person who came to pick her up at the exit, waved stylishly at Shin Masher, and got into the car, leaving. Suyu first went to the hotel where the crew was staying to rest, and there she met Wen Hongxing. Sister Xing, you're here. Yes, put your luggage away. Oh, we need to head to the set now. So anxious. Suyu felt a bit tired after a 2-hour flight. You need to adapt to this pace, it will only get more exhausting from here on out. When Hongxing firmly took Suyu to the set. Upon arrival, director Zheng was very pleased. You finally made it. Hurry, take Suyu to change clothes and get styled. We aim to shoot a few scenes tonight. Director Zheng directed the staff. Suyu was hurriedly taken away by several crew members. At that moment, Xue Shun, who played the male lead Mu Hanxing, approached. Director, is this person acceptable? She seems like a newcomer lacking experience in acting. Flaws do not overshadow her talents. She is quite skilled. The role of the female swordsman is not extensive. You can guide her when the time comes. Xue Shun sat down, extending his long legs with a look of disdain on his handsome face. I can't carry someone as foolish as her. After director Zheng finished directing another scene, Suyu finally emerged from her styling. Dressed in a black and red outfit with her hair tied up high in a ponytail, holding a long sword, she looked exceptionally heroic. When director Zheng saw Suyu styling, his eyes lit up with joy. This was the feeling he wanted for his female swordsman Lin Xuanjiang. Filming officially began. During this time, Suyu had already memorized the female swordsman's lines thoroughly, and her intensive acting lessons had revolved around the character of the female swordsman. Fifth scene, third take, action. The clapperboard snapped. In a courtyard filled with corpses, the female swordsman, wearing a conical hat, leaned against a pillar with her long sword, gazing at the young boy she had rescued from bandits. Why would I take you as my apprentice? The female swordsman's tone was icy. I want to become a great hero, uphold justice, and eliminate evil. The boy raised his head, stubbornly looking at the female swordsman. His parents had been robbed and murdered by these bandits a month ago, and he believed he was fully prepared to take revenge on them tonight. However, the plan went awry and he nearly lost his life at the hands of the bandits. Fortunately, the female swordsman was also tracking the bandits and appeared just in time to save him. I do not accept those without willpower. If you can keep up with me, I will take you as my apprentice. After saying this, the female swordsman elegantly turned and leaped onto the rooftop, flying away. The boy gritted his teeth and chased after the direction the female swordsman had gone. Cut. Director Zheng called out, satisfied, noting that for her first stunt the female swordsman executed it with grace and displayed no signs of discomfort. However, her acting needed improvement, so director Zheng called Suyu over to discuss her performance. When you look at the boy, your gaze should carry a coldness tinged with a hint of pity. It can't just be cold. And you? Director Zheng turned to Xue Shun, who was dressed as the boy. If you want to regard her as your master, your gaze should express reverence. Do you understand? Let's do that scene again. The director commanded. They filmed several scenes throughout the night with the number of NGs still within acceptable limits. Suyu's innate talent for acting impressed director Zheng, who felt fortunate for his choice. Alright, that's enough for today. Suyu, we will primarily focus on your scenes over the next few days. After speaking, director Zheng called Xue Shun over. After you return to the hotel, rehearse your lines together. We need to speed things up tomorrow. Suyu had attended class in the morning, caught a flight in the afternoon, and as soon as she arrived at the hotel, she rushed straight to the set, without even sitting down. It was already 9 p.m. Would she have to rehearse her lines after returning to the hotel? Is being an actor this exhausting? Suyu felt like crying without tears. Actually, director Zheng was taking care of her, otherwise they wouldn't know how long they would film tonight. After returning to the hotel where the crew was staying, she took a shower and grabbed the script to find Xue Shun next door to rehearse her lines. The sooner the better. When Xue Shun opened the door and saw Suyu, he rolled his eyes, internally feeling annoyed. He returned to the sofa and continued playing games. Suyu did not close the door and walked in. Hurry up, let's rehearse it. I want to get to bed as I'm exhausted. Xue Shun did not respond, focused on controlling his character, completely ignoring Suyu. Suyu thought to herself, this temper of mine. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves to deal with him, Xue Shun's phone emitted the voice of a fallen hero. You have been slain. Suyu leaned over to take a look and scoffed. 0 kills, 18 deaths, and 1 assist, still a mage. You really are something. Your teammates must have all been dragged down by you, ha. Xue Shun died again, and the respawn time grew longer. He had already given up and decided to go idle. You're just going to idle like this? How ungrateful. It's practically like being the rebirth parents of the opposing MVP. Suyu clapped. Are you done yet? After being killed so many times, Xue Shun was already quite frustrated, and with Suyu's taunting, he didn't even want to put on a facade anymore. Disciple, today, I shall teach you a lesson. Suyu picked up Xue Shun's phone and began to control the character. You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. What the heck? Xue Shun was stunned. Rampage. Unstoppable. Ace. Watching the opposing team get wiped out and enter the respawn countdown, Xue Shun was completely dumbfounded. Master, please accept my knee. Xue Shun looked at Suyu with eyes full of worship. You little brat, let me finish this game before I accept your knee. Suyu raised her eyebrows with a smile. Suyu's fingers flew over the screen, quickly ending the battle. She wanted to rehearse her lines earlier, so she could return to sleep. Your team has destroyed the turret. Victory. The battle ended in a grand triumph. Shun retrieved his phone, looking at the scoreboard with multiple icons of greatness beside his avatar. He was practically ready to kneel down on the spot to pay his respects. Master once a master, always a father. From now on you are my boss. Shun looked at Suyu with starry eyes. Master, you must carry me to rank up in the future. Of course. Hurry up and rehearse your lines. Suyu yawned. After finishing the rehearsal and returning to her room, she lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, a rather astonishing scene unfolded on the set. Master, are you thirsty? Shun offered Suyu water. Master, are you hot? Shun fanned Suyu. Master, are you tired? Shun massaged Suyu's back. Everyone was taken aback by Shun's obsequiousness. Where had that arrogant Shun from yesterday gone? Director Zheng looked on with satisfaction, expressing his approval. Being an actor requires this kind of dedication. Shun was doing quite well and adapted quickly. The first scene this morning was Suyu teaching her apprentice martial arts, which was Suyu's forte, no martial arts instructor. In the courtyard stood plum blossom stakes, and Suyu leaped onto one, maintaining her balance. When practicing the stances of the 5 movements, one must be steady, seeking stillness within motion, while the 3 methods of stepping should flow like water and clouds with clear foot placements and swift, accurate movements. As Suyu spoke and practiced, her movements alternated between stillness and motion seamlessly. Still as a mountain with yin and yang within, moving like rivers and flowing like waves. One wave rises as another falls, reminiscent of a dragon gliding over the water surface. You should move like the wind, stand like a nail, have eyes like lightning, fists like shooting stars, be light on your feet, and land like a cat. After finishing her practice, Suyu leaped down again and asked her astonished apprentice, Hanxing, did you understand? Shun was completely stunned. Oh, was this person really that powerful? Master, it's rather difficult. Could you please demonstrate it once more for your disciple? Shun delivered the line with uncanny authenticity. His genuine astonishment rendered his expression utterly natural. Cut. Excellent. This take is in the bag. Let's take a short break before shooting the next one. Director Zheng was thoroughly pleased. Both Suyu and Shun had performed superbly. Master, you're truly extraordinary. Shun raised his thumb high. Well, how else could I be your master? Suyu lifted his lips in a confident, radiant smile. During lunch, Suyu teamed up with Shun for ranked matches, carrying him effortlessly to a full tier promotion. Shun's devotion deepened irrevocably. He posted on Weibo attaching footage of their match. Shun V, from this day forward, and for all my life, you will always be my master. Suyu Bu Huijin official video. As a top-tier red-hot idol with millions of fans, Shun's post instantly drew swarms of followers and netizens. Ah, my baby's posted. Darling mama's here. Wow, who's playing that BNK? Absolutely legendary. Baby, is that you as Kai Wenji? You're hilariously terrible. Ha ha ha. Upon reading the comment mocking his skill, Shun fired back instantly. I'm not terrible today. I am not the same person I was yesterday. I have a master, you don't. Ha ha ha, so adorable. Could that BNK possibly be Suyu? Unbelievably skilled. Legend. Please carry me. Shun preened, inwardly smug beyond measure. My master belongs to me, and only me. I've got a master, you haven't. You're just a stray mutt nobody wants. Suyu couldn't even bear to look. This exasperating disciple, anyone who wants him can have him. I'll even cover the shipping fee. After lunch, Group B, Suyu's unit, departed for an outdoor shoot requiring a 2-hour bus ride to reach the location. En route, Shun clung to his master without pause. Master, save me quick. Shun's facial composure began to unravel. Steady yourself, don't panic. Just hold on a moment longer. I'm almost there. Suyu, calm and unruffled, unleashed a devastating ultimate, eliminating 3 enemies in one stroke, then rushed to Shun's side and rescued him. A behind-the-scenes crew member filmed them gaming. Releasing such footage during production proved an effective way to sustain audience engagement. After filming, the crew edited the clip, enhanced it with subtle visual effects, and uploaded it to Bu Huijian's official Weibo. Bu Huijian official V Master Disciple Daily Life. Video. In the clip, Suyu, dressed as a peerless female swordsman, sat poised on the bus, commanding the game with serene, unassailable confidence, as if declaring, I am the epitome of cool, no debate required. Shun meanwhile wore the youthful attire of a junior disciple, his face contorting into a comically desperate grimace as he shouted for help. Ha 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 ha. I must pause to laugh first. Shun claims he's not bad. He's badness incarnate. Ha 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 ha. Isn't Shun already 23? Suyu's only 20. Yet somehow they feel like their ages are reversed. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That's definitely me. Terrible player, colossal ego. Left hand covering face. Wah wah wah. I wish I had a legendary master to guide me too. At long last they arrived at their destination, a renowned 5-arat scenic area in City C, where waterfalls cascaded like liquid silver, mountains rose in emerald grandeur, and crystal clear waters shimmered beneath a sky of boundless blue, truly breathtaking. Here they were to film a pivotal scene, a female swordsman practicing swordplay atop a mountain peak beneath the full moon. a sequence that would forever imprint itself upon the 15-year-old Mu Hanqing's heart, revealing for the first time that his master was not merely a peerless martial hero, but also a woman of exquisite beauty. That single glance, eternal as 10,000 years. While the crew erected the set, Suyu consulted closely with the martial arts choreographer. Suyu's combat techniques prioritized raw efficacy over aesthetic grace. But for moonlit swordplay, she had to transcend mere beauty, she must eclipse the moon itself. All preparations complete, the clapperboard snapped. Scene 9, take 5, clap. Upon the mountaintop beneath a vast luminous full moon, a lone figure moved like a comet, graceful, swift, and incandescent, as she practiced beneath an ancient tree. Bathed in lunar radiance, her silhouette stood ethereal and refined, her blade gleamed like frost, her entire form wreathed in silvery light. Her sword stirred swirling eddies of fallen leaves, each flash of silver rippled like water, bloomed like snow lotuses unfurling in the wind. Master, I've made modest progress in today's practice and wish to share it with you. The young Mu Hanqing dashed toward his master, breathless with excitement. Yet as he beheld that solitary, transcendent figure dancing beneath the moonlight, he froze, entranced. It was then, for the very first time, that he realized how breathtakingly beautiful his master truly was. Lin Xuangjiang, the female swordsman, flicked her wrist. The blade darted forth like a white serpent's tongue, where it passed a crisp breeze stirred, scattering delicate petals from the ancient tree. Amidst the fluttering blossoms she soared and spun, her robes billowing like clouds. So radiant, so untethered, she seemed poised to ascend on the wind and vanish into the heavens. Terrified that his master might truly depart, Mu Hanqing cried out desperately, "Master, don't abandon your disciple." Years later, when Mu Hanqing had become a revered grandmaster, the memory of his master dancing beneath that moon still pierced his heart like a blade. Perhaps even then he should have understood his master did not belong to this mortal realm, and certainly not to him. Or perhaps she had never truly walked this earth, never stood beside him at all. Everything merely a fevered illusion of his own yearning. Cut. Xuexin, what on earth are you doing? Are you cosplaying a moonlit statue? Director Zheng frowned. Suyu had delivered flawlessly, but Xuexin stood frozen, utterly unresponsive. He couldn't help it. The vision of his master dancing beneath the moon was simply too sublime. It was his first time witnessing Suyu's swordplay live, and the impact left him awestruck. In that instant, Xuexin felt a profound kinship with Mu Hanqing, so deeply that he could no longer distinguish whether he was Mu Hanqing or merely playing him. Wah wah wah, Master, you enchantress. You've stolen your disciple's heart. Now you must take responsibility. They res-hot the scene repeatedly until Xuexin finally stumbled through a passable take. From that day onward, Xuexin followed Suyu not only into gaming sessions, but also into martial training, cementing himself as Suyu's unwavering, ever-present shadow. Set life vignette. Master, teach me swordplay, Xuexin pleaded, brandishing a long jian and trailing after Suyu. Ask the martial arts choreographer to instruct you. Suyu sat, eyes closed, conserving energy, exhausted from overnight shoots. Master, how can you be like this? You're my master, yet you refuse to teach me. I might just renounce you and leave the sect. Exit left. Thank you very much. Let's treat it as rehearsal. In the next scene I'll have grown up, and we'll spar properly. Come on, let's go. Xuexin dragged Suyu upright for sword practice. Once today's scenes wrapped, Suyu's role would officially wrap as the character Lin Xuangjiang, the female swordsman, had limited screen time, guiding the young protagonist Mu Hanqing onto the martial path and serving as his lifelong haunting ideal, the crimson mole upon his heart. For this scene, Lin Xuangjiang no longer wore her signature blackened martial tunic, but instead a flowing white robe. Scene 12, take 3, take 4, clap. Beside the thundering waterfall, a white-robed swordsman faced Mu Hanqing, now a tall, broad-shouldered young man clad in sleek black martial attire, gripping a heavy jian forged expressly for him by his master, the blade named Bu Hui, Unregrettable. Mu Hanqing stood tall and resolute, dressed in black martial garb, gripping a massive jian, crafted personally by his master. Its name, Bu Hui, Unregrettable. Hanqing, today I bestow this blade upon you. May you wield it to eradicate every injustice in the world, and may you walk your life unburdened by regret now and forever. Thank you, master. Your disciple vows never to betray your trust. Mu Hanqing gazed at his master, fiercely suppressing the storm of emotion burning behind his eyes. He dared not let her glimpse his hidden longing, for fear she would cast him out, or worse, see in her eyes the faintest trace of revulsion. Beside the green mountains, under the cascading waterfall, a man and a woman, one in black and the other in white, exchanged blows with their swords. Mu Hanqing suddenly wished that time could freeze at this moment, free from the worldly disturbances and the distraction of others stealing his master's attention. It was just him and his master practicing swordsmanship together day after day. Master, are you tired? You should take a break. I will catch a wild rabbit to roast for you. Mu Hanqing sheathed his sword and looked at the female swordswoman with a smile. Hanqing as a martial artist, one must prioritize martial practice above all else, and diligence is of utmost importance, one must not indulge too much in earthly desires. The female swordswoman admonished her disciple solemnly. "O master, even martial artists need to eat. I will be back shortly, it won't delay our training." After saying that, Mu Hanqing leaped down from the large stone where they practiced and dashed into the nearby woods. The female swordswoman shook her head while watching her cheerful disciple's retreating figure, then continued her sword practice. In swordsmanship, the most crucial element is diligence. Through diligent practice, one can produce sword radiance, and further practice leads to the comprehension of sword intent, ultimately achieving the state of unity between man and sword. The state of unity between man and sword is one that countless swordsmen throughout history have struggled to attain. This state is the lifelong pursuit of the female swordswoman Lin Xuanjiang. For this, she can renounce all feelings and live day by day in companionship with her sword, wandering the world alone with her sword. Hanqing, she has little left to teach him. This disciple possesses greater innate talent in swordsmanship than she does. Swordsmen often gain insight into their path in the face of life and death. As she stays by his side, his progress halts. Perhaps it is time for him to venture out on his own. When Mu Hanqing returned with a rabbit, he found that his master had mysteriously vanished, so he prepared the rabbit alone and waited for her return. But he waited and waited from dawn until dusk, then from dusk until dawn, yet his master never returned. "Master! Master!" he began to call out, but the valley only echoed with silence. Mu Hanqing finally left the valley, intending to search for his master. At the mouth of the valley, Mu Hanqing discovered his master's inscription left behind. "In the path of the sword, one perceives life and death. May you never regret stepping into the sword path, understanding it, and ultimately meeting again." Mu Hanqing gazed at the powerful inscription, which contained a hint of sword intent, and tears streamed down his face without him realizing. "Master, master, where are you? You don't want Hanqing anymore." Mu Hanqing began to wander the world while searching for any trace of his master. At a martial arts gathering, he finally learned a clue about her whereabouts. When he arrived at the location, he discovered that it was a trap set by a villain he had once let go out of kindness. This villain, who had committed numerous atrocities, was subdued by his master. She had intended to slay him, but he begged her to let the villain go. In the end, his master released the villain, hoping he would not regret this decision in the future. Who would have thought that this villain, harboring resentment, would set a trap to take his life? His master said that one gains insight into the sword path in moments between life and death. It all depends on whether he can comprehend it today. If he understands, he lives. If not, he dies. The battle is about to begin. What use is your life to me? Today I want the life of your master Lin Xuanjiang, to avenge the humiliation I suffered that day. My master will truly come today. Mu Hanqing was both alarmed and furious, yet there was a glimmer of joy. Would he finally see his master? The villain laughed maniacally, saying, "Do you think I am just trying to scare you? You are the bait to lure your master Lin Xuanjiang, the big fish. His master is in danger. He must not let her come." Mu Hanqing struggled to resist, but he accidentally fell victim to poison and could not channel his energy. Just as he was about to become a ghost under the villain's blade, his master appeared. Today neither of you can escape." The villain waved his hand, and poisonous smoke emerged all around. Anyone who inhaled it would perish while trying to channel their energy. The villain had taken the antidote beforehand, so he was unafraid of the poisonous smoke. "Master!" Mu Hanqing shouted, "Run. Don't worry about me." The female swordswoman glanced at her disciple, said nothing, and charged towards the villain. The villain believed that today this master and disciple would surely die in the poisonous smoke. Little did he know, during this time the female swordswoman Lin Xuanjiang had made new progress in her swordsmanship, allowing her to resist the poison momentarily while channeling her energy. The villain was ultimately slain under her sword, and before dying he laughed maniacally, saying, "Both of you have inhaled the poisonous smoke. There is only one antidote left. One of you shall die, After killing the villain, the female swordswoman took Mu Hanqing away from the place. In a dilapidated temple, she finally spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Master, you must take the antidote. I haven't channeled my energy, so I won't be poisoned. I promise I won't channel my energy for the rest of my life. Please take it." Mu Hanqing cried out. The female swordswoman said nothing, only smiled at her disciple. She had strained herself to channel her energy despite being poisoned, and her meridians were now ruined. Even if she were to cure the poison, she could no longer wield a sword. This antidote is the best fate for her disciple. He possesses talent in swordsmanship, and from now on let him carry on her legacy in the path of the sword. The female swordswoman forced the antidote into her disciple's mouth, then struck her palm, causing the antidote to disperse within Mu Hanqing's body. "Master!" Mu Hanqing wailed. "Hanqing, may you live a life of chivalry, never regretting your original intentions." The female swordswoman closed her eyes with a smile. I have regrets. Master, are you going to leave me again?" "Master!" Mu Hanqing cried out in heart-wrenching sorrow. Crack. "Very good. Director Zhang was quite satisfied. This scene showed Shueishan's explosive performance, which exceeded his expectations. At that moment Shueishan was still holding Suyu crying inconsolably, clearly still immersed in the scene. "Wah master, please don't leave me. Wah master, please don't go. Wah master, I haven't told you that I have feelings for you. I don't want to be your disciple anymore. Or maybe if you don't leave I can continue being your disciple." Shueishan cried uncontrollably, while Suyu pushed him away with disdain. "Enough already, you're being pathetic. Get away from me." Suyu forcefully extracted her leg from Shueishan's grasp. "Wah master, do you even care about me? I'm dying from crying. Why are you so heartless to me?" This scene, when released as a blooper in the future, made the audience both cry and laugh. The storyline was heartbreaking, yet Shueishan was hilarious. After finishing this scene, Suyu wrapped up her filming and had to catch a flight back overnight. The female swordswoman had fewer scenes, and after 2 or 3 days of continuous shooting, Suyu finally completed her filming. Director Zhang presented Suyu with a bouquet of flowers congratulating her on successfully wrapping up. Shueishan followed her like a lost puppy, looking pitiful. "Wah master, are you really leaving now?" At that moment Suyu's language was one of exasperation. She shot a glance at Shueishan and said, "Please brother Shueishan, I am still a university student and need to go back to class, so could you please cut it out? Wah master, I can't bear to part with you." Shueishan tugged at Suyu's sleeve, refusing to let go. "Be good, stop crying, or I will take you to play together and rank up later, okay?" Suyu stroked Shueishan's head to comfort him. All of this was captured by the blooper teacher, and in the future it would be replayed and watched repeatedly by Shueishan's fans, even leading to some social media embarrassment for him. When the plane landed in City A, it was already 2 a.m. Suyu returned to the company-arranged apartment too exhausted to even wash up before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, if it weren't for Wen Hongxing calling her Su, you would have slept until noon. She quickly took a refreshing shower and was driven to school, stepping into the classroom just as the bell rang. "Suyu, over here." Song Ruohua smiled and waved at Suyu. Ever since they met, the seat next to Song Ruohua had become Suyu's personal space. In the past few days, Suyu had barely managed a good night's sleep while rushing through filming. Now she was so tired that she could sleep even while standing. "Is filming really this exhausting?" Song Ruohua looked at Suyu with some sympathy. "Filming is really tough. These past few days have worn me out. So Xiaohua, can we skip the extra classes today?" Suyu blinked her sparkling cat-like eyes, trying to evade the extra classes. Song Ruohua tapped Suyu's forehead, saying, "That's impossible. You know how your grades are, you should have some awareness of that." While Suyu was tearfully attending extra classes at school, when Hongxing secured her first endorsement. It was for a fashionable eyewear brand lasting for 2 years. Back at the company, when Hongxing was swiping through the schedule on her tablet arranging Suyu's upcoming work. "This weekend, we'll be filming the eyewear endorsement shoot in City D, and there will be several more promotional events at eyewear counters later on. You still need to keep up with the evening performance classes, but don't fall behind in your own studies. It would be a waste of time to have to retake classes later on. In early May, you'll participate in a reality show as well." Hearing about all the work she had to do, Suyu looked at Wen Hongxing pitifully. "It feels like I don't even have time to sleep, Sister Xing. Can you not arrange so much work for me?" Protests are futile. Wen Hongxing slightly parted her sensual red lips, shattering Suyu's fantasies. Suyu gradually became a frequent flyer, almost traveling every week. After finishing the eyewear endorsement shoot, Suyu received over 3 million yuan after taxes. Coupled with her previous earnings from playing a female swordsman, she now had around 4 million yuan in savings. Suddenly wealthy, Suyu walked with an air of arrogance. It was time to buy her grandfather a big house. Returning to City B, Suyu bought her grandfather a well-furnished 3-bedroom apartment of over 120 square meters, complete with appliances and furniture ready for moving-in, and discarded everything from the rental. At that moment, Suyu noticed that her grandfather and grandma, Lu, seemed to have something going on. "Xiaoyu, I need to talk to you about something." Her grandfather pulled Grandma Lu, who was sitting beside him, and they exchanged warm smiles, their eyes filled with affection. "Your Grandma Lu and I want to be companions together." Suyu was somewhat surprised, but also understood. She had long felt that Grandma Lu had a different kind of affection for her grandfather, something she should have anticipated. Grandma Lu, I'm really happy. It's great that you can have each other for companionship." Suyu looked at the two elderly people with a bright smile. "As the male party, we need to consider Grandma Liu's family's opinion. Should we hold a wedding?" Grandma Lu, usually a straightforward person with a quick temper, seemed a bit shy at this moment. "Last week we met my son and daughter-in-law. They had no objections. We won't need a wedding. We're both old now and just want to quietly be together. Then I respect your opinions, both of you." Suyu felt genuinely happy. Her grandfather had always been alone, and now with Grandma Lu's company, he wouldn't be lonely anymore. The two families picked a good day, happily shared a meal together, and moved into their new home. In the following days, her grandfather's smile never faded. After filming wrapped for Suyu's female swordsman role in early April, the entire crew of Regretless Sword also completed filming before May arrived. Due to time constraints, Suyu did not attend the wrap party for Regretless Sword. She was simply too busy. After settling her grandfather and grandma, Su spent her days studying cultural subjects at school and attending performance classes at night, flying around to various engagements on weekends, visibly losing weight. With her weight loss, Su's facial features became more defined and striking, and her tall figure looked good, and now Su had become the star campus heartthrob at a city university of economics, with many girls discussing their male god's daily life on the school forum. Every day, many girls would bump into Su, making dorm 400 for the envy of all the girls in school. Unfortunately, Su had no time to enjoy the adoration from the girls. In a city at the Shun residence, Shun Yunrui put down a document, adjusted his glasses, and said to Shin Moshi, who had just been called back, "There is a banquet tonight. You need to attend, as our Shun family's representative." "I don't want to go," Shin Moshi said as he sat down on the nearby sofa. Shun Yunrui was infuriated by his demeanor. "If it weren't for the fact that you are the only one in this generation of the Shin family, why would I even call you? You're already 27 and only managing an entertainment company. You also need to gradually take over other business sectors of the group, so I can have some relief. This banquet is a good opportunity for you to connect with the various elders. It's you who will have to deal with them in the future." Finally, Shin Moshi spoke with a hint of helplessness. "Dad, you're still in good health. The group needs you. I have other things to attend to, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, he stood up to leave. "Stop right there." Shin Yunrui was exasperated. This rebellious. An assistant hurriedly followed Shin Moshi, whispering, "Director Lin from Pineapple TV is looking for you. He hopes you can participate in a reality show they are about to launch." "Not going," Shin Moshi replied, getting into the car with long strides. The assistant quickly closed the door and sat in the passenger seat, continuing, "Then let's arrange for other artists from the company to go. We owe Director Lin a favor. Our company's artists are all popular. They would be more than enough for this program, especially since they even invited newcomers like Suyu." "Who are you talking about?" Shin Moshi suddenly opened his eyes and asked. "Suyu, she's a newcomer from Seihai Entertainment, a she." Before the assistant could finish, Shin Moshi interjected, "No need to arrange anyone else. I'll participate in this reality show myself." After Shin Moshi said that, he paused and added, "I owe Director Lin a favor, and I need to repay it personally." Okay, then I'll rearrange your recent schedule." The assistant was somewhat stunned. The last time Director Lin helped wasn't a big deal, yet the young master was willing to trade himself for it. Meanwhile, in the Seihai Entertainment conference room, "We've arranged a countryside cohabitation reality show for you. It will last for 5 days, with 24-hour live streaming, perfectly timed for May Day, allowing you to experience the labor of your forebears." "Labor? It won't be about farming, right? I'm not very good at that." "You don't need to worry about what to do. Just follow the production team's instructions when the time comes. What they want is for you to be inexperienced. If you were a jack of all trades, the audience wouldn't be interested." "Cohabitation? Who else is involved?" Suyu was already imagining if there would be beautiful ladies present. "As far as I know, you're the only one confirmed for now. The production team will announce the full lineup later. Remember to promote it when they do." "Okay." Suyu smiled slightly and readily accepted. The Weibo buzz was lively. This countryside cohabitation show, called Labor is Most Glorious, had been in warm-up for a long time and was finally about to start filming, with everyone guessing who the guests would be. "I wonder if my idol will be there. Yeah, I'm so excited. My brother probably won't come. He's busy filming in the crew and has..." The official Weibo account of Labor is Most Glorious announced, "May Day is approaching and our labor journey will also begin. Let's welcome this summer with hard work, feel the hardships of our forebears, reflect on our past, and never forget our original intentions." There will be 6 guests joining us for the labor. Shueishin Zhaowei, Su Manru, Tanmingqi, Suyu, and a mysterious guest. Stay tuned. "Oh, Shin Shun is actually here. My dear mom will definitely come to watch you. My little Ro is also participating. I'm so excited. I hope the other guests take good care of our little Ro. My husband is going too. Darling will definitely come to see you. Zhaowei, an old actor, is also coming. It's not easy to get him on this show." What works does Suyu have? How can she participate in such a high-profile variety show? She must have gotten in through back channels, right? "Mungchi, you're so cute. We'll all come to see you. Who on earth is this mysterious guest? Everyone, let's vote and see who you think the mysterious guest will be." Voting link. In the voting link, there are stars of all kinds, yet netizens did not expect someone they could hardly imagine would participate in this show. The location for the variety show is a rural area in East City, and the program officially begins its live broadcast at 8 o'clock in the morning on May 1st. In addition to the live broadcast, there will also be an edited version for those who do not have time to watch the live stream. From early morning, tens of millions of people have been eagerly waiting in the live stream, all wanting to see if the mysterious guest is their idol. In the screen, golden waves of wheat rolled gracefully, exuding the joy of harvest, with a simple and modest farmhouse standing at the edge of the wheat field, nestled among lush bamboo groves. One by one, the program's vehicles arrived, carrying the guests along the winding mountain roads. The first to arrive was Suyu. Pushing open the courtyard gate, a gentle breeze swept through, and the half-a-man-high weeds in the courtyard swayed wildly in the warm May wind, as if mocking her. Suyu stepped back out of the gate to take another look. Indeed, it has the sign that says, "Labor is honorable." There was also an advertisement from a sponsor nearby. But who could tell her that this haunted house-like place was not their accommodation for the next 5 days? A dilapidated tile-roofed house stood with spider webs proudly flaunting beneath the beams, and the windows were merely frames with the glass long gone. Gently pushing open the old, seemingly about to fall wooden door, she found the inside in disarray, with fallen leaves blown in by the wind and some straw left behind by locals. Several tables and chairs were either missing legs or had wobbly feet, and the few rooms inside emitted an aura that discouraged anyone from entering. Suyu, I must have taken a wrong turn. Hidden cameras in several concealed corners captured Suyu's expression and uploaded it to the live stream. The netizens watching the live stream had already burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, laugh. First you all go ahead, ha. Look at Suyu's expression of despair, it's killing me. I must say Suyu is really handsome. How can a girl be even more handsome than a boy? It's absurd. Suyu is also makeup free now, her skin is really good. Ha ha, I heard Suyu is clumsy with her hands. She has been learning makeup for a long time without success. Oh my, this place is too dilapidated. Is it even safe to stay here? Can't the production team do something about this? Quick, look what Suyu is doing. Suyu walked into a corner of the haunted house-like courtyard where the most popular small room was located. The small room was kept very clean with all necessary supplies bustling with people from the production team. Director, can we discuss something? Suyu said playfully, can we change places? Or I could just stay with the locals for a few nights. Inside a row of indifferent faces stated the cold truth. No, we will explain the program rules once everyone is here. Really, is it not possible? Suyu unleashed her ultimate charm, starting to act cute towards the chief director inside, a poised sister. The chief director remained expressionless. Hold it together. I have seen all kinds of fresh meat and little pups over the years. Suyu walked away dejectedly, sitting by herself and idly weaving a flower crown from dogtail grass. At this moment, another person entered, a handsome middle-aged man in his 40s. Hello, I'm Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei greeted Suyu with a smile. Suyu quickly rose to her feet. Besides the mysterious guest, Sister Xing had already told her about several guests, and this was a veteran actor, an award-winning figure who rarely appeared on screen nowadays, but was once a popular male actor across the country more than a decade or two ago. Hello, teacher. Zhao, I'm Suyu, a newcomer actor on the 108th line. Suyu greeted the senior with a bright smile and handshake. Zhao Wei looked at the stylish young girl before him, thinking that her words were quite amusing, and she was even more handsome than many male artists. Don't call me teacher, it feels too distant. Just call me brother Zhao from now on. Zhao Wei thought this girl was nice, not spoiled, and straightforward. Netizens, ha ha ha, 108th line, definitely not an exaggeration. This self-deprecation is unparalleled, ha ha. My husband is really handsome, I'm drooling over the screen. Suyu helped Zhao Wei with his suitcase, and as she straightened up, she noticed a girl outside the wall struggling to carry a suitcase and trudging along the rural dirt road. Suyu quickly ran out to help, thinking she couldn't let the girl struggle like this. I'll help you. Suyu effortlessly lifted the girl's large 28-inch suitcase. Su Manru felt her hands lighten, and when she looked up again, she saw a tall figure easily carrying her suitcase, which seemed filled with heavy iron. Thank you. Su Manru wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathing heavily as she expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, serving a beautiful lady is my honor. Suyu turned back and gave Su Manru a radiant smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. In the morning light, this smile seemed to pierce through the clouds like sunlight. Even her hair appeared to be bathed in a golden glow. Her soft short hair fluttered in the wind, and her handsome face was captivating, making it hard for Su Manru to look away. So handsome, like someone out of a comic book, Su Manru felt her cheeks flush. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, Su Manru was also taken aback. What kind of haunted place is this? She then saw Zhao Wei standing in the courtyard and hurriedly approached to greet him. Hello, teacher. Zhao, I'm Su Manru, an actress. Hello, like Suyu, just call me brother Zhao. This is Suyu. Don't be fooled by her looks. She is also a young lady. Zhao Wei said with a smile, pointing at Suyu. Oh, I really thought you were a boy just now. You're tall and handsome. Su Manru blushed, her soft laughter radiating a hint of embarrassment. The girl before her was sweet and lovely, and her smile revealed 2 dimples as if filled with honey. She was Suyu particularly liked this type of girl. Raising an eyebrow, her large cat-like eyes sparkled with mischief. You can also see me as a boy. I can do everything a boy can. Su Manru felt her face heat up under her gaze. What is wrong with this girl? She's even more flirty than boys. At this moment, another person entered. It was a cool boy named Shueishan, dressed in punk style. Shueishan was a rising star in the entertainment industry, tall and handsome with many fans. By early morning, nearly 10 million people were watching the live stream, reaching a brief peak in viewership with the bullet comments flying. Aw, it's Shunshan, mom is here to see you. Whoa, my son is so handsome today. I'm not a mom fan today, oh, I'm a girlfriend fan. Wasn't Shueishan's movie, The Unregretful Sword, just completed filming the day before yesterday? It's really tough to be here so early. Son, take care of your health. And the cool boy Shueishan, upon seeing Suyu, instantly morphed into a silly puppy. Master, I've missed you so much. Shueishan lunged towards Suyu like a big golden retriever. Suyu quickly extended a hand to push against Shueishen's head, looking disgusted. Don't spread your silliness to me. Master, you're so heartless. I've missed you so much I've lost weight. Shueishen looked at Suyu with a mournful gaze, as if he were looking at a heartless scoundrel. It's so lively here. Am I late? Another pretty girl pushed open the courtyard door. I'm Tanmingchi, an actress. Hello everyone. Su Manru quickly stepped forward to help her dimples forming a lovely curve as she smiled. You're not late. We just arrived. They introduced themselves and greeted each other. Su Manru and Tanmingchi were both rising stars who had recently gained popularity in the entertainment industry over the past 2 years. Suyu was the youngest and lowest-ranked newcomer here. The netizens began to discuss in the comments. 5 people have arrived. Who is the mysterious guest? I hope my brother will come. I haven't seen him for a long time. Will my Wei Bao come? According to the principle of pairing, the mysterious guest should be a male. At this moment, the courtyard door was pushed open again, and a pair of long legs stepped in. Oh, I really caught a glimpse of him. Oh my. It's my brother. Woo-woo. A face so handsome that it could overshadow the heavens sparkled under the morning sunlight. Even the underwater viewers were blown away, surfacing for air and exclaiming, wow, is this show really that impressive? I can't believe they actually invited top star Shinmoshi. Well, how can Shinmoshi be so handsome? How am I ever going to find a boyfriend after this? What's the difference between a life without Shinmoshi and being a salted fish? I have to choose between Qingbei and Shinmoshi. But Shinmoshi has never participated in variety shows. This director is truly amazing. News spread quickly among the viewers, and the live stream was suddenly flooded with tens of millions of spectators, nearly crashing the broadcast. Shinmoshi's gaze swiftly swept across Suye's face, then he turned his head to the side to set down his suitcase. His godlike features were flawless from every angle, even the back of his head exuded an air of nobility. Tanmingchi's face flushed with excitement as she hurriedly approached, saying, Hello King Shin, my name is Tanmingchi, and am a viewer. Shinmoshi nodded expressionlessly, without saying a word. Shinmoshi, I never expected you to be the mysterious guest. Suyu smiled sweetly as she greeted Shinmoshi. Seeing the smile that had frequently appeared in her dreams, lately Shinmoshi's lips curled slightly, before quickly returning to a neutral expression. Suyu, long time no see. Shinmoshi's lips, rumored to be the most desired for a kiss online, parted slightly, his voice deep and melodious, with unspoken emotions glimmering in his eyes. He had decided to join this show because he owed director Lin a favor, not because of anyone else. After exchanging greetings, the director finally appeared. Welcome esteemed guests to Labor is Glory, exclusively sponsored by Wu Cuisine. You will all labor together for 5 days to experience the true essence of Labor Day. During these 5 days there will also be a flying guest visiting the cabin every 2 days. Over 20 cameramen stood in a line filming the guests opposite them, while the director stood in the middle holding a loudspeaker and explaining the rules of the show. This cabin is named Labor Glory Home, and it will be your living space for the next 5 days. We have inspected it, and this old house is sturdy, but you will need to tidy it up. It is now 8:30 in the morning. If you can clean the cabin by noon, you will receive ingredients for lunch and access to the kitchen supplies. No way, director. It would take 3 days to clean this house. Half a day is just too unreasonable. Tai Tu Shueishan was the first to protest. That's your responsibility. If you can thoroughly clean the cabin by 6 in the evening, you will receive bedding and other living supplies. You can only clean it yourselves and cannot seek outside help. Now you may begin. Everyone looked somewhat speechless. All right, let's get moving. Let's divide the tasks, said Zhao Wei, the elder brother. Moshi, you're tall. You can handle the beams and ceiling. Is that all right? Sure, Shinmoshi nodded. The viewers in the live stream protested, no way. How can you make my king do chores? Man Ro and Mingxi, you two will clear the fallen leaves and weeds from the house. No problem, teacher Zhao, we can do it, the 2 girls agreed. Shueishen will take care of the weeds in the yard, and Suyu will clean the furniture inside. Is that all right? Shueishen nodded with a face full of despair, while the housework inept, Suyu followed suit. He'll take care of the doors and windows and fix any damaged areas. I'll also check the roof to see if it leaks when it rains. Zhao Wei efficiently assigned the tasks, and even went to the production team to secure gloves and masks for everyone. The viewers in the live stream commented, your brother is still your brother. Although Zhao Wei is not the host, his ability to manage the situation is truly impressive. Zhao Wei is steady and reliable, like a stabilizing force. Everyone began working. Although Suyu was assigned to clean the tables and chairs, when she saw Su Manru preparing to move the straw, she tossed her cloth aside and rushed to help Su Manru. Xiaoro, you take care of the tables and chairs, that's easier. I'll help you with the moving. Suyu extended her long arm and effortlessly lifted a large stack of straw. These straws were rough and hurt her face when swept, so how could she let a girl carry them? Thank you. Su Manru wanted to say it was unnecessary, as Suyu was also a girl. Although Suyu wasn't good at housework, simply throwing things out wasn't a big problem, and soon she had tossed out all the straw from the house. Shueishen was outside in the yard struggling to pull weeds. When he saw Suyu had thrown straw everywhere, he immediately got angry. Master, you're going too far. If you're not going to help me, at least don't make things worse. Oh dear disciple, I'm helping Xiaoro. It's not easy for girls. I'll come help you soon, Suyu said before slipping. The cameraman thought this master-disciple CP seemed like great material and hurriedly followed. Master, you favor beauty over friendship. Shueshun pouted like a scorned woman, making the cameraman chuckle. Zhao Wei inspected all usable tables, chairs, and beds in the cabin. For some damaged furniture, he found materials in the nearby tool room for repairs. This was the production team's only mercy, preventing them from returning to the Stone Age. Suyu kept running back and forth around Su Manru. While Su Manru wiped the table, she fetched water. Wherever Su Manru couldn't reach, she helped wipe. Although Su Ye's cleaning was only marginally better than leaving it uncleaned. Su Manru found this person amusing and laughed, saying, Suyu, stop wiping, but just gets dirtier. When the beautiful girl smiled, Su Ye's heart melted. Su Manru was truly adorable. If this were her past life, she would have chased after her. Suyu wiped the sweat from her face with the back of her hand and blinked her big cat-like eyes, saying, I'm a housework idiot, I've never done well at it. Xiaoro, you won't dislike me, right? As she wiped, she accidentally left a black streak on her fair face. Su Manru found this dirty-faced Suyu oddly cute, just like the tabby cat she owned. Wait a moment. Su Manru ran out to wash her hands, then returned with a wet wipe and gently cleaned the smudges from Su Ye's face. The cameraman noticed that Suyu seemed to have chemistry with everyone. This pair was also very shipworthy. At that moment, Suyu felt like she was on cloud nine. What a divine girl, so cute. Suyu closed her eyes in delight, enjoying the intimate service from the beautiful girl. With her eyes closed, she resembled her cat, so much that it was uncanny. Suyu, you're so cute, just like my cat. Su Manru was utterly charmed by Su Ye's squinty cat-eye expression. Really? So who's cuter, me or your cat? Suyu blinked her cat-like eyes and raised an eyebrow, winking at Su Manru's heart raced as if it had been struck by lightning. Blushing slightly, she replied, You're probably cuter. My cat wouldn't flirt with me like that. Viewers were going crazy. The lilies of my hometown are blooming again. This pair is so shipworthy. Who needs a man when two girls are sweet and soft? Lock in the rainy walk CP for me. Meanwhile, while Suyu and Su Manru were wrapped in pink bubbles, Shin Moshi watched the scene, with glaring eyes, feeling inexplicably displeased. His hand gripped the long broom, muscles bulging, feeling like it might snap at any moment. He didn't know what had been wrong with him lately, always getting angry, especially when it came to anything related to Suyu. Tan Mingqi leaned over to Shin Moshi's side, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Teacher, Shin, do you need help? No thank you. Shin Moshi's tone was indifferent as he took a few steps away. This person was too close to him. Tan Mingqi felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed, continuing to sweep the floor. Why was Shin Moshi so focused on Su Manru and Suyu? Suyu had been clinging to Su Manru, and Shun Mosher could no longer bear to watch. He wanted to separate the two. Walking over to Suyu, Shun Mosher handed her a long broom, his starry eyes flashing with a hint of barely perceptible grievance. I can't clean it, will you help me? Suyu looked up, puzzled by this person's lack of awareness. Didn't he see she was helping Xiaoro? How could she possibly have time to help him? I'm busy, go find Xiaoqi. Wasn't she just going to help you? Suyu rolled her eyes and pushed Shin Mosher away to cling back to Su Manru. Shin Mosher tightly gripped the broom, the veins on his hand bulging. In the next moment, he yanked Su Ye's arm, his tone icy. I'll help her, and you help me clean. Suyu's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she leaned closer to Shin Mosher, teasingly whispering, So you like Xiaoro? Shin Mosher's eyes turned sharp as if he wished he could stab Suyu with a glance. Suyu was startled by the killing intent in his eyes, her cat-like eyes widening as she leaned back in a tactical retreat. Why are you so angry? Just because I exposed your secret feelings, you don't need to think about assassinating me, right? Think whatever you want. Shin Mosher gritted his teeth and walked away with the broom. Suyu shrugged. It was truly like trying to find a needle in the ocean. In a rush, the six of them finally managed to tidy up the small house before noon. After the director's team inspected it, they reluctantly deemed it acceptable. The director, holding a loudspeaker, said, Thank you all for your hard work. Labor makes life better. After hard work, meals taste even better. Now you can come to the director's team to collect the ingredients and kitchen supplies for lunch. Now the small house was vastly different from the haunted house it had been upon their arrival. Although still shabby, it was at least somewhat habitable. The ingredients they received were not many: a few potatoes, eggplants, chili peppers, tomatoes, a box of eggs, a piece of pork belly, and a bag of rice. The kitchen supplies included a large iron pot, cutting board, knives, bowls, and some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The kitchen was a rural stove equipped only with a stove and no pot. The large iron pot provided by the production team fit perfectly. After working all morning, everyone was already starving and began to prepare lunch. Who among you knows how to cook? Zhao Wei, the big brother, spoke up. There was no need to mention Shin Mosher. He probably didn't even know where the kitchen was at home. Shueshin took out his phone. I have Mate 1 delivery, Yeli. Me and Lightning Express. Which one do you want to eat? He was a seasoned takeout consumer. If he were asked to cook, he would probably starve. Tan Mingqi looked at her, freshly done nails, a bit troubled. She knew how to cook, but didn't want to. Cooking was hard on the hands. In the end, her desire to show off in front of Shun Mosher prevailed. Brother Zhao, I can cook a little, but it might not taste. Xiaogo, I think I'm pretty good at cooking. Let me show you today. Su Manru was full of fighting spirit. After being helped by Suyu just now, it was finally her time to shine. Su-yu's eyes lit up even more at Su Manru's enthusiasm. This girl was really suitable for being a girlfriend. Cute and able to cook. Wanting to show off in front of the girl, Su-yu with some guilt said, "Brother Zhao, I think I'm also pretty good at cooking. Let me cook with Xiao Ro. Then the cooking task is yours, you two. Mengqi will wash the vegetables, Xue Shun will go chop some firewood in the yard, and I will fix the doors and windows." After Zhao Wei assigned their tasks, he turned to see Shun Masher, standing nearby looking a bit troubled. Many people did not know about Shun Masher's family background, but Zhao Wei did. He wasn't sure what this young master could do. "Masher, is there anything you want to do?" Shun Masher looked at Su-yu, who was always glued to Su Manru, his desire to separate them very urgent. "I can chop vegetables." Although Zhao Wei was unsure whether this young master could chop vegetables, he couldn't dampen his enthusiasm, so everyone resumed their tasks. Before chopping and cooking, they certainly had to wash the vegetables, so the four began washing them together. "Xiao Ro, this tomato is so cute, red and round just like your face." Su-yu started being flirtatious again. "Don't start with me, you're the one who looks like a tomato." Su Manru retorted with a laugh, splashing a few drops of water on her. "Huh." Su-yu laughed and dodged, splashing water back at her. Shun Masher watched the two, unable to suppress his rising anger, almost peeling the eggplant in his hand. "Teacher Shin, hurry up and break this eggplant, if not I'll wash it." Tan Mingqi couldn't help moving closer to Shin. "No need, if it breaks it's its destiny." Shun Masher was emanating cold air all over. At this moment Xue Shun ran over, tugging at Su-yu, saying, "Master, I can't chop this firewood well. It keeps flying away, can you guide me?" Su-yu was pulled away by Xue Shun, and Shun Masher's cold air finally subsided a bit, but upon seeing Xue Shun holding Su-yu's hand, his cold air started to surge again. In the yard, Su-yu looked at the chaotic pile of firewood scattered everywhere and sighed, "Shin, you are too useless. The techniques I taught you last time aren't of any help at all. Whether chopping wood or practicing martial arts, the force must be concentrated and directed at one point, borrowing strength to gain strength, using the least force to deliver the heaviest blow. See, just like this." Su-yu spread her legs apart, gripped the axe tightly, raised it high, and chopped lightly. A round log cracked open with a sound. "Master, you are so cool." Xue Shun clapped. "Wow, Su-yu, you are amazing." Su Manru also came out to join the excitement. Seeing Su Manru come out, Su-yu, feeling a bit show-offy, spun the axe in her hand and chopped down on the neatly arranged logs, splitting them all perfectly. "All right, obedient disciple, did you see clearly? Master is going to wash the vegetables now, keep up the good work." Su-yu left Xue Shun behind and ran off to be affectionate, with Su Manru leaving Xue Shun in disarray. "Master, if you keep doing this you're going to lose me." The viewers in the live stream were nearly dying of laughter. "This master-disciple CP is so good, I'm laughing so hard, I can't even breathe. Ha ha ha, Xue Shun is like a free gift with a phone recharge. Xue, the deep-seated wife, ha. Su-yu's axe spinning is really cool." After washing some vegetables over there, Su Manru was preparing to start cooking, but Shun Masher looked at the round tomatoes and potatoes, feeling utterly at a loss. After chopping haphazardly, looking at the table that resembled a crime scene, Su-yu was utterly speechless. Although she could not cook, she was proficient in swords and axes, and could definitely outperform Shun Masher in chopping vegetables. "Give me the knife, or I'll chop." Su-yu stood next to Shun Masher, took the knife from his hand, and began chopping vegetables. Looking at the Su-yu, who finally was no longer clinging to Su Manru, but had come to his side, Shun Masher's heart raced irregularly for a moment. Su-yu lowered her head to chop vegetables, her fringe falling over her face, concealing her captivating cat-like eyes, while Shun Masher gazed at her. Su-yu had short, slightly spiky hair. She was tall, her head just beside Shun Masher's chin. As she turned her head, her hair brushed his chin, tickling him, making Shun Masher feel as if his heart had been stung, causing him to step back in a bit of a panic. Su-yu saw him suddenly sway to the side and thought he was unsteady, so she reached out and grabbed the fabric at his waist. The strength of a martial arts master was not to be underestimated, and coupled with Shun Masher's momentary distraction, he stumbled, his hands bracing against the table just in time to encircle Su-yu in his arms. The cameraman couldn't help but let out a sound in his heart and zoomed in, capturing this incredible material. Would the notoriously aloof Shin Tianwang really push Su-yu away? Under the mutual force, the two of them pressed together. Su-yu turned around to ask if he was okay, but unexpectedly brushed against Shun Mo's soft lips with his forehead. Both were startled by the indescribable sensation. Su-yu thought, damn, I actually got kissed by a man. Meanwhile, Shun Mo was in a state of confusion, wondering, where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Having never kissed anyone before, Shun Mo was stunned. After a long pause, Su-yu pushed him away, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand in disgust. The photographer never expected Su-yu to be the one to push away the king, Shin, seemingly with a hint of disdain. Shin Mo, feeling empty in his arms, also felt an emptiness in his heart. He thought he was acting strangely and needed to find a quiet place. Watching Shun Mo run out, Su-yu rolled his eyes, thinking, is it really necessary? I'm the victim here. The events that transpired in that corner were witnessed by the photographer and one other person, Tan Mingqi, who, avoiding the camera, angrily snapped the chili pepper in half. Shin Mo continued running outside, without stopping, sprinting out of the courtyard as the photographer chased after him. However, Shinmo's long legs made him disappear in no time. Outside the small house, there was a vast sea of wheat and a dense bamboo forest behind it. The photographer lost sight of Shun-Emo in the thick bamboo grove. Deep within the bamboo, Shun-Emo sat blankly on a large rock, his mind in turmoil. He had sensed something was off for a while, but had never contemplated it deeply. Ever since meeting Suyu, he disliked physical contact with others, yet he didn't mind being touched by Suyu. In fact, deep down, he even looked forward to it for reasons he couldn't understand. He wasn't fond of speaking, yet he longed to converse with Suyu, but felt too shy to initiate. He didn't like it when Suyu surrounded herself with others. He disliked her bright, sparkling cat-like eyes gazing at others. He didn't appreciate her buddy-buddy attitude with other boys, nor did he like her laughing and joking with girls. At that moment, an old woman collecting bamboo shoots passed by, looking at the dazed Shin-Emo and reminiscent of her own grandson, who was also a handsome young man. "Child, what's wrong?" The old woman asked kindly, her accent noticeable, but Shin-Emo understood her. He usually didn't talk much, but at that moment he felt a strong urge to confide, revealing his strange feelings to her. The old woman burst out laughing, revealing her few remaining teeth. This young man was really similar to her silly grandson. "It's because you like that girl." The old woman's words pierced through Shun-Mo's confusion. As if a storm had blown away the fog in his heart, everything suddenly became clear. Although he had been in the entertainment industry for 10 years, his origins allowed him to avoid the constraints of industry rules. He had always remained pure, loving music and the stage since childhood, with everything else failing to catch his eye. Now, in addition to music, his world also included Suyu. Suyu was like a wild light that burst into his world that night, when they first met, forcefully invading his life the moment she carelessly climbed into his car. Now Suyu had taken root in his heart, and there was no uprooting her. Since she couldn't be removed, Suyu don't even think about escaping. With this realization, Shun-Emo happily thanked the old woman and offered to help her carry the bamboo shoots. "Thank you, young man. I live in this bamboo forest. I'm glad you figured it out. You must seize the opportunity. Good girls are often fought over." The old woman smiled as she walked in another direction. Shun-Emo, no longer confused, happily took a few bamboo shoots with him as he exited the bamboo grove. The photographer finally found Shun-Emo, who had returned with some bamboo shoots. Shinmo's clothes were slightly torn by the bamboo, which surprised everyone. They had never seen such a down-to-earth king. Shun-Emo returned to the small house with bamboo shoots, and everyone was pleasantly surprised, praising him for providing extra ingredients. At this time in the kitchen, Su-Manru had already stir-fried a dish of spicy stir-fried pork stewed potatoes with eggplant and pork belly, and steamed a small bamboo basket of rice. Suyu also made a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and everyone finally sat down to eat. The living room was a bit cramped, so the guests simply moved the table outside. It was a large traditional 8 immortals table with 4 long benches. This set had previously been missing legs and arms, but was repaired by Zhao Wei with some wooden planks. Although it looked a bit comical, it was sturdy enough for 8 people. Come. Try my scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Ooh, I guarantee it's delicious." She had meticulously followed the recipe she found on her phone, having never been so serious about cooking before. "Master, let your disciple taste your heartfelt scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Shueishan was the first to act. After picking up a piece and putting it in his mouth, he immediately spat it out, exclaiming, "Master, are you trying to poison me? What kind of scrambled eggs with tomatoes is this? It's sour and salty, it could choke a salt cellar." Other guests also chimed in, criticizing Suyu for this culinary disaster. Viewers in the live stream began to speculate, how bad can it be? "I'm curious. Suyu really is a kitchen killer. How can she ruin the national dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Seeing their reactions, Suyu, feeling unconvinced, tried to bite herself and immediately spat it out, exclaiming, "It's so bad. I mistook salt for sugar and put in way too much." Suyu chuckled awkwardly. "You really are something, master. I suspect I could cook better than you. I don't think it's that bad." Shinemo took a piece and put it in his mouth. Just thinking that it was made by Suyu made it taste sweet and sour, extraordinarily delicious. He had heard that the taste of love was just like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, both sweet and sour. Everyone else avoided that dish, leaving it all for him. "Shinemo, are you sure your taste buds aren't malfunctioning? Don't force it. Oh, I won't be upset if you don't eat it." Suyu said a bit awkwardly. "Teacher Shin, you're amazing. I admire you as a hero. This spicy stir-fried pork is really good with rice. I'll eat it first as a toast." Shueishan, the silly disciple, poured half the plate of spicy stir-fried pork into his bowl. "Wow, you rebellious disciple. Save some for me." Suyu and Shueishan began to snatch food, putting on a comedic display of their master-disciple antics. Zhao Wei and Su-Manru could only smile helplessly, while Tan Mingqi tightened her grip on her chopsticks, seemingly realizing something. It would appear that King Shun was different when it came to Suyu. After the meal, worried that Shin-Emo might choke, Suyu insisted he drink a big pot of water. Feeling cared for by her, Shin-Emo thought the water tasted as sweet as honey. Did this mean something different for him? Heaven knows that Suyu was just worried about him choking and wanted to take responsibility. After eating, everyone felt drowsy, but today's tasks were not yet finished. It was nearly 3 o'clock with 3 hours left until 6. In the morning, Zhao Wei had checked the roof where a corner had missing tiles. If it rained, it would be a disaster. There were also windows without glass that needed to be sealed, and the main door needed reinforcement. There was still much work to do. The difficulty of picking up tiles is too high, and there is no time left. The best solution is to directly lay a thick waterproof cloth over the damaged area and weigh it down with bricks and stones. Furthermore, using several transparent plastic films to cover the windows in a few rooms will not only ensure proper lighting, but also seal the windows without affecting their operation. Zhao Wei, who grew up in the countryside, was quite adept at household chores. Xue Shun and Mo Shi take a few girls to buy some waterproof cloth and plastic film to cover the roof and seal the windows. I have no problem with that, but do we have the money? Can we buy it ourselves? Xue Shun, after several years in the entertainment industry, raised his doubts about the production team's tricks. That's a very good question. Indeed, you don't have any money. The director's loudspeaker echoed appropriately. We can provide you with plastic film and waterproof cloth, but you need to complete a task to exchange for the materials. Director, are you even human? With the deadline for this task looming at 6 o'clock, you are adding more tasks on top of that. Xue Shun protested again. Protests are ineffective. The director, smiling, sat cross-legged among a pile of cameras, announcing the task details with a loudspeaker. May is the season when loquats are abundantly harvested. The loquat orchards in the villagers' homes are filled with ripe loquats that need to be picked in a timely manner. As long as you pick 6 crates of loquats in perfect condition before 4 p.m., we will exchange plastic film and waterproof cloth for you. 6 crates. How big are the crates? So you asked. You will know when you get to the villager's orchard. The director's sister smiled mischievously, causing everyone to feel uneasy. In the end, the 6 of them divided into 2 groups. Zhao Wei stayed behind in the small house to repair the main door and attend to other repairs that did not require exchanging for materials. The remaining 5 set off to the loquat orchard. Upon arriving, they were infuriated to see the large bamboo crates, feeling like they wanted to quit right then and there. These crates are way too big. How can we possibly fill 6 crates in 1 hour? Tan Mingxi complained, feeling that this show was truly too problematic. The orchard was also filled with annoying mosquitoes. This bamboo crate is specifically used for loquats capable of holding 50 to 60 pounds. Stop talking nonsense, we need to fill up 6 crates quickly. Xue Shun was also a bit speechless. Loquat skins are delicate and easily bruised. Once bruised, their appearance is affected, so picking loquats must be done carefully with layers padded with paper. Filling 6 crates in 1 hour is truly no easy task. Time waits for no one, and after being instructed by the villagers on how to pick them, the 5 of them immediately got to work. Xiaoro, pick from here, there are so many. Suyu pointed to a loquat tree whose branches were bent under the weight of the fruit. The lower branches were easier to pick, while the higher ones required a ladder or specialized picking tools. Shinmoshi, a wealthy young master, had never done such work before and was a bit clumsy, but he was serious about it and didn't slack off at all. Netizens in the live broadcast room commented, "These loquats look good. I wonder if the orchard owner will sell them live. I want to buy the loquats picked by my brother no matter the price. It feels like my brother is holding the loquats as if they were some rare treasure. Huh. I also love my clumsy brother so much. Ha ha ha, Xue Shun is too funny. Is there anyone who picks loquats like that? Suye's movements are so agile, jumping around like a monkey in the Queen Mother's peach garden. Huh. After Xue Shun damaged a few loquats, he finally got into the groove and picked them quickly. Suyu was the fastest among the 5 at picking loquats. Su Manru and Tan Mingxi, the 2 girls, were progressing a bit slowly and were feeling a bit anxious. Su Manru looked at the large clusters of loquats high up and asked the villagers for a ladder to reach the higher clusters. However, the ground of the orchard was uneven and the ladder was not set up properly. As Su Manru climbed up, she stumbled and was about to fall off the ladder. The netizens' screams seemed to pierce through the screen. At that moment, Suyu dashed over and caught Su Manru in a princess carry. To relieve the impact, Suyu spun around a few times while holding Su Manru before standing still. The viewers were both shocked and delighted, their hearts racing. Oh, that scared me. If Su Manru fell from such a height, she would probably break a bone. His boyfriend power is off the charts. Rainy day walking CP, lock it down for me. I've swallowed the key. Isn't this a scene from an idol drama? So romantic. Su Manru, still shaken, tightly clung to Suye's neck, not daring to open her eyes. Xiaoro, it's okay now, don't be afraid. Suyu gently rubbed the top of Su Manru's head with his chin, whispering softly. The cameraman, who had been terrified a moment ago, realized that if she had really fallen, it would have been a program accident. In the next moment, they were all ecstatic. Suyu was both manly and gentle, while Su Manru appeared delicate and lovable. What a divine scene. Walking in the rain was simply too appealing. Su Manru opened her eyes to see Suye's warm gaze beneath his tousled hair, filled with herself. His embrace was so strong and reassuring, making her heart race, uncontrollably, unsure if it was from fear or something else. Shinmoshi was also startled, but upon realizing nothing had happened, began to feel annoyed. Suyu was at it again. Why couldn't he just put her down quickly? A loquat was crushed in Shinmoshi's hand. Because of the near accident, the production team dared not let them continue picking loquats, but they still provided the promised waterproof cloth and plastic film. Back at the small house, Zhao Wei was also frightened to learn that Su Manru almost felt urging her to sit down and calm her nerves, telling her she didn't have to work. Su Manru smiled apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. I'm fine now, thankfully." After saying that, she gave Suyu a sweet smile. Suyu, unable to withstand the smile attack from this sweet girl, chuckled foolishly, saying, "In a situation like this, anyone would step up to save you. Not just you, even Shinmoshi, this tall guy. I could catch him if he fell, right, Shinmoshi?" Suyu nudged Shinmoshi with his elbow. "Really? You could catch me, yeah?" Shinmoshi's eyes flickered with a hint. "Of course. Why don't you try?" Suyu's carefree attitude left Shinmoshi feeling helpless, filled with a mix of bitterness and anger. "We don't have much time. We need to hurry and add the waterproof cloth and seal the windows. Moshi, come with me, and Suyu to cover the roof. Shueshun, take the two girls to seal the windows." Everyone was accustomed to Zhao Wei's commanding and coordinating style and quickly got to work. "Suyu, can you come up on the roof with me?" Zhao Wei asked as he set up the ladder. "No problem, brother Zhao. Going up on the roof is a piece of cake for me. In his past life, not to mention going up on the roof, he could have jumped down from it without any issue. Moshi, you're heavy. Just stay below and assist us by passing the tools." Okay. Although a bit frustrated, he was also afraid to step on the old roof. He was nearly 6 feet tall and weighed close to 160 pounds. Zhao Wei went up to the roof first, followed by Su Yu, while Shinmoshi passed up the waterproof cloth. The two spread the cloth on the roof and weighed it down with several flat stones. Mission accomplished. As they came down, Su Yu wanted to show off a bit, and with a smile jumped down from the roof. Shinmoshi looked at Su Yu in shock, thinking she was going to fall, and hurriedly rushed forward to catch her. Su Yu landed steadily in Shinmoshi's arms. The viewers in the live stream commented, "It's quite magical. Why does Su Yu's interaction with Su Manru seem so romantic, with pink bubbles flying everywhere, while when Shinmoshi catches Su Yu it feels like a brother helping a buddy. This brotherly affection is too strong. I can't handle it, haha. Haha, the brother CP is killing me. But still, brother, hurry up and put Su Yu down. Even if she's manly, she's still a girl. I won't allow you to hold her." At the moment he caught Su Yu, Shinmoshi felt as if he had embraced the entire world. There was an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, but in the next second his heart was filled with anger. Shinmoshi's heart raced, his brows furrowed as he said angrily, "What are you thinking? Don't you know this is dangerous?" Su Yu was being too reckless, and Shinmoshi held her tightly, nearly choking her. "Why did you catch me? Jumping down from this rooftop is as easy as eating and drinking for me. Let go of me." Su Yu struggled in Shinmoshi's embrace, but he refused to let go. He carried her towards the small house, intending to lock her up. The viewers were surprised that Shinmoshi didn't set Su Yu down, and the comments exploded. "Oh, my hard candy is still candy. I suddenly want to ship the brother CP. I won't allow it. Brother, hurry up and put her down. What's wrong with Su Yu? Does she have no legs? Why is she letting her brother carry her all the time? Raise the brotherly flag high. What kind of cult is this, brother CP? Did I allow this in my stroll in the rain?" At that moment Zhao Wei also came down from the roof and sternly criticized Su Yu. "Su Yu, you're being so irresponsible. Do you know how dangerous your behavior is? It could also set a bad example for underage viewers in front of the television." Zhao Wei blocked her way, and Su Yu struggled hard, finally freeing herself from Shinmoshi's grasp. "I'm sorry, I didn't think about these things, and about the viewers in front of the television. Please don't follow my example. If you do, just wait for broken arms and legs, and to be criticized." Su Yu felt a bit ashamed and apologized to the camera. As an artist, one must have this awareness and set a public example in everything, not lead others astray. Su Manru ran over and tightly grabbed Su Yu's hand, also feeling very angry. "Su Yu, you can't do this again. We're all very worried. Yeah, master, did you think you were tied with safety ropes? This is unacceptable. I, as your disciple, won't support you anymore." Shueshun also frowned and criticized Su Yu. In an instant, everyone was lecturing Su Yu. Seeing Tan Mingxi preparing to speak, Su Yu quickly begged for mercy. "I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Just punish me to cook dinner for everyone tonight. You all just sit and rest until it's ready." The director's team also felt a bit fearful and speechless, having two artists fall from heights in quick succession. Although Su Yu jumped down herself, the impact was still very bad. The sunset in the west, dusk gradually deepened, and the smoke rising with the evening glow finally completed the ultimate task of tidying up the small house. The last rays of sunlight streamed through the newly nailed plastic film into the room. Now the small house, although somewhat empty, had completely met the standards for habitation. Congratulations, everyone, you have successfully completed the task. You can now collect your bedding and other daily necessities, as well as tonight's ingredients. The director's team finally let them pass after checking the small house. The guests felt as if they had just fought a battle and were too tired to speak. Setting other matters aside, eating was the most important. The ingredients they collected were similar to lunch: a fish, a piece of meat, a handful of green beans, a bag of flour, a section of lotus root, and a carrot, along with a handful of snow peas. Su Yu, who had promised to cook dinner as compensation, hugged the ingredients and headed into the kitchen. The other few lay on the newly acquired carpet and didn't want to move. "Hey, are you really going to let my master cook? Are you sure about this?" Shueishan still had lingering fears about the tomato scrambled eggs from lunch. Whoever wants to cook I don't even want to move. Right now I could eat a whole elephant, Tan Mingqi said with a slouch. Zhao Wei thought the tomato scrambled eggs for lunch might have been an accident, saying, let's give Suyu a chance to practice. Let Suyu try first, if she can he'll go help her. Su Manru also felt very tired and thought her hands could barely lift anymore. Shin Masher sat silently on a stool with a stern face, still angry. During dinner time, the viewers in the live stream held their bowls watching the broadcast. Seeing them so tired, the food in my bowl seems even more fragrant. Brother, you must be exhausted today, your face is so dark. Your brother is angry because of Suyu today. Nonsense, how can Suyu be worth my brother getting angry? Today's brother is filled with the warmth of life. I've never seen such a brother before. Thank you to the productions. Looking at a pile of ingredients, Suyu felt a bit overwhelmed. What should she do? Let's just make a big stew. First, let's wash everything that can't go wrong. Suyu threw all the ingredients along with the meat and fish into a large basin. The fish was just caught splashing water all over Suyu. The viewers in the live stream were laughing hysterically. Ha ha, with Suyu's outrageous actions, there's no one like her. To be honest, the fish swimming among the colorful vegetables looks quite nice, ha. Casually grabbing a handful, Suyu considered the vegetables washed clean and lifted them all into a bamboo basket to drain. The viewers commented, if my mom saw me washing vegetables like this, I'd probably not survive until dinner time. Next, it was time to kill the fish. Suyu swiftly turned the knife and chopped at the fish. In an instant, the fish was cut into pieces, including its innards. The viewers exclaimed, oh my, this fish is too tragic, it's unbearable to look at. She didn't even scale the fish. Suyu took out the fish's innards and washed it a few times, and that was that for preparing the fish. The meat was cleaned and casually chopped into large pieces, while the vegetables were sliced or cut as needed. Finally, Suyu was stumped by the task of starting the fire. After a long time, she finally got the fire going, but it was producing thick smoke, making it look as if the house was on fire. The viewers remarked, what kind of kitchen killer is this? I can feel myself choking through the screen. Suyu coughed violently, and Shin Masher rushed in immediately, pulling Suyu out. What's wrong with you? Can't you cook without setting the kitchen on fire? Shin Masher looked at Suyu's soot-covered face, feeling helpless. What was he going to do with her? Luckily, I thought you were going to set the house on fire. Shueishan also ran over to criticize Suyu. Suyu, let me handle it, you take a break, Su Manru said gently. No way. I promised I would cook, you guys don't trust my abilities. Suyu refused to back down. Zhao Wei opened all the doors and windows and waved several times to fan the thick smoke outside, smiling helplessly. Suyu, for everyone's sake, you better not cook. They'll help her, you all wait outside. Shin Masher suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Shin Masher pulled Suyu back into the kitchen. The cameraman remarked, oh my, why does this brother CP seem so easy to ship? At this moment, the fire in the kitchen had gone out, and Suyu was busy trying to rekindle it. Shin Masher squatted down beside Suyu, pulled out a few pieces of firewood, and said lightly, the flames need oxygen to burn fully. It's strange that it can ignite when it's packed so tightly. Although he had never started a fire before, he understood the conditions necessary for flames to burn. Hand me the fan. Shin Masher took the fan next to Suyu and fanned it for a moment until the fire flared up. Not bad, Shin Masher. I didn't expect you to know how to start a fire, Suyu said, patting Shin Masher's shoulder in admiration, only to leave a black handprint on it. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my hands were dirty, Suyu said with a smile, expressing her apology. Don't forget to help me. Shin Masher looked at the black handprint, somewhat speechless. Since he met Suyu, his discomfort with dirt had diminished. In the live stream room, the fire is lit. Oh, what are they doing? They've been so close for ages. Oh, my brother has serious cleanliness issues. Suyu actually left a black handprint on his clothes. Why do I feel like Shin Masher's cleanliness obsession has been cured by Suyu? Suyu is also quite dirty, yet Shin Masher doesn't seem to mind. The brotherly CP is quite enjoyable to watch. With the fire ready, it was time to start cooking. Suyu took out her phone and opened the cooking app. Seeing Suyu's demeanor, Shin Masher knew he couldn't rely on her. He took all the seasonings and tasted each one, then opened the cooking app as well. After all, even a king wouldn't know how to cook. Although Shin Masher didn't know how to cook, he was intelligent and could apply what he learned. Eventually, he decided to make steamed fish and braised noodles with beans, cooking them simultaneously. Shin Masher, who was meticulous about cleanliness, washed the vegetables that Suyu had already cleaned, scaled the fish, and marinated it. After marinating the fish, he kneaded the dough. Netizens commented, I have to say Shin Masher is really smart. I can't believe he couldn't cook half an hour ago. I really want to eat the dishes made by my brother. Who wouldn't want to marry such a perfect Shin Masher? My brother is so capable, ooh, I can't fall behind. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of being a clock? Watching them cook together is oddly harmonious. It's not harmonious at all, as Suyu is a kitchen idiot. The filming crew felt that this kitchen footage could be edited well, as a king filled with the essence of life was a rare, especially in contrast to the kitchen disaster that is Suyu. Shin Masher appeared almost stunningly perfect. It was a miracle that Suyu wasn't causing trouble. Due to time constraints, Shun Masher quickly cut the dough into pieces and added them to the bubbling pot of pork belly and beans, layering the dough on top. After adding a circle of water, he placed a steaming rack on top and put the fish to steam. Then it was just a matter of waiting. While waiting, Shun Masher quickly stir-fried a plate of mixed vegetables with lotus root, carrots, and snow peas. There was a portable stove on the ground, and after taking a few pieces of firewood from the earth stove, he set a small pot to stir-fry. By the time the dishes were served, each plate looked exquisite, and everyone couldn't believe that all of this was made by Shun Masher. As for Suyu, no one had expected her to produce such flavorful and aromatic dishes. Shun Masher's assistant, squatting in front of the live stream, was also stunned. Was this still his young master? Not only could he cook, but he was also affectionate towards Miss Su, something he never did with anyone else. Come on, don't be polite, let's eat. Suyu cheerfully beckoned everyone. Master, which dish did you make? I want. Shun began to provoke his master again. I made them all, so don't eat it. Suyu rolled her eyes. Xiao, try this, and this one too. Suyu eagerly served food to Su Manru. Shun Masher started radiating cold air again. Even in May it was heating up, and with him around there was no need for air conditioning. Wow, this is delicious. Teacher Shun is amazing. Tan Mingxi praised Shun Masher while eating, her eyes sparkling. I didn't expect Masher to have such talent, but it's really impressive. Zhao Wei also praised him. After finishing the meal, everyone sat under the eaves and chatted to digest. Suyu took out her phone and cheerfully approached Su Manru, saying, Xiao, I don't have your WeChat yet. Let's add each other. Sure. Su Manru smiled gently and took out her phone. Hey master, how about we create a group? We can name it I Love Labor, makes me happy. What do you think? Shueishan chimed in. Suyu rolled her eyes, saying, what a ridiculous name. Are you crazy? Then everyone began adding each other as friends. Shun Masher watched Tan Mengqi, who was a few steps away and about to speak, quickly got up and walked to Suyu, presenting his WeChat QR code. Successfully adding Suyu on WeChat, Shun Masher appeared calm as usual, but inside, he was exhilarated. Suyu created the group, naming it Salted Fish Daily. Shueishan said, Master, this name is too unproductive. We are labor guests after all. Yuzhou, the most handsome, added, how about suggesting to the director to give you more work tomorrow? Man said, isn't working hard now just to be able to be a salted fish later? Zhao Wei laughed, haha, this name is indeed good, get straight to the point. After chatting for a while, everyone began yawning. It had been a tiring day, but the beds were not yet set up and the rooms had not been divided. Although this small house was shabby, it was relatively spacious. Besides the kitchen, bathroom, and tools room, there were 5 bedrooms of varying sizes. 2 large south-facing rooms had double beds, while 3 small east-facing rooms had single beds. Each bedroom was equipped with tables, chairs, and cabinets. The kitchen, tools room, and bathroom were located in the northwest direction. After energetically making the beds, it was time to consider the room assignments. There were only 5 rooms, but there were 6 guests, and starting tomorrow there would be flying guests. How would they divide them? The viewers in the live stream commented, my brother is a cleanliness freak and doesn't sleep well. He can't share a room with anyone, let alone share a bed. We should reserve a room for the flying guest. Zhao Wei pondered for a moment and said, since a new flying guest comes every 2 days, it's better to leave 1 room empty. That leaves 4 rooms. How do we divide them? Tan Mingxi thought of wanting a room for herself. Not just her, almost everyone wanted their own room. Except for Suyu. Suyu thought, what should I do? Am I going to sleep with the girls? I'm a bit excited. Shueishan, how about I sleep in the same room as you? Zhao Wei thought that Shun Masher definitely wouldn't accept sleeping with anyone else, so he and Shueishan would have to squeeze together. Okay, I have no objections. Shueishan considered that someone had to share a room. Shun Masher's aura was too strong, it was impossible to sleep with him. Among the 3 girls, at least 2 would need to share a room. Suyu was sweating with excitement, feeling thrilled, yet somewhat at a loss as she looked at Su Manru. Shun Masher scoffed inwardly. He could tell Suyu wanted to sleep with Su Manru. Su Manru said, they'll share a room with Suyu. Shun Masher stated, Su Manru and Tan Mingxi should share a room. Both Su Manru and Shun Masher spoke simultaneously. Su Manru was a bit dazed. If she couldn't have her own room, she wanted to sleep with Suyu. I want to sleep with... After being stunned, Su Manru looked at Suyu with a gentle smile. Really? Can I sleep with you? Suyu's heart was leaping with excitement. Although they couldn't do much, having a sweet and soft girl sleeping next to her would likely make for sweet dreams. Then I shall be fortunate to receive your favor, thank you. Tan Mingxi happily carried her luggage into a small room. Suyu excitedly took her and Su Manru's suitcases, heading into a double room to prepare their love nest. To tidy up the room. Shun Masher's cold aura began to seep out again, seemingly without cost. The rooms had been assigned and tidied. After a day of work, everyone was grimy. With only 1 bathroom, a line formed. Tan Mingxi strode ahead, clutching her things, and went inside. The other guests fetched small stools and sat beneath the eaves to chat. In the early summer countryside, a cool breeze whispered through the bamboo grove behind the house, each gust carrying the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. The deep blue vault of sky was studded with tiny stars winking, as if in conversation. Nearly everyone sighed with relief at not having to dash from one engagement to another. If only the long line of cameramen across the way were not there. Before coming I thought this would be a vacation, Suyu said, stretching her legs and collapsing against the bamboo chair. I never expected to be exhausted on the first day. Su Manru murmured, tell me about it. Today I realized how capable Zhao Ge really is. Without him would probably have been a complete mess. I'm only a few years older than you, hardly more capable, Zhao Wei said with a shake of his head and a smile. On such a fine night beneath the moon with nothing to occupy us and 5 of us here, how can we not start a game? Shueishan grinned and asked, Master, shall we queue up for a match? Suyu did not move. She rolled her eyes at the starry sky and puckered her lips in exasperation. Spare your master. I'm too tired to lift a hand. Shueishan sprang up, clambered past Shinmoshi's long legs, nudged up to Suyu, and taking her arm coaxed in a playful, coquettish voice. A chill ran down Suyu's spine. Shinmoshi yanked Shueishan away, and his gaze cold said, You have polluted the air beside me. Suyu snorted softly, and Su Manru leaned over to ask, What does play a match together mean? Do you want to play? I can teach you, Suyu said, seeing Su Manru's interest, and she readily raised a hand. Shueishan pressed close and complained, Master, you favor beauty over your disciples. I'm jealous. Suyu patted her disciple's head to comfort him. Be good. If there are dumplings tomorrow, you can be jealous then. Watching Suyu tightly surrounded by the 2 of them, Shinmoshi's jealousy transformed his expression. He shoved Shueishan aside, squeezed into the circle awkwardly, and said, I want to play too. Teach me. Suyu glanced at the 3 squatting on the ground half-missed, and turned to Zhao Wei with a smile. Zhao Ge, will you play? Zhao Wei agreed. Though the oldest, he was a veteran gamer. The 5 sat in a circle, and thus began the tale of 2 seasoned players guiding 3 rookies through the Wangja Gorge. Suyu first explained the rules to Su Manru and Shinmoshi, then they began to play. Rules can be spoken 100 times, but a single match teaches far more. Su Manru learned slowly, moving and casting skills clumsily, and gifting the enemy kills. Shinmoshi was different. He picked it up quickly, and after dying twice began to harvest enemy heads, even outpacing Shueishan, the seasoned novice. Well done, Shinmoshi. You're ready to graduate and roam the Wangja Gorge at will. Suyu teased, arching. She then turned on Shueishan with a barrage of scolding. Don't wander off, stick close to me. You've died more times than Shinmoshi. What's the matter with you? Master, the enemy has me pinned. Come rescue me. Shueishan's theatrics again ran wild. A cameraman hovered above them, filming their game. With a flashy move and a single ultimate, Suyu finished off 3 opposing heroes. Viewers in the live stream erupted. Holy, Suyu is incredible. What a shame their IDs were blurred. I wish I could run into them in Wangja Gorge. Shinmoshi is amazing. There's no sign he just learned the game. Zhao Wei really is the big brother. He plays as well as the youngsters. Haha, Shueishan might as well be called Noob Shun, hopelessly terrible. Under the lead of 2 masters and a minor prodigy, the 2 rookies coasted to victory. Tan Mingqi finally emerged from the bath, and Zhao Wei went in next. What are you all talking about? Having so much fun. Tan Mingqi sat in Zhao Wei's spot and asked to join the group. Nothing much, just played a mobile game. Do you want to join? Su Manru smiled. I'm not interested in mobile games. Tan Mingqi declined, and since no one wanted to leave her out, Tan Mingqi glanced secretly at Shinmoshi and suggested, let's sing. If only they could hear Shun Tianwang sing, she thought. I don't sing well, I want join, Su Manru said shyly. Tan Mingqi dared not directly ask Shun Tianwang to sing, and tried a gentler approach. Suyu, can you sing? Suyu lifted her head and smiled broadly, confidence incarnate. I'm an excellent singer, you are lucky to hear a live performance. Suyu, all self-assurance, had completely forgotten when Hongsing's admonition not to sing. She ran into the room. Everyone wondered what Suyu would sing. She returned with a pair of nunchaku. She planned to sing her idol's song, the one she used to play during training. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Suyu smiled confidently at the expectant faces and cool and cocky twirled the nunchaku with a few crisp, showy flicks. Wow, Suyu, you're so handsome. Su Manru clapped, her eyes sparkling. Shueishan swept a proud glance over the scene and declared, it's time for you all to witness my master's charm. The director's team grew excited. This was priceless material and demanded both wide shots and close-ups. Today Suyu wore all black. When she twirled the nunchaku, she was unbearably cool. Someone urged, use the nunchaku. After a splendid spinning kick, Suyu pocketed the nunchaku, and with an air of nonchalance wiped her nose with her thumb. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. One had to admit Suyu had captured the very essence of her idol's performance. If that idol existed here, hearing Suyu sing might well move them to tears. The crowd felt divided. On one hand, Suyu's nunchaku display was so striking it left them breathless. On the other hand, her singing was so painfully awful it felt like a public execution of taste. Shueishan laughed until he nearly toppled. Master. I never expected you to be so catastrophically tone-deaf. Tan Mingqi's face went pale. How could anyone be so confident while singing so terribly? Even Su Manru could not help but mock. Suyu, you sing so well. Next time please don't. But Su Manru added earnestly, however, your nunchaku skills are truly cool. I'm going to be your superfan. Su Manru made a big heart above her head with her hands. Suyu smiled, and said thank you though she was not particular. Shinmoshi, rubbing his chin with interest, said, these lyrics are nice. Did you write them? He had not expected Suyu to possess such a talent. Truly the Tianwang lived up to his title. Even amid that performance, Shen Tianwang could pick out the lyrics. Suyu's eyes lit up. Had someone finally noticed her singing talent? She resolved then and there that Shinmoshi would henceforth be her trusted brother-in-arms. Of course the lyrics are superb. They were penned by a legendary poet. Suyu declared, wearing an expression of shared pride. Who is this poet? Sumanru leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Suyu faltered for a moment. Well, suffice it to say he's extraordinarily accomplished. The others remained puzzled, but asked no further. They hadn't even grasped the lyrics. To their ears the words sounded like pure gibberish. Shinmoshi, however, was intrigued. He'd need to inquire more closely about this mysterious poet later. I have many other songs too, all equally captivating. Would you like to hear more? Rarely had anyone shown genuine interest in her singing. Today she intended to sing her heart out. No, master, please spare us. Just remain the serene, stunning beauty you are. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, netizens watching the live stream were convulsed with laughter. Ha ha! What on earth is that singing? Though her nunchaku routine is undeniably cool. Ha! Others charge money for singing. Suyu charges lives. Ha! Quick, mute the video. There's still hope for salvage. Suyu remains effortlessly cool and striking. This segment was later recorded and uploaded online, propelling both Suyu Sings and Suyu wields nunchaku to trending status. Countless fans created absurdly inventive edits, overlaying her audio onto ridiculous clips, yielding pure comedic gold. Others muted the original footage and synced it to polished background music. Under the power of a sleek, heroic BGM, Suyu soared to celestial levels of charisma. Beneath the nunchaku video, legions of fans gazed in awe, literally licking their screens. Husband, you're utterly breathtaking, so reassuring. Having Suyu is like commanding an entire battalion of bodyguards. Why bother with boyfriends when you've got Suyu, tall, handsome, and fiercely capable? Husband, I'm going to bear your children. Isn't my husband devastatingly handsome? Smug. JPG. I'd almost believe you, if I weren't currently nestled in his arms. Because of you lot, he spent 2 full hours explaining himself to me in bed. Up there, no lewdness allowed. I tripped over a pile of underwear the moment I entered. Enough already. Back at the scene. Hearing unanimous reluctance to hear her sing again, Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. At this rate you'll lose me in no time. Sumanru, unable to suppress a chuckle, gently guided Suyu back into her seat. Come sit down. You must be exhausted from wielding those nunchaku. Master, may I borrow your nunchaku for a moment? Shueishin reached for the weapon in Suyu's hands. Suyu rolled her eyes again, gripping the nunchaku tightly. No. What if you accidentally strike your own face? I'd be roasted alive by your fanbase. Shueishin refused to relent and lunged to seize it. Come on then, whoever that is, Shinmoshi. Since you sing so beautifully, treat us to a song. Amid the tug-of war, Suyu urgently appealed to Shinmoshi for rescue. Shinmoshi regarded the group coolly. No. Oh, just one song. To evade Shueishin's persistent antics, Suyu crouched directly before Shinmoshi, clutching his arm with one hand while fending off Shueishin's advancing grasp with the other. Shinmoshi watched Suyu draw so near, her fingers gripping his arm, and his pulse skipped a beat. Which song would you like to hear? He leaned close, his voice low, smoky, and resonant beside her ear. With a final decisive tug, Suyu reclaimed the nunchaku, cradling it tightly against her chest, only to find Shinmoshi's chiseled face mere inches from hers. Anything. Their eyes locked, and the intensity in his gaze startled her so deeply that the nunchaku slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. She must be hallucinating. Shinmoshi casually retrieved the fallen nunchaku, casting a cool, unnerving glance toward Shueishin, who stood poised to snatch it back. Yippee! Shueishin recoiled as if scalded, fur bristling, and instantly retreated to his seat, silent and obedient. Then I shall sing you a song titled Casually. A faint, enigmatic smile curved Shinmoshi's lips, and with effortless grace he muted both their microphones. Bathed in the soft, hazy light beneath the eaves, that smile seemed too exquisite to belong to any mortal, while Suyu, perfectly positioned, absorbed its full, devastating impact. You wandered casually into my world, carelessly raised my citadel, sat atop its highest tower. The moon bathed your silhouette in silver light. You scattered bait so carelessly, then departed just as casually, leaving me adrift, wandering, waiting. You the invader? When will you return, to mend my shattered walls? Shinmoshi sang softly, his voice barely audible beyond Suyu's ears. His gaze held something inscrutable, perhaps something Suyu dared not decipher. His eyes resembled a fathomless vortex, drawing her inward, inviting her to drown with him in shared surrender. Suyu hastily released his arm and retreated to what she deemed a safe distance. Only then did the microphone nearly pressed against their heads faintly capture fragments of sound. It was a new song, one Shinmoshi had never performed before. His fans watching live felt their hearts explode. A new song. I heard brother's impromptu composition first. I'm unbelievably blessed. I'm buying lottery tickets tomorrow. Sob, sob, it's absolutely exquisite. Even unaccompanied, it's transcendent. After hearing Suyu sing, I literally returned from the gates of death. Thank the Celestial King for this auditory purification. Look at Suyu's expression. Is she utterly mortified? Am I the only one sensing something off between them? Same here, I feel it too. Let's wait for a sharp-eyed netizen to dissect this. Shinmashi impromptu new song, swiftly trended. Titled Casually, the song was anything but. It radiated raw vulnerability and yearning, stirring such profound empathy that listeners ached to pull Shinmoshi through the screen and hold him close. Meanwhile, the unwitting catalyst, Suyu, was already feigning nonchalance, fleeing the scene. Truly magnificent. Exquisitely rendered. Worthy of a celestial king indeed. She sprang to her feet, protesting far too eagerly. Wise brother Zhao taking so long in the shower. He's no woman. Let me go urge him along. So many guests haven't bathed yet. And with that, Suyu vanished, while Shinmoshi's long lashes cast deep, impenetrable shadows across his cheekbones, veiling the emotions surging just beneath his gaze. The production team was thrilled today's footage alone could yield 2 full episodes. Few had time to watch the live stream in real time. Many eagerly awaited the official edited version. Driven by Shinmoshi's new song, today's inaugural livestream viewership surged to 200 million. A jade-hued moon hung high, o night reigned in serene silence. As the guests one by one finished bathing and prepared for rest, Suyu pressed trembling hands over her pounding heart. Soon she would share a room with Xiao Rou. Just as she struck a pose, smoothed her clothes, and ran fingers through her hair, ready to step inside. Shinmoshi, having observed everything, let out a low, icy snort, and with lightning speed seized the back of Suyu's collar. Why are you grabbing my collar? I'm going to sleep. Trapped by the nape of her neck, Suyu writhed in protest. Shinmoshi held up the garment she'd smudged with a dark handprint, a faint chilling smile playing on his lips. You haven't washed my shirt yet. Handle your own affairs. Didn't your elementary school teacher instill that principle? Suyu continued, struggling. Without another word, Shinmoshi simply dragged her away. Behind the house was a small backyard where, under the cover of the bamboo forest, Suyu was huffing and puffing as she washed Shinmoshi's clothes by a small well. Shinmoshi had brought a small stool to sit beside and supervise. No, it's not clean enough. Is it too dark, or are your eyes just bad? Can't you see such a large black stain? Shinmoshi's sharp tongue was equally fierce, wishing he could pin Suyu by the well and make her wash his clothes all night, completely disregarding the fact that this particular garment could not be washed by hand. Are you done yet? Suyu suddenly stood up and flung the clothes back into the basin. She shook her hands and turned to leave, saying, I won't serve you anymore. You wash it yourself. But it was too dark, and the lights in the backyard had long since broken, relying solely on the silver glow cast by them. Fuming, Suyu stumbled on the well rope and lost her balance, falling right into Shinmoshi's arms. Shinmoshi, still sitting on the small stool, fell directly to the ground when Suyu crashed into him. With their faces so close, their eyes met. Even the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, while the bamboo in the backyard bent low, obscuring the camera. Gulp. In the pitch-black backyard, only Suyu's pair of cat-like eyes shone brightly. Having just bathed, she smelled delightful, causing Shinmoshi to involuntarily swallow hard, his arms tightening around her. Suyu was also stunned, wondering how she had fallen straight into Shinmoshi's embrace. She would have preferred to just fall on the ground. Quickly getting up, Suyu awkwardly smiled and said, Sorry, it's too dark, I didn't see clearly. Get up quickly. I'll head back now. You're on your own. Suyu chuckled nervously, pulling Shinmoshi up before swiftly escaping the scene of the incident. Suyu dashed away quickly, afraid that Shinmoshi would insist on her washing his clothes again. She could see that his clothes had become dirty again. Shinmoshi coldly laughed at Suyu's fleeing back. Meanwhile, Suyu returned to her room, where Su Manru had already washed up and was lying in bed. Suyu, come sleep. I'm so sleepy. Su Manru, wearing a silk pajama set, was cuddling her pillow while playing. Standing by the bed, Suyu's toes were anxiously digging into the floor. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. Suyu, you are already a mature person. You must not indulge in fantasies, and definitely not in lewd thoughts. Wait for me a moment. Suyu dashed out again. After a while, she came back hugging a quilt. Since she couldn't indulge in fantasies, she thought she might as well suffer a little less. The bottom line was that she absolutely couldn't share the same quilt. Quick, help me. I've died so many times. Su Manru had just learned to play a game today and was eager to improve. Suyu quickly spread out the quilt, sitting cross-legged beside Su Manru, taking her phone to start claiming kills. As the strongest player, Suyu took charge and led the team to victory. After finishing that round, Suyu got off the bed, casually picked up a piece of clothing, and smiled at the camera, raising an eyebrow. Good night. She tossed the clothing to the camera, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. After taking a cold shower, Shinmoshi also returned to his room to sleep. The covered camera did not capture it, but Shinmoshi had a restless night. He had a very absurd dream. In the hazy moonlight, everything seemed so blurred. Suyu, who had fallen on him, panicked and tried to get up, but her hand slipped on the moss by the well, and she fell back into Shin Moshi's arms again, their lips brushing against each other. In that moment, both of them were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Their lips parted instantly, but Shin Moshi pressed Su-Ye's head back, instinctively deepening the kiss. Su-Ye's lips were swollen and red, her entire body soft, as she melted into Shin Moshi's embrace. After a long while, Shin Moshi finally released her. By then, Su-Ye's lips had already lost all sensation. Between their lips and tongues, Shin Moshi hoarsely said, "Suyu, you kissed me. You have to take responsibility for me." The consequence of having such a dream was that Shin Moshi quietly got up early to wash his pants. It was now 6 o'clock, and everyone was still sleeping. Even the camera crew hadn't started working yet. Except for the clock watchers who had been waiting in the live broadcast room since early morning. Brother is really bold, washing pants early in the morning, so shy. If it weren't for this live variety show, I wouldn't have seen this side of the brother. Facepalm laughing JPG. Brother is really pure, yet alluring. Besides the piles of dropped underwear in the live broadcast room, Suyu was also awake at this moment. Usually she wouldn't get up even if the sun was shining on her, but Su Manra's sleeping position was testing her patience, so she had no choice but to get up early. Just in time, she saw Shin Moshi hanging up his pants. Suyu, having been a man in her past life, understood everything. When Shin Moshi caught Suye's meaningful gaze, he felt an instant mortification. No peeking. It was Suye's fault that he was washing pants so early in the morning. "Hey, if I'm not looking, why are you pulling me? Where are you taking me?" Shin Moshi pulled Suyu out of the small yard. In the early morning countryside around 6, white mist drifted gently between the green hills like a woman dressed in green, with a white veil gracefully moving on the clouds. "Running, you're coming with me." Shin Moshi always made time to exercise, and running was the perfect activity in this early morning countryside. With nothing else to do, Suyu decided to run along with Shin Moshi. The wheat waves rolled on both sides, stretching as far as the eye could see, with hard-working people already working in the fields. "Wow, Shin Moshi, look at that big goose, it's so fat. If it goes into the water, it will probably sink, ha." Reaching upon, Suyu laughed at a plump goose. "Gaga goth." The fat goose spread its wings and stretched its neck, preparing to give this mocking human a piece of its mind. "Oh, run. The goose can really hurt." Suyu grabbed Shin Moshi's hand and ran wildly. The goose chased them for hundreds of meters before finally letting them go. Don't ask how Suyu knew that a goose's bite could hurt. It was a painful memory filled with blood and tears. Watching Suyu holding his hand, Shin Moshi's expression softened, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. Wherever Suyu ran, chaos ensued. The words "asking for a beating" seemed to be engraved on her forehead. After provoking the village bully, the big goose, she also attracted the village bully's second brother, the rooster, and the third brother, the yellow dog. Suyu and Shin Moshi were chased around the village by the 3 village bullies. The photographer, who had finally started working, rode a motorcycle and chased them through the village, laughing while marveling at Suyu's strong sense of variety. Finally reaching a ridge, Suyu stopped to lean on her knees, gasping for breath. This little exercise was nothing for Shin Moshi. His breathing rate hadn't even changed. "You must have never been chased by the 3 village bullies, right? Today I let you experience it. How does it feel?" Suyu stood up and smiled brightly at Shin Moshi, her cat-like eyes squinting, revealing a row of white teeth. After brewing for a while, the sun finally leaped up, claiming the high point atop the mountain. The sunlight poured down, perfectly illuminating Suyu's face as she smiled, her teeth shining. This feels pretty good," Shin Moshi said, turning his head and chuckling softly. With his back to the sun, golden light dusted his hair, and in the backlight, he looked breathtakingly handsome. The following photographer stood behind Shin Moshi. Only Suyu could see that radiant smile against the light. Suyu was stunned. Shin Moshi really looked great. Seeing Suyu's dazed expression, Shin Moshi seemed to realize something. The beauty trap was indeed a... Suyu felt oddly unsettled by Shin Moshi's smile, which was as pure and clear as the melting winter snow. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Suyu ran back to the small house with Shin Moshi. It was not even 8 o'clock when they returned to the small house, and Su Manru was still asleep. Her soft little face was nestled in the blanket, resembling a snow-white Persian cat. "Wake up, little lazy pig." Suyu leaned over the bed, picked up a strand of Su Manru's long hair, and drew circles on her face. "I haven't slept enough, Suyu, please don't disturb me." Su Manru, still half asleep, rubbed her face against the pillow, looking adorably naive. "Then sleep a little longer, it'll go make you breakfast." Suyu gently brushed away the strands of hair scattered on Su Manru's cheeks, tender as a gentle summer breeze. The filming crew was absolutely obsessed. "Yes, this is my ultimate pairing. Walking in the rain is the best. Those who ship the brother pairing are definitely in a cult." When Suyu arrived at the kitchen, he discovered that Zhao Wei was already up and had brought breakfast ingredients from the production team. "Good morning, Zhao Gu." With a smile in his eyes, Suyu greeted him. "Morning," Zhao Wei replied, stirring a pot of millet porridge. The porridge was being cooked on a small stove on the ground, while corn, sweet potatoes, and a few eggs were steaming in the larger pot. "Zhao Gu, you're really capable. Your wife is so lucky." Seeing that the food was almost ready and realizing she had no role to play, Suyu sincerely praised him. Zhao Wei chuckled, and said, "Stop joking around, go wake everyone up for breakfast." Alright. The mischievous Suyu went to wake up the rest. Of course, Su Manru was the last to be called. With pickled vegetables, Suyu ate heartily, while Su Manru only had a piece of corn and a boiled egg, and Tanminchi had only one egg. "You two are eating so little. This millet porridge that Zhao Go made is really creamy, don't you want some?" Suyu lifted her head from the porridge bowl, a ring of oily skin around her lips. Managing your figure is a basic quality for an artist. "Suyu, you eat so much and still don't gain weight. I'm really envious," Tanminchi said, pinching an egg with a look of grievance. "I exercise a lot, eat plenty, and get hungry quickly, yet am still slim," Suyu replied with a bit of pride. "Master, don't you have diabetes? Just like my grandma, you should go see a doctor." If it weren't for the teasing glint in Shueshun's eyes, Suyu might have thought this disciple was genuinely concerned about her. Suyu snatched the egg that Shueshun had just taken provocatively, saying, "I heard diabetes often runs in families. For your health you should eat less." This is already the last egg, only 6 were boiled, and now the dining table is starting to witness the usual master-disciple battle again. Shinmosh, unable to watch any longer, pulled Suyu over and said, "Here, take this." He held a freshly peeled egg in his palm, still steaming. Suyu wasn't actually interested in eating the egg, she just couldn't stand the look on her disciple's face. "I'm full," she pushed the egg back. Shueshun protested angrily. "Master, you're full, yet still snatching my egg." "Being full and not wanting you to eat are not mutually exclusive," Suyu replied coolly. Creak. Suddenly the courtyard door was pushed open and a dazzling beauty walked in, pulling a suitcase. The beauty smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Yulingxue. I apologize for troubling you all these days. Welcome, welcome. Have you had breakfast yet? Do you want some?" Zhao Wei was the first to stand up and welcome the new guest. "Thank you, I've already eaten," Yulingxue said to Zhao Wei, but her eyes were on Shinmosh. "Long time no see, Mosh go." Yulingxue walked up to Shinmosh and smiled sweetly. The others immediately had expressions as if they had caught wind of gossip. "Shinmosh, you've got quite the charm. When did you meet such a stunning beauty?" Suyu nudged Shinmosh with her elbow and whispered, her eyes filled with astonishment at Yulingxue. Seeing Suyu's awestruck expression, Shinmosh wished he could cover her eyes. "I've known Mosh Go for many years. We met when we were children. Our families are close friends." Yulingxue was somewhat surprised that this woman could get close to Mosh Gu without being pushed away by him. "Child," everyone understood. "Mosh Gu, why aren't you talking to me? Be careful, or I might go tell Annie on you." Yulingxue sat beside Shinmosh. Shinmosh always sat alone on a long bench and no one else wanted or dared to sit with him. Except for Suyu, but she only wanted to stick to Su Manru. "Go ahead," Shinmosh said expressionlessly, his tone indifferent, then stood up and walked away. "What?" Yulingxue was somewhat taken aback, not understanding Shinmosh's meaning. "I guess he's telling you to report." Shueshun spoke up, not knowing any better. Yulingxue frowned, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes. Who in the entertainment circle didn't know that she liked Shinmosh? She entered the industry against her family's wishes just for him. Suyu couldn't stand seeing the beautiful girl frowning and quickly smiled and comforted her. "Sister, don't mind him, he's just a total brooder. Come play with us." Looking at the smiling face in front of her, Yulingxue inexplicably felt a sense of dislike, but she still chuckled lightly. "Alright, your name is Suyu, right? You're really handsome, even more so than most boys. You have a good eye, sister." Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Finally his sister noticed her charm. "You and Mosh Gu must have a very good relationship, right? He seems to enjoy being around you," Yulingxue asked, casually biting her lip. Suyu frowned as she pondered. Were they really that close? Not wanting to think too hard, she smiled boldly. "Maybe. I get along well with everyone. Everyone likes me." "You all stop chatting, Suyu, let's clean up the table and wash the dishes together," Su Manru said, somewhat displeased at their "Hey." After everything was tidied up, the director's team spoke up. "Welcome, flying guest Yulingxue, to our glorious labor family. Has everyone eaten well? Today's task is about to begin." "Director, what is today's task?" Tanminchi thought, hoping they wouldn't be asked to do farm work. "It's the season for wheat to ripen. Our parents used to take a break during the May Day holiday just to help with farm work. Today we will experience the true essence of May Day labor." Everyone immediately felt a bad premonition, and sure enough, today we are going to help the villagers harvest wheat and hold a wheat harvesting competition. None of us have ever harvested wheat except Zhao Wei, and everyone felt a wave of despair. "Director, are we going to use a combine harvester to harvest the wheat? Do you have a license to operate a combine harvester? If you do, you can use it. If not, you will have to use a sickle." Honestly, the director mercilessly shattered everyone's fantasies. It was the golden season of wheat harvest. Harvesters rumbled across the fields, and people bustled everywhere from the furrows to the embankments, radiating fervent energy. The wheat cutting contest would be held in 3 teams of 2 participants each, with pairings determined by lottery. With 7 guests present, one would receive a bye and remain at home to prepare lunch. No sooner had the director finished speaking than everyone silently sent off virtual koi fish, fervently hoping to be the one granted the reprieve. Each team heading into the fields will be assigned a local farmer as their team captain. Now let's begin the draw. A crew member brought forward a lottery box and placed it atop an octagonal table. Inside lay colored balls. Those drawing identical colors would form a team. One by one the guests stepped forward to draw. In the end, Suyu paired with Su Manru Shueshun with Tan Mingxi, Shin Moshi with Yu Lingxue, and Zhao Wei drew the by staying behind to cook. Haha. Thank you production team for accommodating us elders. Though Zhao Wei would have been fine, either way a reprieve was most welcome. After all, he'd cut enough weed in his childhood. Yu Lingxue skipped cheerfully to Shun Moshi's side and giggled sweetly, brother Moshi, I've never cut wheat before. Please help me. Neither have I. Shun Moshi's expression hardened. His displeasure deepened especially upon seeing Suyu and Su Manru enthusiastically clasping hands, their excitement palpable. The team that cuts the most wheat will win a 1-hour automated massage package. Once dismissed as trivial, such massages now held irresistible allure. After yesterday's grueling labor, every guest ached from head to toe. Victory was non-negotiable. The guests strode toward the wheat field near the cottage. A boundless sea of gold rippling in the wind, waves of grain surging with the pure exultant joy of harvest. Crowds of locals had already gathered around the field Turnidarina, drawn by curiosity. Even the village's waist drum troupe had volunteered as cheerleaders, assembling on open ground nearby, their drums thundering, cymbals clashing, an explosion of jubilant chaos. In modern times, mechanical harvesters had long replaced manual labor. Otherwise, these villagers would hardly have spare time to gather and watch. Infused by this infectious enthusiasm, the guests grew exhilarated, already imagining themselves lifting the trophy. Reality, however, struck swiftly as the guests grasped their sickles. Blank confusion spread across every face. How precisely did one wield this thing? Suyu tried a few tentative strokes, then laughed wryly. He too had met a blade he couldn't master. The others fared even worse. Bystanders watched nervously, half fearing they'd sever their own toes. Thank you, dear villagers, for joining us today. This is Labor is Glorious, exclusively sponsored by Wu Yao Yao Gourmet. We now invite 3 local farmers to serve as team captains. Please step forward. Amidst laughter and gentle shoving, 3 seasoned farmers, evident masters of the soil, emerged from the crowd and took their places beside each team. Our heartfelt thanks to these 3 farmers. Kindly instruct our guests in the proper use of the sickle, with special emphasis on avoiding self-injury. Only by cranking the director's loudspeaker to its maximum volume could the instructions pierce through the surrounding clamor. Under the patient hands and guidance of their farmer captains, the guests gradually mastered the sickle's rhythm. 2 per team positions assumed. Beep. Dongdinglong Donkyang. Dongdinglong Donkyang. The waist drum troupe erupted like warriors infused with vitality, every villager beaming with delight. The guests launched into a life-or-death sprint to cut wheat. Foremost among them, our top seed Suyu. Guided by the farmer's wisdom, even this humble tool bowed to the mastery of a martial arts adept. Suyu's sickle flashed, swish swish swish, leaving only afterimages in its wake, while golden stalks piled ever higher beside him. Xiaoro, stop cutting, you might hurt yourself. Just gather the wheat, I've already cut. Seeing Su Manru's fumbling efforts, Suyu gently seized her hands, shielding her from harm. Su Manru looked up, and there he was, Suyu's handsome face mere inches away, glistening with a delicate sheen of sweat. Where others perspired greasily, he shimmered, as if lit by soft stage light. Her heart skipped a beat. I can do it, she murmured, unwilling to let Suyu shoulder the burden alone. He'd cared for her so thoughtfully these past days. She refused to leave him to toil unaided. Suyu plucked a stray wheat stalk from her shoulder and smiled tenderly. Be good. Listen to me. Gather the stalks I toss aside, it'll speed us both along. Okay. Su Manru was utterly dazzled by that affectionate smile. While Suyu and Su Manru drifted in a rosy haze, Shin Moshi watched, chill waves radiating from him, jaw clenched tight. Brother Moshi, this wheat is so hard to cut. I just can't manage it. Please show me how. Yu Lingxue approached Shin Moshi with pitiful timidity. Shin Moshi's awareness flared instantly. Before Yu Lingxue could even lean in, he sidestepped smoothly, not glancing back, asked the farmer. He then moved deliberately closer to Suyu's section of the field and resumed cutting, absorbed in his own rhythm. For a fleeting instant, Yu Lingxue's gaze towards Suyu sharpened, keener than any sickle's edge. Shueshun and Tan Mingxi's pairing seemed destined solely for comic relief. Their performance from start to finish unfolded as a cascade of mishaps. Terrified of slicing his own feet, Shueshun arched his back high, keeping his feet comically distant from the wheat, then swung hard, and missed entirely, landing squarely on his backside. Villagers roared with laughter. Can you even cut wheat, or are you here purely for laughs? Tan Mingxi couldn't resist teasing Shueshun. And what about you? Look how few stalks you've managed in all this time. Shueshun bristled in protest. Watching this duo's chaotic synergy made it abundantly clear the massage prize would elude them entirely. Meanwhile, Shinmoshi grew steadily more adept, inching closer to Suyu's pace. HSS. A sharp edge of wheat leaf sliced Shinmoshi's fingertip, drawing a thin bead of blood. Yu Lingxue, who had watched him intently, rushed forward. Brother Moshi, you're injured. Let's inform the production team. You need antiseptic and a bandage. Unnecessary. Calmly he withdrew a pale gray silk handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it loosely around the wound. As the contest neared its climax, Su Yu's superior technique began to falter under fatigue, while Shun Moshie's slightly lesser skill was sustained by remarkable endurance. The two locked in a tense neck-and-neck struggle. All eyes now turned to Su Manru and Yu Lingxue. The outcome hinged entirely on their efforts. Shui Shun and Tan Mingqi had long since fallen out of contention, hope extinguished. Go, go, go. Dongdinglong Donqiang. Dongdinglong Donqiang. Su Yu and Shun Moshi surged forward almost in unison, cheered on wildly by the villagers ringing the field. Clang. A gong resounded. The contest ended. Beside Su Yu and Shun Moshi rose towering mounds of wheat. At Shui Shun's feet lay only a shallow scattering. The contest is over. Our deepest gratitude to all guests and villagers for your tireless efforts, and special thanks to our assisting farmers and the village waste drum troupe for their spirited support. Crew members moved in, bundling the harvested wheat stalk by stalk and weighing each pile, the heaviest. The director accepted a sheet of paper from a staff member, already inscribed with the contest results. Here we have the official tally. So, who emerges as the ultimate champion? Let's take a brief commercial break. The answer awaits in the next episode. Welcome back to Labor is Glorious, exclusively sponsored by Wu Yao Yao Gourmet. We are now announcing the winner of this year's wheat harvesting competition. The champion is Team Su Yu and Su Manru. Congratulations on winning the premium automatic massage chair experience package. Su Yu, you're amazing. Su Manru exclaimed, impulsively hugging him tightly. You're incredible too. Without your support, I'd never have claimed first place. Viewers flooded the live stream with congratulations, congratulations. Rainwalk duo reigns supreme. Indeed, the Rainwalk pairing is unmatched. Brothers or master-disciple pairings simply don't compare. Haha. Shui Shun and his team were hilarious. I could harvest more blindfolded. Shun Moshie's finger appears injured. Shouldn't he disinfect and bandage it immediately? Back at the cottage, Zhao Wei had already prepared dinner and even tidied the entire space. Every member of the wheat harvesting team returned utterly disheveled. Su Manru, unable to bear it any longer, retreated to shower. Su Yu splashed water on his face and sat beneath the eaves to rest, waiting for everyone to gather before dinner. Shun Moshi glanced at the wound on his finger, and a plan formed in his mind. Su Yu, I had no idea you were so skilled at harvesting wheat. Have you done this before? He sat beside Su Yu, resting his elbows on his knees, his injured finger deliberately extended into Su Yu's line of sight. Though the bleeding had long ceased, the wound was slightly inflamed, crusted with dried blood. Not at all. A sickle is still a blade, and there's no blade I can't wield. Su Yu arched a brow, his confidence radiant and effortless. Is that so? I'd never have guessed. Shun Moshi tilted his head, offering a soft, luminous smile, and brushed his fingertip lightly across his own fringe before withdrawing it along the same path. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yu was utterly captivated by that ethereal, dazzling smile. So much so that he failed entirely to notice the wound, rendering Shun Moshie's subtle ploy utterly futile. Brother Moshi, you should disinfect that wound right away, or risk infection. Yu Lingxue had just stepped out after touching up her makeup, and found her beloved brother Moshi beaming brilliantly at Su Yu. She had never seen him smile so openly, so warmly. What then was it about Su Yu? What extraordinary magnetism had so thoroughly ensnared brother Moshie's heart? You're injured, Ki. Su Yu finally registered the wound. He took Shun Moshie's hand gently. Fortunately, the injury was minor. Wait here. I'll fetch the first aid kit from the production team. Watching Su Yu sprint off, Shun Moshie's lips curved upward unbidden. Brother Moshi, you're remarkably different around Su Yu. Yu Lingxue settled beside him. Shun Moshi instantly smoothed his expression flat. That's none of your concern. Brother Moshi, you weren't like this before. Yu Lingxue bit her lower lip, then broke into a gentle smile. Mother would be overjoyed seeing you these past days. After filming wraps, let's visit her together. She mentioned just the other day how long it's been since you last came home. Go if you wish. I won't accompany you. Shun Moshi rose as Su Yu dashed back and walked forward to meet him. But Su Yu merely thrust the first aid kit into Shun Moshie's hands. Su Manru called me. She needs help fetching something. You can apply it yourself. And with that he vanished. Watching his retreating figure, Shun Moshie's smile vanished in an instant. He tossed the kit aside and strode straight to his room, utterly forgetting to tend to his wound. Dinner finally began, and even the girls devoured their meals ravenously. Once finished, it was time for the production team to award the prizes. Earlier that morning, 2 massage chairs had already been wheeled into the courtyard. Now please welcome our champions to claim their hard-earned reward, 1 full hour of automatic massage therapy. Amid envious, admiring, and begrudging glances, Su Yu and Su Manru ascended the winner's throne, hand in hand. The massage chair was a high-end product from one of the show's official sponsors. A sleek, sophisticated device offered both as a prize and a discreet brand showcase. How does it feel? Please share your impressions, champions. The director subtly signaled that the branded segment had begun. Absolutely sublime. Genuine leather upholstery, multi-level intensity, adjustment, powerful therapeutic functions. Song Kong massage chair, a worthy investment for every discerning individual. Suyu flashed a polished camera-ready smile and delivered the scripted endorsement flawlessly. Livestream viewers erupted. Buy it. Buy it now. Exhausted from the morning's labor, everyone drifted into drowsiness. Suyu took a shower. Su Manru insisted he wouldn't be allowed onto the bed otherwise. He slept straight through, waking only near 4 o'clock. Afterward, the production team led everyone to the village's designated threshing ground, where they experienced another round of traditional grain separation, returning coated head toto and chaff necessitating yet another shower. Twilight deepened, the sky blazed with amber and rose-gold radiance. For dinner, the crew served a lavish barbecue feast, finally soothing bodies worn thin by a day of relentless toil. Skewers sizzled under aromatic spices glistening with golden oil. Zhao Wei worked steadily while Su Yu and Xue Shun crouched eagerly before the grill, mouths watering uncontrollably. The moment a skewer emerged, perfectly charred master and apprentice launched into their customary meat-grabbing duel. Don't you know reverence for elders? You ungrateful, disobedient disciple. Su Yu held a skewer in his right hand, and with his left tried prying open Xue Shun's fingers. Master, you've got some nerve lecturing me about propriety, stealing food from a child. At least have the decency to blush. Xue Shun clung stubbornly to his prize. You rebellious wretch, you're 23. I'm only 20. I'm the baby here. Shin Moshi approached the production team and quietly secured a second grill, then began cooking silently beside the others. Brother Moshi, when did you learn to barbecue? It smells divine. Yu Lingshu had drifted close once more. Just now, he'd watched Zhao Wei closely and mastered it instantly. It will certainly be delicious. Yu Lingshu pulled up a small stool, chin propped on her palms, waiting patiently, only to discover to her astonishment that Shin Moshi handed all the skewers he'd grilled directly to Suyu. Not a single one to her. Livestream viewers commented, Shin Moshi's grilling skills are unexpectedly impressive. I've just opened my food delivery app. Has anyone else noticed how uniquely he treats Suyu? Exactly. Dozens of skewers, all gifted to Suyu. Not one for Yu Lingshu. Even twilight can't soften the shadow darkening Yu Lingshu's expression. Long live the brotherhood pairing. Here, you first. Shin Moshi extended a generous bundle of sizzling skewers towards Suyu. Wow, did you grill these? How wonderfully domestic of you. Your future spouse will be truly blessed. Suyu accepted them with a delighted grin, utterly unreserved. Shin Moshi chuckled softly. I rather think she will be. His smile seemed to illuminate the dim courtyard itself. Lately Shin Moshi has been smiling far more often, just as he ought. Before, his face remained perpetually stern, as though the world owed him 8 million coins. Thanks. Suyu passed around skewers to everyone, giving Su Manru the largest share. I haven't eaten yet, Shin Moshi murmured, gazing at him with quiet reproach. Huh. Suyu stared, holding only the single skewer he'd taken a bite from. The rest were already distributed. You didn't save me even one. Shin Moshi's eyes shimmered with plaintive accusation. Well, all I have left is this one. Suyu held up the half-eaten skewer, blinking innocently. Shin Moshi, carefully avoiding cameras and onlookers, reached out, plucked the skewer from Suyu's hand, and took a deliberate bite. I don't mind. Suyu stood frozen, limbs tingling, pulse racing. Since when had things grown this familiar between them? Shunmashi truly is like a chaotic fist striking down a master. Suyu personally didn't mind, but wasn't this about being afraid of his feelings? Shunmashi, where has your obsession with cleanliness gone? Suyu could only curl her lips, letting it be. After all, as long as I am not awkward, the one who feels awkward is others. While barbecuing and chatting, gazing at the starry sky, and enjoying the gentle cool breeze, it was quite pleasant. A dreamless night. The next morning, Shinmashi's finger was swollen. The wound was very red with some signs of pus. It was clearly infected. The early morning trio remained Shinmashi, Suyu, and Zhao Wei. At 6 in the morning, aside from the fixed camera that ran 24 hours, not even the following cameraman had arrived. Zhao Wei looked at Shunmashi's finger, frowning. Suyu, you should go with Mashi to the village health station. That finger definitely needs to be treated. Let's go, Shunmashi, I'll accompany you. Suyu, with her hands in her pockets, turned back to call Shunmashi from the doorway. In the backlight, Suyu's tall figure and her extraordinarily beautiful face were striking. Okay. Shunmashi nodded, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The morning village was shrouded in mist with green mountains and old trees, and an old yellow cow leisurely walked across the road. The two walked slowly towards the village health station. You didn't disinfect yesterday. Didn't I bring you the medical kit? Suyu walked backward with her hands behind her back. Mentioning this made Shinmashi unhappy. It was you who didn't disinfect. Suyu looked puzzled. Don't you have hands yourself? You could have done it yourself. Shinmashi's displeasure deepened, his face sulky. Seeing him like this, Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, but decided not to hold it against him since he was injured and in a bad mood. Does it hurt? Suyu looked at the finger swollen like a carrot, slightly frowning. This little pain was nothing to Shinmashi, yet he stubbornly furrowed his brow tightly. It hurts. Seeing you in such discomfort, let me tell you a joke. Ta-ha. As soon as it was about a joke, Suyu was already laughing so hard, she clutched her stomach. Before she even started telling it, Suyu laughed foolishly for a while, then finally began. There was a girl downstairs walking her dog, and a little girl ran up to the dog. The little girl asked Andy, "Can I touch the dog?" The girl said, "Call me sister." The little girl then asked Andy, "Can I touch?" Ha ha ha. Suyu was practically rolling on the ground with laughter. Shinmashi didn't find the joke funny, but seeing Suyu laugh so foolishly, a hint of a shallow smile appeared on his usually stern face. Seeing Shinmashi smile, Suyu became even more animated. Funny, right? Ha ha. It is indeed quite funny. Shinmashi's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze fixed on her. Then let me tell you another one. This one's even funnier. Ha ha ha. Suyu grabbed Shinmashi's sleeve to prevent herself from falling over while laughing. Shinmashi looked at her actions, his smile broadening. Even the corners of his eyes and brows were filled with joy. An elephant went to the toilet without any paper and asked a little white rabbit, "Are you afraid of losing fur?" The little white rabbit replied, "Not afraid." So the elephant grabbed the little white rabbit and wiped his bottom with it. Ha ha ha. The next day, while the elephant was eating, he asked a little squirrel beside him, "Are you afraid of losing fur?" The little squirrel said, "Not afraid." Then the elephant grabbed the little squirrel and wiped his mouth with it. Ha ha. Guess what the little squirrel said? The little squirrel said, "I was yesterday's little white rabbit. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha." Suyu laughed so hard she was flailing her arms, tears streaming from her eyes. Caught up in her laughter, Suyu didn't notice her footing and suddenly tripped over a tree root, about to have a close encounter with the old tree, when Shinmashi swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, his back crashing against the tree, tightly holding Suyu in his embrace. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow on the two tightly embraced figures. Shinmashi smelled so good, which was Suyu's thought at that moment. "You can let go of me now." Suyu felt a strange sensation, one she had never experienced when hugging her old buddies in her past life. "You fool." Shinmashi buried his face in Suyu's hair, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to disregard everything and confess his feelings. But he was scared. He was afraid to say it, as he and Suyu weren't even friends. Suyu didn't like him. He was very "You can trip while walking. You're really too foolish, and you're supposed to be a martial arts master." Shinmashi released her, bending his finger to flick Suyu's forehead. "Do you not want your other hand either?" Suyu covered her reddened forehead from the flick, glaring at Shinmashi with her big cat-like eyes. Shinmashi chuckled lightly, the corners of his lips curving slightly, revealing a charming arc. In his dark eyes there was a soft glow as he looked at her, as if gazing at a flower that had bloomed after guarding for countless years, with the surrounding gentle breeze seemingly intoxicated by his tender gaze. Suyu felt her face heat up under his gaze. She thought she was being too abnormal. She quickly turned around, walking while saying, "Let's go, we've wasted quite a bit of time." Ahead was the village health station, and they arrived shortly after. The village health station was quite rudimentary, and the doctor was just an ordinary village physician. The physician treated the wounds slightly, prescribed some anti-inflammatory medicine, advised not to touch water today, and let him go. Back at the small house, everyone was up, and Zhao Wei had prepared breakfast. "I'm really sorry, brother Zhao. You worked so hard every day. They'll definitely get up earlier tomorrow to help," Su Manru said somewhat apologetically, while munching on a sweet potato. "It's nothing. I'm used to getting up early every day, and I also like to cook breakfast for my family when I'm at home." Zhao Wei smiled unconcernedly, turning around to see Shinmashi and Suyu stepping into the small courtyard. "Hey, you two are back. Shinmashi's finger is okay, right?" The doctor prescribed some medicine and told Shinmashi not to touch water today. After saying this, Suyu sat down at the table and began to drink the porridge enthusiastically. "Mashi-go, has your hand gotten infected? I told you to disinfect yesterday, but you didn't listen. The village health station isn't reliable. Let me accompany you to the hospital." Yu Lingsu's face was filled with concern. "Yes, Shinlaosher, you should listen to teacher Yu and go to the hospital to be reassured." Tan Mingqi also stepped forward to support. "No need. Oh, I know my hand well." Shinmashi sat beside Suyu and began to eat breakfast. Shueshun brought his porridge bowl over, pouting, "Master, you went out alone again without telling me. Can you get up at 6? If you can, I'll bring you along tomorrow." Suyu pushed Shueshun's dog-like head away and continued eating breakfast. "I can definitely get up tomorrow. I heard that martial arts masters absorb the first ray of morning sun at sunrise to greatly enhance their skills." Suyu was speechless, not understanding why such a foolish person like Shueshun had so many fans. Was everyone just looking at faces and not brains? After finishing breakfast, seeing the director's sister raise a loudspeaker, the guests felt tired even before starting. After the director finished speaking, some staff members brought out the drawing box. Everyone secretly prayed not to draw any hellish difficulty tasks. However, collecting manure from the pigsty and composting tasks. What the hell? Today the master-disciple duo drew a group and looked at each other in bewilderment. It refers to the process of collecting pig dung, mixing it with soil and fallen leaves, and letting it decompose into organic fertilizer for farming. The director's sister smiled like a fox. "What a..." The master and disciple duo felt struck by lightning. "It's just collecting pig dung. Oh, we didn't ask you to collect dung from the highest primates, so be grateful to the director team." Zhao Wei leaned over to take a look at their task content and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Zhao who possessed the bamboo shoots on the mountain were all taken by you. Give me back my broad and lovely brother Zhao. Suyu was on the verge of tears. Tan Mingqi and Su Manru were in one group, and the heavens were kind to the two girls. Their task was much simpler, just helping the villagers sow corn seeds and plant another batch of corn after the wheat harvest. Zhao Wei and Yu Lingxue were in one group, and their task content was to feed the pigs. There was a joint pig farm in the village with hundreds of pigs. Shinmashi had an injured finger, so the director team didn't let him participate in the drawing. Teacher Shun will have free activities today, just try to prevent the wound from worsening. Before Shinmashi could speak, he felt two scorching gazes next to him. Turning his head, he saw Su Yu and Xue Shun looking at him with envy and jealousy. Shinmashi. Apart from Tan Mingqi and Su Manru going to sow corn seeds, the remaining 4 members went to the village's pig farm. They hadn't even entered yet, and the smell from the pig farm at the door was almost overwhelming them. Zhao Wei and Yu Lingxue went to the pig food room, while Su Yu and Xue Shun took tools to the pigsty. As they got closer, the smell was simply overwhelming. Despite wearing double-layer masks, Su Yu felt like she was about to gag. At this time, the pigs were not in the pen. They were playing in the specially set-up pig water park at the pig farm, which supposedly makes the pork more delicious. Pigs are actually quite clean. They do not defecate in their own rooms, but concentrate in one corner. Su Yu and Xue Shun wore gloves and water shoes, cautiously entering the pigsty with buckets and shovels. Su Yu felt the stench of the pigsty was about to permeate her soul. Xue Shun used the shovel to scoop up a big pile of pig dung. Ugh! As Xue Shun gagged, the shovel lost balance, and the pig dung fell, landing with a thud directly on the top of Xue Shun's shoe. Xue Shun felt the softness and heaviness of the pig dung through the thin water shoe surface. I want to leave this hellish place. Xue Shun was completely distraught. The viewers in the live stream couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha, too gruesome to watch. Ha ha, Xue Shun is too miserable. Oh, I can feel his breakdown through the screen. This is a smelly live stream, ha. Seeing Xue Shun like that, Su Yu quickly changed to another pen with her tools. She didn't want to be affected by Xue Shun's foolishness. Master, don't go, we die together. Xue Shun reached out to stop Su Yu, wanting to rub his dung-covered water shoe against her water shoe. You ungrateful disciple, let go of me. Su Yu was about to go crazy from Xue Shun's antics. She was determined to expel this ungrateful disciple from her mentorship today. The two engaged in a tug-of war in the pigsty, making the following cameraman laugh so hard he could barely hold the camera. There were several split screens in the live stream, and viewers could choose any to watch. At this moment, the number of viewers for Su Yu and Xue Shun surged, surpassing that of Shinmashi. Shinmashi, as a top celebrity in the entertainment industry, had over 200 million fans. Even if he just sat there, without moving, a large number of fans would still lick the screen. At this moment, Shinmashi was walking on the way to the pig farm. After basking in the sun for a while in the courtyard, feeling too bored, he decided to see Su Yu. Just as he reached the entrance of the pig farm, the repulsive smell made him pause. Yu Lingxue, who was passing by carrying pig food, happened to see Shinmashi lingering at the entrance. She put down the bucket of pig food and happily ran over. Brother Mashi, are you here to find me? As a rich young lady and a top star in the entertainment industry, when had she ever done such things? If it weren't for Shinmashi, how could she endure this? However, Shinmashi quickly walked past her into the pig farm. No. Brother Mashi. Yu Lingxue's eyes sparkled with tears. Do you really have to be like this, eh? Yu Lingxue jogged to catch up with Shinmashi, tugging at his sleeve. What's so good about Su Yu? We are a match in status and capability. Yu Lingxue's eyes flashed with pleading. Looking at the hand that was gripping his sleeve, Shinmashi felt a bit angry and said coldly, the Yu family is not qualified to be compared with the Shin family. Shinmashi tugged at his hand, but couldn't shake her off. His tone became even colder. Let go. Yu Lingxue looked incredulous and deeply hurt, releasing her grip. With tears blurring her vision, Yu Lingxue's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Su Yu, you wait for me. When Shinmashi found Su Yu, she and Xue Shun had already absorbed the smell. Shinmashi, why are you here? Su Yu came out carrying a bucket of pig dung. After staying in the pigsty for so long, her sense of smell had almost dulled, and it didn't seem that smelly anymore. Board came to check on you guys. Shinmashi retreated a step due to the stench. As Su Yu walked while talking, carrying the pig dung to the composting area. What's so interesting here? It stinks. Now that we've finished shoveling the pig dung, are you still going to watch? Since you're already here, let's take a look. Shinmashi followed Su Yu. Arriving at the nearby composting area, a villager had already dug a large pit and was guiding them on how to do it. First, pour a layer of pig dung, then sprinkle a layer of soil and fallen leaves, then pour another layer of pig dung and keep filling it until full. After a small half-year, this will be excellent fertilizer. Under the villagers' guidance, the two quickly finished. They really didn't want to stay with the pig dung any longer. After finishing, they just wanted to quickly go back and take a shower. Teacher Shin, why are you here? Xue Shun was a bit surprised. Why would the king come to such a smelly place? Earlier, Shinmashi had stood far away, and Xue Shun hadn't realized he had come. Stop right there, don't come over. Shueishin smelled worse than Suyu, and Shin Mashi prohibited him from getting close. Shueishin stood there looking wronged, watching the two walking side by side in front of him. Why? The master smelled the same as him. Why didn't the king tell the master to go away? The viewers in the live stream, King Shin is really internationally famous for his double standards. Back in the small house, there was only one bathroom. The master and disciple had a showdown over who could shower first, and of course the powerful Suyu emerged victorious. After Suyu finished her shower, the corn sowing team and the pig feeding team also returned. Today at noon, there was no one to cook, so the production team provided lunch, 6 dishes, and a soup absolutely not extravagant. During the meal, a dish of boiled shrimp was particularly favored by Suyu, who not only peeled shrimp for herself, but also for Su Manru. Shin Moshishi watched as Suyu continuously peeled shrimp for Su Manru and put his bowl in front of her. My hands are inconvenient. His eyes signaled Suyu to peel shrimp for him. Seeing this, Yu Lingxue immediately peeled a shrimp for Shin Moshishi and placed it in his bowl, but Shin Moshishi was still gazing at Suyu. Suyu silently peeled 2 shrimp for Shin Moshishi, which satisfied him, while the shrimp peeled by Yu Lingxue remained untouched. After peeling shrimp for Shin Moshishi, Suyu peeled shrimp for everyone. There were hardly any large shrimp left, and now the plate was clean. Shin Moshishi watched her peel for everyone and became displeased, his face sullen. The others felt that the king was truly hard to please, as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile, some viewers in the live stream couldn't help but whisper, so King Shin truly treats Suyu differently. Brother CP is the best. After finishing the meal, Yu Lingxue prepared to leave. The flying guest would only stay for 2 days, and before leaving she sought out Suyu when no one was around. Suyu, am leaving. I entrust Shin Moshishi to your care. He has never done hard work since he was young, and both Aunt and I are worried he won't adapt. Suyu was somewhat bewildered, wondering why she was saying all this. No one forced Shin Moshishi to come to this program. If he came, he had to work. However, Suyu maintained a composed face, saying, Shin Moshishi is quite capable. Yu Lingxue smiled faintly without saying anything more. The smile did not reach her eyes. After saying goodbye to everyone, she left. Then everyone went to their rooms for a nap. When they woke up in the afternoon, Zhao Wei called Suyu and Shin Moshishi. The production team gave us 50 yuan, which is for our dinner tonight. You two go to the town to buy groceries. After saying this, he reminded them again with relief. Buy well, don't buy recklessly. Whether the 6 of us can eat enough tonight depends on how you buy it. Don't worry, brother Zhao. Suyu smiled confidently. Shin Moshishi had some difficulty with his fingers, so Suyu was driving today. She could drive well, and after signing with the agency, she had gotten her driver's license. Shin Moshishi sat in the passenger seat. His injured fingers made it a bit inconvenient to fasten the seatbelt. He turned to Suyu and said, my hand hurts, I can't fasten the seatbelt properly. I'll help you. Suyu leaned closer to Shin Moshishi and reached out to fasten his seatbelt. Suyu's face was so close that every fiber of her skin was clearly visible, glowing like a ripe peach under the afternoon sun. Her long, thick eyelashes cast shadows over her cat-like eyes, which seemed to hold a pool of clear water. Suddenly, Shin Moshishi reached out to cover the lens of the nearby mini-camera, not wanting others to see Suyu. The vehicle navigated through the winding mountain roads. The road was twisty, but Suyu's driving was exceptionally smooth. If she weren't filming a show, she might have accelerated on the mountain roads. Viewers in the live stream marveled at how Suyu, at just 20 years old, could drive so skillfully. Upon arriving in town, Shin Moshishi put on a hat before getting out of the car. Even so, his height of 1.9 meters made him stand out in the crowd. As they entered the market, Suyu looked at the 50 yuan in her hand, then at the market prices, feeling that they wouldn't be able to buy much. Shin Moshishi, being a rich young master, was utterly clueless about vegetable prices, so she couldn't rely on him. What do you want to eat? Suyu picked up an eggplant and asked Shin Moshishi with a smile. What do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever you eat. Shin Moshishi's lips curled slightly, and his cold, handsome face softened instantly. A faint atmosphere of warmth enveloped the two of them. Sister, how much is this eggplant? Suyu asked with a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth. The vegetable vendor's face crinkled with laughter. It was the first time such a handsome young man had called her sister. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I grew this myself, it's pesticide-free, and it's cheap, only 2.5 yuan per gene. Seeing Suyu flirt with every woman, Shin Moshishi felt quite helpless. In the end, Suyu bought 1 eggplant, 3 or 4 green peppers, and a block of tofu, spending 6 yuan. The vegetable vendor, seeing her beauty and sweet talk, even threw in a few scallions for free. Looking at the free scallions, Suyu became even sweeter. Thank you, sister, you are really nice. Then she approached the meat stall. The second brother was a must-buy. Recently, the price of the second brother had dropped. After browsing for a while, she finally bought a gene of evenly marbled pork belly, spending 12 yuan. She also bought 2 pieces of chicken breast, which were cheap at 7 yuan per gene. Then she went back to the vegetable stall to buy a bunch of cilantro, a few small chili peppers, and a cucumber. Cilantro was essential, as she had to buy it. Spending another 3 yuan, as she decided to make a plate of cold shredded chicken, which she had tasted before and found. Suyu was buying in front, while Shin Moshishi followed closely behind, carrying the vegetables with his uninjured hand, and occasionally using his other hand to shield her from the bustling crowd at the market. The cameraman used discreet filming to minimize impact. Even so, some people noticed that these two exceptionally good-looking individuals were celebrities filming a show. There's still 22 yuan left. Shun Moshishi, do you want to eat fish? Let's go buy some fish. Sure, Shun Moshishi smiled faintly, his starry eyes reflecting Su Ye's face, shimmering with a gentle glow. At the fish stall, Su Ye watched the vendor take down a freshly killed large fish, placing the fish head and flesh into two separate baskets. Next to it was assigned 15 yuan per gene for fish heads and 5 yuan per gene for fish flesh. Wow, Shun Moshishi, look, this fish meat is so cheap. And it's all meat with the bones removed. Let's buy this. Su Ye exclaimed excitedly. Shun Moshishi looked at Su Ye, who seemed to have stumbled upon a great bargain, and smiled indulgently. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison, exclaiming how handsome he was. The nearby handsome guy was also attractive, both handsome and cute. The combination of a tall handsome man and a cute one was just too appealing. They had to follow this show. Su Ye bought the 2 pieces of fish meat freshly cut from the large fish for only 10 yuan. It smelled so good. With 12 yuan left, the two bought a gene of eggs, a bunch of small greens, 2 or 3 tomatoes, and a bit of ginger and garlic, spending all their money. Su Ye looked at the large bag of assorted vegetables and meat she had bought for 50 yuan, feeling like a talented, am I not quite capable? I'm practically a little household expert, ha. Su Ye turned back to Shun Moshishi, raising an eyebrow proudly. You're the most capable, Shun Moshishi chuckled, his glowing handsome face breaking through the confines of his hat, unabashedly captivating both the audience on and off the screen. A wave of little screams erupted at the scene. Many onlookers quickly searched for these two handsome guys on Baidu, and their smiles made them fall deeper into the fandom, mostly as CP fans. 2 handsome guys with different styles, one of whom was a girl, allowed them to enjoy the joy of both male-male CP and male-female CP. Investing in the brothers CP was definitely worth it. After returning to the small house with the groceries, Zhao Wei continuously praised the two, mainly because the expectations were so low that he didn't expect them to be reliable. For dinner, everyone worked together. Shui, Shun and Mengqi washed the vegetables, Su Ye cut them, Zhao Wei and Su Manru cooked, while Shun Moshishi waited to eat. They made cold shredded chicken with cucumber mapo tofu, minced meat, eggplant, stir-fried green pepper, pork, sweet and sour chrysanthemum, fish, stir-fried greens, and tomato egg soup, filling the table with dishes. The photographer captured a close-up of the table full of dishes, making viewers crave them and rush to open their food delivery apps. After dinner, there was another round of idle chatter, but the guests were too tired and soon returned to their rooms to rest. A night without dreams. As the first rays of morning light poured down, the small village began to awaken, and the little house became lively again with the arrival of another flying guest. At this moment, the little house was the busiest of the day, with the master and disciple frantically snatching food at the dining table. The door of the little house creaked open, and in came a tall and handsome man. Good morning, everyone. The handsome man greeted with a smile, his demeanor bright and charming. It's Wei Yun, long time no see, Zhao Wei said happily. He had known Wei Yun for many years and did not expect him to come to the little house as a guest. He and Wei Yun had a friendship that transcended age. Wei Yun was a child star who had acted with him when he was very young. Wei Ge, you haven't changed a bit. Wei Yun smiled and walked over to give Zhao Wei a shoulder bump hug. Then he greeted the other guests in the room. Hello everyone, I am Wei Yun, very pleased to meet you all. Everyone responded in turn, exchanging greetings. Wei Yun approached Su Ye, smiled, and performed a fist salute. Heroine, I am Wei Yun. I have admired your skills for a long time and have come to spar. Su Ye raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and asked, Are you a martial artist? Not exactly, but I have been around the martial arts film crew since I was little, so I understand some boxing and kicking. Wei Yun spoke modestly, yet his expression was anything but humble, filled with a strong desire for challenge. Shun Mosh's radar instantly sounded an alarm as he frowned at the person opposite him, who was about his height. Just as Su Ye was about to say something, the director's loudspeaker rang out, and everyone looked towards the director. Welcome, Wei Yun, to our glorious labor home. I hope you enjoy your time here over the next 2 days. The guests applauded in welcome. Today's task is about to begin. Are you all ready? Director, can we skip starting if we are not ready? Shueishan casually slacked off. If you're not ready, then don't worry about it. Let's start directly. Today's task is to draw lots and split into 2 small groups to go out and earn money. Each group will consist of 3 people, while the ones who don't participate will stay at home to cook. The deadline for the task is noon, 12 o'clock. The money earned will be used to buy books for our village's elementary school. Guests, let's work hard for the sake of the children to have a rich collection of reading materials. Now come over to draw lots. The staff brought out the lottery box. In the end, Su Ye, Wei Yun and Su Manru formed one group, while Shun Ma, Zhao Wei and Tan Mingqi formed the other. Not being able to draw into the same group as Su Ye, Shun Mosh was nearly spitting blood. His handsome face darkened, especially since Su Ye was grouped with the seemingly unfriendly Wei Yun. Shueishan looked at the green ball in his hand, which was different from the red and blue ones of the other 2 teams, feeling a mix of happiness and displeasure. It's good not to have to go out to earn money, but he also couldn't cook. What was he to do? Director, are there any rules or limitations for earning money? Zhao Wei wanted to confirm, lest they earn money only to be told it didn't comply with the rules. The rules are simple. You cannot use your star power. It has to be an ordinary person working to earn money. The director said it was simple, but everyone felt it was not simple at all. They were stars after all. How could they earn money without using their star influence? Come, let's discuss how to proceed. Su Yu pulled Su Manru over and raised an eyebrow at Wei Yun. I have an idea. How about we perform on the street? We can also compare our skills along the way. Wei Yun, having seen Su Ye's sword dancing video, knew she was skilled. It was perfect, as he also had some skills allowing them to spar while earning money, killing two birds with one stone. Sounds good, I'm in. Bring it on. Su Yu saw the fighting spirit burning in his eyes and readily accepted the Su Manru looked at the two of them filled with enthusiasm, as if eager to perform a chest-smashing act on the street, feeling somewhat helpless. What am I supposed to do? Su Yu, I don't know martial arts. Wait a moment, I'll get something for you. Su Yu ran into the room and took out a gong from her seemingly bottomless box. Clang. Su Yu struck the gong, startling the other guests in the yard, who were pondering what to do. Here, just bang the gong and collect money for us. Su Yu cheerfully handed the item to Su Manru. The martial arts and street performance team had nearly finalized their plans, while the other three, lacking direction, still had no ideas. What should we do? Tan Mingxi looked at the two, regretting they couldn't use their star influence. Otherwise, Teacher Shen could just sing a song and complete the task in 5 minutes. Let's take it step by step. We'll head to the street and see. With hands and feet, we should be able to find something to do. Zhao Wei contemplated for a while, also unsure of what to do. After the two small teams arrived at the town, the martial arts team quickly found a bustling intersection with a small square that was just perfect. Su Yu had just run to the production team to throw a fit, charmingly asking for some props. A small weapon rack filled with traditional Chinese weapons like red tassel spears, long swords, big knives, and long staffs was set up on the ground. With a strike of the gong, the atmosphere became lively. Clang. Su Yu held the gong with a microphone she had snagged from the director under her arm and cheerfully shouted, "Dear villagers, brothers, and sisters, don't miss out. Today we are performing martial arts and street shows here. Those with money, please support us. Those without money, please support us with your presence." It was just the time when everyone was out buying groceries and the street was crowded. Seeing this situation, many people stopped to watch. How refreshing. This was the kind of street martial arts performance one could only see on television. They never expected that in their little backwater town they could witness such a scene. Since it was free, they hurried to take a look. Before long, a crowd surrounded them tightly, and fearing an accident due to the crowd, the production team quickly found a few people to maintain order. When Su Yu was at the little house, she had taught Su Manru the rhythm for striking the gong and what to say at what times. Su Manru, being an actress, felt no embarrassment and began to strike the gong while calling out to passers-by. What weapon will you use? Su Yu walked up to the weapon rack and asked Wei Yun, as the weapons here were mostly paired for easy selection. He'll use this one. Wei Yun took out a long staff, as he was most experienced with it from his years playing a monk in the Alright, I'll also use a staff. Su Yu could use any traditional Chinese weapon. The two positioned themselves in the arena, and Su Manru quickly began striking the gong. Dear villagers, the performance is about to begin, so please don't leave. You can buy your vegetables later. Please guide me, heroine. Wei Yun swung the long staff, twirling it behind his back several times, exuding an impressive aura. Let's keep it light. Friendship comes first, competition second. Seeing his demeanor, Su Yu was a bit worried about not being able to hold back and injuring him. The two went at it with their staffs, instantly clashing. Wei Yun's staff technique was fierce and swift, dancing through the air. With each inch of length it became stronger. Wei Yun's height gave him an advantage, making the same length of wooden staff seem longer in his hands. On the other hand, Su Ye's staff technique resembled a torrential storm, dense yet fluid. Her relatively petite stature allowed her movements to be more varied and unpredictable, leaving onlookers in awe. Both of their staff techniques were impressive, and as they performed intentionally, the wooden staffs danced with vigor, prompting the surrounding crowd to exclaim in admiration, "Wonderful." The crowd erupted in applause. Amazing. The spectators were all stirred with excitement. Su Manru quickly placed a box for donations in front of her, ringing a bell as she called out, "Dear villagers, please contribute generously. The money we earn today will be used to buy reading materials for the village primary school for the future of our country. We hope everyone can be generous no matter how much." A payment QR code was also affixed to the box for those without cash, but it had a maximum payment limit. Any amount over 100 yuan would fail to process. Viewers in the live stream also wanted to scan to pay, but as soon as the camera zoomed in, the QR code was obscured with a mosaic. Frustrated comments from viewers. The survival instinct of this program is too strong. They won't even accept money. I envy the crowd on site. I wish I could experience the atmosphere of the battle there. This is true martial arts. Those slow-motion scenes in current martial arts films are unbearable to watch. Su Yu is really amazing. A look at her, not even a hint of breathlessness. Upstairs you make it sound like Su Yu isn't breathing. Indeed, I suspect she's holding back. Wei Yun is already panting. Su Yu is just too cool. How can someone be so perfect? Although Wei Yun is quite handsome too, when they stand together all my attention is stolen by Suyu. At this moment the staff duel was nearing its conclusion. Suyu skillfully knocked Wei Yun's staff into the air, making it spin several times before it landed neatly back on the weapon rack. Well done. Another round of cheers erupted from the crowd, and their applause almost became thunderous. I concede, Suyu said as she bowed while holding her staff. Wei Yun recognized Suyu's prowess, realizing she was stronger than many martial arts instructors he had encountered in previous film productions. He accepted his defeat with grace. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Hero. Wei Yun clasped his fists and smiled. He was not one to shy away from defeat. At this moment the box had accumulated several bills of 1 and 5 yuan. The bottom of the box was now covered in a layer of cash, most of which were 1 and 5 yuan notes. A few young enthusiasts fueled by excitement approached to scan and pay. Thank you all for your generosity. What would you like to see next? Seeing the enthusiasm, Suyu thought they would earn quite a bit. How about a long spear? Someone in the crowd shouted. Great. In response to this request, I will demonstrate a spear technique for everyone. Suyu turned to Wei Yun and asked, can you handle a long spear? I know a bit. I should be able to feed Miss Hero a few moves, Wei Yun replied, genuinely impressed by Suyu's exceptional skills, feeling inclined to take her as his mentor. The two drew their long spears and began to perform together. Two blossoms blooming, each showcasing it. While Suyu and Wei Yun were engaged in their dazzling duel, the trio, without direction, finally found a dishwashing and serving job at a breakfast shop after wandering the streets for a while. There was no other choice. The small town was slow-paced and leisurely, making it difficult to find good jobs quickly. The breakfast shop was a well-known local establishment operating for over 20 years with many regular customers visiting each morning. Now it was past 9 in the morning already after the breakfast rush, yet many people still occupied the tables in the shop. The boss, being astute, recognized that their appearance with their good looks brightened up the shop. Seeing the photographers following them, the boss immediately understood that they must be stars recording a show. If they worked there for a while, once the show aired, the business at the shop would surely see a boost. You are responsible for serving the customers. Each tray corresponds to a table number, and as long as you pay attention, you won't serve the wrong table. The salary will be settled on time at 100 yuan per hour. How does that sound? Can you accept it? The boss smiled at the three of them, looking at them like three gods of wealth. An hourly wage of 100 yuan seemed acceptable, especially since time was running short. The three exchanged glances and agreed. The three put on aprons emblazoned with the shop's logo and began serving the food. Their presence caused the already post-peak breakfast shop to become bustling again, especially attracting those who had come from afar. They couldn't approach the small room, but couldn't they at least have breakfast in this little town? Enjoy your meal, Shinmashi said, his slender fingers carrying a tray, making breakfast appear even more delectable. The customers looked at Shunmashi, who was within arm's reach, his handsome face glowing. If beauty could kill, they would have already faced repeated deaths at this moment. He even served them breakfast, and the customers had to exert all their strength to suppress the impending screams about to escape their lips. They were well-mannered customers. Appearing here was already quite excessive. They couldn't trouble him any further. No photos or autographs. Wu, having eaten the breakfast personally served by their brother, they felt they had no regrets even in death. The sour comments from viewers in the live stream were practically spilling out of the screen. This is too much. Openly seeking out their brother is almost the same as being a stalker. They should all be banned from being fans. I wish I could have breakfast served by my brother too. Why is my home so far from this place? Tomorrow is the last day. Will my brother come out to the town again? Is it too late to rush over now? Upstairs, do you also want to be banned from being a fan? Yes, we should be rational fans, getting close to the work and keeping our distance from the real person. If we must meet, let it be in a public setting, a formal meeting. Amidst the heated discussions in the live stream, the trio serving the plates felt none of it. However, the restaurant filled with customers genuinely made them feel a bit flustered. Was the business here really that good? After serving plates for 2 hours, as the clock approached noon, their task finally came to an end. It couldn't be prolonged any further. As time passed, the number of customers in the small shop increased rather than decreased, and a long queue formed outside. The boss, having made a considerable profit, was grinning from ear to ear. Thank you very much for your help. Here is your salary of 600 yuan. Oh, please accept it. And here is a small token of my appreciation. The boss took out a large insulated bag and said, these are our shop's famous meat buns and some other flavors. Please be sure to accept them. The payment of 600 yuan has already been made. There is no need for additional gifts, Shunmashi said indifferently, firmly rejecting the boss' kind offer. That's right, we can't accept that. Boss, you can skip the buns. Xiao Wei also smiled and declined. By the way, I just wanted to ask if I could hang our group photo in your shop. The boss pulled out his phone, showing the screen with a photo of him and the three of them. As long as it's displayed solely as decoration in this shop and nowhere else. Without commercial use, there's no issue. Xiao Wei smiled in reply to the shop owner's question, fully aware of the man's ulterior motive. Yet hanging the photo remained perfectly permissible within legal bounds. Upon hearing this, the owner instantly grew elated and thrust another large thermal bag into their hands, stuffing it relentlessly. Many thanks. Please accept these steamed buns. and our signature Dohua fried youtiao and marinated eggs. They're all delicious. I'd feel deeply embarrassed if you refused. How could I possibly hang the photo then? The owner's hospitality is simply too gracious to decline. Shall we accept? Tan Mingqi had labored since dawn, and now felt so exhausted her arms wouldn't even lift. All she craved was to collapse onto her bed the moment she got home. Then we sincerely thank you, Zhao Wei said, accepting 2 bulging thermal bags. With crowds thronging the front entrance, exiting that way would have been impossible. Fortunately, the shop had a rear exit, through which the 3 slipped directly into the production crew's vehicle. Their assignment concluded. Su Yue-yun and Su Manru likewise completed their martial arts demonstration task. Thank you all for your warm support. Today's performance ends here. May our paths cross again across mountains high and waters wide. Su Yue-yun and Su Manru bowed respectfully to the audience. From the crowd, an auntie called out loudly, "Will you come back again? Perhaps we shall return, perhaps not." In the Jianghu, who can truly foretell what lies ahead? Su Yu turned back, raised one eyebrow, and flashed a radiant, confident smile at the crowd. "Ah!" A chorus of shrieks erupted from several teenage girls. This man was breathtakingly handsome. They'd already searched online. This stunningly charismatic figure was Su Yu, a woman, but that did nothing to dampen their fervent admiration. "So you take care of yourself? We'll stand by you always." Summoning courage, the girls shouted toward the car door just as it began to close. Su Yu lowered the window, leaned out, and waved playfully at the crowd, then flashed a cocky, lopsided grin. "I've remembered each of you. From now on, you may only fan me. Dare to jump ship, and I'll break your legs." A camera happened to be mounted directly opposite Su Yu, capturing the entire scene, leaving every livestream viewer stunned by her dazzling, audacious declaration. "Yes, yes. We promise, husband. We'll never jump ship." One glance from Su Yu just now melted my knees. "I need someone to carry me straight to her bed." "Excuse me, what are you doing in my husband's bed?" Su Yu is simply too magnificent. I'm such a scatterbrained fan, all I can do is shout, "So handsome." Meanwhile, across the Pacific Ocean, an internationally acclaimed director happened upon Su Yu's performance. Chinese martial arts, truly living up to their legendary reputation. This silver-haired director with golden hair and sapphire eyes bore unmistakably Asian features and spoke fluent Chinese. No one beside him appeared surprised. Greg, of Sino-American descent, had rarely visited China, yet his mother had spoken only Chinese to him throughout his childhood. "Greg, what do you think of this young talent?" A burly redhead gesticulated wildly, brimming with excitement. "I told you, he's perfect. Angelic-faced, devilish physique, masterful martial arts. It fits our film's protagonist exactly. Let's observe further. The lead role of a film is never chosen so hastily." Greg felt it was time he revisited the beautiful land his mother so often described. The part-time work team returned to the cottage in quick succession. Their Xue Shun, who'd stayed behind, looked as though he'd suffered grievous abuse. Not a single inch of him remained clean, and the kitchen resembled the aftermath of a violent tempest, utterly chaotic and wrecked. "Woo woo woo. Master, you're finally back." Xue Shun clung pathetically to Su Yu's leg like a forsaken hound, bursting into tearful lamentation. Before he could utter another word, Shun Moshi seized Xue Shun by the collar and flung him aside, where the hapless hound landed with a piteous yelp. "My dear disciple, were you robbed? Was our home ransacked?" Su Yu gazed at Xue Shun's grimy figure and the disordered kitchen, sighing helplessly. Inside the kitchen, the giant wok was charred black. Beneath half a pot of murky water sat a lump of unidentifiable scorched matter. The hearth was mired in sludge, and half-burnt firewood dripped steadily onto the sodden floor. On the nearby table rested several dishes whose original ingredients were utterly indiscernible. Not even flies showed interest. Having worked tirelessly since morning, the group returned famished, only to behold this spectacle, instantly understanding precisely how parents feel before delivering a well-earned scolding. Fortunately, the breakfast gift basket, generously donated by the local eatery, arrived just in time to rescue them from starvation. "No more words. Sit down and fill your stomach first." In minutes, the 7 devoured every last morsel, finally regaining enough energy to contemplate disciplinary action. "Xue Shun, how on earth did you reduce both the kitchen and yourself to this state? Just cooking a meal. Why does it look like you've trekked the long march?" Zhao Wei finished reprimanding Xue Shun, then stared at the kitchen in despair, dreading the hours of cleanup ahead. "It's a tale too long to tell, like an orphaned child bereft of a mother." Xue Shun struck a dramatic pose, preparing for an epic monologue, until Su Yu cut him off. "Halt. Condense your entire story into a 15-word summary." Went to the restroom mid-cooking, returned to find the wok ablaze. Xue Shun counted on his fingers. Exactly 15 words, and rhyming too. What a genius I am. Still filthy and disheveled, Xue Shun's finger-counting gesture, and his subsequent goofy grin, made him appear less like a disciple and more like an escapee from a specialized psychiatric facility. Though Xue Shun had revealed only half the truth, everyone had already pieced together 9/10 of the story. Livestream viewers were convulsing with laughter. The landlord's simpleton son. "Ha ha ha. Son, please, spare us your public absurdities. Is this child salvageable after a thorough wash? Ha ha ha. Wonder how Shueishan's fans are feeling right now. LMAO, Shueishan's fans are currently scouring the neighborhood for feather dusters. Son, might you consider washing up and changing clothes immediately? I want a cool, majestic Alaskan Malamute, not this grubby little yellow mutt. Disciple, go bathe now. At this rate your fans will burst through the screen to drag you into the shower. Suyu regarded Shueishan with undisguised disdain. Shueishan's fans replied, many thanks, master. Without your patient guidance this foolish son would be utterly irredeemable. Suyu is literally my internet voice. I suspect she's installed surveillance inside my brain. How else would she know I wanted to strip my boyfriend, no my son, of his clothes? Facepalming. As Shueishan went to take a shower and change clothes, everyone began to review the day's work, calculating how much money they had made. We can count it well. Aside from those buns, just now it's 600 yuan. Zhao Wei took out 6 small pink notes and placed them on the table. Wei Yin also emptied the money from the cardboard box onto the table, and immediately paper bills and coins filled the surface, creating a stunning sight despite being small change. Suyu looked at Wei Yun speechlessly, saying, can't you be a little more low-key? If you keep this up, I won't be able to hide my nouveau riche status. Netizens in the live broadcast room commented, ha ha ha, it's already exposed. Uff, how can you call yourself a nouveau riche? All the nouveau riches across the country would be upset, haha. This is the most tragic exposure for a nouveau riche. Everyone began counting the money, including the amount received through mobile payments. The street performance group, despite their loud efforts, earned only a total of 376 yuan, falling far behind those who served food. I didn't expect it to be so little, Su Manru said, feeling a bit down. Oh, how many books could they buy with this amount? Adding our 600, that's a total of 976 yuan. Zhao Wei gathered all the money together and turned to look at the director. The director picked up the loudspeaker and began the announcements. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Regardless of the amount, it's the thought that counts. The production team has decided to contribute a portion of the money totaling 5,000 yuan to purchase books for our village's elementary school. While the director looks especially beautiful today, Suyu whistled at the director, starting to flirt. The director smiled and said, don't be silly, you all worked hard today. Take a break at noon, and in the afternoon the books will arrive at the village. Everyone will need to help set them up in the school. In the afternoon a truck drove into the small village amidst the joyful laughter of children. The guests were already waiting at the village elementary school, and seeing the children's smiles made them feel that the morning's efforts were worthwhile. Thank you for watching. Labor is Glorious, exclusively sponsored by Wu Yao Yao Food. We are now proceeding with the book donation ceremony. Special thanks to Yangqing Publishing House for their generous support of this program and their heartfelt care for the students of New Jiatin Elementary School. Boxes of books were unloaded from the truck and placed in the temporary reading room set up in the village elementary school. Originally 5,000 yuan wouldn't buy many books, but with the publisher's support the production team managed to acquire 3,000 books. The guests arranged the colorful children's books in the reading room, filling it with the scent of ink, a fragrance of knowledge, and the children's hopes and dreams for the unknown world. Shen Emosher had previously felt indifferent towards children, even considering them a burden, but now seeing Suyu laughing and playing with the kids, he suddenly thought that if he and Suyu had a child, that feeling seemed rather nice. After arranging the books, Suyu began to perform somersaults on the school's small playground, even making a broom's head disappear, leaving only the stick dancing with vigor, leaving the children mesmerized, their little hands clapping excitedly. As the guests were preparing to return to the small house, the children followed behind, reluctantly tugging at Suyu's clothes. For the first time, Suyu was looked at by the children with such affectionate eyes, and her heart softened like water. She squatted down and ruffled a little girl's messy ponytail, smiling as she said, "Sister will come back to see you all again. You must study hard and remember the moves I taught you earlier. If bad people bully, you just hit them like this. Do you understand?" "Sister, I remember." The little girl replied with red eyes, her expression somewhat confused, but her gaze held a firm determination. Suyu didn't realize that the words she casually said would change the little girl's life. Shen Emosher looked at the sunset, seeing the big girl and the little girl exchanging smiles, and he was already thinking about how they would have to have a daughter in the future. "Let's go, Suyu," Shen Emosher said, smiling slightly as he extended his hand towards Suyu. The other guests had already left, leaving only them at the edge of the village elementary school playground. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled back and placed her hand in Shen Emosher's. The sunset had only half of its face left, hanging over the mountains, while a flock of birds lined up in the sky, vanishing into the forest. As dusk fell, one person stood with a bent waist, the other squatted with their head raised, their hands meeting against the deepening light of the sunset. The scene was beautiful, like a painting with a golden red backdrop featuring only 2 dark silhouettes of hands clasped together. As time passed, the sun finally sank completely behind the mountains. The small village had only street lights on the main road, and now the area near the village elementary school was engulfed in darkness as the two walked back to the small house under the night sky. Shin Emosher hoped this road would be a bit longer so that they could walk together for a while longer. Suddenly, he found the following cameraman very annoying. Shun Mosher glanced back at the camera, suddenly smiling, and the netizens in the live broadcast were so stunned by his smile that they gasped. The two following cameramen were also momentarily startled by the sudden smile of the superstar. Now's the time. Shun Mosher suddenly grabbed Su-Ye's hand and sprinted away. Su-Yu had no idea what Shun Mosher was up to, but she was willing to cooperate, and the two of them quickly disappeared from view. The two following cameramen were burdened with heavy filming equipment, and unlike artists who had to manage their figures, both were somewhat chubby and couldn't keep up with the two who loved fitness and had long legs. Shun Mosher pulled Su-Yu into a wild run, not bothering about the direction. They even lost the microphones from their collars, and after shaking off the cameraman, Shun Mosher suddenly burst into laughter. Su-Yu had never seen Shun Mosher like this before, although she didn't know why. She also felt like laughing, and soon both of them were laughing, startling a flock of birds. Suddenly Shun Mosher hugged Su-Yu tightly, his hands tightening as if he wanted to embed her into his body. "Su-Yu, don't move. Ooh, just let me hold you for a while." At first Su-Yu was taken aback, then realized that she was now a woman, so was Shun Mosher taking advantage of her. "What the hell, Shun Mosher, are you actually being a rogue?" Su-Yu struggled out of Shun Mosher's embrace with force. Shun Mosher was not angry, chuckling softly. "With your figure that's the same front and back, what advantage do I have to take?" Su-Yu was at a loss for words, biting her lip in indignation. Although she was indeed flat-chested, that was no reason for Shun Mosher to take advantage of her. "You think being a rogue gives you reason?" Shun Mosher leaned closer to Su-Yu, and with nowhere to retreat, she found herself backed against a tree. He placed his hand on the tree, looking down at her. His lips claimed to be the most wanted to be kissed across the internet. Parting slightly, his voice hoarse, "Then I'll take back what I owe you." "How do you want me to take it?" The sky was already quite dark, and with Shun Mosher, a tall figure, leaning in, Su-Yu found her world enveloped in darkness, with only his eyes seemingly ablaze, shining brightly. Su-Yu suddenly felt like a fish that had been thrown onto the shore, with oxygen escaping all around her, making it hard to breathe, and before her stood a cat that was eyeing her hungrily. The large cat licked its lips, seemingly contemplating how to pounce on the fish before it. The fish struggled mightily, attempting to jump back into the water, but was pinned down by the large cat's paw, unable to move, with only its tail flapping against the ground. The large cat leaned closer, sniffing the scent of the fish, licking its lips again. Its eyes in the night resembled two great green lanterns ablaze with a fierce fire. The large cat thought to itself that the taste of the fish must be incredibly delicious, but it was not yet time to savor it. The large cat lifted its paw, and the fish, with a sudden burst of energy, finally leaped back into the water, gasping for the long-missed oxygen. "Shinmashi, what's wrong with you?" it exclaimed. "If you're sick, hurry up and get treated." After shouting, Su-Yu ran away, feeling that Shinmashi was too strange, and she was too strange as well. She, surprisingly, did not resist Shinmashi's closeness. She must be too hungry, and low blood sugar had caused her to have illusions. Shin Damao watched the fish run away and leisurely followed with long strides. "Su-Yu, you can't escape." By the time both returned to the small house, the other guests had already prepared dinner. "What were you two up to? You didn't run off to avoid making dinner, did you?" Zhao Wei asked sternly, though his eyes sparkled with teasing humor. Having run all the way, Su-Yu could not convince herself, was she still a straight woman? To divert her attention, she joked with the people inside the small house. "Would you dare eat the food I make? I came back late for your sake, so I am starving, my blood sugar is low. What delicious food did you make?" Su-Yu pushed aside Xue Shun, who was blocking her, and sat beside Su Manru, inhaling the celestial energy deeply while hugging her. "Ha ha, Su-Yu, your hair is making me itch." Su Manru laughed as Su-Ye's short hair tickled her face. Su-Yu laughed and let go of her, and the two began discussing the dishes laid out. Watching this scene, Shinmashi had already developed immunity to it, with a determination gleaming in his eyes. Two girls, what future could they have? Su-Yu would eventually be his. After dinner, Su-Yu, wanting to avoid Shinmashi, took an early shower and returned to her room. Su Manru was also pulled back by her. She wanted to find her former self through Su Manru. The next morning, Su-Yu unusually did not wake up early, lingering in bed next to Su Manru, watching her sleeping face as if it were a lullaby. However, until Zhao's father called everyone out for breakfast, Su-Yu still could not fully reclaim her former self, as Shinmashi's face and his possessive gaze lingered in her mind. During breakfast, Su-Yu deliberately avoided Shinmashi's gaze. Seeing her like this, Shinmashi suddenly... No one noticed the subtlety between the two except for a few die-hard fans of the brothers CP, who sensed something and secretly cheered them on. Has everyone finished eating? Today marks the 5th and final day of our labor journey at the Honor of Labor House. After today, we will conclude this labor experience. The director, holding a loudspeaker, spoke somewhat reluctantly. This program had been very exciting and would undoubtedly benefit her career significantly. Today's task is a bit easier. In May, many lotus ponds have lush lotus leaves. The local specialty farming chain involves raising fish and using fish waste to fertilize lotus. Today we will hold a fish catching competition in the lotus pond. As usual, teams will consist of 2 people, and those who are left out will stay home to cook. The winning pair will receive the Labor Star Medal. For the first time, Suyu hoped to be left out, even if it meant staying in the small house to cook rather than face Shinmashi. At worst, she could team up with anyone else, as she just hoped not to be paired with Shinmashi. However, fate had other plans as she was drawn to team up with Shinmashi. Su Manru was left out to cook at home, and Suyu watched helplessly as Su Manru walked away from her. Suyu walked to the lotus pond looking back 3 times. Upon arrival, the dense lotus leaves were taller than half a person. Though summer had not fully arrived, a few flower buds adorned the large lotus leaves. This was a small lake formed by several large ponds connected together. At a glance, it was truly a boundless expanse of lotus leaves. On the bank, there was a small pier tied with a few small boats. The small boats held large buckets and fish nets, and were equipped with several mini GoPro cameras. These must have been prepared for the guests. The timer is set for 2 hours. The team that catches the most fish wins. Timing starts now. With the director's command, the 3 teams rushed towards the nearest small boat. Master, your disciple is unfilial. I shall take this nearest boat. Shueishin dashed towards the closest boat. Just when everyone thought another master-disciple battle was about to unfold, Shinmashi stretched out his long arm, pushing Shueishin aside, and took the lead to sit in the nearest small boat, calling back to Suyu, hurry up and get on the boat. With no time to think, Suyu could only quickly board the boat. As soon as she did, Shinmashi used a bamboo pole to shove off the wooden post at the pier, and the small boat instantly vanished into the depths of the lotus leaves. The other 2 teams also boarded their boats, but theirs kept circling at the pier, dragging each other down. Zhaoge, let's go quickly and not get entangled with Shueishin. We have no idea where Shun Laosher and the others have gone. Tanminchi urged anxiously. Zhao Wei, upon hearing this, released Shueishin's boat and asked which direction. To the right. Then we'll go left. We can't just fish in one spot, the fish will be scared away. After finishing, Zhao Wei began to row hard to the left. With the troublesome enemy gone, Shueishin and Wei Yun also rowed towards the center. After Shinmashi and Suyu had paddled their small boat a considerable distance through the lotus leaves, they finally stopped at a spot to prepare to catch fish. Suyu and Shinmashi sat at the stern of the boat with a large bucket at the bow half filled with water ready to hold the fish. Since entering the depths of the lotus leaves, Suyu felt a scorching gaze upon her back, as if it would burn through. The lotus leaves were very tall, surpassing them both. Sitting in the small boat felt like traversing through a forest with sunlight filtering down through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them. If it weren't for that scorching gaze on her back, this would have felt like a beautiful early summer scene from a Miyazaki film. Fish swam beneath the water's surface between the lotus leaves, each one plump and enticing, instantly capturing Suyu's attention. Hurry, hurry. Shinmashi, there's a huge fish over there. Suyu exclaimed as she picked up the net and handed it to Shinmashi. Reached out with his long arm, and with a scoop, a big fish was caught in the net. The small boat was narrow. After 2 people sat down, there was hardly any space left. After catching the fish, Shinmashi had to lean forward, propping one hand against Suyu's side, while stretching the other hand with the net towards the large bucket. In that moment, Suyu felt as if she had fallen into a scorching embrace. It wasn't like she hadn't been held by him before, but why did this embrace feel so hot? Suyu's ears flushed with heat. The viewers in the live stream room reacted differently to this scene. Why doesn't Shinmashi pass the fishnet to Suyu? Why does he have to pour the fish like this? Isn't this quite normal? The boat is so small, what if the fish falls when passing it back and forth? After all, there are differences between men and women, right? This is just too much. Upstairs, are you someone who time traveled from a feudal society? Besides, this is a variety show, why take it too seriously? It might just be scripted. No need to argue, the brotherly CP has definitely changed. I have to say, this netizen hit the nail on the head. Shinmashi looked at Suyu's red ears and couldn't help but chuckle, his warm breath brushing against Suyu's neck ticklish. Suyu instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding in anger. Suyu turned back, glaring at Shinmashi, feeling that her emotions had been toyed with by him, and was furious. Damn it, it's just a little strange feeling, isn't it? Suyu, you were the king of the sea in your past life, regardless of gender, don't be cowardly. Suyu quickly clapped her hands and swiftly turned off the GoPro and the 2 microphones on the boat. Shinmashi, what do you really mean? Suyu's eyes widened like a cat's, burning with anger. Shinmashi looked at Suyu, who finally stopped running away, secretly amused while maintaining a calm demeanor. What do you mean? That is. Suyu was momentarily speechless. What if Shinmashi didn't mean it that way? Wouldn't she be making a fool of herself? Seeing Suyu's flushed face scratching her ears and cheeks, Shinmashi had teased Suyu enough and was ready to swallow her whole. The staff of the program approached in a small boat and shouted to them. Teacher Shin, there is a problem with the equipment on your... Before the other boat got closer, Shinmashi leaned close to Suyu's ear and whispered, whatever you think it means, that's what it means. After Shinmashi finished speaking, he discreetly turned on their microphones. When Suyu realized the microphones were on, she felt a tightness in her chest, her face turning red with anger. After checking, the staff found that the switch had been turned off. While puzzled, Shinmashi provided a reasonable excuse. It must have bumped when we passed through the lotus leaves. Besides this, the staff couldn't think of any other reason. It couldn't be that the guests turned it off themselves, right? After adjusting the GoPro's position to ensure it wouldn't bump into anything again, the staff left. Irritated, Suyu aggressively fished, not giving Shun Masher the other net. With one in each hand, she was fishing left and right, and the fish in this area were doomed to her wrath. Shun Masher went along with her, diligently acting as a pole holder, thinking it was better not to push too hard. Ooh, what if the fish got scared away? In less than 2 hours, the large bucket in front of Suyu was already filled with fish. As they returned to the dock, the bucket was so full of fish that some were jumping out. Amid the astonished remarks of the staff and viewers, Suyu and Shun Masher's team unexpectedly took first place. When they returned to the small house, everyone was damp and sweaty, rushing to their rooms to change. Su Manru had prepared a large table full of delicious food. After lunch, the 5-day recording of the program was coming to an end. Although it had only been 5 days, each regular guest felt that this time had truly dragged on, filled with hard work and reluctance. Suyu was the first to finish washing up. Seeing the large array of dishes, thinking about soon parting from Su Manru, she couldn't help but hug her tightly. Xiao Ro, I'm really going to miss you. Su Manru also felt reluctant towards Suyu, patting her back and saying, it's not like we won't see each other again in the future. A city and F city aren't far apart. He'll come to find you when I have time. Then you better keep your word, otherwise I'll expose your cold-heartedness online. The viewers watching the live stream are our witnesses. Suyu turned to look at the camera on the side. Su Manru was amused by Suyu's wistful demeanor, as if she were the irresponsible scoundrel. All right, viewers can bear witness. He'll come to find you when I have time. Su Manru raised her hand and ruffled Suyu's hair. While the two were being affectionate, Shueishan also came out, rushing in between them and shouting, Master, I'm going to be separated from you again. You must miss me during the days I'm not around. Don't forget to take me on ranked games. Suyu rolled her eyes, feeling angry at this rebellious disciple who called her master, but had been opposing her these days. One after another, the guests came out, sitting around the table to enjoy the particularly sumptuous farewell meal today. I had a great time with everyone these days. Let's keep in touch. Come, let's toast. Xiao Wei raised his tea mug, substituting tea for wine. Everyone raised their mugs in response. Thanks to Brother Zhao for all his help these days. Yes, without Brother Zhao we wouldn't have been so smooth sailing. Looking at the little house where they had stayed for a few days, although the time was short, everyone had developed a bit of affection for this place. After finishing the meal, everyone lined up facing a large group of photographers and directors. The short 5-day labor journey is coming to an end today. Thank you to all the guests for their hard work. Now we will present the Labor Star Medal to today's fishing champions. Please come forward, champion team. Suyu and Shun Masher exchanged glances and walked forward to receive the medals from the director's hands. They were 2 golden hexagonal medals engraved with the words Labor Star, with a golden star hanging beneath. What a beautiful medal. Master, quickly show me. Shueishan rushed forward to admire the medal in Suyu's hand. At this moment, the director's team spoke again. In addition to the 2 Labor Stars, we will also present a few Labor Achievement Medals. Congratulations to the recipients of the Model Worker Medal Zhao Wei and the Labor Progress Award recipients Su Manru, Tanmingqi, Shueishan, and Wei Yunao. Congratulations to you all. The netizens laughed heartily. We should also congratulate the program team for winning the honorary title of Best Water Server Master. Haha, indeed, they balanced the water perfectly without spilling a drop. This medal must have been bought in bulk. Haha. The program is about to end. I'm really going to miss it. Yes, I don't even know when I'll next see my brother participate in a variety show. I've been spoiled with such a good appetite. After watching my brother for 5 days, if I have to wait another year and a half to see him again, how will I endure it? There is no feast that doesn't end. After the final clap ends the program, everyone hugged and said their goodbyes. Even the cold Shun Masher had developed a bit of humanity after spending a few days together, nodding and waving goodbye to everyone. The program's vehicles lined up again, carrying the guests away along the winding mountain road, leaving the small village behind. Labor is the most glorious concluded perfectly. After the conclusion of Labor is most glorious, Suyu got off the plane and took the company's car directly to the school. After getting out of the car at the school gate, Suyu still acted as she did before, without any disguise, but after these 5 days, she had gained several million more fans. By the end of the live broadcast yesterday, Suyu's fan count had surpassed 10 million. In just over a month, Suyu had amassed 10 million fans, making her an extraordinary sensation. Now the school gate was filled with fans and paparazzi waiting, and as soon as Suyu got out of the car, she was surrounded. Oh, it's Suyu. She really came back to school directly. I'm so smart, I really like you, Suyu. Suyu, I'm a reporter from Ingtao Entertainment. May I interview you? Honey, I really like you. Suyu was bewildered as she was pushed by the crowd. Is there a small island here? Small island, come out and maintain order, don't let the crowd push Suyu. With true fans maintaining order, otherwise Suyu, who only had a driver beside her, would have been truly overwhelmed by the surging crowd. Before long, Suyu's fan alumni from the school also came out to maintain order, finally rescuing Suyu. The paparazzi and the fervent fans could only watch as Suyu entered the school empty-handed. Although a city economic college was just an ordinary university, it had a strict school ethos, making it difficult for outsiders to enter, which in turn provided a form of protection for Suyu. However, after causing a stir at the school gate, Suyu was finally taken seriously by the school authorities. The next morning, she was invited to the principal's office for tea. The principal, with a very academic hairstyle, looked at Suyu, who resembled a boy, and felt a bit overwhelmed, his shiny head gleaming even more. However, they maintained a strict school ethos, not a rigid one. As long as Suyu studied well and did not violate school rules, the school would not interfere with her dressing. "Suyu, I heard you are now a big star," the principal said with a half-smile, taking a sip of tea. "Please don't tease me, principal. I'm just a minor artist. I'm very sorry about what happened at the school gate yesterday, and I promise it won't happen again." She recalled how the crowd nearly lost control yesterday, which could have easily led to a stampede, and felt a bit scared. "Besides this matter, you must keep your word, and you cannot neglect your studies or take frequent leaves. We are an ordinary university, not a film academy." Suyu stood in front of the principal's desk, nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice. "Also, the final exam week is approaching. I hope you can pass all your subjects. If you fail, even one." Before the principal could finish, Suyu hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, principal, I will study hard and strive to pass all of them." "All right, you can go back now. Be mindful of your influence. You are now a student of a city economic college, and everything you do will reflect on our school. Don't tarnish our school's reputation." After the principal finished speaking, he waved her off. "I understand. I will never tarnish the name of a city economic college. Principal, I will go back to study now." As Suyu walked out of the principal's office, many curious fans were peeping outside the corridor, anxiously watching her. After walking a few steps down the long corridor, Suyu turned back and smiled at the lovely girls, saying, "Go back quickly, class is about to start." "I'm fine. Suyu is just too beautiful." The girls erupted in a chorus of squeals. If it weren't for the fact that the principal's office was nearby, they would have screamed even louder. It was all those paparazzi and inconsiderate new fans from yesterday. The paparazzi were unavoidable, but as fans they should behave. They planned to call for rational fan behavior in the fan club, and any disobedient fans would be expelled. Suyu returned to the classroom as the class bell rang. Song Ruohua furrowed her brows and asked worriedly, "How was it? The principal didn't criticize you, did he?" "It wasn't your fault yesterday either. I have my share of responsibility. So don't mention it. I'm relying on you for the final exam, Xiaohua. The principal gave me an ultimatum. I must pass all my exams." Suyu grabbed Song Ruohua's hand like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood, her eyes filled with hope. "I will be fine, but you have to be diligent. If you don't study hard, even Confucius couldn't teach you." "I will definitely work hard." Suyu swore with her 3 fingers together. The events of yesterday evening sparked a small fire online, but when Hongxing acted swiftly to extinguish it, preventing it from spreading further. A simple announcement was also made to inform all entertainment media that Suyu was still just an ordinary junior student, and not to disturb her studies and life too much. If they wanted to interview her, they could consult the company first. Li Bingshuan, the president of Su Yes Global Fan Club, also gently issued a Weibo post, all Su Yes fans calling for them to pursue their star rationally and prioritize their own lives. This wave of coordinated actions finally managed to temporarily halt the momentum, preventing the previous situations from occurring again. Some netizens who were just there to criticize Suyu mocked her for being a newcomer with no notable works, yet still putting on airs, which was quite laughable. Su Yuan was such a critic. She was Suyu's half-sister and was currently in her 2nd year of high school. All the girls at school were discussing Suyu, which made her very unhappy. "What's so special about a tomboy? Where's the charm? More like a ladyboy. I still prefer the old Suyu, the silent one who had no presence, although I disliked her too." Su Jianya's genes were quite decent, otherwise he wouldn't have fathered a daughter as delicately featured as Suyu. Su Yuan resembled her mother with softer features and a pitifully delicate appearance. Moreover, Su Yuan claimed to be an only child at school, so no one suspected that she and Suyu were actually sisters. At this moment during the break, her deskmate took out her phone to admire. "Suyu is really beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful girl?" "Yeah, the earthly beauty is not deceiving him," almost swayed by her. "Someone save me." Su Yuan's front desk partner also chimed in. "Su Yuan, you and Suyu both have the surname Su. For the first time, I envy people with the surname Su. Yeah, now, whenever I see someone with the surname Su, I find them very pleasing to the eye." Ha ha. The 2 classmates besides Su Yuan were chatting animatedly, completely oblivious to the fact that Su Yuan's expression was extremely poor. Su Yuan scoffed. "She's handsome like a boy. She probably likes girls, must be a lesbian." The expression of the girl at the front desk became very rich, blushing and pale. Finally, she weakly asked, "If she is a lesbian, do I have a chance?" "Don't count on it. I'm already her girlfriend," her deskmate said shyly yet proudly. "Don't joke, Suyu belongs to everyone." Ha ha. The 2 girls once again got into a lively quarrel, while Su Yuan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Su Yuan angrily returned home. Her family had bought a spacious flat in a well-located district of B City where most residents were at a relatively affluent stage. Su Jianya had already returned home from work feeding the fish, while Zhang Lian was in the room applying a facial mask and chatting on the phone, and the maid was cooking in the kitchen. "Dad, are you still ignoring Suyu? Look at her ridiculous appearance luring girls online every day, it's so embarrassing." Su Yuan dropped her backpack on the table and called out sweetly, "Hey, keep it down, you're scaring the fish." Su Jianya felt somewhat displeased. This daughter was generally good, but she loved to argue with Su Yu. Although Su Yu was slightly more beautiful than Yuan, when they grew up, how could Su Yu compare to the daughter he had meticulously nurtured? Yuan was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with an elegant temperament, far beyond the capabilities of the foolish beauty that was Su Yu. Whether he could rise to a higher status in the future depended on this daughter. As long as she could marry into a wealthy family, it would grant him a ticket to enter high society. Why should I care about her? As long as she doesn't go around claiming to be the daughter of Su Jianya, I can't be bothered. Su Yu had no value to begin with, and now she had become neither male nor female. Such a daughter would only be a burden to him. He had since paid no attention to Su Yu. She was not worth his effort. Upon hearing Su Yu's name, Zhang Lian quickly hung up the phone and came out. After spending over a decade trying to erase Su Yu from Su Jianya's mind, how could Yuan be so inconsiderate as to mention Su Yu in front of her father? Yuan, you're back. Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon. Zhang Lian tried to pull Su Yuan along, but Su Yuan shook off her mother's hand saying, "Mom, don't we need to take care of someone like Su Yu who embarrasses our family? Although she is your sister, she is already an adult and can take responsibility for her actions. We elders should respect her thoughts, right, Brother Yi?" After Zhang Lian finished speaking, she sweetly called out to Su Jianya, "She is no longer my daughter, don't mention her in front of me anymore." Su Jianya recalled how Su Yu had caused a commotion at the company, and he felt anger rise within him. Whenever he heard Su Yu's name, he automatically filtered it out, showing no interest. Seeing that her parents were unwilling to intervene, Su Yuan realized she would have to find a way herself. She absolutely could not allow Su Yu to outshine her in front of relatives and friends. In a city, the Shin family. Tonight the Shin family was hosting a banquet. Shinmashi was always reluctant to socialize with industry magnates, so Shun Yunrui could only invite old friends to their home while he was in a city. The banquet hall was brightly lit, filled with fragrant perfumes and elegant figures. The massive crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, while well-trained waiters flowed through the crowd of celebrities from various fields. Shin Yunrui held a glass of wine, chatting with old friends while dragging along the impatient Shinmashi. Despite Shinmashi's expressionless demeanor, he remained the most outstanding among the young heirs. Old Shinmashi is truly a dragon among men. All my prodigal sons combined can't compare to him, remarked a slightly balding, prosperous, middle-aged man with genuine admiration. Nearby, several others agreed, saying, "Yes, my son isn't much, but my daughter is quite good. Old Shin, would you consider having her as your daughter-in-law?" Shin Yunrui shook his head and laughed, saying, "You're just flattering him. My son isn't that impressive. It's only due to my good health that I haven't been driven to an early grave by him." Shinmashi, becoming increasingly impatient with their trivial chatter, quietly remarked, "I need to use the restroom. Hey you." Shun Yunrui watched Shinmashi's retreating figure, realizing that the direction he went wasn't toward the restroom, but he needed to save face in front of his old friends. With a helpless smile, Shin Yunrui said to everyone, "Let's continue our conversation." The Shun residence was vast, encompassing a large estate with forests, fields, and lakes. Nearly all the food consumed by the Shun family was raised or grown on their own land. There were various sports facilities, racetracks, and even a private airport. The club and hospital were all private property of the Shin family, serving only the family and their guests. In addition to the main house, which covered over 10,000 square meters, there were many villas of various styles scattered throughout the estate. Shinmashi walked listlessly down a quiet corridor of the main house, where he encountered his mother, Lu Yun. Lu Yun wore a starry evening gown that hugged her figure, perfectly accentuating her flawless waistline. With a smooth, fair back that belied her 52 years, one could easily mistake her for being only 30. Around her long swan neck hung a dazzling starry blue diamond necklace, making her look both sexy and elegant. At that moment, Lu Yun was standing by the window, elegantly on the phone, but her words were far from graceful. "What is the anti-black team doing? This black sheep has been spewing nonsense for 10 minutes, and still hasn't been dealt with. Hurry and notify the anti-black team. They'll call back in 5 minutes. After hanging up, she turned around and was startled to see her son standing behind her. "Son, why are you standing there without saying anything? You scared mommy." "I was just passing by," Shinmashi said, about to leave, when he suddenly caught sight of his mother's WeChat chat background, which featured a magazine cover of Suyu. Shinmashi stopped in his tracks and surprisingly asked, "Do you know Suyu?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Luckily you Lu Yun laughed sweetly as she stepped forward to link her arm with her son's. "Son, you must be quite familiar with Suyu, right? Do you have her WeChat?" After saying this, Lu Yun shook her head as if she had done something improper. "No, I can't do that. I'm a rational fan. I shouldn't ask for her WeChat. Son, you should be quite close to Suyu, right? Help mommy get an autograph photo." Shinmashi withdrew his hand, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you her fan?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun shyly smiled and said, "I'm her female fan. You mustn't tell your father. He gets so jealous that it's endless." "What's something you can't tell me?" Shin Yunrui suddenly appeared behind them. He had come to find Shinmashi, but had just overheard their conversation about something he shouldn't know. "It's nothing. Your wife is someone else's female fan." Lu Yun and Shun Mashi spoke simultaneously. Oh no, why did you tell him? Lu Yun glared at Shin Mashi with annoyance. After causing trouble for his mother, Shin Mashi stood aside silent. Suyu attracted suitors daily, though anyone who liked Suyu, even his mother, he would distance himself from. Whose female fan are you, Yun? Even an old domineering CEO still exuded dominance. Now that the old CEO was angry, his aura seemed to reach 2 meters 8. Lu Yun felt a bit guilty, but suddenly remembered something becoming haughty. So what if I'm a fan of Suyu? She's just a little girl, why would you be jealous? Really? A girl? Shin Yunrui was somewhat skeptical. He knew his wife's tendency to prefer handsome faces, and he worked hard at fitness and dieting to ensure his wife's eye stayed on him, and not on others. Really. Look. Lu Yun opened Su Yes encyclopedia entry. Shin Yunrui was first annoyed by a striking photo of Suyu, thinking how could someone so handsome be female? Then he read the introduction below, Suyu, a domestic female artist in China. For a moment Shin Yunrui didn't know what expression to wear. Even if she was a girl looking like that was still unfair, right? Since she had already been discovered, Lu Yun no longer had openly posting various handsome pictures of Suyu on her social media, every day enthusiastically promoting him everywhere. Even Shin Yunrui was forced to check in at Su Yes trending topic on Weibo, or his wife wouldn't let him into bed. Shin Yunrui was a super rich billionaire listed among the top of the global wealth rankings. Seeing the verified Weibo account of the president of the Shun Group, the small islands fell silent. Could this be a fake account? Question: what does it feel like to share the same fate with a global billionaire? Answer: suddenly feeling that the idol I'm a fan of is exceptionally outstanding. Look, there's even a small island on this billionaire's following list. Isn't this small island the big boss from our Kungjin station? So this big boss is also a billionaire. What nonsense are you spouting? If they weren't a billionaire, how could they hang out at Kungjin station? I need to work harder, otherwise I won't deserve to be a fan of Suyu. In mid-May on a weekend, when Hongxing took Suyu to audition for a male-dressed undercover movie titled Misty, Suyu was auditioning for the role of the female lead, a script that when Hongxing had carefully selected for him perfectly suited to Suyu, who could handle both male and female outfits. The simple plot centers on a pair of fraternal twins who look remarkably alike. The brother is an undercover agent who unexpectedly dies, and the sister disguises herself as him to infiltrate a gang and investigate his death, while encountering a series of love and hate entanglements with the gang leader, the male lead. The audition location was in G City. Suyu and Wen Hongxing arrived in the morning, heading straight to the audition site after getting off the plane. This was a low-budget film, so they couldn't afford major actors. The ones auditioning were mostly third and fourth-tier actors. When Suyu arrived at the audition site, most had already auditioned, with only 2 or 3 people still waiting. Today the focus was on casting the female lead, while the male lead and supporting roles were scheduled for the following days. Suyu was the last person to audition, waiting for quite a while before it was her turn. Upon entering, she politely introduced herself. Hello directors, I am Suyu from Seahai Entertainment. My height is 175 centimeters, and I weigh 54 kilograms. I am auditioning for the role of Xiachi. Xiachi is the female lead of Misty Beyond, while her twin brother is named Xiazeo. Today Suyu wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking fresh and tidy. The directors had already reviewed Su Yes materials, not just her. All auditioning actors had passed an initial screening. They knew her male attire was impressive, so today they wanted to see how she looked in female attire and had prepared a wig for her in advance. Put on this wig, memorize the lines for the scene where Xiachi is approached while shopping, and then start. You have 10 minutes. Say any questions. No problem, director. Suyu took the script and began to skim through it quickly. Not all auditions provide scripts in advance, let alone specify which scene to perform. More often than not, like now, you receive a script and are expected to improvise, which reveals an actor's true skills. However, the character setup and basic plot are usually known in advance, otherwise the actors wouldn't know what to perform and wouldn't develop an interest in the script. Of course, this does not apply to established actors with a strong reputation. They can know the detailed character content in advance. But for new actors like her in this stage, they must obediently follow the production team's requirements. Xiachi is portrayed as a socially anxious homebound programmer who mostly works from home, as she completes her tasks quickly and with high quality without any unreasonable demands. To retain this talent, the company specially allowed her to work from home. Xiachi barely goes out once a week, mainly to the supermarket for daily necessities. With limited sun exposure, her skin is fair, and she looks stunning under the bright lights of the supermarket. Additionally, her naturally slim physique means she doesn't gain weight easily, so she often receives attention when she goes out. Since joining the agency, Suyu has spent her time attending classes, eating, sleeping, and recording shows, all while taking acting lessons, leaving no time for dating. Suyu's acting skills have improved significantly, and playing a socially anxious homebody is no problem. With the help of the makeup artist on site, Suyu successfully put on the wig, and she had memorized her lines and the scene. It must be said that her body had excellent memory. Her speed in memorizing lines was first-rate, making her naturally suited for the acting profession. With the wig on, Suyu's aura changed immediately. As a short-haired character, she was handsome and charismatic, while in long hair, surprisingly sweet. There were no props or fellow actors at the audition site. Everything was a solo performance without any physical objects. Once she began, Suyu became Xiachi. Xiachi held her hands in the air pretending to push a shopping cart. After walking a few steps, she stopped and reached out to the air pretending to take a product from a non-existent shelf, inspecting it before placing it in the cart. Passing by the ornamental fish section, Xiachi adored these small cute creatures, bending down to tap on the glass tank, startling the fish into swimming around, which made her smile softly. Then with a smile in her eyes, she scooped out 2 small fish from the tank, preparing to take them home. At that moment, someone suddenly asked her for directions to the clothing section. Xiachi turned around, her long hair creating a beautiful arc in the air before cascading onto her shoulders. She glanced at the person and lowered her eyes. The clothing section is on the 2nd floor. This is the 3rd floor. The other person seemed dazzled, continuing to ask where the elevator was. Initially, they thought she was beautiful from behind, but her front view was even more stunning. Xiachi stepped back, pulling the shopping cart, pointing in one direction with her gaze and hand. The elevator is over there. After saying that, she prepared to leave in the opposite direction. Socially anxious people really dread conversing with strangers. Xiachi never expected that the other person wouldn't go to the 2nd floor, but would instead follow her, asking for tips on selecting durians. Xiachi was a durian enthusiast, and there were already 2 durians lying in her shopping cart. After asking about the durians, the person then inquired about her WeChat ID, claiming to be a fish-keeping expert who could guide her on raising fish. Xiachi's toes dug into the ground, her hands tightly gripping the shopping cart's handle, but her expression remained composed. Social anxiety is merely a fear of social interaction, not an inability to socialize. On the contrary, to prevent others from noticing her social anxiety, socially anxious individuals tend to hide this characteristic well. Xiachi quickly placed one of the durians from her cart into the other person's cart and said, "Just choose based on this shape, it's great. He'll give it to you. I can raise fish too, thank you." Then she pushed her cart away with steady and swift steps, leaving the scene. With that, the performance concluded, and Suyu returned to the center of the stage, bowing to the directors. "My performance has ended. I invite the esteemed directors to provide feedback." There were 3 judges present: the director, the producer, and the screenwriter. While Suyu was performing, the 3 had already discussed and commented on her performance for quite some time. They were quite satisfied with Suyu's performance, noting that she had mastered subtle expressions very well. "Try this scene again." The director handed her another script which contained only a single sheet of paper. Upon looking at it, Suyu saw that it was filled with text, but contained no lines, focusing instead on expressing emotions through her gaze and demonstrating her crying ability. Sadness is a rare emotion in Suyu's life. She is naturally an optimistic person, and very few things can make her feel down. Therefore, during her acting class, she focused on performing sadness and tears, exploring these negative emotions. Suyu slid helplessly onto the ground, her face pale, and her eyes hollow like a soulless puppet. Tears gradually filled her eyes, but never flowed down. The director raised an eyebrow, sensing that Suyu still had some talent. After contemplating, he picked up a prop from behind him and suddenly threw it in front of Suyu. It was a comical husky plush. Suyu's vacant gaze gradually focused, reflecting both surprise and sadness. She suddenly bit down on her trembling lower lip with such force that it seemed she would draw blood. She crawled forward on her hands and knees, gently embracing the plush husky. Her long fingers caressed its comical face, a slight smile tugging at her lips, her eyes filled with deep affection, as if she were looking at her beloved. Finally, her eyes could no longer bear the weight of her tears. A single tear streamed down Suyu's beautiful face, silently dripping onto the plush husky. Suyu held the husky tightly in her arms, lowering her head as her shoulders trembled slightly, tears plummeting. Throughout the performance, there was not a single howl of sorrow, nothing but silence. Yet everyone present could feel the heavy sadness emanating from Suyu. A quiet sob suddenly broke the stillness of the room, pulling everyone back from the sorrowful scene. The director looked speechlessly at the screenwriter and the original author. "Sorry I got too into it. She is exactly the character Xiachi from my writing, sob sob sob." Since she had already been discovered, the screenwriter simply let go and cried loudly. Suyu stood up, still holding the comical husky, her tear-stained face not yet dry, but she smiled brilliantly. "My performance is over, thank you, teachers." Looking at Suyu's forced smile, the screenwriter cried, even louder, wailing. The crowd wondered, is this how rich the author's emotions are? Today, so many people auditioned, and almost all of them performed in a stereotyped manner. Though they had skills, they lacked emotional impact. In contrast, Suyu's empathetic performance, devoid of technical prowess, was far more moving. Ignoring the screenwriter, who was crying uncontrollably, the director and producer whispered to each other. Suyu, sitting below, felt a bit anxious. She had gradually fallen in love with acting, a profession that allowed her to experience the myriad flavors of life. In her past life, she enjoyed extreme sports. The thrill of challenging life's limits was irresistible. Now this feeling of portraying different lives was equally captivating. "You performed well. Our production team plans to start shooting in late June. I heard you were still in school. Can you adjust your schedule?" The director and producer not only appreciated Suyu's acting, but also recognized her current popularity. In an era dominated by traffic, popularity is a strong card. Surprise exploded in Su-Ye's eyes, but she quickly restrained herself. I have no problem, we should be nearing summer vacation by then. Then let's wish for a pleasant collaboration. The director stood up smiling as he extended his hand. Thank you, director and judges, I will definitely work hard. Finally, Su-Yu no longer restrained her smile. Her radiant grin dazzled everyone. The crowd thought with this face their film would surely gain extra points. As she pushed open the audition room door, Su-Yu rushed out and gave Wen Hongxing a bear hug. Haha, Sister Xing, having been inside for so long, even if Wen Hongxing believed in Su-Ye's abilities, she felt a bit worried. Now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Alright, steady yourself, you haven't signed the contract yet. Don't let the production team regret it. Wen Hongxing was also infected by Su-Ye's happiness, her face blooming with a smile. At noon, the two had lunch with the production team to discuss some detail issues. Signing the contract would have to wait until the paperwork was prepared. After finishing lunch, they headed straight to the airport to return to City A. Tonight, the edited version of Labor is the Most Glorious would be airing. A picturesque summer countryside scene slowly unfolded on the screen, with verdant mountains, golden wheat fields, waves of grain, and the simple smiles of villagers, the joy of harvest, almost overflowing the screen. Su-Ye's bewildered expression as she pushed open the small house was turned into a meme with special effects, making the audience laugh uncontrollably. When it came to the scenes of Su-Yu and Su-Manru together, the post-production team even added a screen full of pink bubbles along with romantic background music. The netizens were going crazy over the rainy walk. The comedic daily interactions between the master and disciple became even funnier after post-production. What surprised everyone the most was the brother CP between Shun Moshishi and Su-Yu, which was infused with elements of Wheat Brand during post-production, attracting a large number of fans. The cold and aloof handsome CEO and the sunny and charming young man created a divine CP, with netizens exclaiming, "Just let me die from shipping them." That night, Labor is the Most Glorious and its guests trended on several hot searches, with almost every trending topic featuring Su-Yu. Su-Ye's CP sense, Su-Ye's variety show sense, kitchen killer Su-Yu, etc. Su-Ye's fan count began to rise sharply again, suddenly reaching 15 million. Originally, when it hit 10 million a while ago, the fans were eagerly awaiting a reward. Now that it was 15 million, Su-Yu finally posted a reward. Su-Yu posted a video of herself skateboarding on Weibo. In the video, she was dressed in hip-hop attire, her cap pulled low, revealing only her beautiful lips and a striking jawline. She gracefully leaped off the steps on her skateboard, executing a neat 720 spin in the air before landing smoothly. The skateboard spun beneath her feet as she glided away, resembling a beautiful youth chasing the wind's sunlight trailing behind her. Her light figure flowed with the movement of the skateboard, her actions fluid and graceful, sometimes side-spinning, sometimes performing complex aerial flips, with sunlight cascading down during the intervals of her movements. That cool silhouette was like a character stepping out from a comic book. At the end of the video, Su-Yu stylishly rolled backward and made a heart gesture toward the camera, her smile brighter than the sun. Below the video, a group of fans was going wild. So cool. Why is Su-Yu so handsome? How am I supposed to find a boyfriend like this? Her skateboarding skills are amazing. I, who have no athletic ability, am completely envious. What kind of treasure idol have I become a fan of? Why is she so incredible? Another day of being a bystander in the... I really want to be the skateboard beneath her feet. Su-Yu is so handsome that I can't close my legs. Shin Moshishi also came across this Weibo post, and rather than saying he just saw it, he was constantly paying attention to Su-Yu. Since the recording of the show ended, he had not seen her. The seeds of longing once sprouted and rooted in his heart truly made him feel a mix of sweetness and bitterness with an underlying hint of pain. Shin Moshishi was quite busy now. Since Shun Yunrui discovered that Lu Yun was a fan of Su-Yu, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Lu Yun had never invested so much energy in anyone else. The only two before were her husband Shin Yunrui and son Shin Moshishi. Now, to regain Lu Yun's attention, Shin Yunrui was hardly managing the company, leaving it all to Shin Moshishi, and he was taking his wife out to play every day. Shin Moshishi initially did not want to deal with these matters, but Shin Yunrui threatened him that if he did not, then his mother would go find Su-Yu. Shin Moshishi was all too aware of Su-Ye's character, and he was reluctantly forced to take over the management of Shun's group, albeit temporarily. Although Shin Moshi is a singer, he pursued a double degree in management and music while studying abroad, and within just a few short years he completed all the credits for his PhD, graduating at the age of 24. He is a super academic achiever, excelling in both his studies and career. Thus, managing the group posed no challenge for him. After watching Su-Yu's skateboarding videos several times, Shin Moshi opened WeChat and found Su-Ye's contact. After staring at the blank chat screen for a while, he finally typed out a line. "Shin Moshi, you look great on the skateboard." After sending the message, the waiting process felt painfully long. He paced in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, glancing at his phone from time to time. 10 minutes passed, yet there was still no reply. He slumped onto the sofa, his gaze vacant as he stared out at the river view. His tousled bangs fell across his sharp brows, casting a shadow of loneliness. At that moment a phone rang, suddenly jolting Shinmoshi back to attention. However, it was an internal call. After 2 rings it connected automatically. Mr. Shin, the meeting will start in 5 minutes. All the shareholders have arrived. Have them wait for another half an hour. Understood. Shinmoshi continued to stare at his phone, hoping to see the other party is typing. Half an hour later there was still no response. Shinmoshi's expression darkened slightly as he stepped into the conference room. The several major shareholders who had been waiting for so long dared not utter a word of complaint. Those who had grievances had long since found a way to cool off. When Shinmoshi first took over Shin Group, there were more than 20 shareholders seated at this table. Relying on their seniority, they had not taken the young Mr. Shin seriously, only to be ruthlessly dispatched by his decisive methods, leaving them with no recourse, even when seeking mercy from the elder Mr. Shun. Today Shinmoshi's expression was grim, causing the shareholders to refrain from even breathing too heavily. Halfway through the meeting, a WeChat video request suddenly rang out. In this conference room, only Shinmoshi's phone could remain unmuted. He pulled out his phone, and indeed it was Suyu, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. The shareholders were startled to see Shinmoshi smile. The last time they witnessed such a sight was when he dealt with the disobedient shareholders. Shinmoshi reached out, and his assistant Fong Yuan immediately handed over the Bluetooth headset. Hi Shinmoshi, Suyu's cheerful face appeared on the screen, seemingly in a car. Long time no see. Shinmoshi's smile widened further. I'm signing a contract today, as this is my first time playing the lead role. I'm so excited. Suyu beamed into the camera. Although her previous interactions with Shinmoshi had made her slightly uncomfortable after so many days, she had completely discarded that discomfort. Beside her when Hongxing raised an eyebrow, surprised to see how familiar Suyu and Shinmoshi seemed. The show had finished recording, yet they were still in touch. Wasn't Shinmoshi supposed to be cold and distant? Could the rumors have been wrong? Shinmoshi was also quite pleased. He hadn't expected Suyu to land a leading role in a movie so quickly. This was great news. However, with a leading lady there would also be a leading man. He suddenly felt a bit restless, his smile fading. What's the name of the movie? Who's the director? Who's the leading man? It's called Misty Beyond, and I'm not sure who the leading man is. It seems they haven't decided yet. The director is Jiang Bo, director Jiang. This movie is an undercover thriller and sounds really cool. I like it a lot. Suyu became excited talking nonsense, but I have finals next month, so I'll have to spend all my time studying. If I don't do well, I'm done for. Suyu's face showed a hint of distress. Looking at the lively and quirky Suyu on the screen, Shinmoshi suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to see her immediately. I'm almost at school now, I have to get off. Bye. Suyu glanced out the window, noticing they were near a wall by the school gate, which was relatively inconspicuous. Paparazzi often lingered at the school entrance. Suyu put on her mask and hat, preparing to get out of the car. Okay, be safe. After hanging up the video call, Shinmoshi's smile had not completely faded. The shareholders exchanged glances, wondering who this remarkable person was that could lift Shinmoshi's spirits so much. After ending the call, Shinmoshi directly called his manager Pan Yushan. Yushan, look into Jiang Bo's latest movie Misty Beyond, and check if the leading man has been finalized. If not, get in touch and secure it for me. If it has been decided, find a way to get me on board anyway. Pan Yushan on the other end sounded surprised. Moshi hadn't acted in a film for a long time. Why was he suddenly interested in making a movie? However, since Moshi wanted to act, he would definitely help him secure this film. Not long ago, Moshi had suddenly taken over Shun Group, and Yushan was worried he might retire from the industry. Alright, I'll handle it right away. After hanging up the phone, Shinmoshi's eagerness to see Suyu intensified. However, the meeting was still ongoing. Shinmoshi looked at the shareholders in front of him, most of whom were either portly or balding, and his expression instantly turned unkind. The shareholders were puzzled as to why the previously composed Mr. Shin suddenly radiated an aura of menace. Did he still want to act? Should they support the box office or something? After scanning the room, Shinmoshi suppressed his killing intent. Forget it. These shareholders were relatively obedient and could stay for now. The group still needed people to work. The meeting continued. Suyu discreetly got out of the car. Seeing that no one was paying attention for the moment, she turned back and whispered to Wen Hongxing, Sister Xing, I'm heading back now. Alright, be safe. Call me if you need anything. Suyu smiled. No matter what, Wen Hongxing always reminded her to be safe, forgetting that she was a martial arts master. It was more appropriate to remind a villain to be safe. After watching Suyu blend into the crowd, Wen Hongxing shut the car door and instructed the driver to leave. For the next month, Suyu prepared to diligently study and review. During her review period, she wouldn't take any gigs. To maintain her popularity, Wen Hongxing arranged for Suyu to live stream once every Saturday night during her study period, with the live stream taking place in her dorm. Tonight was her first live stream. The girls in the dorm knew Suyu would be live streaming and didn't want to be on camera, so they went to the study room to study. Suyu set her phone up on the side, opened the live stream, and her fans had already known about the stream and were waiting in the Hi, my lovely fans, good evening. Suyu greeted the screen with a big smile. Having just showered before the live stream, her hair was still a bit damp. With a bare face and rosy lips, her beauty stunned her fans, rendering the chat silent for a moment, only to be followed by a tsunami of comments that obscured her face. Ah! The beauty emerges from the bath. Is this something I can see without spending money? I'm dead. What is this divine beauty, so pure yet alluring? Thank you, very peaceful. The tipping feature had been disabled by Suyu, leaving her fans to express their excitement through frenzied likes and comments. At this moment, Shinmoshi was also watching the live stream at the company. After the meeting, he registered a small account and quietly followed Suyu and her fan club, becoming an unnoticed fan. Suyu took out her book and waved it in front of the screen. Have you all finished your homework? If not, you can write it with me. Alright, I need to review now. After Suyu finished speaking, she truly ignored the fans on the other side of the screen and began to study diligently. The fans never expected that not only their parents and teachers urged them to study, but even their idol was urging them, leaving them both amused and helpless. Suyu's dormitory was very quiet. Only the sound of pages turning and the scratch of pens on paper could be heard, while on the screen, Suyu's beautiful side profile was focused on studying. I could look at this beautiful profile for 100 years without getting tired of it. Even if Suyu is quietly studying like this, her charm overflowing from the screen makes it hard for me to breathe. Suyu is so serious. I suddenly feel that not studying hard is a kind of sin. Enough talk, I need to get I took my book out long ago. This opportunity to study with my idol is too precious. Thus, a very interesting phenomenon occurred simultaneously in countless households. Parents suddenly found that their children were studying so seriously today. Why aren't they watching TV, playing games, or going out on this fine Saturday? Nanan, didn't you say you were going to watch a movie with your classmates? Not going, not going. I want to study at home. How can one be worthy of being an excellent little island without hard work? The parents were all so pleased that they had tears in their eyes. Their child finally understood the importance of progress, and they all shared photos of their kids studying earnestly in their social circles. As a result, many parents collided in their social circles tonight. Scrolling through, all they saw were photos of kids. Is today some kind of International Study Day? Or is it a social media check-in task assigned by teachers? Why is everyone sharing study photos? Finally, one parent discovered the reason for their child's sudden love for studying Suyu. Is this some kind of academic genius live streaming her studies? Thus, parents began to search for Suyu. They found out that she was just a slightly famous artist, but this artist had no scandals and no negative news, and she could lead children to study. This was much better than the chaotic idols their kids used to follow. Even parents who usually disagreed with their children idolizing artists allowed them to follow Suyu, but insisted that their studies must not fall behind. The Little Islands didn't expect such unexpected gains. Previously, their parents didn't allow them to chase idols, and they secretly did so. Now they could openly support their idol and promise to study hard. If they fell behind, they would stop idolizing. Some parents also shared their thoughts on the guiding significance of idols. Idols as public figures should be positive and uplifting, capable of bringing positive influence to people. Like this Suyu, who can lead kids to study seriously. I support her. As a result, Suyu's live study session became a sensation, trending online, and many curious onlookers flocked to the live stream. At this time, Suyu had been reviewing for an hour, feeling a bit tired. She stretched, took a sip of water, and as she tilted her head back to drink, her long neck arched, and her throat moved as she swallowed. The viewers suddenly realized how stunning Suyu truly was. So beautiful that one cannot distinguish between male and female. It was truly enchanting. Initially intending to take a quick look and leave, they didn't know why they couldn't tear themselves away. After finishing her drink, Suyu resumed studying, not even glancing at her phone. Otherwise, she would have been shocked by the current viewer count. When she first started streaming, there were only a few 100,000 viewers, but now there were over 30 million. As they watched, the viewers felt it was very awkward to not have a book in front of them. Regardless of whether they were still in school or preparing for exams, they went to grab a book to look at. One Hongxing was monitoring Suyu's live streaming situation and had long noticed that Suyu's study stream was gaining popularity. However, she did not intervene. This was positive attention, the more the better. A trending topic, "Did you study today?" began to spread online. In the end, even the Central China Daily reposted about Suyu. Those praised by the Central China Daily are all positive energy stars. Many passers-by began to have a better impression of Suyu, gaining her a lot of new fans. Suyu started reviewing at 7:30 p.m., and now it was almost 10 p.m. She had already studied for more than 2 hours, and people all over the internet had studied along with her for the entire evening. Feeling tired, she put down her pen, stretched her stiff neck, and closed her book, only then realizing that she was still turning her head to look at her phone. Suyu smiled brightly at the screen. "I almost forgot about you all. Did the Little Islands study hard tonight?" Yes. I've never been this serious before. This older brother is so handsome. Upstairs, that's a sister." Only then did Suyu realize that her live stream had over 50 million viewers, and she was suddenly astonished, almost losing her composure. Why are there so many people? Hello, everyone. Well, there are a lot of people, but she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. No matter how old you are, if you've entered my live stream, you need to study hard. Suyu smiled at the screen. It's already 10 p.m. Getting up early is good for your health. Go to bed early and wake up early tomorrow to exercise. I'm going to end the stream now. Bye. Just as Suyu was about to turn off the stream, a question popped up in front of her. What's so interesting about exercising? No stream for that. Well, stream studying again next week. I'm so sleepy, I can't hold on any longer, so good night everyone. After turning off the stream, Suyu discovered that the other girls in the dormitory had been in the next room for half the night, even taking their showers there. A strong survival instinct prompted Suyu to rush next door to welcome the 4 girls home and promise to get breakfast for them early the next morning. In truth, the girls could never bear to be angry with Suyu. With finals coming up and after that summer vacation, and then internships in their senior year, the days they could spend time with Suyu were getting fewer. Besides breakfast, you also have to take turns sleeping with us, sharing a bed with one of us each night. One girl exclaimed unexpectedly, causing Suyu to tense up, thinking this is not good, right? Haha, look at your face, I'm just teasing you. If other fans found out, I'm afraid none of us would make it out of the dormitory. Suyu was relieved, but wondered why she suddenly thought of Shunma's stern face. She must have studied too long and messed up her brain. Quickly going to sleep, she knew a good night's rest would refresh her. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., Suyu got up. Ever since developing the habit of getting up early to run from participating in labor is most honorable, she had been waking up at this time every day to run. At 6:30 a.m., the campus was gradually waking up, and Suyu, dressed in a white tracksuit, jogged along a less crowded tree-lined path. The gentle early summer breeze combed through her flowing hair, and the soft golden sunlight filtered through the green treetops, casting a trail of sparkling light behind her. Many of Suyu's female fans knew about her morning running habit and tried to bump into her, making an effort to break the seal of their beds to come out early, combining exercise, weight loss, and a chance to meet their idol all in one. In just a few minutes, Suyu greeted over a dozen girls, while many shyer fans didn't dare to approach and instead secretly took photos of Suyu jogging. With the blue sky, white clouds, and green trees, and that figure chasing the wind, every photo looked like a painting. In addition to taking photos, some also recorded videos, but the fans respected Suyu and only filmed with her permission. One girl edited a video after filming and added background music before uploading it to Suyu's fan club, immediately attracting many viewers. Suyu's #1 fan, those who missed the morning workout livestream, fear not. I brought you the goods. Video. Suyu's legs are absolutely extraordinary. I'm envious to the point of naming names. And her running pace, astoundingly swift. Her physique is utterly breathtaking, effortless, graceful, radiant. Why do I look like a gasping, wilted squash every time I run? What divine video is this? Is the uploader a professional cinematographer? It's exquisitely captured. The uploader replied beneath that comment, not at all. I'm just an ordinary person. But our university's scenery is stunning, and the runner within it, even more so. I'm merely a humble courier of beauty, beauty of landscape, and beauty of spirit. Giggling, a city university of economics is breathtakingly lovely, and it's my idol's alma mater. I will gain admission. I'm in my final year of high school, and have already set my sights on this university. I hope senior sister Suyu hasn't yet begun her internship by September. I'll chase after her on campus. I envy you above. I'm only in my second year of high school. I'm determined to enroll here too, but by the time I arrive, Suyu will have already graduated. Haha. Welcome to a city university of economics. Beyond its scenic charm and captivating students, our faculty is exceptionally distinguished. By the time Suyu returned to her dormitory with breakfast, the Weibo thread had veered entirely, devolving into fervent discussions about how to secure admission to a city university of economics. It was late May. The national college entrance examination loomed less than 3 weeks away. The official Weibo account of a city university of economics: since the spark of opportunity, the scenery belongs to us. The student belongs to us. This is nothing short of an ideal recruitment video. With the exam approaching and the post-exam admissions race imminent, the official account swiftly contacted both the original uploader and Suyu, requesting permission to repurpose the video for recruitment outreach. Both Suyu and the uploader were students of the university and eager to contribute to their alma mater. They readily consented. After acquiring the footage, the official account team meticulously re-edited it, enhancing clarity, visual depth, and aesthetic cohesion. The background music and subtitles were refined to harmonize seamlessly with both the scenery and the recruitment message. A City University of Economics official Weibo. Choose a City University of Economics. Your dreams lie within reach. Video. The revised video was even more captivating, featuring additional scenic vistas across campus interwoven with shots of Suyu, dressed in crisp white athletic, where she ran through emerald groves as if wind whispered encouragement and blossoms cheered her on. Mid-stride, she frequently glanced back at the lens with a luminous smile, her glistening sweat gilded by sunlight. Truly the landscape was exquisite, yet she, radiant, alive, outshone it all. The finale employed a soft focus transition as though Suyu were sprinting toward a hazy, luminous future, waiting patiently for the next generation of juniors and sophomores to pursue her. Upon release, the hashtags A City University of Economics recruitment video and Suyu running trended nationwide. Not at the very top, But undeniably a win-win. The university seized early advantage in the admissions race, while Suyu garnered a surge of new broad-based popularity. A city university of economics is breathtaking, and my idol is there. I will get in, even if I must die trying. Suyu, wait for me. Song Ruohua laughed aloud as she read the comment aloud. Her classmates joined in, until even Suyu, usually unflappable, felt her cheeks warm. Enough. If you keep this up, you'll lose me forever, declared Suyu, the pufferfish, snatching Song Ruohua's phone with mock indignation. Song Ruohua dabbed tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. All right, we'll stop teasing. Let's begin reviewing. Finals week is just days away. Keep this notebook. It contains all key concepts. I've also marked crucial passages in your textbook. Master them thoroughly, commit them to memory, and passing is guaranteed. Song Ruohua produced the meticulously crafted study guide she'd prepared especially for Suyu. Ruohua, thank goodness for you. Without you I'd be utterly lost. Suyu clung to Song Ruohua's arm, nuzzling affectionately. Time flowed like water, unstoppable, ungraspable, and Suyu's second livestream session arrived once more. Learning from last time, Suyu hosted this livestream from the apartment assigned to her by her agency. That noon, the second edited episode of Labor is Glorious premiered. Suyu's notoriously ear-splitting singing voice was now layered with playful audio effects, rendering the visuals absurdly comedic. Others sing for money, Suyu sings for life itself. Shun Moshi's impromptu composition, Whatever, remained unreleased, leaving fans desperate, clinging to grainy, low-fidelity recordings. Equally beloved were the hilarious clips of Suyu and Shun Moshi fleeing, full tilt, through a rural village chased by three mischievous local boys, a scene that stirred nostalgic laughter across the internet. That evening's review livestream drew even more viewers than before, but Suyu remained unchanged, a brief greeting then straight into focus study. Tonight's focus was practice exams, and the questions proved formidable. Suyu solved a few, paused to gather her thoughts, sometimes raking fingers through her hair in frustration, nearly gnawing her pen to splinters. Viewers sighed in solidarity. This is exactly how I look, Medexum, my doppelganger in distress. A world apart indeed. This paper looks daunting. I'm in the same major. The exam is challenging. But solid fundamentals guarantee passing. Excelling demands extra dedication. After laboriously completing one full paper, Suyu slumped breathless. Proof she still had much ground to cover. Across the screen, Shinmoshi watched her tug at her hair until strands loosened, torn between tenderness and quiet amusement. Following the livestream, Suyu slept at Jinyu Garden, the residential complex housing her agency-assigned apartment, rather than returning to campus. Sunday meant no classes, but Suyu's internal clock refused indulgence. She rose promptly at 6:30. Jinyu Garden offered pleasant surroundings. Suyu decided to stroll downstairs. Her agency's staff would deliver breakfast shortly. She rarely stayed here, and no one in the neighborhood had yet recognized her. Wearing a mask and cap granted her quiet confidence, so each time she entered or exited the complex, she took care to blend in. It was Sunday. Only elderly residents practicing morning exercises dotted the garden. Young people were scarce. Near a secluded corner by the main gate, faint whimpers rose from behind the shrubbery. Crouching down, Suyu discovered a small, filthy dog, its front paw injured, its gaze wide and glistening with quiet plea. She wasn't a devoted dog lover, but neither could she abandon it to fate. At the very least, it needed urgent veterinary PSSD. She extended her hand gently. The dog, sensing kindness, limped slowly from the undergrowth, intuitive, trusting. Injured and unable to walk far, the pup required transport. Suyu hurried to the property office, borrowed a cardboard box, and carefully placed the dog inside, ready to carry it to the nearest animal hospital. Suyu. She froze, startled. Even swathed head Toto, she hadn't expected recognition. Turning, she saw him beneath the boughs of a tree, tall, poised, equally concealed, yet unmistakable. Shinmoshi. Shinmo's lips subtly curled beneath his mask. After watching Suyu's livestream last night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and by 5 a.m, he drove to the entrance of Jinyuan. He had known for a long time that Suyu lived in Jinyuan, but had never visited. He lingered in the car for quite some time, aware that his actions were somewhat foolish, yet he couldn't help himself. Suyu hurriedly approached Shin Mo holding a box. What brings you here? So early in the morning, are you here to mooch breakfast off me? Just passing by, Shun Mo said, his starry eyes greedily fixed on the person he had been longing for. After a moment, he noticed the puppy in the box Suyu was carrying. What happened to this dog? I just found it. It seems injured, and I don't know if it has an owner. If no one cares for it, it probably won't last a few days. Suyu frowned slightly, unsure if the puppy could be saved. Let's go, we'll drive you to the pet hospital. Shun Mo looked at the puppy in Suyu's arms, feeling inexplicably displeased. Suyu asked, aren't you just passing by? Don't you have something to do? That's all taken care of, let's go. The two walked towards the gate, where Shinmo's car was parked under a green tree covered in unknown small fruits. When they fell, they burst open, splattering juice onto a relatively low-key Maserati. Aren't you just passing by? Why does this car look like it's been here for a long time? You should ask your community about the trees they planted. They drop fruits like crazy. Shin-mo opened the passenger door for Suyu, then took the box from her hands, preparing to place it in the back seat. The puppy seemed to sense the chill radiating from Shin-mo and began to tremble as soon as he held it, whimpering uneasily as it looked at Suyu with pleading eyes yearning to return to her embrace. Shin-mo coldly snorted in his heart, opened the back door, placed the box inside, and closed the door. On the way to the pet hospital, the puppy kept whimpering in the back, wanting to return to that warm embrace that made it feel safe, but with its injured paw, it couldn't climb out of the relatively high box. Suyu looked back with some concern. Don't worry, we'll be at the hospital soon. It can't understand you. What does it matter what you say to it? Shin-mo simply could not tolerate anything or anyone that drew Suyu's attention away. However, after Suyu spoke, the puppy really did quiet down, letting out a few soft whimpers, as if in response to her. Wow, this dog is so perceptive, it seems to understand my words, Suyu said in surprise, her eyes filled with unexpected delight, suddenly growing fond of the puppy. Shin-mo said nothing, merely pressing down harder on the accelerator. The Maserati unleashed its superior speed, reaching the nearest 24-hour pet hospital in half the usual time. Suyu entered the pet hospital with the box, Shin-mo following closely behind. Although both wore masks and hats, their impressive figures and undeniable charisma immediately chased away the drowsiness of the night shift nurse. Although we can't see their faces, they just seem so handsome. Hello, how can I assist you? The nurse was as energetic as if she had just started her shift. I just found this dog but seems injured. Suyu placed the box on the counter. The hospital often treated injured stray dogs and cats, so the nurse had seen plenty. Please hold on, I'll summon the on-duty doctor. The nurse pressed a bell, and shortly thereafter a bleary-eyed doctor. This dog appears to have a fractured left foreleg. We need to conduct a thorough examination. Please fill out a form and pay a part of the fees up front. We will take it in for an examination. The doctor picked up the puppy and placed it on the examination table for a quick check, then prepared to carry it into the imaging room. The puppy began to struggle uneasily, whimpering as it looked at Suyu. Suyu hurriedly spoke to soothe it. This is the doctor who will help you heal. You need to be good and cooperate, okay? He'll wait for you outside. After receiving Suyu's assurance, the puppy finally calmed down and looked back at Suyu with reluctance as it was taken inside. This dog seems to really like you. Shin-mo felt a pang of sourness. I'm its savior, isn't it normal for it to like me? Besides, who wouldn't like someone as charming as I am? Suyu, feeling a bit smug, reached for the form that the doctor had asked her to fill out. For the pet's name, Suyu straightforwardly wrote dog. She left the gender and age as unknown, but hesitated when it came to the contact person and phone number, as when Hongxing had advised her to keep her identity concealed. Shin-mo took the pen and filled in Fong Yuan's name and phone number under contact person. Who is Fong Yuan? My assistant. Oh, Suyu nodded, suddenly considering whether she should also have an assistant. It was indeed a bit inconvenient without. After completing the form and paying, they waited for a while before the doctor brought the puppy out. By then the puppy had been given a basic cleaning, and its breed was finally identifiable. It was a golden retriever mix. This dog has a fractured left foreleg, is slightly infected, has worms in its belly, and is moderately malnourished. The doctor briefly described the condition, then continued, this dog needs surgery as soon as possible, otherwise we won't be able to save its left foreleg. Once you decide on surgery, please come over to sign the consent. Alright, please treat it immediately. How long will it take? Suyu gently stroked the puppy's head as it affectionately rubbed against her palm. The surgery will be quick, just 1 or 2 hours, but it will need to stay in the hospital for a week. After you pay, you can come back in a week. Thank you, doctor. Suyu finished speaking and patted the puppy again. You'll be treated here for a week. You need to be good, okay? The puppy licked Suyu's palm and barked once as if in response to her words. Such a good dog. Suyu found herself growing more fond of the puppy. After paying, the two left the pet hospital, and it was only 7:30 when a rumble came from Suyu's stomach. Suyu rubbed her stomach. After all the morning's excitement, she hadn't eaten breakfast yet. The staff at her company knew she was used to early mornings and usually delivered breakfast to her apartment by 7. Let's go, I'll treat you to breakfast. Suyu smiled playfully at Shin-mo, tilting her head. My honor. Where shall we eat? Shin-mo replied, visibly pleased. Let's go to my apartment, my breakfast has already been delivered. Suyu walked towards the car. Shin-mo's heart skipped a beat. He had never been to Suyu's personal space before, and today felt truly special. Suyu's apartment is small, a cozy 2-bedroom with a simple decoration, but it has excellent lighting. At this moment, breakfast is already set on the dining table. Suyu has a big appetite. Although he has a physique that doesn't gain weight when Hongxing still hopes he can control it, so his diet mainly consists of salads, whole grains, and boiled eggs. This is so boring, eating these every day. I really want to have soy milk fried dough sticks and big meat buns. Suyu looked at the breakfast on the table, feeling no appetite at all. Shin-mo was still reviewing the test paper Suyu wrote last night. Upon hearing this, he put down the paper and sent a WeChat message to Fong Yuan. In 10 minutes, deliver 2 servings of soy milk fried dough sticks and big meat buns to Jinyu Yuan Building F Apartment 2702. Shin-mo pushed the breakfast in front of Suyu aside and placed the test paper in front of her, saying, this question, and this. He drew a long line with his pen. Are all wrong. Suyu was somewhat surprised and a bit heartbroken. You can do my test paper. Did I really get so many questions wrong? I graduated with a PhD at 24. I can be your tutor for free. Shun Moshing smiled at Suyu. He had completed all the foundational knowledge in the business management department during his undergraduate studies. A learning genius. Suyu's eyes sparkled with jealousy and admiration. Hurry up. I thought about this question for a long time last night, and still got it wrong. Please teach me how to do it. Suyu pulled Shun Moshing over to sit beside her, and stuffed the test paper and pen into his hands. Suyu leaned in close, and Shun Moshing could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her, making his voice slightly hoarse. Sit a bit further away. Oh, it's too cramped. I can't teach you like this. Oh. Upon hearing this, Suyu moved a little further away. She still often regarded herself as a man. After Shun Moshing finished explaining a question to Suyu, she suddenly had an epiphany. Was this question really that simple? It just required a change of perspective. Unlike the steady approach taught by Hua Shun Moshing took a more unconventional route. Shun Moshing, you're really impressive. Suyu now looked at Shun Moshing as if she were a drowning person spotting a sturdy piece of driftwood. Song Ruohua was competing for a national scholarship, and she didn't have much time to teach her as the exam approached. Teach me how to do the next question quickly. Suyu pushed the test paper forward, and just as she finished speaking, the doorbell rang. No hurry, let's finish breakfast first. Shun Moshing got up to open the door. Outside was indeed Fong Yuan holding soy milk fried dough sticks and big meat buns from a well-known breakfast shop in City A. Young master, here are the soy milk fried dough sticks and big meat buns you ordered. All right, you can go back now, Shun Moshing said, closing the door without acknowledging Fong Yuan's hesitant expression. Who is it? Suyu wondered. Apart from the company's staff, no one else knew about this apartment. My assistant, the soy milk fried dough sticks and big meat buns you wanted. Shun Moshing placed the steaming breakfast in front of Suyu. Wow. Shun Moshing, did you transform into Mr. Tianluo? Suyu unceremoniously picked up a big meat bun and took a bite. This is what a proper breakfast should be. You should eat too. Suyu stuffed her cheeks full, freeing one hand to push the breakfast towards Shun Moshing. Shun Moshing took a fried dough stick, preparing to take a bite. Hey, the fried dough stick should be eaten like this to be delicious. Suyu finished the remaining half of her bun in a few bites, took the fried dough stick from Shun Moshing's hand, broke it into pieces, and tossed them into the soy milk to soak, then handed him a spoon. This way is especially tasty, you should try it. The fried dough sticks that Suyu had broken seemed to smell even better. Before long, Shun Moshing finished a large bowl of soy milk with fried dough sticks. Tasty, right? Suyu smiled with her eyes squinted, a gentle breeze swaying the sheer curtain behind her, sunlight streaming in through the thin curtain into the dining room. Life is so peaceful and beautiful. Delicious. I hope we can have breakfast like this every day. Shun Moshing smiled with a bright expression. Having not shaved in the morning, the slight stubble on his face gave him a masculine charm. Suyu suddenly felt a bit hot in the room. It's only the end of May, and it's already this hot. I'm going to turn on the air conditioning. Suyu felt a bit abnormal again, and stood up to turn on the air conditioning as a cover. Shun Moshing looked at Suyu's flushed ears, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. After breakfast, Shun Moshing borrowed Suyu's bathroom to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Upon seeing the sanitary pads on the shelf, he suddenly remembered that chaotic night. At that time, although he was drunk and unclear, he still saw a girl's most private moments, so he should actually be responsible. Suyu noticed that Shun Moshing had been in the bathroom for a long time, and was about to ask him what was wrong when she saw him staring blankly at the sanitary pads on the shelf. Suyu's bathroom is separate. The inside is the shower room, and the outside is an open sink. At this moment, the ends of Shun Moshing's hair were still dripping water, and his face was slightly flushed. His skin was fair, and when he blushed it was very noticeable. Suyu also recalled what happened that night. Her clothes were long enough to cover the key areas, but she had indeed let him see her panties and the bloodstains on them. Suyu instantly felt embarrassed, digging her toes into the ground. She hurriedly went forward to take the sanitary pads from the shelf and put them into the cabinet below. You? I. Both of them spoke at the same time, but neither knew what to say. Shun Moshing suddenly chuckled, leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with Suyu's flushed face, and softly said, I am a responsible man, I can take responsibility. Suyu felt as if she had been hit by a lightning bolt, her face turning red and pale, then pale and red again. What responsibility? What are you responsible for? I have nothing that requires your responsibility. Hurry up and go, don't talk nonsense here. Quickly teach me how to solve the problems. Suyu said while pushing Shun Moshing away from the bathroom, this place of gossip. Shun Moshing noticed Suyu's discomfort and resistance, and decided to take it slow, not pressing the issue further. While solving problems, the aura of a learning genius enveloped Shun Moshing, making Suyu quickly forget the awkward memories of the bathroom. Suyu was actually quite smart, it was just that she had been exposed to the business management field for too short a time. Shun Moshing's teaching method was very effective, and she surprisingly started to apply her knowledge creatively. Haha, I really figured it out. I'm so smart. Suited Songming was overjoyed like a mouse that had fallen into a rice vat. A promising student indeed. Shun Moshing smiled as he rubbed Su Ye's hair. He had wanted to do this for a long time and finally made his move. Shun Moshing stayed at Su Ye's apartment all day, teaching her how to solve problems and helping her clarify all the current knowledge points. All the questions Su Yu previously didn't understand were finally resolved. Fang Yuan understood the young master's intentions. It was impossible for him to handle any group affairs today. Everything he could manage was done by himself, and everything he couldn't handle was pushed back. He also thoughtfully prepared nutritious, healthy, and delicious lunch and dinner. Shun Moshing was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance today, saying, "Go choose a house you like. The group will pay the down payment for you." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. As expected, as long as Miss Su was happy, the young master would be happy. From now on, he would tightly hold on to Miss Su's coattails. After finishing dinner, the two continued to review for a while. Su Yu gained a lot today. Having Shun Moshing as a free tutor was truly useful. It was now 8 p.m. and Su Yu needed to return to school for class tomorrow morning. "Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Su Yu packed her backpack, feeling very cheerful. Shun Moshing raised an eyebrow. "How many meals are you planning to treat me to? I not only tutored you today, but also treated you to 3 meals. Then, it should definitely start from 4 meals. Su Yu thought for a moment. 1 meal was indeed not enough. "Alright, remember that you owe me 4 meals. Let's go, I'll drive you back to school." After Shun Moshing dropped Su Yu off at school, he returned to the group building to handle the accumulated affairs of the day. What they didn't expect was that after returning from the pet hospital, going back to the apartment, and Shun Moshing dropping Su Yu off at school, they were all captured by paparazzi. Today, this paparazzo, who had just entered the industry not long ago, captured such a photo and was trembling with excitement. King Shun and Su Ye's underground romance exposed. King Shun is suspected to be living with Su Yu. With such a headline, I am going to hit it big. Or selling the photo would also fetch a fortune. Should I publish it myself or sell it? The paparazzo pondered for a long time and decided to sell it. He felt too weak, and Shun Mosh fans were formidable. He still wanted to keep his life. Just sell it to those thick-skinned marketing accounts. Quietly making a fortune is the way to go. The paparazzo sold the photo to a marketing account with over 1 million Weibo followers for 10,000 yuan per photo. Today he made hundreds of thousands and was almost going crazy with joy. After the marketing account received the photo, it didn't release it immediately, but cleverly approached Shun Mosh manager. Pan Yushan looked at the photos and was momentarily in disbelief. Since when did Mosh get so close to Su Yu? Make an offer. These photos, Pan Yushan would never let them leak. "Brother Pan, how much do you think these photos are worth?" The marketing account smiled like a sly fox. 30,000 for each photo. You should have gotten these as well, so that should suffice. Otherwise you can try releasing them and see what consequences arise. Pan Yushan remained motionless on the sofa like a mountain, only his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Being Shun Mosh's manager, he wasn't someone to be trifled with, but for problems that could be solved with money, he didn't want to resort to violence. The marketing account felt a jolt of fear under Pan Yushan's gaze. He had long heard of Shun Mosh's extraordinary background. The sense of crisis led the marketing account to make the right choice. "Since Brother Pan says so, I'll listen to you." "Thank you, Brother Pan." Knowing when to stop, it had only been half a day, and they had already made a significant profit. One must not be too greedy to live long. You know your place. If you encounter such a situation again, come directly to me. You will not miss out on your benefits. A crisis was averted without a trace, and Su Yu was still unaware that she had escaped a calamity. However, Shun Mosh was aware. After Pan Yushan received the photos, he didn't return to Tianyue Entertainment, but went straight to the headquarters of the Shin Group. "Mosh, take a look at these photos. You've been too careless. What is going on between you and Su Yu?" Pan Yushan placed the photos on Shun Mosh's desk. Pan Yushan was unsure whether to be angry or happy. Angry because Shun Mosh had been too careless to be photographed, while visiting Su Yu. Happy because Shun Mosh finally had a friend willing to connect with him. It was just unclear whether this friend was an ordinary friend or a romantic interest. He had known Shun Mosh for many years, having met while studying abroad. Over the years, Shun Mosh hadn't had many friends, and their relationship could only be described as a cooperative one. Upon seeing these photos, Shun Mosh's murderous intent momentarily surged, shocking even Pan Yushan. But in an instant he reined it in. Since Pan Yushan was here, it meant the photos hadn't circulated. He still trusted Pan Yushan's capabilities. "I like her," Shun Mosh admitted frankly. "But it seems she doesn't like me." Shun Mosh appeared somewhat despondent. Pan Yushan's expression shifted, overwhelmed by the weight of the information. In the end, all his words condensed into one: "Su Yu has no taste. It seems she indeed has poor taste. She likes Su Manru, her female classmate, and everything pretty. She even likes a dirty little dog, but just doesn't like me." Shun Mosh chuckled self-deprecatingly as he leaned back in his chair, covering his eyes with one hand. Pan Yushan was puzzled. In this day and age, how can you find a girl who doesn't like you? Su Yu must have a problem. By the way, have you confessed? "No," Shun Mosh replied. Pan Yushan was left speechless. "If you haven't even confessed, how do you know she doesn't like you?" Pan Yushan was completely at a loss for words. "I can feel it. Every time I want to take that step, she quickly dodges and keeps her distance from me. I don't even want to." Shun Mosh pressed his hands against his forehead, leaning on the table, his tone weary. Pan Yushan suggested. Then just simmer her slowly like a frog in warm water. By the time she realizes something is amiss, she won't be able to escape your grasp. I'm already simmering, otherwise how could these photos exist? The topic returned to the original point. It's not suitable for you to be exposed now, the frog hasn't even rotted in your pot before your fans stab it to death. Pan Yushan spoke frankly. You and Suyu shouldn't meet again for a while if you want a long-lasting relationship. Shinmash understood the reasoning, but why did it hurt so much? He could disregard everything, even withdraw from the entertainment industry, but Suyu couldn't. He could see that Suyu genuinely liked being an actress now. He couldn't be so selfish. He could invest in many productions for Suyu, but he couldn't silence the public. He didn't want Suyu to suffer even the slightest harm. Moreover, Suyu might not appreciate his actions. Money wasn't omnipotent. I understand. I won't seek her. It won't be too long either. I've already secured the male lead for Mist Beyond the Fog. You'll meet soon. Although it took some effort, it was worth it. The male lead for this series had originally been set, but Pan Yushan exchanged resources from another movie to secure. Is that so? That's great. Shinmash finally revealed a faint smile. Alright, I'll head back. I need to clean up the aftermath of these photos. Pan Yushan waved his hand and left. After he departed, Shinmash was left feeling unmotivated to work. What should he do? Suyu, blissfully unaware, was oblivious to someone suffering for her sake, and was teaching Song Rohua the methods Shinmash taught her. Since Song Rohua was referred to as a beautiful academic prodigy, she was naturally very smart, and her foundation was leagues ahead of Suyu's. She could better appreciate the brilliance of the problem-solving methods Shinmash had imparted. Such a master. Suyu, where did you find such a genius? This is amazing. Song Rohua exclaimed, wishing she could immediately pull out an exam paper to validate these problem-solving ideas. It's a friend of mine, he taught me all day yesterday. I didn't hold back at all, and told you everything. It's just a small return for the tutoring you've given me, Huahua. Suyu had begun to banter again. Song Rohua was already accustomed to Suyu's playful nature. She was just like that. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't tease someone for a day. Ever since meeting Suyu, she found it hard to look at other boys. None were as handsome or interesting as Suyu, and the issues that arose between boys and girls were avoided with Suyu. Song Rohua extended her delicate hand and pinched Suyu's cheek, laughing. This little bit is not enough. If you want to repay me, ask your friend for more guidance, and tell me everything. You mustn't leave anything out, understand? At your service, my princess. Suyu playfully pinched Song Rohua's soft hand and started to mess around with it. As time swiftly passed, the weekend arrived, and Suyu was about to pick up the puppy. She sent a WeChat message to Shinmash asking if he would join her. Shinmash replied, I have things to attend to these days, so I won't be going. Suyu responded, oh, then I'll go by myself. Suyu felt a bit unsettled. She thought it was strange that she was disappointed by Shinmash's absence. Why should she feel that? Upon arriving at the pet hospital, the puppy, seeing Suyu after a week, jumped around excitedly. Its injured left front leg was still in a cast, but it was no longer the same as it was a week ago. After a week of treatment, it was full of energy, and its 3 legs moved nimbly. Its condition is excellent now. Just pay attention to its injured leg after you take it home. It can take a bath, but be very careful not to get it wet. It can return in a month to have the cast removed. Is it male or female? I don't even know, Suyu said, gently patting the puppy's head. It's a 3-month-old golden retriever mix with more golden retriever traits. It's a little handsome boy. Suyu felt a bit troubled. Pets were not allowed in their dormitory, and she couldn't leave the puppy alone in the Jinyu courtyard. Wen Hongxing despised all pets, so leaving the puppy at her place was out of the question. This is a stray dog I found. What should I do since I have no place to keep it? Suyu voiced her dilemma to the doctor. If you are sure you want to adopt it, you can leave it here with me, and see if anyone wants to adopt it. It isn't suitable for it to be a stray in its current condition. Having spent a week together, the doctor had also grown fond of this spirited puppy. The puppy seemed to realize that Suyu might abandon it. It kept jumping towards her, whining softly, and licking her hand, its tail wagging furiously. Having just been born, its mother was taken away by bad people, and its siblings were lost. It was truly afraid of being alone and straying again, feeling a connection to this human that reminded it of its mother. It really likes you, the doctor expressed the puppy's feelings. The puppy seemed to understand the doctor's words and shed a tear as it looked at Suyu. The tear seemed to pierce Suyu's heart. Doctor, let me make a phone call first. She stepped outside to call, and the call was picked up almost immediately, as if the person on the other end had been waiting for her. Hello, Suyu, are you looking for me? Shinmash, at the pet hospital. The puppy can be discharged today, and I want to adopt it, but pets aren't allowed in my dorm. Can I temporarily keep it at your place until the summer vacation starts? Sure, I'll have Fang Yuan come to pick up the puppy. Suyu's request was one he would surely fulfill, despite the fact that he found the puppy quite annoying. Suyu returned to the pet hospital and gently patted the puppy's head, saying, I can't keep you right now, but summer vacation is coming soon. Until then, you can stay at that uncle's house from last time. As soon as summer arrives, he'll come to get you. How does that sound? Though the puppy was not pleased at the thought of not being with Suyu immediately, it was willing to endure for a little while longer, as long as Suyu wanted to adopt it. After coming to terms with it, the puppy barked twice in agreement with Suyu's plan. Good boy. Fang Yuan arrived quickly, and the doctor prepared a cage to transport the puppy. Miss Su, leave the puppy to me. I will definitely take good care of it. Fang Yuan was already considering Su Yu as his future young mistress. A couple of days ago, he had chosen a suitable house in a city, a prime school district property of 160 square meters. If it weren't for the rational part of him worrying about the high monthly mortgage, he would have picked an even better one. After all, his parents in his hometown walked proudly wherever they went. Thank you for your hard work. Shin Ma's assistant was quite professional with a bright smile that seemed genuine. After resolving the puppy's issue, Su Yu finally set aside one worry. Days went by, and Su Yu live-streamed her studies 3 more times. Labor is the Most Glorious also aired its 3rd, 4th, and 5th episodes. Shin Ma had not seen Su Yu again, but she frequently disturbed him on WeChat asking him to help her with her studies. Under the dual guidance of Shin Ma and Song Ruohua, Su Yu's final exam scores barely passed, which was quite a relief. Su Yu picked up the puppy, which had now had its cast removed. As long as it didn't engage in strenuous activities, walking, running, and jumping were all fine. Fang Yuan had even managed to fatten it up a bit. It was now cute and plump, unlike the pitiful bony creature she had found. The puppy was overjoyed but could finally be with Su Yu every day. To prove that even a dog could live independently, it learned to go to the toilet by itself. It was just too small to flush the toilet, otherwise it would have done that too. When it got hungry, it would go and dig through its dog food, carefully pouring it into its bowl before eating. Fang Yuan, noticing how clever it was, taught the puppy to bring slippers and water cups to its owner. The puppy vowed that even if Su Yu had to leave for a few days, it could take care of the house by itself. Su Yu exclaimed, "You are so diligent. From now on, I'll call you Huan Huan. I wish you could soon become the king of diligence in the dog world." Su Yu returned to the Jinyu courtyard with Huan Huan. In just an hour, Huan Huan had thoroughly explored Su Yu's home, knowing exactly where the dog food was, where the dog bed was, where the toilet was, and where it could and couldn't go. Su Yu's apartment had an electric flush toilet. After using the toilet, Huan Huan recognized the flushing mechanism automatically. Truly perfect. "Huan Huan, you little angel, you're so clever." Su Yu hugged Huan Huan and rubbed it affectionately. Huan Huan was thrilled by the praise, wagging its tail vigorously. However, Su Yu forgot that she would soon have to join a film crew for her upcoming project, The Mist Beyond. Just as she had finally brought Huan Huan back, she would have to part with it again. "Huan Huan, I need to go work for a while. During this time, you can stay at my grandfather's house. He is very kind, and you will have a great time. He'll come to pick you up when I return." Upon hearing this, Huan Huan's tail wagged slower and lower, and its ears drooped. They had only just reunited, and now they had to part again. Seeing Huan Huan's dejected look, Su Yu felt like a neglectful owner. However, she had no choice. She couldn't carry bricks while holding it. Moreover, she had been too busy with work and studies lately, not having visited her grandfather for 2 to 3 months. It was time to go see him. Her grandfather and Grandma Lu were now living happily every day, sharing a quiet happiness, keeping each other company. After visiting her grandfather, Su Yu stayed only one night before heading straight to the airport, off to her battlefield. As the car started, looking at her grandfather's increasingly stooped figure in the rearview mirror and the small ball of Huan Huan squatting beside it, Su Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Such is life, constantly filled with encounters and farewells, like a train that can never be filled to capacity. The filming location for Beyond the Mist was in City G. Even aboard the flight, Su Yu had already begun memorizing her lines. After signing the contract, she received the complete script. Whenever her rehearsals grew exhausting, she would pick it up to refresh her mood. By now, she had thoroughly internalized the character of Xia Qi, and even composed a detailed character biography. Her daily acting classes continued uninterrupted throughout this period. Su Yu was working harder than any draft animal on a collective farm. Yet Su Yu had transformed, like a fine piece of jade painstakingly polished. Her aura now serene and deeply grounded. Gone was the impulsive girl who once gushed over a pretty flight attendant. Now seated in silence, she commanded attention effortlessly. Su Yu carried no luggage, only a small crossbody bag. Her other belongings had been packed by her newly assigned assistant and delivered ahead of time to the hotel where the production crew was staying. The plane landed precisely on schedule. Wearing headphones and striding confidently toward the exit, Su Yu exuded an unmistakable presence, so radiant that even masked and hatted she turned heads among passers-by. Many bystanders snapped photos and posted them online. Rainbow Cotton Candy V just bumped into an incredibly handsome young man at City G's airport. Though he wore a mask and cap, I just knew he was stunning. The way he walked, each step landed right on my heart. Photos of striking men and women have long been traffic magnets across digital platforms. The moment this post went live, legions of admirers flocked to the comments, gazing, sighing, swooning. Wow, absolutely breathtaking. That flawless head-to-body ratio has me weeping with envy. What are you waiting for, poster? Go for it. Hesitate now and you'll spend the next 2 decades pounding your chest. Seriously, doesn't that masked profile look oddly familiar? Poster, you've just encountered a celebrity incognito. And OMG, isn't that my beloved idol? Even if she wrapped herself in a quilt, I'd recognize her instantly. The poster grew anxious, typing frantically into the comments section. Who is he? I'm still trying to figure it out. He walks so fast he's about to vanish past the gate. That's Su Yu, the human wrench. Chase her down. My palms are sweating just watching you. The poster rarely following celebrities finally recognized her from the photo. It was Suyu, the beloved regular cast member of the hit variety show Labor is Glorious, currently airing nationwide. Her best friend had been relentlessly singing Suyu's praises, pressing her head down like a captive audience. Had she missed Suyu today, she feared her friend might dismember her upon returning home. Putting her phone away, the poster sprinted after Suyu, only to watch helplessly as Suyu stepped into a waiting car and drove off, vanished into the distance. Still reeling, she answered a call. Sure enough, it was her long-suffering best friend. Enli Mianhua, did you get Suyu's autograph? Did you snap a photo together? I saw your Weibo post. You must have gotten something. Suyu is famously the kindest idol to her fans. Well, her legs are just too long. My stubby little legs couldn't keep up. You're finished. Go buy durian yourself. I'll eat the flesh while you kneel and crack the shell. And with that, her friend slammed the phone down, leaving the poster utterly stunned in place. Emerging from the terminal, Suyu was greeted by her new assistant Xiao Qiu and members of the production team sent to meet her. The official launch ceremony would be held in a few days. Tomorrow they would shoot the costume test photos, and tonight the lead actors were scheduled for their first script read-through. Director Jiang had developed a signature approach, announcing the full cast only at the launch, having learned from past disasters, including actors collapsing under scandal or walking off set mid-production. Upon arriving at the hotel, Suyu met Director Jiang and immediately offered a polite greeting. In Director Jiang, apologies, I arrived late. Suyu, you're here. No need to apologize. Rest a while first. We'll all dine together tonight and meet the rest. Director Jiang was in high spirits. The investors had just approved additional funding, swelling the production budget, and suddenly everyone seemed delightful to him. Understood. I'll freshen up first. Suyu nodded with a warm smile. And Xiao Qiu, where's my room? And she turned to ask her new assistant, a cheerful apple-cheeked young woman with a gentle roundness. Room 1708, on the 17th floor. The entire floor has been reserved for our cast. I'm on the 5th floor. If you need anything, just call me Sister Yu. Xiao Qiu was Suyu's age, just a few months younger, and already had 2 years' experience as an assistant, previously supporting other artists at the agency before being reassigned to Suyu. Got it. Suyu took the keycard from Xiao Qiu, found her room, showered, changed, then grabbed her script and headed out again to introduce herself to the other actors. She still hadn't learned the identity of the male lead, though one had reportedly been cast earlier. The role had since been recast. But when Suyu opened her door, she froze. And Shinmoshi, what are you doing here? Shinmoshi leaned casually against the doorway of room 1707, his towering 1.9-meter frame nearly brushing the top of the frame. With his left fist loosely curled, he gestured backward with his thumb and lifted one corner of his lips into a breathtaking, effortless smile. And this is my room. Of course I'm here. Room 1708 faced room 1707, both situated at the far end of the corridor where a sunlit window cast golden summer light across Shinmoshi's confident, sharply defined features, amplifying his magnetic, almost intoxicating charisma. Suyu had just stepped from the shower, her hair still damp, her skin faintly flushed with warmth. A lifelong makeup novice, she appeared barefaced, pale skin glowing with delicate rose undertones, as she stared wide-eyed and motionless at Shinmoshi. So, you're joining this production too? Nint. Xiaoqi, I'm your leading man. And Shinmoshi's grin widened, spilling over with unrestrained joy. Suyu stood utterly dumbstruck. And Shinmoshi, having spent a month thinking of her, could no longer resist, and reached out to ruffle her damp hair. That single touch jolted her back to awareness. Her voice carried a soft, scolding edge. Why didn't you tell me? And I wanted to surprise you. Thanks. I got no surprise, only shock. Suyu rolled her eyes. And Shinmoshi glanced at the script in her hand and arched a brow with a teasing smile, looking for someone to rehearse with. I am your leading man. You should come to me. And he straightened, stepped forward twice, closing the distance between them, and lowered his voice, rough with quiet intensity. Shall we go to your room, or mine? A height of 1.90 meters was still quite imposing for Suyu, who felt as if the surrounding oxygen had been taken away by Shinmoshi. It was too close. Unable to help herself, Suyu pushed Shinmoshi away with her hand, but when her hand touched his solid chest muscles, it retracted, as if burned. I don't want either. I want to meet the other actors first. Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze darting around, yet she dared not place it on Shinmoshi's face. 90% of your scenes are with me. There's no need to rush to meet other actors. It is of utmost importance to rehearse with me. Suyu, can you be a bit more dedicated? Shinmoshi stared intently, not giving Suyu a chance to escape. Let's go. As a dedicated actor, you cannot refuse the invitation to rehearse with your scene partner. Shinmoshi took Suyu's hand and led her into his room. Suyu stumbled, almost falling into his embrace. Shinmoshi smiled lightly, releasing her once they entered the room. Both rooms were luxurious one-bedroom suites with a bottle of freshly opened red wine on the coffee table in the living room. The production team originally did not have sufficient funds, but Shinmoshi invested to create better filming conditions for Suyu. Now, besides being the male lead, he was also the biggest investor of the production team, but Suyu was unaware of all this. Now that she was inside, Suyu had no choice but to sit on the sofa in the living room. Why did you want to film this movie? What do you think? Shinmashi said, flipping through his script. Haha, could it be because of me? Suyu smiled awkwardly, her grip on the script tightening unconsciously. Of course not. Shinmashi glanced at the anxious Suyu across from him and added, this script is quite interesting, isn't it? Indeed, this script will turn out very well if filmed properly. Suyu couldn't quite tell if she felt disappointed or relieved. The male lead of Mist Beyond is named Chung Wushu, who appears to be an outstanding young entrepreneur and philanthropist, but is in reality a ruthless and cunning gang boss. He has been wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses for years, looking handsome and elegant in front of others, while being sickly charming behind their backs, truly a deceptive gentleman. The female lead's twin brother Xiaozeo is a special forces soldier and has been an undercover agent in the gang for 3 years. Their parents passed away in a car accident when they were 20, leaving the siblings to rely on each other. They share a peculiar telepathic bond. No matter how far apart they are, they can sense each other's safety. One day, while working at her computer, Xia-Chi felt a sudden sharp pain in her heart, and then she lost contact with her brother Xiaozeo, unable to sense his presence anymore. The emptiness in her heart left Xia-Chi in a panic. She is socially anxious and has no true friends. Since their parents' death, she has had little contact with relatives, making her brother her only emotional support. Her brother must be in trouble. To uncover the truth, Xia-Chi disguised herself as her brother and infiltrated the gang. However, during her struggle with Chung Wushu, they ended up falling for each other. But this was destined to be a fruitless love. So which scene shall we start rehearsing? Suyu opened her script, noticing that the parts marked with a purple highlighter were her lines, and at a glance half of the script. How about scene 34? Suyu flipped to scene 34, and her expression cracked a little. Chung Wushu is not interested in women, so there are rumors that he prefers men. Xiaoqi approaches Chung Wushu, planning to seduce him to obtain certain information that can only be found in his mind, which isn't accessible through computers. Of course, it wasn't a real seduction. If Chung Wushu truly liked men, what she was doing would be akin to exposing her identity, so she merely intended to get him drunk. Little did she know at that moment Chung Wushu had already noticed Xiaoqai's unusualness. He knew this Xiaoqi was not the original underling and was actually a woman, but he chose not to expose her, playfully teasing her like a cat with a mouse. Suyu already knew all the plot details of the movie and was mentally prepared as any actor would be. However, why did she feel so awkward around Shinmashi? Come on, show your dedication. Shinmashi crossed his legs, leaning back against the sofa, wearing a pair of golden glasses that he didn't know when he put on, looking at her leisurely. He was simply the epitome of a deceptive gentleman. You weren't like this before. Suyu bit her lip, her gaze struggling. Shinmashi smiled lightly, exuding a charming, yet dangerous aura. How was I before? Cold and aloof, silent and expressionless. Shinmashi, do you realize your character has collapsed? Suyu's expression reflected her indignation. Where did that pure and playful Shinmashi go? Shinmashi removed his glasses and leisurely wiped the lenses. I am now Chung Wushu, not Shinmashi. The most basic quality of an actor is to immerse oneself in the role. Suyu, you are too unprofessional. Suyu, who had been called unprofessional by Shinmashi numerous times, was also irritated. Who said she was unprofessional? Isn't it all about getting into character? Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Suyu slammed her script on the table, adopting a determined demeanor as she rubbed her face vigorously. In the next moment, she transformed into Xiaoqi. Sir. Indeed, the sickly sweet Chung Wushu disliked being called boss or anything similar. He preferred to be addressed as sir. Is there something you need? Chung Wushu put down his adorable pet, a small flower python coiled like a spiral. Xiaozeo used the alias Luo Yu while undercover. The small flower python woke up after being set down, glaring at Xiaoqi, who interrupted its time with its owner. Today, Xiaoqi wore a white shirt, looking as refreshing as a summer breeze. Compared to the other rough and brawny henchmen in the gang, she seemed like a different kind of person altogether. A batch of red wine from the Ophir winery was sent over. I know sir likes Ophir, so I had them leave some behind, and it has been decanted. Would you like to taste it, sir? Xiaoqi pushed the dining cart forward, a slight smile playing on her lips, uncertain whether the exquisite silverware on the cart or the young man in front of her was more exquisite. Sure, thank you, Ayu. Chung Wushu gently stroked the small flower python's head, yet his smile did not reach. Xiaoqi elegantly poured a glass of the decanted red wine, the flowing ruby liquid joyfully swirling in the crystal-clear glass, looking stunning. However, none of them were as beautiful as the hand that held them. Sir, please enjoy. This long, fair hand held the glass and brought it to Chung Wux's lips. Chung Wushu reached out to hold the glass, also grasping Xiaoqai's hand. Xiaoqai's eyelashes fluttered, but she did not pull her hand away. Chung Wushu looked at Xiaoqi, whose invitation was full of meaning, his voice carrying a tinge of danger. Ayu, what do you want to do? Seeing him like this, Xiaoqi felt a bit hesitant, but her desire to uncover the truth outweighed her doubts. She raised her face, displaying an innocent smile. Sir, I want to serve you. Shinmashi gazed at Suyu like this, his eyes deepening. Ayu, how do you wish to serve me? Shinmashi's obsidian-like eyes seemed to possess a vortex of enchantment, swirling with an inexplicable emotion, as if they were going to devour Suyu. The The glass of red wine held in their intertwined hands seemed to be boiling, while the setting sun outside cast a glow through the wine on Shunmashi's face, tinting his jet-black starry eyes with a hint of seductive red. "Sir," Suyu murmured, but her mind went blank. She couldn't recall a single line, her entire being frozen, as if the magical gaze had captured her soul. Shunmashi instinctively reached out with his other hand to wrap around Suyu's waist, drawing them closer together. Just as she was about to be pulled into the vortex, her phone rang instantly, pulling her back from the brink of oblivion. She pushed Shunmashi away in panic, stepping back 2 paces, her face filled with disbelief. What had just happened? Why would she want to kiss Shunmashi? Is this how you serve me? Shunmashi, with his well-defined fingers, grasped the wine glass and tilted his head back to gulp down the wine, a trace of red staining the corner of his lips, stark against his fair skin. The setting sun outside blazed even redder, the light dancing across Shunmashi's eyes, which seemed to flash with a hint of scarlet. In that moment, he looked as handsome as a medieval vampire. Shunmashi abruptly pulled Suyu closer, locking her hands above her head against the wall, leaning in closely to look down at her, while his other hand gripped her waist tightly, saying, The setting sun outside seemed to blush, unable to bear the sight, and as it swept past their intertwined shadows, it sank below the horizon, plunging the room into deeper darkness. Shunmashi, Suyu began to struggle. What do you call me? At this moment, do you still intend to call another man's Ayu? Suyu seemed to read 5 words in Shunmashi's eyes. Be a bit more professional. Her phone continued to ring frantically. She turned to look at it, but Shunmashi seized her chin with one hand and forcibly turned her back. For the first time, Suyu realized how strong Shunmashi was. Even she, a trained fighter, could not easily break free from his grasp. If she tried too hard, she might hurt him. She didn't want to ponder why she didn't want to hurt him. Sir, could you let me answer the phone first? It might be something important from the base. A glimmer of pleading flashed in Suyu's eyes. Although she hadn't had any meat or soup today, she had caught a whiff of it. It was better to know when to stop. A frog must be slowly stewed, and if pushed too hard it might jump out of the pot, leading to a loss. Finally, Shunmashi released. Suyu, who now free, quickly picked up her silent phone. It was a call from Xiaoqiu. At that moment, Xiaoqiu's apple-like face suddenly appeared at the door. Their door was not closed, and Suyu felt a sense of relief, grateful that no one had seen the earlier scene. Otherwise, where would she have put her face? Sister, you, Director Jiang and the others are calling you down for dinner in the VIP room 3 on the 2nd floor. I tried calling you but got no answer, so I came to see if you needed anything. Xiaoqiu was somewhat surprised to see Suyu in Shunmashi's room, but she wisely kept her mouth shut. Okay, we were rehearsing, and my phone was on silent, so I didn't hear it. We'll head down now. Shall we continue rehearsing another day? Suyu looked at Shunmashi and realized her back was already damp. Sure, Ayu. Suyu thought he was still in character, calling her Ayu. Shunmashi was indeed quite professional, as she couldn't lose. Ostrichu tried hard to ignore the fact that those lines didn't exist in the original script, forcefully pouring herself a bowl of self-encouragement, insisting she was still a straight woman with a pure soul. Who needs girls when there are men? By the time they arrived at the VIP room on the 2nd floor, it was nearly filled with Director. Sorry we are late. Suyu humbly greeted the director and others at the table. Shunmashi also nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement to everyone. Among these people, perhaps only Suyu was unaware of Shunmashi's background, as there was not a trace of dissatisfaction towards him. The director broke into a wide smile upon seeing Shunmashi. How could Zhang Bo, so unworthy, have invited such a deity as Shunmashi, who came with a huge budget? Their low-budget film instantly transformed into a big-budget production. With Shunmashi a top-tier figure in the entertainment industry and so much production funding, he was determined to risk everything to shoot a film that could win awards. After dinner, Suyu did not want to return to her room immediately. She felt that strange sensation again, reminiscent of when recording labor is most glorious. She didn't want to face Shunmashi alone. Suyu gathered several supporting actors she had scenes with to read the script together. Shunmashi noticed that Suyu was trying to escape again, so he decided to let her take her time, not applying any pressure. The next day, the leads and supporting actors went for their fitting photos. Xiaoqi and Xia Zhao looked almost identical, with similar heights, appearances, and voices. With a little disguise, Xiaoqi could convincingly impersonate her brother. After the fitting photos, the crew's art department worked overtime selecting and editing images, finishing overnight, and the next day the film that had eluded book fans for years was finally officially announced. The official account of Misty Beyond. In the mist, I cannot see your face, nor can I see my own heart. In the mist, the whirlpools are many, and one misstep leads to eternal damnation. In the mist, I have lost you, and also lost my heart. I am on this side, and you are on the other, with an unbridgeable abyss of mist in between. Will you wait for me on the other side of the mist? Shunmashi playing Cheng Wushu, Suyu playing Xiaoqi. Image. The accompanying image featured a single photo with the dark blue background, showcasing the 4 sharp broken characters Misty Beyond, with Xiaoqi and Cheng Wuxi's profiles facing each other. Xiaokai's face displayed affection, struggle, and even hatred, while Cheng Wuxi's eyes held madness, obsession, and indulgence. Between them lay an abyss of mist, deep, and unfathomable. Both were stunning in appearance, and this photo had sent a wave of excitement among book fans. My Xiaoqi and Chung Wushu have walked out of the book. I'm easily moved to tears. This drama hasn't officially started filming yet, and I'm already feeling sad. Tears JPG. These two really have chemistry. I hope they don't distort my Xiaoqi and Chung Wushu. Meanwhile, the fans were going wild. Oh my god. Shinmashi is filming a movie. I've waited so long and finally get to see my brother in a film again. Crying JPG. Brother. Ever since the recording of Labor is Most Glorious ended, I haven't heard anything from you. My heart has shattered from waiting, and finally I can see you again. Shinmashi is going to act again. Oh, I'm so scared I won't be able to get tickets. This statement was true. Fans were indeed strange. A film Shinmashi shot years ago was packed in every screening. Ordinary people would have to buy tickets many days in advance to get in. Years later, that film's total box office remained unparalleled, leaving others in its dust. Suyu is finally stepping onto the big screen. My girl is finally about to shine. The female swordsman from No Regrets Sword has finished filming for so long, yet we haven't seen it air. I hope this film is completed smoothly and airs soon. When the official announcement was made online, the crew simultaneously held a groundbreaking ceremony. At the ceremony, a long table was draped in red cloth adorned with offerings, and in the center stood a large incense burner. Suyu and Shun Mo as the male and female leads stood before the table, holding 3 incense sticks, bowing to the 4 corners of the heavens and earth, praying for a smooth shoot and a box office hit. Shun Mo was particularly sincere in his eyes. This was not merely a groundbreaking ceremony, but a ritual of great significance. After the ceremony, the crew officially began filming. As mentioned earlier, Suyu's character Xiaoqi is a highly skilled programmer. In fact, Xiaoqi is not just an ordinary programmer, she is also a top-tier hacker. In front of others, she is a socially anxious introvert, rarely engaging in conversation. Online, she is a hacker that makes the world's cyber police vigilant, codenamed X. The internet provides comfort for her social anxiety. She enjoys this vast and virtual world, creating waves online and retreating unscathed. This feeling, which causes international cyber police to lament and other hackers to revere, makes her find the world not so dull after all. After the ceremony, Suyu was set to film her first scene. Before infiltrating the gang, Xiaoqi had long jet black hair and often wore comfortable nature-inspired long dresses. With her makeup and styling complete, Suyu was striking, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, her fair skin, and a delicate nose. Her beautiful eyes seemed to hold countless secrets, and her slender neck exuded a fragile allure that made one want to break it with a single glance, embodying both purity and desire. Shun Mo had never seen this side of Suyu. His gaze seemed glued to her, unable to look away. At this moment, Shun Mo was also styled, his dark, charming wolf-tail hairstyle complementing his high nose and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Dressed in a fitted shirt paired with a suit vest, he exuded both elegance and allure, leaning against an exquisitely crafted desk, his whole being resembling a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of a divine. All the women on set, and even some of the men, were captivated by Shun Mo, unable to tear their eyes away, while the only scenery in Shun Mo's eyes was Suyu. Every smile and frown from Suyu effortlessly stirred his heart. Emotions, unknown to him, surged deeply. Shun Mo, come over here quickly. The director wants us to take a promotional photo together. Suyu stood against the backlight. The summer breeze lifted her long hair and skirt, her smile resembling a flower that suddenly bloomed in his heart. A faint smile appeared on Shun Mo's stern face, as if the eternal snow on the summit of a snow-capped mountain had finally melted. The crew had never seen such a side of Shun Mo, especially the female staff on set, who collectively screamed in their hearts. After the promotional photo, the first scene following the groundbreaking ceremony began filming. 3, 2, 1, 7 scenes in one take, action. The assistant director clapped the slate. The filming order of the movie is not shot in the order of playback, but by location, completing all shots at one site before moving to the next. In a room full of youthful charm, Suyu's character Xiaoqi sat in front of her computer, the back of her laptop covered in various cute stickers. The light from the computer screen illuminated Xiaoqi's face. Although her thick bangs and large black-framed glasses obscured some of her features, it was still evident that she was a beautiful girl. Anyone witnessing this scene would assume the girl was watching a TV show or reading a comic. However, a closer look revealed that the reflections in her glasses were nothing but lines of code racing across the screen. The cameraman sat on a circular dolly, slowly changing angles as he moved to the girl's side. Her slender fingers seemed to dance across the keyboard, her speed creating a blur. This year marks the 3rd year since Xiaoqi and her brother Xiaozao parted ways. Her brother is on a classified mission, and they have not been in contact for 3 years. Yet Xiaoqi can sense that her brother is still safe. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped the girl's heart, her face turning pale, drenched in sweat, the feeling of impending death squeezing her heart. She clutched her shirt at her chest, collapsed onto the desk, her glasses falling to the ground, shattering into pieces. The computer was pushed to the floor, the screen flickered twice before going dark, resembling a life quietly slipping away in an unknown corner. Jiangbo sat behind the monitor watching Su Ye's performance and couldn't help but nod slightly. Su Ye's ability to embody her character is impressive. It's hard to believe she is merely a newcomer who has just started acting a few months ago. The unfamiliar, excruciating pain made the girl feel as if she had endured a day and a night, though it had only been a few seconds. After regaining her senses, the girl felt as if a part of her was missing, an emptiness within her soul, as if a large hole had formed through which a chilling wind blew. In that moment, the girl could no longer sense her brother's presence. Her brother was in trouble. This was the first thought that emerged in her mind. The girl's face turned even paler than during the previous heart pain. The camera zoomed in, capturing her face. At this moment, the shock in her eyes conveyed a mix of panic and disbelief. "Cut. This scene is good," Jiangbo called out, quite satisfied with Su Ye's performance. Her subtle expressions were incredibly natural, and her ability to convey emotion through the lens was exceptional. The sense of breaking free from the screen, piercing straight into the audience. The first scene is usually easy to pass. It's rarely NG to create a good omen for smooth sailing. Su stood up and walked behind the monitor to review her earlier performance, frowning slightly, as if dissatisfied with her portrayal. However, since this was the first scene after the start of filming, as long as it wasn't particularly poor, the director would generally allow it to pass, so she didn't foolishly request to do it again. Jiangbo pointed at the monitor screen. "Su, maintain that state you just had. Okay, prepare for the next scene." The assistant director picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. All departments quickly took their positions. The makeup artist and costume designer rushed to Su, surrounding her to adjust her makeup and outfit. 7 scenes, 2 takes, action. Brother. Xiaoqi called out to her brother in her heart. In the past, whenever she called out to him like this in her mind, a voice would echo back, "Him here." They couldn't communicate directly like this. It was a mysterious feeling that was hard to describe, but they could sense each other. However, now there was no response. Xiaoqi pressed her lips tightly together. She mustn't panic. She mustn't act rashly. Xiaoqi took a sip of water to calm herself. Before her brother departed on his undercover mission, he had called her to inform her that he was going to undertake a long-term undercover assignment. But since it was a classified mission, her brother had never disclosed to her the details of his assignment or its location. Now how was she to find any trace of him? Xiaoqi picked up the laptop from the ground, which was broken and could not start. Xiaokai's hand holding the laptop was still trembling slightly as she hurriedly ran to the tool room, a small room filled with various tools and computer parts. The camera pushed in from behind her, capturing Xiaokai's flustered silhouette as she ran. Xiaoqi placed the damaged laptop on the workbench, closed her eyes, and tightly clenched her hand. At this moment, the camera gave her a close-up highlighting her tightly pressed and slightly trembling lips, revealing her unstable heart. But in the next second, she suddenly opened her eyes, determination overcoming her panic, her hands no longer trembling, as she swiftly disassembled and reassembled the broken laptop. "Cut. Su, come down, replace the stand-in," Jiangbo shouted with a megaphone, and Su quickly stepped down, while a male stand-in resembling her, dressed in the same clothes, sat at the desk and began assembling the laptop. Su had exceptional speed when playing games, but she was truly incapable of quickly assembling a laptop. At this moment, the camera captured only the stand-in's hand movements, not their face. Su stepped aside to rest as the crew rushed in to fix her makeup and styling, preparing for the next shoot. Shinmashi, with his distinctively bony hands, held a thermos cup with a straw inserted. He had just finished shooting a scene in the adjacent studio. "Here." Su reached out to take it, sipped twice, frowned slightly, then handed it back to Shinmashi, saying, "I don't want to drink this, it's too sweet." Fang Yuan stood behind, already numb. This thermos cup contained the 45°C warm water he had carefully prepared for the young master, who not only refused to drink it, but also asked him to add a piece of brown sugar. Now, the young master's cleanliness obsession was probably cured by Miss Su. Shinmashi stood at 1.9 meters tall, while Su was 1.75 meters. Su's hair just reached Shinmashi's chin as she slightly looked up, her forehead almost touching his lips, exuding a faint fragrance. Shinmashi brought the cup closer to Su's lips, saying, "Drink another sip, it's better for you right now." Since that time of her monthly visitor, he had memorized her cycle. Neither Shinmashi nor Su realized how natural their conversation and actions were at that moment. Standing together, the two tall, handsome figures could effortlessly create a masterpiece of beauty. On either side of Su stood 2 crew members, each about 1.5 meters tall, only reaching the chest of the two, making it seem like 4 people from different worlds. These 2 girls were devoted fans of the brother CP pairing. Just last night, they had watched the final episode of Labor is Glorious together, and something unspoken had occurred between them in the Lotus Pond. Now they were at the front lines, eagerly shipping the couple, almost going crazy. Shinmashi was truly gentle towards Su, so their ship must be real. After a brief break, the stand-in finished shooting, and it was time for Su to go back. Returning to the workbench, Su swiftly completed the last few steps of assembling the laptop after the call of. At this point, the laptop looked no different from the original, but its internal components had been almost entirely replaced with laboratory-grade configurations. Then X quietly appeared online. Xiaoqi silently infiltrated the network of the unit where her brother was stationed. The firewall seemed drunk, completely unaware that the person holding the key to open the door was not its owner. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of the screen where dazzling lines of code flashed rapidly across the black. In just 5 minutes, Xiaoqi learned about her brother's mission to go undercover in the underground empire of Cheng's family in Ji City, Southwest Province, with an undetermined end date for the mission. The Cheng family had been a long-standing gang in Ji City for decades with substantial power and a web of connections involved in arms smuggling, drug production, and trafficking and money laundering. Yet on the surface they appeared to be major taxpayers and charitable enterprises with influence, even penetrating local government, making it extremely difficult to uproot this malignant tumor. Xiaoqi had also obtained information about the contact person responsible for communicating with Xia Zhao. For confidentiality and safety during her undercover work, Xiaoqi only contacted this person, and all the intelligence gathered during the operation was relayed to them. To protect Xiaoqi as much as possible, neither of them knew the other's true identity. The contact's code name was Night Owl. Their last contact was a week ago. Neither the unit nor Night Owl knew that her brother was in trouble. A qualified undercover agent not only had to gather crucial information, but must also ensure that no one could discover their identity. Even in sacrifice, it was all done quietly. A crystal tear rolled down Xiaoqi's fair face, silently splashing onto the keyboard. The camera gave a close-up of the tear, an exquisite moment of sorrow. Xiaoqi roughly wiped away her tears with her sleeve and gathered herself again. After obtaining all the information, Xiaoqi exited the unit's network without a trace, even patching a few bugs and upgrading the firewall before leaving. This firewall was utterly useless, still sleeping like a pig, but after her upgrade, anyone else attempting to intrude would surely meet with disaster. X was like a breeze without a trace, coming and going, waving a sleeve, leaving behind a trap. Then Xiaoqi casually packed a few clothes, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left home, boarding a plane to Southwest Province. Before she left, she submitted her resignation letter, and this departure was uncertain in terms of life and death. Cut. This scene is a wrap. Jiang Bo sighed, noting that all the major scenes shot today were completed in one take. A good omen. Prepare, we will shoot the next one soon. Jiang, director, let's shoot in the afternoon. Shinmashi suddenly spoke up. He had been sitting nearby watching Suyu act, and that tear had made his heart ache. Though he knew it was just acting, he just couldn't bear to see Suyu cry, even if it was fake. Moreover, today was the first day of Suyu's monthly cycle, and he didn't want her to be too exhausted. Everyone was stunned. It was only 11 o'clock. I can keep shooting, Suyu quickly spoke to break the frozen atmosphere. Shinmashi sat there silent, surrounded by a powerful aura that made others hesitant to speak. The morning was all about shooting the lead roles, and now we are filming the supporting roles. The lead scenes are scheduled for the afternoon. Jiang Bo glanced at Shinmashi. 3 o'clock. Shinmashi stood up from his chair, hands in his pockets, walked up to Suyu, and said, let's go back and rehearse together. Right, the lead scenes are all scheduled for after 3. Now we are starting with the supporting roles. Script supervisor. Jiang Bo wiped the sweat from his forehead. The aura of the king was indeed formidable. Suyu. The script supervisor had already started arranging the supporting roles, and the director had given the order, but she truly did not want to rehearse with Shinmashi anymore. Suyu dawdled, looking back 3 times as she left the set. Upon exiting the studio, a long black Maybach nanny car was parked at the entrance, custom-made for the Shin family, of which there was only one in the world. After Shinmashi got into the car, he looked at Suyu, who was frozen in place, and frowned slightly, saying, get in the car. I just need to wait for my driver to arrive. Suyu could only get into Shinmoshi's car. Fortunately, there were still the driver and Fang Yuan in front, which eased her a bit. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she got into the car, the driver raised the partition between the front and back rows, leaving only her and Shinmoshi in the entire back space. Suyu. Shinmoshi took out his thermos again, saying, this time I added a bit less brown sugar along with a few red dates and ginger. Suyu had always disliked any sweet food since her past life as a man, and even in this life, despite changing bodies, she still had no interest in sweets. I don't like sweet food. Suyu's face was full of refusal. Shinmoshi raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to her, asking, do you want me to feed you? The spacious back seat suddenly felt constricted, and Suyu was pressed tightly against the car door, surrounded by Shinmoshi's scent. He'll drink it. Ooh, I love brown sugar water, hee. Suyu grabbed the cup from Shinmoshi's hand, moved away from his encirclement, and sat in the seat opposite him. Suyu twisted the lid off the cup and took a sip. The taste was sweet, blended with the fragrance of red dates and the spiciness of ginger, and she found it really not good. Why do girls say this is delicious? Suyu's brows furrowed in distaste. Was this what Shinmoshi meant by less sugar? Had his taste buds? Shinmoshi pulled out a small handkerchief and sat back beside Suyu, wiping the corner of her mouth. Good girl. Suyu's lips were coated with the syrup, glistening and carrying a hint of sweetness. Shinmoshi gazed at her luscious lips, his eyes darkening. Seeing Shinmoshi like this, alarms were going off in Suyu's head as she felt as if she were being targeted by someone. Fortunately, they arrived at the hotel. Young master, we have arrived. Fang Yuan knocked on the car door. If it were before, he would have opened the door directly, but now that Miss Su was inside, he was risking his life just knocking. Shinmoshi straightened up, and after a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan opened the car door only to find the young master and Miss Su had switched seats. Upon seeing the young master's somewhat unfriendly expression, Fang Yuan trembled, thinking he shouldn't have knocked. At the doorway of the room, as Suyu was about to swipe her card to enter, Shinmoshi snatched the card from her hand. Suyu looked up at him in confusion. Fang Yuan prepared braised pork soy sauce ribs, crispy fried fish stewed with tofu, and oil braised shrimp with old hen soup. Are you sure you want to go back to eat grass? Leaning against the wall, Shinmoshi tossed Suyu's room card, playfully, a satisfied smile on his face. Suyu struggled a bit, thinking she'd rather eat grass than go, but her body honestly led her to his room. She hated her useless mouth for always thinking about delicious food. Shinmoshi watched as she nearly wore out the floor with her pacing, a triumphant smile blooming at the corners of his mouth. The table in the room was already filled with delicacies, far more than what Shinmoshi had mentioned, with only the regret of lacking a spicy dish. How can you not eat spicy crayfish in summer? Shinmoshi served a bowl of chicken soup in front of Suyu, saying, "You can't eat spicy food. Right now I'll be good and drink some chicken soup. Why can't I eat spicy food? Spicy is my destiny. Ooh, I can't live without spice." Suyu exclaimed, her cat-like eyes wide with indignation. Shinmoshi's ears turned slightly red, but he chuckled lightly. "They'll let you eat it when your relatives leave." "My relatives?" As she spoke halfway, Suyu's face turned beet red as she realized how he knew she was on her period. Did she accidentally leak it? Being a woman is tough. Seeing Suyu sitting uneasily across from him, Shinmoshi took advantage of the moment, saying, "Hurry up and eat, it's getting cold." "How do you know?" "No." Suyu tightened her grip on her chopsticks, unsure of how to ask. "Since that time I've remembered it." Shinmoshi saw Suyu's lack of composure and became more composed. "Suyu. How ridiculous." She couldn't even remember when her period was due, relying on an app for reminders, yet Shinmoshi actually remembered. Seeing her still stunned and motionless, he raised an eyebrow. "Do you need me to feed you?" It was too embarrassing. Suyu turned her frustration into appetite and ate vigorously until she was stunned. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu, who was sitting on the sofa rubbing her belly, and handed her the digestive tablets Fang Yuan had just bought. "What should I say to you?" "It's all your fault." "Blame me." Suyu angrily snatched the digestive tablets and stormed off to her room. At 2 in the afternoon, Suyu left by herself without waiting for Shinmoshi and arrived at the filming location at 2:30. This afternoon they switched to a different studio. Scene 9, camera 2, take 1, action. Xiaoqi landed in Ji City, Southwest Province, and first checked into a hotel. As a top hacker, she of course had to use her heavenly eye to observe the Chung family. X re-entered the network quietly, like a fleeting ghost silently lurking in the shadows. The Chung family was indeed vast and powerful, with intricate connections. Over the past 3 years, Xiaozao had gone undercover in many places within the Chung family, the last being a drug manufacturing base. This base was hidden in a tropical rainforest at the border of 2 countries, with tall trees and dense foliage teeming with snakes and insects. It was a wooden structure village with checkpoints every 5 steps and sentries every 10 steps. It was common to see armed men moving about, and almost no one slacked off. The security was extremely tight. It was evident that the current head of the Chung family governed with strictness. Xiaoqi worked quickly, turning the village's surveillance cameras into her eyes, clearly seeing every corner. Yet she hadn't received any news about her brother. Xiaoqi hacked into the phones of everyone in the village and finally saw a photo of her brother. They looked almost identical. Xiaoqi was so beautiful, her brother Xiaozao couldn't possibly be ugly. However, the more inconspicuous the undercover agent, the better. Xiaozao intentionally lowered her presence while undercover in the Chung family, never getting close to the formidable Chung Wushu, renowned for his intelligence. It was lunchtime now, and the people in the village took turns to eat. "You and the others have been out for 3 days and still haven't returned, and I can't contact them. What if something happened? Should we report it to the boss?" A large man who looked like a black bear was wolfing down food from a bowl the size of a basin, speaking as he ate. Another skinny man resembling a monkey recalled their boss, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. "Let's wait a bit longer. If there's still no news by tomorrow, well, inform the boss." The black bear man recalled the terrors of their boss and stopped speaking. They would delay for as long as possible. Xiaozao had sent out a batch of goods 3 days ago along with 4 people, and none of them had returned yet. Xiaoqi observed for a while longer, familiarizing herself with all the locations and names before exiting the network. Cut. This scene is good. It was barely 6 in the afternoon when Suyu finished work. Upon returning to the hotel, Shinmoshi had already prepared a lavish feast. After consuming so much and doing so little, Suyu felt the flesh on her belly, wondering if her persona of being able to eat without gaining weight was becoming precarious. "Sister Xing told me not to eat so much, I've already gained weight." Shinmoshi looked at Suyu, whose figure remained unchanged, and said, "Or have you gained weight? I don't see it. Tomorrow the crew will enter the mountains. Tonight is the last grand meal. Are you sure you want to eat?" Suyu recalled the tasteless self-heating rice and decided to put it behind her. A person who enjoys food and lives for it is indeed superior. The next day, they took a vehicle to the shooting location of the Qingyan gang deep in the mountains. It was a small village, a wooden structure filled with the ethnic charm of the southwestern provinces. The crew rented 2/3 of the stilted buildings in the village. Due to its remote location in the deep mountains, the transportation conditions were poor, making the village especially impoverished. This village was chosen after a long search by the crew for its seclusion and originality. The village was a small settlement under the jurisdiction of City G. Their bus took 4 hours to reach the foot of the mountain, and then it could not go any further. Fortunately, an off-road vehicle could still enter the village. Upon arriving at the village, Suyu felt her buttocks were almost numb from sitting. The village had never been this lively before. The children were joyfully running around. Xiaoqiu placed their luggage in a small stilted house with 2 rooms. She and Suyu each had their own room, and Xiaoqiu spread the beds in both rooms with the bedding she had brought. Shinmashi's room was in another stilted building about 10 meters away. Given the remoteness of the mountain village, the conditions were naturally not great, but Suyu had already prepared herself for hardship. However, Suyu did not expect the mosquitoes to be so large. They seemed several times bigger than the ones she usually saw, and were particularly venomous. As soon as she got off the car, she was almost carried away by the mosquitoes. "Get back in the car," Shunmashi said, noticing the large welts on Suyu's arms, and pulling her back into the vehicle. Fang Yuan. Understood, young master. Having come to such a place, Shinmashi naturally could not only bring Fang Yuan along. It wasn't that he couldn't endure hardships, but rather it was unnecessary. Fang Yuan took a few people and equipment to drive away the mosquitoes. "Don't scratch," Shinmashi said, holding down Suyu's hands as he opened the medical box he had just retrieved from the trunk and found the mosquito bite ointment to apply to her. Suyu was tall, but her frame was small. Her delicate white arms appeared even more slender in Shunmashi's large hands. Suyu's arms were cool, while Shunmashi's palms were warm and dry. He treated her as if holding a cherished piece of art, careful and meticulous. Suyu gazed blankly at Shinmashi, who was applying medicine to her with great care. His handsome brows were slightly lowered, and an unspoken tranquility enveloped the small space of the vehicle, even softening the scorching sun outside. After applying the medicine, Shinmashi noticed Suyu's dazed expression and smirked slightly, saying, "I heard that getting bitten by mosquitoes has a certain chance of causing meningitis." Coming back to her senses, Suyu felt a faint blush on her ears. She had actually been mesmerized by a man. What could a man have that was better looking than a girl? Girls are soft and cute, while men are tough and rigid. Her mind might really be getting meningitis. "Let's get out of the car. The director will be looking for us soon," Suyu said, hurriedly opening the car door and running away. Shinmashi watched Suyu's retreating figure with a raised brow. He methodically put away the medical kit, and then leisurely walked in the direction where Suyu had fled. "Suyu, you cannot escape." The crew had already arrived early to prepare, so they were ready to start filming at any time. After resting for a night, the actors began filming the next day. In such a place, even Shinmashi did not procrastinate. He simply wanted to finish filming quickly and take Suyu back. Scene 12:1 Take only action. Xiaoqi waved aside the branches of the dense forest, appearing in. At this moment, she had changed drastically. The previously shy and sweet girl was nowhere to be found, replaced by a tall, thin man with disheveled short hair and a haggard face. Xiaoqi had basically grasped the situation of the Qingyan gang, but other information could only be obtained by taking personal risks. Her social anxiety had disappeared when she decided to uncover the truth behind her brother's sacrifice. Although the world was rather dull, this was the land her brother had protected, and she knew how deeply he loved it. Thus, she would continue to protect it in her brother's stead. Xiaoqi walked to a large tree with lush branches and leaves and made a gesture towards the hidden camera among the foliage. This was the first checkpoint for entering the base. If she did not leave a signal here, proceeding further could result in being. This area was a border between 2 countries, an undeveloped tropical rainforest filled with poisonous insects and snakes. Coupled with the treacherous terrain, many locals were actually relatives of the base personnel and knew that they should not come here. When Xiaoqi approached the village, a burly man wielding a submachine gun aimed it at her, and just as he took aim, "Ew, you're back. Why are you alone?" "Earth Dragon, it's me." Xiaoqi knew every expression and habit of her brother so well that if she had deliberately disguised herself as him back, then even their parents might not have been able to tell them apart at first glance. As for why she was the only one to return if she knew that she wouldn't be here, so Xiaoqi could only make up a story. Anyway, they didn't know what had happened. The 3 of them betrayed the base and the boss, wanting to steal this batch of goods. I refused to join them, and they wanted to kill me. I barely escaped by jumping into the river. The burly man looked at her suspiciously, not completely believing her. "Let's go back first. This matter must be reported to the boss immediately." Xiaoqi followed the burly man back to the village. The land near the village was filled with evil flowers, and the camera zoomed in on these flowers, the large vivid red blooms swaying gracefully in the wind, beautiful, yet dangerous. The village was almost entirely populated by young men. There were no elderly or women and children. You finally returned. The hulking bear man and the lean monkey man were both thrilled. At that moment, a tall, thin man with a shadowy face walked out from a house, squinting his eagle-like eyes at Xiaoqi, who was empty-handed. Why are you alone? Where are the other three? Is there still cargo? Money? This was the base's manager Black Hawk, who was highly regarded by Cheng Wuxiu. Brother Hawk, the three of them betrayed the boss. I refused to join them. I fled for my life. Really? The camera zoomed in, capturing the sincerity on Xiaoqi's face, as if the truth were indeed so. Black Hawk did not believe her. The three of them could not possibly be unaware of how terrifying the boss was. Anyone daring to betray the boss had never met a good, and the only path to escape their fate was death. Come with me to see the boss. You can tell him these words in person. Monkey, get some food. Earth Dragon, take to change her clothes, as she looks too disheveled. Don't dirty the boss' eyes. Black Hawk glanced at Earth Dragon, who immediately understood that he was to keep an eye on Xiaoqi raised her brow, not expecting to meet Cheng Wuxiu, the big boss of the Cheng family, so soon. The Earth Dragon took Xiaoqi to change clothes, tossing her a set of clean, fairly new garments. Cheng Wuxiu despised everything dirty and ugly. Each time he met the teacher, they had to tidy up completely. However, with their crooked and unsightly appearances, Cheng Wuxiu always frowned upon seeing them, making them feel a chill down their backs. Gradually, they all lost the courage to see the teacher, leaving only the Black Hawk, who was relatively decent-looking, to report the base matters to the teacher. The Earth Dragon stood indoors, not going out, as he wanted to keep an eye on the young man. In the small room, aside from the actor playing the Earth Dragon, there was a large crowd of staff crowded behind the camera. The shower room in the house only had a curtain. After Xiaoqi went in to wash, she put on this outfit. The staff had already set up equipment in the corner of the shower room to film Xiaoqi bathing. Of course, in the final cut, only her head and shoulders would be visible. Seeing this, Shin Mashi frowned. Filming Suyu bathing. Even if she was dressed, just exposing her shoulder was intolerable for Shin Mashi, especially at the thought of other men watching her. Cut. Everyone hit the pause button at the sound of the cut. Jiang Bo turned back in confusion. The scene had been filmed smoothly. He had never shot such a seamless production, and the lead actor hadn't made a single mistake until now. The bathing scene is cut out. Shin Mashi's face had darkened like ink. Bathing scenes are so common in movies and television, and they don't really undress, just washing while clothed. Everyone was puzzled about what was going on with the king. It wasn't as if they were filming him bathing. Aside from the secretly shipping the brotherly couple fans, only the original author and screenwriter, who was observant and emotionally insightful, realized that King Shin seemed to have feelings for Suyu. And had it really come to the point of jealousy? Suyu came out from the nearby changing room wearing long pants and a thick strapless top, revealing only one shoulder, not even showing her belly button. This was what she was supposed to wear for the bathing scene. To be honest, nowadays any girl on the street wears less than this, and those female stars walking the red carpet are all in deep neck dresses exposing their backs. Moreover, if one ignored Suyu's long neck, alluring collarbone, and smooth, beautiful back, her figure, which was flat both front and back, would not attract much attention. However, as soon as Shin Mashi saw Suyu dressed like this, he immediately stood up and pushed her back into the room. Suyu had just come out and hadn't even seen what was happening outside before being pushed back into the room, looking bewildered at the door that was closed again. Shin Mashi glared at the 7 or 8 men in the room. Even the 2 or 3 female staff members did not escape his scrutinizing gaze. Though they didn't understand why King Shin suddenly acted like this, everyone's survival instincts were activated. Screenwriter, change it on sight. Jiang Bo's survival instinct was maxed out as he quickly called over the intrigued screenwriter, who was eating melon seeds nearby. Hey, I'll change it right away. Usually the original author was reluctant to change the script, but on this hot summer day, the original author and screenwriter, who was getting the first scoop, was more than willing. She even thought about altering some of the later scenes to fulfill her desire for shipping the couple. Indeed, the screenwriter had joined the ranks of those shipping the brotherly couple and was fully invested on site. Searching for Shin Mashi Suyu online, the various couple fanfics no longer satisfied her imagination, as she wanted to take matters into her own hands and create her own stories. The final revised version had the Earth Dragon standing outside, while Suyu would dress properly and come out for a moment with post-editing and dubbing to follow. Jiang Bo glanced at Shin Mashi's expression, seeing it finally return to normal, waved at everyone. Departments prepare, let's continue filming the next scene. In reality, Shin Mashi did not have any scenes in this village and could have easily left. Other popular actors often had many engagements, frequently using stand-ins or resorting to CGI. Generally, their time on set was minimal. The king was different, a truly dedicated. He remained on set, even without his scenes. Everyone looked at Shin Mashi with admiration, understanding that he earned his title for a reason. Scene 13, one shot, take 2, action. Freshened up, Xiaoqi appeared clean and radiant, embodying pure sunlight. The group of men in the village were stunned upon seeing Yu. They knew he looked good, but he had always been timid, resembling a useless dumpling, which made them somewhat look down on him. But now Yu seemed like a different person. His appearance was the same, but there was an indescribable feeling that something was different. Is this really Yu? The Black Hawk was more convinced of his thoughts. This person was definitely not a Yu, but what he wanted to do remained unclear. He decided to bring him before the teacher first. The Black Hawk drove, bringing Xia Qi to Ji City, presenting him before Chen Wuxiu. Cut. This scene is done. We will shoot the supporting roles next, and the leads can take a break. Zhang Bo was now quite adept at reading the situation. Although Shinmashi hadn't filmed any scenes, the king would still feel tired just sitting on set. Given how much he valued this film, Zhang Bo had to consider the king's well-being. He needed a break. Suyu returned to her room to find it filled with delicacies. Where was the promised self-heating rice? Clearly this was Shinmashi's doing. Suyu hurriedly pulled Xiao Qiu into the room to eat together, as she truly did not want to dine alone with Shinmashi. In fact, Shinmashi had no intention of eating with her today. The hotel was relatively secluded, and there were too many people around. He didn't want others to gossip about Suyu. After lunch and a short break, several more scenes were shot in the afternoon. As night fell, they had to shoot night scenes. The forest at night was not quiet, with various animals coming out to roam. Of course, there were no large predators, just some adorable little creatures. During a break in filming, Suyu spotted an owl perched on a branch, its round eyes resembling two little light bulbs. Wow, a night owl, your relative has come to see you. Haha. The night owl is another name for an owl. The actor playing the night owl was a sophomore from a film academy, a fresh-faced young man named Qin Jin, 19 years old, standing at 184 meters tall, with handsome features. The night owl was a rational, decisive, and brave individual akin to a lone wolf. In contrast, Qin Jin was more of a younger brother type, very sweet and adorable. Qin Jin made his debut at 14. With his handsome appearance and decent acting skills, he garnered a substantial fanbase and was nicknamed the national younger brother. Sister Yu, what did you say? Qin Jin turned back from the monitor and then noticed the owl. Haha, it really is my relative. Hello there. Qin Jin walked over to Suyu and greeted the owl. The owl tilted its head 90 degrees to look at these two humans who weren't afraid of it. Was it not fierce enough? Foolish humans, it was a bird of prey. Wow, so cute, Qin Jin exclaimed. The surrounding staff thought to themselves, you are cuter than this owl. The two chatted excitedly about the seemingly cute, yet actually fierce owl, completely unaware of the danger that tonight there are no stars or moon, and the lighting on the set is limited. The wind in the mountains sways the treetops, creating flickering shadows. The dark forest seems to harbor many unknown dangers. Shinmoshi did not expect that after stepping out to take a phone call and handling some matters for the Shun group, he would return to find Suyu and Qin Jin chatting enthusiastically. Owls are raptors, and sometimes even eagles are no match for them. Don't be fooled by their seemingly cute and Shinmoshi stood between the two, educating Suyu about owls, and shot a disapproving glance at Qin Jin when he mentioned the word fool. Qin Jin sensed Shinmoshi's hostility and intent to kill, yet maintained a charming and obedient demeanor, smiling as he said, really? I didn't realize this little cutie was a raptor. The owl, noticing an additional human observing it, flapped its wings in a show of strength, turning its head to a 135-degree angle, emitting a series of hoo-hoo sounds. Suyu, do you also think this owl is cute? Shinmoshi turned to Suyu, his gaze somewhat dangerous. Yes, isn't it? It's clumsy and cute. Even as a raptor, it's still a lovely one. Suyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused, as she found the owl quite endearing. Taha. Seeing Shinmoshi's dark expression, Qin Jin couldn't hold back his laughter, finding Suyu to be the more charming one. Just as Qin Jin finished laughing and was about to say something, watch out. In the blink of an eye, the owl and Suyu lunged toward Qin Jin simultaneously. The owl displayed its prowess as a raptor, its wings spanning nearly a meter, moving with the speed of lightning, yet silently gliding over Qin Jin's head, its extended claws gleaming coldly in the light, as it suddenly grasped a long snake hanging from a branch. The snake was as thick as a human arm, covered in vibrant patterns, with a triangular head that opened to reveal a pair of fangs glistening with icy blue venom. If bitten by this snake, even the most powerful deity would struggle to save one in this remote forest. Qin Jin was completely knocked down by Suyu onto the grass, rolling twice before coming to a stop. At the moment he was knocked down, Qin Jin spotted the venomous snake hanging above him. After a moment of shock, he tightly embraced Suyu, trying to protect her as they rolled. The instant Suyu spoke, Shinmoshi also saw the snake. He wanted to pull Qin Jin away, but Suyu was closer, so she ended up saving Qin Jin first. The incident happened in an instant, and the surrounding staff reacted quickly, rushing over. Are you okay? Quick call. Director, something happened. Shinmoshi quickly squatted down in front of Suyu and lifted her up, his eyes still filled with fear and anxiety. Suyu. Qin Jin was also helped up by the staff, his elbows seemingly scraped. I'm fine. Hiss. Suyu thought she was okay and attempted to stand from Shinmoshi's arms, but unexpectedly exclaimed, I think I twisted my ankle. Suyu's right ankle quickly swelled up with a large bump. Shinmoshi's face was filled with shock and anger as he shouted, where's the doctor? Feng Yuan. Understood, young master. Feng Yuan had just run over and then immediately ran away again. Everyone was puzzled about what exactly Feng Yuan understood. Feng Yuan's presence by Shinmoshi's side was not without reason. As soon as the young master spoke, he knew. Shinmoshi looked at Suyu's right foot, his brows furrowing deeply, a chilling severity washing over him like a winter storm, causing everyone present to feel an eerie coldness. Qin Jian only had a scrape on his elbow, nothing serious. He quickly walked up to Suyu, his face filled with remorse. Sister, are you okay? It's all my fault. Hey, this isn't your fault. I was careless and twisted my ankle. It's a miracle you weren't bitten by that snake. Suyu waved her hand dismissively, her tone nonchalant, then added with some annoyance, I've been neglecting my practice lately and my skills have regressed. Seeing that Suyu was in this state, yet still chatting happily with Qin Jian, Shinmoshi could no longer endure it and swiftly picked her up, leaving. Suyu was startled. Shinmoshi, you. Shut up. Shinmoshi did not look at her, his face like water, his grip tightening as he hurriedly traversed the set, carrying Suyu to her room. The staff were both astonished and fearful, seeing Shinmoshi shocked by his disregard for others while frightened by his overwhelming presence. The director and the doctor stationed on set also arrived at this time. The doctor quickly checked Suyu. You've twisted your ankle. I'll handle it urgently, but I can't tell if there's a bone issue. It's best to go to the hospital for a checkup. Then hurry up and send her to the hospital. The nearest hospital is 40 kilometers away, but the mountain roads at night are treacherous, so it might take 1 or 2 hours to drive. Zhang Bo's face turned pale. Such incidents are the worst during filming. It disrupts the schedule. Feng Yuan. How long until we get there? Young master, we're almost there. At the largest sundering area in the village. As Feng Yuan finished speaking, everyone heard the massive sound of helicopter blades spinning, and the wild wind outside almost blew off the grass from the rooftops. Shinmoshi immediately carried Suyu and strode quickly towards the sundering area in the village. Knowing they would be filming in the mountains, Feng Yuan had prepared many emergency plans. The helicopter had been stationed in a town 40 kilometers away and arrived at the village in under 10 minutes. After the helicopter took off and disappeared into the sky, everyone finally snapped back to reality. Staff member A looked incredulously. Is this really a film shoot? Is there a scene like this? Staff member B rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? You're the script supervisor, and you don't know if there's this scene. Staff member C, then where did this helicopter come from? Staff member B, if you ask me, who should I ask? Staff member D covered his face. Shin Tiangong A is amazing. Cool and handsome. Staff member E held his heart. Just let me die. A, B, C, D turned to look at E, simultaneously exclaiming in unison, are you also a fan of the brother CP? After exchanging glances and laughing, they said, let's create a group for resource sharing. What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be working? The assistant director shouted through a loudspeaker at them. The leads have left. The supporting roles need to hurry up with their scenes, or we'll fall too far behind schedule. Yes, we're coming. The group quickly rushed back to their workstations. Qin Jian stood there gazing at the departing helicopter, seemingly still feeling the warmth of holding Suyu earlier. Shinmoshi was far more powerful than he had imagined. The confusion lasted only a moment, and the next second he resolved that if Shinmoshi could do it, so could he. Qin Jian, get in the car. I'll take you to the hospital. Zhang Bo understood Shinmoshi's influence and wasn't too worried about him and Suyu, but he was concerned about Qin Jian. Even though it was just a scrape, if not treated well, it could lead to infection. Director, I'm fine. The doctor already treated me. I still have a scene to shoot, so let's continue. Qin Jian's face was resolute, as if the sweet smiling younger brother had suddenly grown up. But what about your injury? How isn't the night owl scene just perfect for being injured? This injury is quite convenient, saving me the trouble of makeup, and it looks real and effortless. With a slight smile, Qin Jian seemed to undergo a transformation, evolving from a boy into a man. The culprits, the venomous snake and the owl, vanished into the depths of the forest. Although the owl appears cute, it is indeed a raptor. Underestimating it could lead to significant consequences. On the helicopter, Suyu looked around in surprise at the luxurious interior, which was far more opulent than any helicopter she had previously been on. In her past life, Suyu was an avid extreme sports enthusiast, so she had flown in helicopters frequently. She could even pilot one herself, though she never bothered to obtain a helicopter license. Comfortably leaning against the ergonomically designed seat of the helicopter, Suyu watched a certain someone who was examining her foot and asked Shin Sure, where did you get this helicopter? Shin Sure was still angry at that moment and did not want to respond to her. He didn't know whether he was more upset about Suyu chatting animatedly with Qin Jian or about her recklessly saving Qin Jian, which had led to his injury, or perhaps he was just angry at himself for not protecting her. In any case, he was very angry. Shin Sure. Suyu called out again when he didn't respond, only to be met with his furious glare. Why are you so angry? How can you even ask me why I'm angry? Shin Sure finally erupted. It was so dangerous just now. Why are you a woman trying to act tough? If that venomous snake had bitten you, or if that owl had scratched you, what would you have me do? Shin Sure pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes red from a mix of anger and fear, filled with complex emotions that were hard to decipher. Feng Yuan, sitting in the front side, inwardly realizing that the young master had thoroughly fallen for Miss Su. When would she understand his feelings? Suyu, no matter how dense she was, could tell that Shin Sure was worried about her. She quickly reassured him, yes, I was wrong, please don't be angry anymore. Will you dare again? Shun Emosher saw through Su-Ye's insincerity and questioned sternly, "Look at me." When Su-Ye was taken aback by his shout, a wave of inexplicable grievance swelling in her heart. "Why are you being so fierce?" In her frustration, she wanted to retort, "What does it matter to you, if I dare or not?" But upon seeing the hurt behind Shun Emosher's furious eyes, her words changed to, "I really won't dare again. My foot hurts so much. Please don't be so fierce." As she spoke, her eyes genuinely turned red. Su-Ye felt that this grievance was truly inexplicable, yet she couldn't help it. A tear slipped down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away, or it was too embarrassing. How could she, a grown man, cry? Was it possible that a woman's body was truly made of water? Seeing her cry, Shun Emosher regretted being so harsh on her. What did she understand? She understood nothing, especially not his feelings. Without saying a word, Shun Emosher simply pulled her into his embrace. Su-Ye was a bit stunned, but did not push him away. They held each other quietly with no one speaking. Su-Ye's once resolute heart began to crack open. A seed finally sprouted, unfurling two tender leaves that stretched out as if trying to feel this unfamiliar world, which seemed to be rather pleasant. The helicopter flew swiftly, not heading to the nearby town's health center, but instead to a private third-tier hospital 150 kilometers away in City G. The helicopter landed on the helipad on the roof of the hospital, where the dean and several orthopedic chief physicians had been waiting for a long time. This hospital was a subsidiary of the Shun Group, specializing in the medical field. Shun Emosher carried Su-Ye down from the helicopter, and the dean and chief physicians immediately surrounded them. "Mr. Shun." Su-Ye was momentarily surprised when they called him Mr. Shun and turned to look at Shun Emosher. "Mr. Shun." Shun Emosher ignored her, merely nodding to the dean. "I leave her in your hands. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, we are already aware of the situation and will take Miss Su for examination right away. Everything is ready." With all traffic lights turning green, this busy hospital seemed to serve only Su-Ye at that moment, and soon the examination results were out. Miss Su's condition is not severe, just a minor sprain. The doctor has already treated it, and the swelling will subside by tomorrow, but she should avoid walking as much as possible in the next few days. Apart from that, is there anything else to pay attention to? Shun Emosher frowned as he reviewed the examination. In the next few days, keep the injured limb elevated to relieve swelling. As for diet, just ensure it is light, nutritious, and easy to digest. Mr. Shun, rest assured our doctors will fully monitor Miss Su's condition for the next few days. The entire top floor of the hospital building had only one VIP ward, a 3-bedroom apartment, with a complete kitchen and bathroom. Su-Ye leaned on the hospital bed, looking at Shun Emosher as he listened to the dean's report. She merely twisted her ankle, yet in Shun Emosher's eyes it seemed like a terminal illness. In her past life, getting injured while engaging in extreme sports or practicing was a common occurrence. This minor injury was nothing in her eyes. However, feeling someone care about her felt rather nice. As Su-Ye looked at Shun Emosher, she thought he even looked good. If Su-Ye's parents and ex-girlfriends from her past life could hear her thoughts, they would probably faint in the bathroom. Hadn't they ever cared about Su-Ye? "Su-Ye, you ungrateful child scumbag, you have no heart." "Mr. Shun, we will take our leave now. If you need anything, just ring the bell. The doctors and nurses are in the duty room next door. Thank you for your hard work." "It's no trouble. This is our duty." The dean and the doctors, who had worked hard for half the night, could finally leave. Shun Emosher came over to sit beside Su-Ye, looking at her ankle, which had already reduced in swelling, though her complexion was still not very good. "Hey Shun Emosher, you still haven't told me why they call you Mr. Shun." Su-Ye sat up straight, looking at Shun Emosher with curiosity. Shun Emosher quickly supported her, propping a pillow behind her back with detailed care, yet his words were unrelenting. "How I want to tell you." "Hey Shun Emosher, can you stop being so childish?" Su-Ye looked at him discontentedly, feeling that it was impossible to have fun with such a Shun Emosher. "It's already very late. You should sleep soon. They'll be next door, so call me if you need anything." Shun Emosher ignored Su-Ye's complaints. As Su-Ye was about to sit up, Shun Emosher helped her lie back down, refusing to take no for an answer. He tucked her in and turned off the light, before leaving, even taking away her phone, fearing she would play on it instead of sleep. "Hey, Shun Emosher, give me back my phone." "Shun Emosher." The next morning, Su-Ye was awakened by the urge to urinate. How could she call Shun Emosher for this? Thus Su-Ye hopped to the bathroom on one foot. She had merely twisted her ankle, not become disabled. She had dealt with worse injuries in her past life. After taking care of her urgent business and freshening up, she saw Shun Emosher sleeping at the door. Shun Emosher had not gone to the adjacent room, but was resting on the sofa at Su-Ye's door, afraid he wouldn't hear her. The sofa was meant for 3, but how could Shun Emosher, who was nearly 2 meters tall, sleep comfortably? Even in his sleep he frowned. Su-Ye squatted in front of him, gazing at his sleeping face, tracing the sharp angles of his handsome features. Shun Emosher was truly good-looking, but that tightly furrowed brow was displeasing, prompting her to reach out, wanting to smooth it out. Just as she reached out, Shun Emosher caught her hand. Shin Moshiji opened his eyes to see Su-Yu squatting on one foot in front of him. He quickly sat up, furrowing his brows even tighter. "Why didn't you call me when you woke up?" Su-Yu, still squatting, struggled to get up quickly, but was lifted up by Shin Moshiji in one swift motion. "I'm fine now, I can walk on my own." Suyu squirmed in Shin Moshiji's arms, wanting to get down. Given the urgency of yesterday's situation, perhaps it was acceptable, but being carried around like this now felt inappropriate. She was also a soul of a strong man, didn't she care about her dignity? What was this? Don't move. As Suyu wriggled in his arms, Shin Moshiji held her tighter, fearing she might fall. Suyu's cheek and right hand were pressed against his chest. Shin Moshiji's chest muscles were hard, yet resilient. Suyu for some reason felt a sudden impulse and pinched them. The feel was quite nice. What are you doing? Shin Moshiji's voice was slightly hoarse. Caught in the act, Suyu felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Your chest muscles are well trained. My abs are also quite impressive. Do you want to touch them? Huh. Really no need. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to help you wash personally. Shin Moshiji placed Suyu on the bed, bracing himself on either side of her, looking down at her from above, his voice growing even hoarser. Just don't move, understand? Understood. I'll go prepare breakfast for you, I'll be good. Okay. Suyu particularly despised her current self. Oh, why was she so cowardly? Shin Moshiji finally released his hold over Suyu, straightening up and walking out. Fang Yuan was already waiting outside the door, accompanied by two maids who had rushed over from the Shin family, holding clothes for Suyu to change into. Young master. The three of them bowed slightly to Shin Moshiji. Upon seeing the age and appearance of the two maids, Shin Moshiji felt somewhat satisfied, contemplating whether the Shin family should hire such maids in the future. Go in and be careful with Miss Su's foot injury, Fang Yuan instructed the two maids behind him. Understood. The two maids entered in succession, carrying the clothes. Due to yesterday's situation, Suyu couldn't take a shower, and Shin Moshiji didn't dare leave either, so he hadn't washed up either. Once the maids went in, Shin Moshiji also went to take a shower, while Fang Yuan prepared breakfast. Suyu was lying in bed indulging in her phone, when suddenly two robust-looking middle-aged women entered. While they weren't ugly, they certainly weren't attractive. Who are you? What do you want? Startled by their sudden entrance, Suyu nearly dropped her phone. Miss Su, young master has arranged for us to assist you with your washing. The middle-aged women were respectful in their demeanor. Although they weren't pleasing to the eye, their skills were undoubtedly competent, or they wouldn't have made it through the doors of the Shin family. No need. I can do it myself. Just leave the clothes here. As a straight man in spirit, Suyu simply couldn't accept two middle-aged women helping her take a shower. But now as a girl, she certainly couldn't let a man help her wash. If someone had to assist, it should at least be two delicate young girls. The young master said that if you don't cooperate, he'll come help you wash himself. Suyu, let your young master roll as far away as possible. In fact, Suyu felt much better today. Her ankle had already reduced in swelling, and as long as she didn't engage in strenuous activity, she could slowly walk a few steps. There was no real need for anyone to help her wash. Moreover, she felt that her relationship with Shin Moshiji was somewhat difficult to describe. She didn't want to understand it, nor did she want to delve into it. With this thought, Suyu's expression turned cold. I'll say it again, I don't need help. Just leave the clothes, you can go now. The two middle-aged women exchanged glances and ultimately left. Suyu took the clothes and limped into the bathroom to shower. Shin Moshiji was worried about Suyu, so he washed up quickly. The maids had only just come out when Shin Moshiji also exited from the adjacent room, his hair still damp. Seeing the maids standing outside, Shin Moshiji immediately understood that Suyu was unwilling to cooperate. The bathroom floor was slippery, or what if she fell again? Shin Moshiji immediately entered Suyu's room with a stern expression. Standing outside the bathroom door, listening to the sound of water inside, he hesitated. He couldn't just rush in, he had to maintain his composure at the door. After an unknown period, Suyu finally emerged. The bathroom door opened, and a wave of warm mist escaped from within. Suyu was dressed in the loose loungewear provided by the maids, her hair still wet. As soon as Suyu stepped out, she was startled by Shin Moshiji, who stood guard at the door. With an unfriendly expression, he swiftly picked her up. Not again. Suyu truly appreciated it, but could he not be so? She could walk on her own now. However, after what happened this morning, Suyu did not struggle. Once Shin Moshiji placed her on the bed, she spoke. Shin Moshiji, we need to talk. Looking at Suyu's serious expression, Shin Moshiji felt a strange sensation, as if he knew the conversation wouldn't be what he wanted to hear. No talking. Shin Moshiji took a towel from beside him to help Suyu dry her hair. With her foot injured, it was somewhat acceptable for him to carry her, but now that her hands were fine, helping her with her hair felt overly intimate. Suyu snatched the towel from his hands. I can dry it myself. Sit down and we need to talk. No talking. I have things to attend to. Fang Yuan will bring breakfast in a bit. You eat and lie down. Don't move around. Shin Moshiji rarely spoke such a lengthy sentence, his gaze evasive. As he walked out of the room, his steps were somewhat flustered. Suyu. She hadn't even mentioned the topic of their conversation. Oh, why was he running away? For the rest of the day, Shin Moshiji avoided Suyu entirely. Suyu was bored in the hospital room, nearly growing mushrooms. In the afternoon, Jiang Bo and Qin Jian came to visit her. Qin Jian placed a bouquet of fresh flowers on Suyu's bedside and sat obediently on the chair beside the bed. Sister Yu, how are you feeling now? I'm fine now. Oh, I've caused trouble for the director and the crew. Suyu smiled shyly. That's not how it should be said. If it weren't for you, Qin Jin might have gotten into trouble. I'm very grateful to you. Zhang Bo spoke these words without any embellishment. After learning about yesterday's incident, he also felt a wave of anxiety. If anything happened to Qin Jin, his film would be finished, and he might be finished too. Yes, sister, thanks to you, you're practically my lifesaver now. If this were ancient times, I'd have to offer myself in gratitude. Qin Jin laughed, revealing dimples. The sunlight added a hint of sweetness to her expression, making her seem like freshly squeezed orange juice on a summer day. It's just a small favor, don't say it like that. Suyu really couldn't respond to this notion of repaying kindness. By the way, where is Teacher Shun? How come I haven't seen him? Qin Jin looked around puzzled. Based on the information he observed that day, it was strange for Shun Moshiji to leave Suyu alone here. He said he had something to do, and don't worry about him. Suyu replied, then looked at Zhang Bo. Director, can we film my sitting scenes first? My foot is much better, and I don't want to fall behind on progress. Zhang Bo was touched if this was the dedication a good actor should have. But would Shun Tianguang agree? He could see now that Shun Tianguang had a liking for Suyu. Suyu didn't care whether Shin Moshishi agreed or not. Who was she to him? And who was he to her? Director, I can go back with you now. They'll just send Shin Moshishi a WeChat message to let him know. Sister, why don't you observe for another day? Although Qin Jin also wanted Suyu to go back with them, he was worried. I'm really fine. Look, Suyu extended her ankle and twirled it on the bed. I've been lying here for a day, I'm almost going moldy. They'll just shoot the sitting scenes when I get back, it won't be a problem. This hospital had good technology, though after a day's treatment, Suyu's foot had indeed improved a lot compared to the morning. As long as she didn't run or jump, walking slowly was no longer an issue. Seeing Suyu insist, Zhang Bo, wanting to keep up with the progress, agreed. Suyu completed the discharge procedures and returned to the crew with Zhang Bo. Afraid that Shin Moshishi would bring her back, Suyu sent him a WeChat message halfway home. Yuzhou is the coolest. Shin Moshishi director Jiang and Qin Jin came to see me. My foot is fine now, so I'm going back with them. After sending the message, Suyu felt a bit inexplicably guilty, but she really didn't want to stay alone in the hospital. By the time Shin Moshishi saw the WeChat message and rushed back to the hospital, Suyu was almost back at the village. Looking at the empty bed, Shin Moshishi's expression turned icy, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he let out a cold smile and turned to leave. When Suyu returned to the village, she had just gotten out of the car when the sound of helicopter blades whirring overhead reached her ears. She hadn't expected Shin Moshishi to arrive so quickly. The helicopter truly was a dimensional strike against the car. Suyu leaned against the car door, hesitating and worrying about how to face Shin Moshishi's anger. The car and helicopter almost stopped simultaneously on the village's sunlit area. Shin Moshishi stepped down from the helicopter with a blank expression, and just as Suyu wanted to explain, she didn't expect Shin Moshishi to walk right past her without even glancing her way. Shin Moshishi, let me explain. Suyu couldn't help but call out to him. Yet Shin Moshishi's footsteps did not. Suyu was stunned. The path Shin Moshishi walked seemed to have a layer of frost upon it, and no one dared to. Fang Yuan pushed a wheelchair over and handed it to Xiao Qiu behind Suyu, saying, Miss Suyu, your foot injury hasn't completely healed yet. The doctor advised you to walk as little as possible, so please use the wheelchair for now. Thank you, Fang Yuan. Shin Moshishi. Miss Suyu, your sudden departure has made our young master a bit sad. After saying this, Fang Yuan nodded slightly at Suyu and left. Suyu was somewhat stunned, her grip on the wheelchair tightening. Xiao Qiu, take me to Shin Moshishi's place. Upon reaching Shin Moshishi's door, Suyu couldn't go up in the wheelchair. The village had wooden stilt houses, and the steps in front were not low. Suyu held onto the handrail and hopped up. These steps posed no difficulty for her. After jumping up 2 steps, Qin Jin came over to support her. Sister, you will help you up. No need, your hand is injured. Xiao Qiu, come help me for a bit. Suyu didn't know why, but at this moment, she didn't want Qin Jin to help her. She could completely hop up on her own, but to make Qin Jin give up, she called Xiao Qiu over to assist her. However, when she turned around, she couldn't find Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu went to the car to get your luggage, Qin Jin said with an innocent smile. Suyu had no choice but to quickly ascend the steps with his support. The houses in the village were not soundproof. Shin Moshishi had already heard the noise outside, clearly from within. Shin Moshishi, humph. Suyu stood outside the door knocking, shouting. Shin Moshishi opened the door. I have something to say to you. Shin Moshishi was still angry inside and did not want to open the door. He thought that if she didn't understand the gravity of the situation this time, she would only become more insistent in the future. Suyu knocked for a long time, but Shin Moshishi did not open the door. Sister, you teacher Shin might be tired. Why don't we let him rest for a while? We can talk to him later. Suyu thought about how he had slept on the sofa all night last night, and probably hadn't rested well. Qin Jin's words made sense. That makes sense. Let's leave for now. Shin Moshishi, who felt it was about time, was just about to go open the door when he heard this conversation. His hand gripping the doorknob gradually tightened, but in the end he released it without opening the door. Qin Jin helped Suyu down the steps again. Since he had already helped her up, it was no big deal to help her down. Suyu thought casually. Shin Moshishi opened the window and saw Qin Jin pushing the wheelchair, with Suyu leaving together. Humph. When Suyu returned to the crew, it was already evening. The director told her to rest for another night, and the next day, they would start shooting the mist scenes, mainly focusing on shooting sitting or standing scenes. If there were running scenes, they would shoot the stunt doubles back. After a day's shoot, she finally finished all the mist scenes. Throughout the day, Shin Moshishi hadn't come to find her. Combined with yesterday, Suyu had now gone 2 days and nights without saying a word to him. Suyu's recovery ability was astonishing. Now she no longer needed a wheelchair, as long as she didn't run, walking was completely fine. That evening, Suyu finally had time and went to find Shin Moshishi. This time Shin Moshishi was reading in his room. The door was open, and Suyu directly entered his room, sitting down opposite him. Shin Moshishi, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong, but you left me in the hospital all day yesterday, and I was bored to death. I just wanted to get back to shooting quickly. Shin Moshishi lifted his eyes to look at her, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Is that all? Anything else?" Suyu raised her eyebrows in confusion. Was there anything else wrong besides this one issue? Seeing her expression, Shin Moshishi knew she had not realized her mistake. Qin Jian was merely a colleague to her, yet she had let him assist her. It is said that those who love first lose, and those who fall into love lose their minds. This was manifested vividly in Shin Moshishi. Wasn't he just an ordinary colleague too, at most a regular friend? Moreover, even if he was just a colleague, it was nothing to let a stranger help her. It could only be said that jealousy and love had made people unrecognizable. You can leave now. Come back when you've recognized your mistake, Shin Moshishi said, turning back to his book. Hey Shin Moshishi, you can ease up now. I haven't done anything immoral. Are you really going to hold a grudge over this? Suyu was also getting upset. She had already apologized to him. What more did he want? You may not have done anything wrong, but you hurt me. Shin Moshishi sneered, about to speak when Qin Jian arrived at the door. Sister, the director is calling for you. Shin Moshishi's expression instantly darkened. After Qin Jian spoke, he politely greeted Shin Moshishi, saying, "Good evening, Teacher Shun." Hearing this, Suyu was about to get up to leave, but Shin Moshishi suddenly pulled her back and turned to ask Qin Jian, "Does Jiangbo need something? Wasn't today's shoot all finished?" Director Jiang said there's a shot that needs to be res hot. Suyu tried to break free from Shin Moshishi's grip, but couldn't, so she could only say to Qin Jian, "Alright, I'll go. You go tell the director first." Qin Jian did not leave looking at Suyu. He said, "The director said that this shot is one we shoot together, so let's discuss it." In fact, the director hadn't said this, but seeing Shin Moshishi holding Suyu's hand, Qin Jian couldn't help but, "You are not allowed to go." Shin Moshishi didn't know why he had become so childish, but he simply did not want Suyu to go with Qin Jian. Qin Jian was waiting at the door, while Shin Moshi tightly grasped her hand. "Shin Moshi, stop messing around. The director is calling me." Shin Moshi's face turned pale. "Are you really going to go with him? What else?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, finding Shin Moshi's behavior quite strange. She was just going to work after all. A hint of hurt flashed across Shin Moshi's face along with a stubbornness, but she ultimately let go of her hand. Suyu immediately left to find the director with Qin Jian. As Shin Moshi watched the two of them walk away together, a sense of helpless defeat and loneliness enveloped her. Fang Yuan looked at the distressed young master and felt a pang of heartache. He stepped forward and said, "Young master, why don't we return to G City first? Your scenes are all filmed there anyway. Let's go then." Shin Moshi felt that she needed to calm down and think carefully about her relationship with Suyu. While Suyu and Qin Jian were reshooting scenes, the sound of the helicopter blades whooshed through the air again. Shin Moshi took the helicopter and left the village, the strong wind disrupting the film set and also stirring Suyu's heart. For the next 2 days, neither Suyu nor Shin Moshi contacted each other. Suyu's foot injury had mostly healed, and she had no problem with her daily activities. The scenes in the village were finally completed, and it was now time to shoot the scene where Xia Qi meets Chung Wuxiu. The Chung family was large and prosperous. Aside from their shady dealings, they also operated many legitimate companies and were significant taxpayers in G City. As the current head of the Chung family, Chung Wuxiu was naturally busy with numerous affairs. This village was merely a base for him, and he seldom came here, delegating matters to Black Hawk. By the time the main crew returned to G City, a day had passed. Suyu had not seen Shin Moshi for 3 days. During the breaks and filming over the past 3 days, Suyu had thought a lot about her relationship with Shin Moshi and suddenly realized that she had not been cool lately. She admitted that Shin Moshi was somewhat special to her, but she hoped to regain her former self. Her former self only loved charming girls, but now she just wanted to focus on acting and work, letting her relationship with Shin Moshi take its natural course. So when Suyu saw Shin Moshi again, she felt calm and determined. Regardless of past lives or this life, she wanted to be her cool self. Shin Moshi had hardly rested over the past 3 days, visibly weary. He had contemplated for 3 days, but could not find clarity. No matter which path he took, if the destination did not include Suyu, he did not want to proceed. Now he was even more determined to win Suyu's heart. He no longer wished to evade or retreat. Throughout his life, whatever he desired, he never failed to obtain. What if Suyu rejected him? What if she no longer wanted to be friends? If the frog dared to jump out of the pot, he would. Having sorted out their thoughts, when the two met again, they stared at each other for a long time, neither speaking first. In the end, countless words transformed into a knowing smile. The onlookers were unaware of the situation, but felt an unspoken sense of tacit understanding surrounding the Qin Jian looked at the two, who had somehow reconciled, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Suyu was the only girl he had felt any affection for in his 19 years. He would not give up easily. The male and female leads of Mist's Other Shore finally began shooting their first scene. 19 shots in one take, action. Black Hawk drove Xia Qi to meet Cheng Wuxiu. When Xia Qi secretly hacked into the network to investigate Cheng Wuxiu, she was astonished to find that Cheng Wuxiu had no flaws at all. No matter where he was an exemplary entrepreneur who abided by the law. The underground gang of G-City had countless connections to him, yet there was no evidence directly indicating that he was the head of this vast underground organization. Black Hawk, looking well-groomed, brought Suyu to Shinmoshi. Shinmoshi sat behind his desk wearing gold-rimmed glasses studying reports. The internal phone on the desk rang twice before automatically connecting. President Black Hawk is here, and once hearing this, Cheng Wuxiu looked up from the reports, revealing a handsome and elegant face. He gently adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said, "Let him in." Black Hawk entered and slightly bowed. "Sir, there was a problem with that shipment." Cheng Wuxiu raised an eyebrow, slightly a chill spreading around him. "Tell me what happened." "Only one of the 4 people responsible for transporting that shipment returned, and he is currently waiting outside." Black Hawk felt the chill and trembled slightly, quickly presenting Xia Qi as a shield. "Let him in." Xia Qi pushed the door open and walked step by step to Cheng Wuxiu. When she reached his front, it was clear she had no way out. Upon seeing Xia Qi, Cheng Wuxiu's pupils contracted momentarily, but no one noticed. Luo Yu was actually alive. Clearly. Cheng Wuxiu remained impassive, as if he had never seen Luo Yu before. "Sir, my name is Luo Yu, and I am one of the people responsible for escorting that shipment." After Xia Qi finished speaking, she observed Cheng Wuxiu's expression. Seeing no unusual reaction, she continued, unaware that at the moment she spoke, Cheng Wuxiu already knew this person was definitely not Luo Yu. Interesting. Xia Kai's expression began to grow agitated as she denounced the 3 who betrayed Cheng Wuxiu. "They truly have no vision. Sir has treated them well, yet they dared to betray you. If it weren't for you, they would have been begging for food somewhere long ago." In truth, Cheng Wuxiu had never seen anyone in this base apart from Black Hawk, Tu Long, and Shouho. This was merely one of his many bases which he did not take to heart. However, Xia Qi spoke as if Cheng Wuxiu was their reborn parent. After scolding the 3, Xia Qi began to express her loyalty. "I refuse to sink to their level. I really want to retrieve that shipment, but the 3 of them are too treacherous. In the end, I jumped into the river to save my life." After saying this, she raised her right hand to the sky and swore, "My loyalty to you, sir, is as vast as heaven and earth, as bright as the sun and moon. You must believe me." Black Hawk seemed to be seeing this version of a Yu for the first time. Where had the previously taciturn Yu gone? This person was indeed suspicious. Xia Qi initially intended to keep a low profile, but after realizing she couldn't find any useful information in the village, she decided to strike directly at the source, targeting Cheng Wuxiu. After listening to Xia Kai's explanation, Cheng Wuxiu crossed his fingers under his lips and remained silent. The reflection of his glasses obscured the emotions in his eyes. "Black Hawk, you are responsible for the base. You know what to do if something goes wrong. Go back and accept your punishment. As for you." Cheng Wuxiu looked at Xia Qi with a slight smile. "Just stay and work at the Cheng Group. I want to keep this person under my watch and see who she really is and what she intends to do." Xia Qi thus stayed by Cheng Wuxiu's side, serving as a secretary. Cheng Wuxiu's secretary office had several secretaries, each with their own tasks, leaving no space for Xia Qi. They all looked unfavorably at the newcomer Luo Yu, who was more attractive than any of them. Would the president still have eyes for them? Although the president had never looked at them outside of work. All the secretaries in Cheng Wuxiu's office were male, and they were all quite handsome. Once a female secretary had inappropriate feelings for Cheng Wuxiu and even acted on them. Cheng Wuxiu threw her out of the group building in front of the entire company. Since then, his secretary office had only male secretaries. Cheng Wuxiu was already 30 years old, and there had never been a woman by his side. People in the company speculated whether Cheng Wuxiu liked men. What they didn't know was that Cheng Wuxiu had misandry, a condition rooted in his relationship with his mother. He was a love child, and since childhood his father had cared little for him and his mother. His mother, obsessed with love, would abuse him in a misguided attempt to gain his father's attention, such as deliberately making him bathe in cold water during winter, feeding him spoiled food, and even locking him in a small dark room for a month, hoping he would develop depression. But all of this was in vain. His father had many children and didn't care about him at all. Little Cheng Wuxiu found women to be truly terrifying. Xia Qi sat at her workstation, doing nothing, as each secretary ostracized her. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, Cheng Wuxiu was scheduled to inspect a subsidiary of the Cheng Group, and one of the secretaries accompanying him was already making the final preparations. Cheng Wuxiu stepped out of the office, and that secretary immediately stood beside him, saying, "President, everything is ready. We can leave at any time." Cheng Wuxiu glanced at Xia Qi sitting at her workstation. "You will come with me." Xia Kai's eyes flickered. Oh, Cheng Wuxiu was truly inscrutable. The driver and secretary sat in the front, while Cheng Wushu and Xia Qi sat in the back. The car had just driven onto the elevated highway when the driver suddenly spoke, "President, there is a car following us from behind." Cheng Wushu had been resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes and said, "Shake it off." "Yes, President, please hold on tight." The driver began to accelerate on the highway, overtaking one vehicle after another. However, the two cars behind continued to closely pursue them. A driver for Cheng Wushu naturally had excellent driving skills, yet the pursuing cars kept up and were getting closer. As the underground mafia lord of G City, Cheng Wushu had considerable power and many enemies. He had encountered such tailing incidents numerous times and had even faced several assassination attempts. "President, I need to exit the elevated highway. There are too many cars here." After leaving the highway, the car began heading towards the outskirts. As the number of people and vehicles decreased when they reached a secluded field, the vehicles behind rolled down their windows and began firing at Cheng Wux's car. It was Xia Kai's first encounter with such a situation, and her face turned pale. However, she had anticipated such a scenario even before coming here, so she remained relatively calm. "Sir, what should we do now?" Cheng Wushu suspected that this Luo Yu might be behind the chaos. His subordinates had already gathered in this direction, and as long as they held on for a while, his car was a specially armored vehicle impervious to bullets. "Don't stop, keep shaking them off." "Yes." The driver slammed on the gas, speeding down the road, and creating. The secretary in the front seat had just arrived and was experiencing this for the first time, panicking and mumbling, "Why would anyone want to kill us? I don't want to die yet." The gunfire intensified from behind, and a bullet suddenly struck one of the tires. The already fast-moving car spun violently several times before crashing into the roadside guardrail. If not for the driver's skills, the car would have flipped. Xia Qi and Cheng Wushu in the back seat also fastened their seatbelts, and airbags deployed on both sides the impact, causing both of them to see stars. The secretary in the passenger seat bore the brunt of the impact and died instantly, blood splattering all over the driver's head. The driver pulled out the gun from under his seat and shouted to Cheng Wushu in the back, "Sir, go quickly. He'll hold them off." Cheng Wushu looked at the driver covered in blood and said simply, "Zhong, I will take care of your family." "Ha, if it weren't for you, Lu Zhong would have been dead long ago, and there would be no family." "Enough talk, sir, hurry and go." The driver resolutely opened the car door and fired at the 8 or so thugs getting out of the two cars behind. Under the driver's cover, Cheng Wushu opened the car door and ran toward the woods, with Xia Qi following closely behind. At this moment, Cheng Wushu did not trust Xia Qi and did not want her to follow. He shouted at her, "Hey you, it's more dangerous for you to follow me. We need to split up." Xia Qi thought this was a perfect opportunity to gain Cheng Wux's trust and would not let it slip away. "Sir, I want leave. Ooh, I want to protect you." Cheng Wushu looked at Luo Ye's frail form and thought it was unclear who would protect whom. "Then you stay here," and after speaking, he ran away. Xia Qi was furious. "If you want me to stay, at least give me a gun." But since Cheng Wushu had said this, she could only stay or it would arouse his suspicion. "All right, sir, hurry and run, let me hold them off," Xia Qi shouted after the already fast-vanishing Cheng Wushu. She quickly climbed a nearby tree with lush branches, a skill taught to her by her brother Xia Zhao when they were young. After climbing the tree, Xia Qi took out her phone, her fingers flying as she quickly located nearby mobile signals. There were 13 red dots and 1 green dot within a kilometer. The green dot was her own. There were 3 or 4 red dots near where they had exited the car that had stopped moving, while 3 or 4 others were still moving. 2 or 3 red dots were rapidly approaching their direction, and after Cheng Wux's red dot ran far, it also stopped moving, likely hiding somewhere. Seeing that the nearest red dot was still some distance away, Xia Qi climbed down the tree again, collected many small stones, and stuffed them into her pants pockets before climbing back up. On the branch, Xia Qi broke off a suitable forked branch and fashioned a simple slingshot with a rubber band she had kept in her pocket since cutting her hair. As the nearest person approached, Xia Qi aimed at his eyeball and suddenly fired a sharp stone, hitting the target. Her skill with the slingshot was developed when her brother took her bird hunting in their childhood. The bandit was struck by the sharp stone in the eye with such force that it exploded the eyeball and penetrated into the brain, killing him instantly, without even a shout. It was Xia Kai's first time killing someone, and she felt a moment of panic and nausea, but time did not allow her to be. Xia Qi checked the location of the red dots. The next closest one was several dozen meters away. The dead bandit was completely obscured by the bushes. After a moment of thought, she quickly climbed down the tree, retrieved the dead bandit's gun, and climbed back up. At this moment, the next red dot was less than 10 meters away. Though Xia Qi had obtained the gun, she didn't know how to use it. As the bandit appeared in Xia Kai's line of sight, he also discovered his dead companion and immediately raised his gun, looking around warily. Xia Qi studied the gun for a while and finally pulled the safety catch. The sound alerted the bandit, who immediately looked up and spotted Xia Qi in the tree. The bandit and Xia Qi fired their guns simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The gunfire startled the birds in the forest, sending them scattering into the air. The bullet grazed the tips of Xia Kai's hair, while the bandit under the tree fell to the ground with a thud. The gunfire attracted more red dots, with 2 more appearing near the vehicle, and the remaining 4 red dots were all. Xiaoqi knew she was no match for so many people, so she quickly climbed down the tree and ran away. After checking on Cheng Wux's position, she realized he was moving again, probably having heard the gunfire. Xiaoqi rushed toward Cheng Wux's direction, as she had to let him see her loyalty. Xiaoqi followed by a small tail of pursuers chased after Cheng Wuxiu. The road became increasingly remote, and Cheng Wuxiu had started to ascend the mountain. Xiaoqi was just an ordinary woman, her stamina couldn't match that of men. The 4 bandits behind her were getting closer, bullets hitting the ground beside her and kicking up clouds of dirt. Cheng Wuxiu stopped moving again, thinking he was well hidden. Little did he know that Xiaoqi was a bug, his position was laid bare to her. Cheng Wuxiu was a cunning and self-preserving man. No one's life was more precious than his own, one shouldn't expect him to show any humanity. Over the years, countless lives, be they good or bad, had been taken by him. Xiaoqi finally caught up to Cheng Wuxiu, and the 4 tailing her also arrived. Cheng Wuxiu was utterly shocked. The mountain path was rugged and the forest dense. How did she find him? Sir, why are you still here? Run quickly. They're coming after us. Xiaoqi shouted disingenuously. None of you are getting away. Cheng Wuxiu, today is your day. Do you remember me? A man with a long scar on his face cursed hatefully. Cheng Wuxiu had many enemies who would remember this. There's a saying, villains die from talking too much. As soon as the scar-faced man finished speaking, Cheng Wuxiu shot him in the head. The remaining 3 immediately scattered to find cover and began firing at the 2 of them. While running and dodging, Cheng Wuxiu and Xiaoqi found that their firearms were not as powerful as their opponents, forcing them to engage in guerrilla tactics. As Cheng Wuxiu shot another bandit, he was hit in the calf, and Xiaoqi quickly supported him behind a tree. Cheng Wuxiu couldn't die yet, as she hadn't uncovered the truth behind her brother's sacrifice. At that moment, Xiaoqi had no time to check her phone, otherwise she would have known that many red dots suddenly appeared near their vehicle. Those were Cheng Wux's subordinates arriving. Although only 2 bandits remained, they had plenty of ammunition, while their own bullets were dwindling. Wounded Cheng Wuxiu couldn't run fast. Xiaoqi supported him as they were gradually pushed to the edge of a cliff with a steep slope behind them. Xiaoqi had exhausted her bullets, finally killing 1 more bandit, but now they were out of ammunition. The other side seemed to have lost their senses and showed no signs of retreat. The bullets were flying thick and fast, determined to take their lives. They had no choice but to take a gamble. Staying would mean certain death, while jumping down might still offer a glimmer of hope. Xiaoqi hugged Cheng Wuxiu tightly. Sir, hold on to me. Before he could react, she rolled down the steep slope. In the dense forest, they quickly vanished from the bandits' view. The last bandit looked down into the seemingly bottomless ravine, but ultimately decided not to follow, opting to return and retrieve his fallen brothers. However, on the way back, he encountered Cheng Wux's subordinates. Before he could say a word, he was shot dead. The shooter was a young rookie, who just after taking down the bandit was slapped on the head by his master. What are you doing? Why did you fire? We need to capture him to ask about the Sir's whereabouts. They had followed a trail of bodies and blood to get here, only to encounter a potential prisoner, only to have the rookie kill him. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi and Cheng Wuxiu rolled down the cliff, ultimately landing in a deep pool. Cheng Wuxiu was already injured, and the rolling made him dizzy. He crashed heavily into the water, not prepared at all, causing water to rush into his airway. Was Cheng Wuxiu going to meet his end here today? Forget it. If he was to die, so be it. Living was so exhausting, perhaps dying would be better. In the last moment before consciousness faded, a slender figure appeared in his sight, backlit underwater, making it impossible to see clearly. He could only see the figure swimming toward him, extending a hand. Was there really someone who wanted to save him, a person who had committed numerous atrocities, who had killed his father and mother? His soul was already mired in muck, reeking foully. Did he still deserve to be saved? Xiaoqi had known there was a pool nearby while observing the red dot map. She had already prepared to enter the water. Before diving, she told Cheng Wuxiu to hold his breath, but dizzy as he was, he couldn't hear her. When they crashed into the water, the powerful impact separated them. Xiaoqi surfaced, but didn't see Cheng Wux's figure. Thinking of his injury, she dove back into the water, and indeed spotted Cheng Wuxiu slowly sinking. Blood was pouring from the wound on Cheng Wux's calf, turning the water around him crimson. Xiaoqi swam toward him with all her strength, grabbing him and struggling to swim upward. Finally surfacing, Xiaoqi dragged Cheng Wuxiu to the shore, but he was already unconscious. Sir, Cheng Wuxiu, Cheng Wuxiu. While Xiaoqi yelled and slapped his cheeks, he showed no response. Xiaoqi first checked Cheng Wux's mouth, finding no mud or foreign objects. She then turned him over and held him up, applying pressure to his abdomen with her knee and pushing a few times. Cheng Wuxiu coughed out a large amount of water, followed by violent coughing, gasping for air, but he still did not wake. Xiaoqi checked on him, who, although he hadn't awakened, his breathing had stabilized, making her sigh in relief. She examined his calf and determined that the bullet hadn't hit the bone, so there were no fractures. However, the wound continued to bleed. If it kept bleeding like this, Cheng Wuxiu would either drown or die from excessive blood loss. Xiaoqi tore off her shoelaces and tied them around 10 centimeters above the wound, which instantly reduced the bleeding significantly. She then removed Chung Wux's tie and used it to bandage the wound, finally managing to stop the bleeding temporarily. Only then did she start to survey her surroundings. It seemed to be a small mountain reservoir, and not far away was a small hut where a fisherman might have been resting. Xiaoqi dragged Cheng Wushu to the hut, which was locked. She found a large stone and smashed the lock. Pushing the door open, she found a simple bed inside along with a small stove and some wooden tables, chairs, and a low cabinet. Having finally dragged Cheng Wushu onto the bed, Xiaoqi was finally able to catch her breath. Both of them were soaked, but fortunately it was summer. Had it been winter, they would have frozen to death. After rummaging through several drawers, she finally found a lighter. There was firewood in the hut. Xiaoqi, having never started a fire before, struggled greatly, but eventually managed to get it going. She then took off her outer clothes, wrung them out with great effort, and hung them on the back of a nearby chair to dry. At that moment, Cheng Wushu opened his eyes in a daze and happened to see Xiaoqi, who was only wearing a thick elastic suit on her upper body. The suit tightly pressed against her chest, making it hard to tell she was wearing summer clothes. "So you are a woman." Awakening lasted only a moment. Cheng Wushu fell back into a deep sleep, his body temperature gradually rising due to excessive blood loss and wound infection. It was only then that Xiaoqi realized her phone was missing, unsure if it had fallen into the water or down the steep slope. She turned back to search through Cheng Wux's clothes, only to find that his phone was also lost. This was troublesome. Regardless of the circumstances, they were still alive. Xiaoqi proceeded to remove Cheng Wux's clothes. Having already killed someone today, she felt no psychological burden in undressing a man. After stripping Cheng Wushu down to just his underwear, Xiaoqi stopped hanging both their clothes by the fire. The sky had begun to darken. Fortunately, there was a small hut and a fire, or she would have truly been at a loss for what to do that night. After the thrilling and dangerous afternoon, Xiaoqi was exhausted and fell asleep leaning against the bed. She was unaware of how long she had slept, but outside the bright moon illuminated the wilderness. The mountain air was cool at night, and Xiaoqi was only wearing a stretchy tube top and underwear. The mountain breeze blew through the window, waking her up. By now the fire was nearly out, and she hurried to add more firewood. Their clothes had dried, and Xiaoqi put hers on. She had intended to dress Cheng Wushu as well, but discovered he had a fever, his body burning hot, and his lips cracked. There was a basin and a bucket in the room, faintly smelling of fish. However, she couldn't afford to worry about that now. She took the bucket to the pond to wash it out, and filled it with water from upstream. Placing the pot over the fire, Xiaoqi boiled a pot of water first, and then found a very hard towel hanging on the wall that had likely been there for a long time. Xiaoqi soaked the towel in water, wrung it out slightly, and began to wipe down Cheng Wux's body. The pond water was icy and the towel was cold, making Cheng Wushu shiver, yet he still did not awaken. Xiaoqi wiped him over and over again, changing the water several times, until Cheng Wushu finally felt low. By this time dawn was approaching. Xiaoqi dressed him and gave him some cool boiled water. Thankfully, the unconscious Cheng Wushu was still able to drink. Finally, the sky was completely bright, and Xiaoqi noticed some rice oil, salt, and vinegar in a cupboard against the wall, presumably left by the owner for future use. Given the special circumstances, Xiaoqi unceremoniously took some rice, rinsed it briefly, and threw it into the pot. Since noon yesterday, she hadn't eaten anything and was on the verge of starving. The rice porridge bubbled in the pot, releasing an enticing aroma. This smell roused Cheng Wushu. His eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, while feeling the familiar pain in his body. He wasn't dead. Did even the king of hell not want him? Turning his neck, he saw a slender figure identical to the one he had seen in the water. The figure he had seen in a daze, wrapped in stretchy fabric, jolted him awake. This person was not Luo Yu. Who exactly was she? What was her purpose in approaching him? Xiaoqi was stirring the porridge when she felt a burning gaze behind her. Turning around, she saw the awakened Cheng Wushu. "Sir, you're awake. How do you feel?" Xiaoqi was genuinely surprised. This person was the one she had gone to great lengths to save. If he died, her efforts would be in vain. Cheng Wushu tried to speak, but found his throat dry and sore, making it difficult to utter a word. Xiaoqi quickly fed him some water, and Cheng Wushu felt somewhat better. "Where is this?" Cheng Wushu felt weak all over his right leg, unable to move, relying entirely on Xiaoqi's care, and he couldn't reveal his identity yet. "After we fell off the cliff, we landed in a reservoir. This should be a small hut for the fish farmers to rest. Thank you for saving me, Ayu." "What are you talking about, sir? I am your subordinate, and it is my duty to save you." Xiaoqi smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Cheng Wushu then noticed that this person was quite attractive. "Sir, this porridge will take a while longer to cook. I'll go outside to see if there's anything useful." Xiaoqi searched outside for a while. The mountain forest was a bountiful gift from nature, rich in various plants. Before long, she found a herb that could stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. Since Xia Zhao joined the army, Xiaoqi had started researching various herbs, memorizing their appearances, effects, and uses. Whenever Xia Zhao came home, she would educate him, hoping that one day he would have medicine to use in the wild if he got injured. What she had done for Cheng Wushu last night was only an emergency measure. Moreover, shoelaces should not be tightly tied to limbs for long, as poor blood recovery could lead to the entire limb necrosing. After half an hour with minimal bleeding, she had released him. Bringing the herbs back to the hut, Xia Qi found a bowl and a wooden stick, crushed the herbs, and applied them to the wound on Cheng Wux's calf. The bullet had penetrated his entire calf, leaving 2 holes, but the bullet did not remain inside. Cheng Wushu looked at Xia Qi, who was meticulously applying medicine to him, unable to comprehend her intentions. If she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to save him. If she did not wish to kill him, then why did she disguise herself as Luo Yu to get close to him? If it were for wealth or power, there was no need to take such risks by impersonating someone else. Moreover, upon careful observation, he noted that there were no signs of disguise on her face. There was only one possibility: she had an extraordinary familial connection to Luo Yu. For instance, a sibling relationship. Xia Qi raised her head after finishing the application and saw Cheng Wux's probing gaze. Xia Qi, steady yourself, don't panic. Sir, the porridge is ready. You should eat some to regain your strength. Cheng Wux's lips curved slightly. Thank you. After finishing the porridge, Cheng Wushu fell back into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. After seeing him asleep, Xia Qi went out again and found a herb that could reduce inflammation, detoxify, and lower fever, along with some wild vegetables. She even caught a fish with a net from the hut. It was not surprising to find such tools in a fish farmer's hut. After killing the fish, Xia Qi boiled a pot of wild vegetable and fish porridge and then brewed a concentrated medicinal soup with the herbs she had found. She woke Cheng Wushu and first fed him the medicinal soup, as he had begun to develop a fever again by the afternoon. He even started to talk nonsense, repeatedly shouting, "Don't leave him alone, and don't lock him in the little dark room." Xia Qi did not expect that the ruthless Cheng Wushu would have such a vulnerable side. There were many things Xia Qi did not know. The abuse from his mother had driven him to the brink of collapse, ultimately leading him to become completely dark. At only 7 years old, Cheng Wux's heart was already riddled with wounds. One night, he killed his sleeping mother, not expecting that such an act would catch his father's attention, bringing him back to his side. Gang leaders have many women and sons, none of whom are good people. They resort to any means for their interests, killing each other. The gang leader was delighted, believing that only the strongest offspring could inherit his gang. Cheng Wushu, with unmatched wisdom and a ruthless heart, became the ultimate victor. The gang leader never anticipated that by raising a poisonous creature, the fully fledged Cheng Wushu would send his biological father to his demise and take complete control of the gang. Cheng Wushu, terrifying indeed. No matter how terrifying Cheng Wushu was, he was now a sickly weakling. After drinking the medicine and eating a bowl of porridge, he finally felt a bit more energetic and began chatting with Xia Qi. How do you know about these medicinal herbs? Hey, I learned it from a book I read out of boredom, Xia Qi said, opening her eyes to tell a white lie. Really? That's impressive. Cheng Wushu raised an eyebrow, not believing her at all. Xia Qi didn't care whether he believed her or not. Looking at Cheng Wux's leg injury, she said, "Sir, this is not a place to linger. We need to find a way to leave, and your leg injury cannot be delayed any longer. This is just temporary emergency treatment. My subordinates should be nearby. We just need to wait patiently," Cheng Wushu replied calmly. "Do you know who is?" Xia Qi poked the fire while sitting on a small stool, adding another piece of wood. Cheng Wushu had plenty of enemies all over the world. How could she possibly know? "I never remember unimportant and meaningless people or things," he said. Hearing this, Xia Qi paused. Was her brother Xia Zhao also such a meaningless person in his eyes? Perhaps so. Xia Qi sneered inwardly. "Do you have anything special you want to do?" She once wished for her brother's safety. Now she wanted to uncover the truth behind his sacrifice. Aside from that, there was nothing else in this world worth her concern. However, even if she found the truth, her brother could no longer be alive. No, Xia Qi gazed at the blazing fire, feeling empty inside. Cheng Wux's glasses had long since fallen off. He couldn't see Xia Kai's expression clearly, but felt that she resembled him, both lonely and indifferent. Outside, rain began to fall at some unknown time. The curtain of rain made it seem as though the small cabin was the only safe haven in the world. Both of them fell silent, with only the occasional crackling of the fire breaking the stillness. Cheng Wushu looked at Xia Qi and felt an inexplicable sense of peace being with her. As the sky darkened, the cabin had no power. The only light came from the fire. It seemed to be a place forgotten by modern civilization. Cheng Wushu lay down, preparing to sleep. He glanced at Xia Qi, who was still lost in thought by the fire, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "You come up here and sleep with me?" Hearing this, Xia Qi felt a moment of hesitation. "Sir, it's fine for me to stay like this. I did the same last night." You come here, don't make me say it twice." Cheng Wushu had only meant to test her, but now he insisted she come over. Xia Qi gritted her teeth, pretending that a golden retriever lay beside her. Cheng Wushu closed his eyes and felt someone lying next to him. This was the first time in 30 years that someone lay beside him, and it felt surprisingly pleasant. Moreover, he felt inexplicably secure and soon relaxed into slumber. However, Xia Qi lying next to him tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She turned her head to look at Cheng Wux's sleeping face. Despite her insomnia, he was sleeping so soundly. Xia Qi thought of her brother for a while, then of Cheng Wushu, and before she knew it, she finally fell asleep. The next morning, Cheng Wuxiu was startled awake by a cacophony of noise. He could vaguely hear someone calling out, "Sir," his subordinates had arrived. He, always alert, was surprised that he only realized people were so close now. Had he really slept so soundly last night? When Cheng Wuxiu opened his eyes, he found Xia Qi tightly hugging his arm. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and she was softly calling out, "Brother," with a tear trickling from the corner of her eye. Cheng Wuxiu felt a mix of confusion and displeasure. Who was this brother? Why was she crying for him? In a moment of impulse, he reached out to wipe away that tear. Xia Qi, still asleep, felt the warmth of his hand and couldn't help but cover it with her own. The temperature of this hand felt similar to her brother's. Was he back? Cheng Wuxiu then noticed her hand was really small, slender, and pale, only about half the size of his. "There's a small cabin ahead. Oh, let's go check it out." "Sir." The voices outside grew louder, and it seemed there were quite a few people. Cheng Wuxiu had no choice but to shake Xia Qi awake. "You wake up quickly." Xia Qi opened her dazed eyes. She had stayed up late last night and was still very sleepy. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find she had fallen asleep while hugging Cheng Wuxiu. Xia Qi sprang up in surprise. "Sir, I'm sorry, Don't say that now. Help me up, people are coming outside." At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and 3 or 4 burly men rushed in, shattering the peaceful little world they had. "Sir, it's really you. We've been searching for you everywhere." "Sir, are you okay?" "Sir, we are late." Cheng Wuxiu was annoyed by their noise, feeling an odd hope that they would have found him and Xia Qi a bit later. "Shut up. You're disturbing the sir." Cheng Wuxiu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xia Qi to understand how he felt now and even speak up for him, which pleased him. Everyone was stunned. Was this the little subordinate who came out from that corner base? How dare he speak to them like that? How bold! But with the sir present, they didn't dare to act recklessly. They planned to figure out how to deal with him later. This delicate-looking young man dared to raise his voice against them. Cheng Wuxiu seemed to see through their thoughts. Looking at these subordinates who were angry but didn't dare to voice it, a chill spread around him. "You as my special assistant, she will be responsible for all my daily needs and work coordination from now on. You all." Before Cheng Wuxiu could finish, the others felt a chill run down their spines and immediately understood this young man not only couldn't be offended but also had to be fawned over. The leading burly man immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, it has been hard on Assistant Luo these past few days. We're late, and we'll go back to face the punishment." The others quickly echoed, fearing that if they were a moment late, Cheng Wuxiu would throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Xia Qi was somewhat stunned. Just 2 days ago, she was at the bottom of the secretary room, and now she was a special assistant on par with the secretary general. This promotion was incredibly fast. "You let's go," Cheng Wuxiu called out to her as he saw her in a daze. He was already seated in a sedan chair. They could only travel this way on the mountain road. "Okay." Xia Qi glanced back at the small cabin she had stayed in for 2 days. Since she had used someone else's things, she naturally had to make up for it. She said to the group, "You all need to restock the items here and leave some compensation." One of them immediately stepped forward to respond. "Understood, leave it to me." Cheng Wuxiu looked back at the cabin, realizing he would probably never return here in his lifetime. The rain had stopped outside. The grass, nourished by the rain all night, was sprouting colorful wildflowers that swayed gracefully in the wind. The pond sparkled like it did when they first arrived. After much hardship, Xia Qi and Cheng Wuxiu finally returned to Ji City. Cheng Wuxi's wound had been present for 2 days. Although it had received some basic treatment, it had still become infected. He was urgently sent to a private hospital under the Cheng family, and during this period, it was Xia Qi who took care of him. The scene shifted to a shabby rental room where a tall figure lay on a dilapidated iron bed, his shoes left on a chair beside the bed. As the camera moved up, a ruggedly handsome face came into view with coarse black stubble, giving it a slightly weathered look, yet radiating a strong masculine charm. Yi Xiao lay back with his hands behind his head, smoking a cigarette while staring at the swaying, old-fashioned chandelier on the ceiling. It had been 2 days since they agreed to meet. Why hadn't Luo Yu come to find him yet? An inexplicable sense of unease settled in Yi Xiao's heart. Shouldn't he have refrained from pressing Luo Yu for his real name last time? Had he angered him, and now was he hiding from him? Luo Yu was really too rigid. He wouldn't do anything to him over just a question about his name, would he? Was it necessary to make him adhere to the squad's discipline? Forget it. If he won't come to find me, then I will go find him, and by the way, I'll coax him a bit. This is just wasting. Yi Xiao was determined. Before going to find Luo Yu, he bought his favorite Xiaomai. Although Luo Yu hadn't said anything, he had noticed that the kid loved Xiaomai ever since they had one meal together. With enthusiasm, Yi Xiao carried the Xiaomai to near the base, signaling with a signal only they knew, and hiding in a large tree with abundant foliage, waiting for Luo Yu to appear. Yi Xiao waited for a long time, but Luo Yu did not show up. Just as he was wondering what was going on with Luo Yu, suddenly a patrolling person from the base appeared beneath the tree, attending to one of life's urgent matters. How lucky Luo Yu is to have caught the attention of the sir and be able to stay by his side. Who says it's not? The one who lost the cargo was clearly him, yet Haiying got punished upon returning, while he gets promoted and lives in ease and comfort. Cargo. Luo Yu had discussed this batch of cargo with him, and he thought he had already returned. Hadn't he returned? Yi Xiao pondered back and forth, unable to figure it out, and decided to go to Ji City to find him. The sir they referred to was none other than Cheng Wuxi, right? What was wrong with Luo Yu? He had kept a low profile for 3 years, and just when he was about to reap the rewards, he ran to Cheng Wuxi's side. What was he planning? When Yi Xiao saw Xia Qi, he immediately realized this was not him. You are not Luo Yu. Who are you? Yi Xiao? What happened to you? Xia Qi pretended to be confused. You are not him. Where is Luo Yu? What have you done to him? Speak quickly, otherwise I will kill you. Yi Xiao seized Xia Qi by the neck, pressing her against the wall, his eyes alternating between murderous intent, worry, and fear. Where is Luo Yu? Cough, cough. Let me go first. Xia Qi felt the air in her lungs being squeezed out, feeling uncomfortable. Yi Xiao loosened his grip a bit, but still did not entirely let go of her. A rush of air flooded into Xia Kai's lungs, and she gasped for breath for a while before speaking. How even you don't know where he went? How could I possibly know? You're the person closest to him. You are indeed not him. What purpose do you have in impersonating him? Yi Xiao's tone grew increasingly harsh. I am his sister. Sister? This statement stunned Yi Xiao, leaving him dumbfounded as he hurriedly released her. Sister? Sister? This was Luo Yu's sister. Oh my goodness, what had he just done to his sister? If Luo Yu found out, he would surely tear him apart. Sister, are you alright? I didn't know. Yi Xiao looked at the marks on Xia Kai's neck, feeling utterly flustered. She was Luo Yu's sister. Rounded up, that meant she was his sister too. That rascal Luo Yu never wanted to talk about his matters with him, causing him to be completely unaware and injuring his sister. Sister, why are you impersonating your brother? Don't you know? My brother has already sacrificed himself, and I am here to seek the truth behind his sacrifice. The weight of this statement surpassed the shock he felt upon realizing she was Luo Yu's sister. What did you say? Haha, you must be joking. Impossible. His skills are so good that even I had to exert myself to barely win against him. How could he possibly have sacrificed himself? Impossible. Impossible. You're lying to me. Xia Qi looked at Yi Xiao, who appeared to be going mad, feeling somewhat astonished. In this world, there was actually someone who found it harder to accept this fact than she did. What was the relationship between him and her brother? He said he would serve the country for a lifetime. It's only been a few years. How could he dare to sacrifice himself? He also said that after retirement he would live in a small town and adopt a retired police dog. His enemies are still alive, his goals and wishes have yet to be fulfilled. How could he sacrifice himself? You tell me this isn't true. Yi Xiao shook Xia Kai's shoulders desperately. Slap. Unable to bear it any longer, Xia Qi raised her hand and slapped him, the sound echoing in the small room. Yi Xiao was stunned, staring blankly at Xia Qi. Calm down. He is my biological brother. My grief is definitely greater than yours. But am I acting like you? Why do you think I risked appearing here? It is to find out the truth behind my brother's sacrifice. You're right. You're right. I will cooperate with you to uncover the truth behind your brother's sacrifice and bring his killer to justice. Seeing the other party truly calming down, Xia Qi breathed a sigh of relief. I need to go back. I've been out too long, and Cheng Wuxi will get suspicious. I will be inside and you will be outside. We will cooperate with each other. All right. Yi Xiao seemed to have made a certain resolution, his eyes reddening, his teeth clenched. Cut. Great job, we got through this scene. Su Yu and Qin Jian both breathed a sigh of relief. They had filmed this scene many times, but the director always felt it was lacking something, resulting in multiple takes. Finally, they had passed. Sister Yu, it's all my fault for making you suffer along with me. Qin Jian's handsome face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Yu was about to say it wasn't his fault as both of them had shortcomings, but was interrupted by Shinmoshi. As long as you know, practice more when you get back. Shinmoshi felt upset just thinking about how long they had filmed that scene with so many NGs. Shinmoshi is a senior, can't you be a little more accommodating? So you thought it was childish how he always bullied Qin. Do you think you're so great? In some aspects you're even worse than him. Now go back and act with me, we'll teach you. After saying this, Shinmoshi pulled Su Yu away, not giving them any chance to talk. Hey, I still have a scene later. It's already scheduled for tomorrow, I'll come back with me quickly. Shinmoshi opened the car door, pushed Su Yu inside, turned back to give Fang Yuan a glance, and then got in the car and drove away. Fang Yuan understood and immediately ran to find Jiang Bo, asking him to arrange the remaining scenes for Miss Suda tomorrow. Shinmoshi, you are too overbearing. What do you call overbearing? If you really want to see how overbearing I can be, I don't mind letting you experience it firsthand. Shinmoshi shifted his stance, and his powerful aura instantly enveloped Su Yu. Su Yu was also infuriated. Ever since she and Shinmoshi were in the same production team, she had been constantly overshadowed by him. In her past life, she was a bold and unyielding man. Even though she had now become a woman, she still retained the spirit of her former self. Suddenly, Su Yu's aura began to rise. She pressed down on the approaching Shinmoshi, looking down at him from her elevated position. Shinmoshi, please understand this, we are friends in our daily lives and colleagues at work. Don't interfere with my work in the future, got it? Shinmashi looked at the imposing Suyu before him like a queen, without a crown, one foot resting on the seat of the car, one hand on her knee, and the other pressing against his chest. Shinmashi. He actually liked this version of Suyu. What should he do? Understood. Shinmashi gazed at Suyu with sparkling eyes, willing to be her loyal knight, as long as she kept him in her eyes, and only him. Suyu smiled, patting the non-existent dust on Shinmashi's shoulder. Remember what you said? Oh, I don't want to have a next. Once back at the hotel, Queen Su didn't want to pay attention to Shinmashi. After taking a shower, she curled up on the sofa in her room to play games. She had brought 4 girls with her today, Su Manru, Song Ruohua, and the president of her fan club Li Bingshuan, along with a helper, Xiao Qiu, making it 5 of them sharing a room to conquer the King's Canyon. Filming this lousy drama meant facing a bunch of big men every day, as she hadn't seen her little cuties in ages. Su Manru was no longer as inexperienced as when she recorded Labor is Most Glorious, as she played Angela very well. Her assistant Xiao Qiu was stuck in the hotel playing games every day because someone took her job, and she was quite good at. Li Bingxian and Song Ruohua were more inexperienced. The 2 of them fought over a healer for ages, but in the end Suyu assigned them roles. One would play the healer, and the other would play a tank with thick blood. Suyu still played as an assassin. She led the 4 girls to a sweeping victory in the King's Canyon, winning several matches and achieving the MVP title each time. Suyu also created a group chat named Brother You Takes You Flying. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, she turned on the microphone, and the room was filled with the sounds of several larks singing. The girls' voices were clearer and more melodious than ever. Shinmashi had waited for a long time in the room, but had not seen Suyu. Unable to hold back, he went looking for her. As he reached Suyu's door, he heard the chorus of larks singing. Suyu had not closed the door, and was sitting on the sofa playing games. Bingshuan, give me a heal. Ruohua, don't come out yet, wait for me in the bushes. Xiao, hurry, launch an attack. Shinmashi's face immediately turned dark. He hadn't kept an eye on her for a moment, and here she was playing with so many girls, calling them so affectionately. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he quietly approached Suyu from behind. Normally, she would definitely notice someone getting close, but this time Suyu was too engrossed in the game to realize. Why did you make me wait so long? Shinmashi, as a superstar, spoke with a magnetic and husky voice that could electrify the girls on the other side of the internet, even from miles away. The larks instantly fell silent, their minds racing with thoughts. Song Ruohua, how come there's a man next to Suyu? His voice is so pleasant. Li Bingshuan has sister you started dating. No, I can't accept this. Sister you belongs to our island. Su Manru, this sounds like Shinmashi's voice. Yes, they were filming together, but why did Teacher Shin's voice sound so soft and melancholic? He even called her a you. This is a juicy tidbit. Xiao Qiu, Teacher Shun has arrived, I'm out of here. Suyu was startled by Shinmashi and was accidentally killed by the enemy, marking her first death of the night. It's you again. I always die because of you, Shinmashi. Suyu was furious, her few compulsions were all focused here. She couldn't stand seeing a number other than 0 next to her skull. Really? Am I that amazing? Shinmashi chuckled further, amusing the larks on the other side. The larks felt somewhat redundant at that moment. Don't bother me, let me finish this match before we act together. Suyu impatiently pushed Shinmashi's head away, which was too close. Alright, I'll wait for you, Ayu. The end of the word you carried a bubbly tone. It was just acting together, it wasn't anything inappropriate, yet Shinmashi's way of calling her made him feel all sorts of emotions. The larks, we shouldn't be in the car, we should be under the car. This match was nearing its end anyway. With the larks eager to interrogate Suyu, they swiftly pushed down the enemy's crystal after Suyu revived, concluding the battle. As the game ended, the girls all exited the room, and Suyu's joy disappeared once more. At that moment, the group chat, Brother You Takes You Flying, began to chime incessantly. Suyu glanced at the group chat, almost getting a brain hemorrhage from anger. What did they mean by saying she had a boyfriend? Was she that kind of person, abandoning a vast forest to tie herself to a single tree? If she had to tie herself, it better be to an extraordinarily rare and stunning beauty. Shinmashi was tall, and Suyu's phone screen was not covered with a privacy film. The group messages were fully visible. Upon seeing the words, well matched, he slightly raised an eyebrow. They had good taste. He and Suyu were indeed a great match. Seeing Suyu's reply, Shinmashi felt a bit displeased and leaned closer to her ear. You, do I not look good? Suyu was tickled by the warm breath he blew into her ear, unable to help but shy away, accidentally pressing the voice message button. Shinmashi, you're so annoying, stay away from me. Shinmashi, pushed down onto the sofa by her, keenly noticed that Suyu was pressing the voice message button and was still speaking, causing his initially fierce demeanor to transform into that of an innocent boy. Don't be angry, it's all my fault. You play, and I'm willing to wait for you. Suyu's hand slipped, and the voice message was successfully sent. The girls in the group fell silent after hearing the clearly accidental voice message filled with noise. So Suyu and Shinmashi were like this privately. The amount of information between them was a bit overwhelming. Let me process this slowly. Meanwhile, Suyu, annoyed by Shinmashi, had to put down her phone and act with him, missing the chance to retract the voice message. It wasn't until much later that she realized this incident. After acting, Shinmashi brought up an old topic. You still owe me 4 meals. When do you plan to pay me back? Suyu looked confused. When did this happen? I didn't know I owed you that many meals. Shinmashi sneered, knowing she would forget. When it was your final exam, I helped you review for such a long time, and you said you would repay me with 4 meals. I suppose that's true. Suyu chuckled awkwardly. She truly had forgotten all about it. How about we sneak out now, and I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Suyu thought of the icy beer and spicy crayfish of summer along with the sizzling barbecue. She was already. Suyu and Shun Moshishi stealthily went out fully armed for a late-night snack. After weighing the pros and cons, Suyu reluctantly gave up on eating at the roadside stall, realizing the consequences of being photographed together were too great. Alas, the roadside stall is the soul of late-night snacks. Suyu lamented. She could only book a private room for their late-night meal. However, when a large bowl of spicy fragrant crayfish was served, Suyu was instantly healed. The crayfish at this moment were plump and rich with a fresh and bouncy texture. Taking a bite of the rich roe with the spicy broth followed by a sip of ice-cold beer to quell the spiciness. A life. This is the way to enjoy life. Suyu feasted heartily, transforming into a human eating machine, devouring more than half a bowl by herself, completely ignoring Shin Moshishi. Shin Moshishi, unaccustomed to this, wanted to help her peel the crayfish, but was refused by Suyu. Crayfish are best eaten when you peel them yourself. Hurry up and eat. There's barbecue coming later. Suyu's lips were swollen from the spice, looking even more plump and rosy than the crayfish. Shin Moshishi was not interested in the crayfish on the table, but rather in the crayfish on Suyu's face. At this moment, Suyu's focus was solely on the delicious food, completely ignoring him. When the barbecue arrived, Shin Moshishi ate some non-spicy skewers. He never usually had late-night snacks, but he was willing to accompany Suyu. Suyu was so satisfied that her mouth dripped with oil, and after several hearty burps, she finally paused. Shin Moshishi handed her several wet wipes to clean her hands. You invited me to dinner, yet you're enjoying it so much. Who told you not to eat? Such delicious food can only be enjoyed when Xingjie is not by my side. I must seize the opportunity. Well, let's finish up and go. It's not far from the hotel, we can walk back and help you digest. The two settled the bill and left, strolling slowly down the quiet street at night. As they reached an alley, faint cries of a woman could be heard along with some men cursing. Suyu immediately stopped, transforming from a lazy orange cat into a vigilant leopard cat, watching the alley intently. Shin Moshishi, something's not right here. I need to go in and check it out. After saying this, Suyu dashed inside, but Shin Moshishi grabbed her. Don't act rashly. Oh, let's approach slowly. As they got closer, they saw 4 or 5 big men beating up a woman, her screams echoing hauntingly in the alley, exceptionally chilling in the dead of night. Shadows could be seen moving behind the windows of nearby apartment buildings, yet no one came down to help her. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, these people were involved in the underworld and genuinely didn't dare to intervene. However, they had already called the police, who should be arriving soon. But whether this woman could wait for the police was uncertain. Suyu couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out, kicking the most violent man flying. Shin Moshishi also charged in, knocking down another man. Although his combat skills weren't as good as Suyu's, his tall and strong build along with years of gym training and boxing practice made it easy for him to handle a few men. As the two attacked simultaneously, the usually arrogant thugs were quickly subdued, soon beaten to a point where they were Suyu stood on the head of a burly thug, her voice chilling. As a big man, how could you dare to hit a woman? You must regret being born today. Do you know who we are? Just wait. If you mess with us, I'll make sure you can't survive in G City. The burly thug, not fearing death, dared to threaten them. Shin Moshishi scoffed. Oh, what is G City to us? Do you have a passport? If Feng Yuan were present, he would add, messing with our young master means you can't survive. The burly thug attempted to counterattack, grabbing Suyu's foot that was planted on his face, trying to pull her down. Shin Moshishi glared at his dirty hands, his anger flaring, but before he could step forward, Suyu swiftly shifted her foot, and with a crack she broke both of the thug's hands. The burly thug's screams were even louder than the woman's from before. You social scum don't deserve to be human. Wasting your strength on fighting instead of using it where it counts. If you love to fight, why not go to the front lines of a battlefield? Hitting women is no skill, you scoundrels. I command you to fight, I command you to fight. Suyu yelled angrily as she kicked, making the big men whimper and scream. Ayu, that's enough. Stop kicking it, don't get yourself into trouble because of them. Shin Moshishi held onto the agitated. Suyu finally paused, hurriedly kneeling beside the beaten woman to check on her. The woman was covered in blood and barely conscious. Help me. Thank. Shin Moshishi, call 120. Just as Suyu finished speaking, the sound of police sirens echoed from the alley entrance. Looks like we need to call the police ourselves. Ayu, let's go, let the police handle this. The men had been beaten quite badly. Shin Moshishi didn't want her to be implicated, or regardless of the truth, the phrase, Suyu hit someone, could easily be misunderstood by netizens. Suyu clearly thought of this as well, and softly said to the woman, don't worry, don't be afraid. You're safe now, the police are here, and will take you to the hospital. Ayu, let's go. Shin Moshishi grabbed Suyu and ran, exiting the alley through another way just as the police. Though the woman was somewhat dazed, she still heard Suyu call out Shin Moshishi. She didn't follow stars, but Shin Moshishi was too famous, nearly a household name. After escaping danger, the woman posted a Weibo thanking the two who saved her life without naming them. Netizens had no idea who she was talking about. Even when the police asked her who her saviors were, she said she didn't know. However, after seeing Suyu's video, she recognized her voice and became a loyal fan of both. However, those were all stories for later. At the moment, Suyu and Shin Moshishi were still running wildly down the street, their masks and hats securely in place, hoping they wouldn't be recognized or caught on surveillance. Shin Moshishi had already notified Fong Yuan to wait at the front intersection. Upon seeing the two running over, he quickly opened the car door. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief once they got into the car. Being a hero felt like a crime escape. When they sneaked back to the hotel, it was nearly midnight, and Suyu was utterly exhausted. Yawning as she opened the door, she said, "I'm dead tired. The cost of treating you to dinner was too high, and I even saved a person. One meal today is worth 4. Shin Moshishi smiled slightly. "Quick, go take a shower and sleep. Next time it will be my treat." Watching Suyu go inside, he then returned to his own room. Early the next morning, Suyu had filming to do. If it weren't for Xiaoqiu coming to wake her, she would have almost overslept. The scriptwriter had added a new scene, which posed a significant test for Suyu. Today there is a kissing scene. This is Suyu's first on-screen kiss. Today's kissing scene is a cliché drug-passing kiss. Suyu flipped through the script, finding the newly added plot absurd, and went to find the screenwriter. "Screenwriter, this plot has a bug." "Where?" The screenwriter glanced at the part Suyu was pointing at, which was indeed today's kissing scene. "No problem, this play is quite good. The brotherly CP is easy to ship, but there's too little sugar. This is a scene she specially added, boldly using public resources for her own shipping wishes." Screenwriter, this is a hospital, a modern tertiary hospital in the new era. Why is there still a scene where they pass medicine with their mouths? If he can't take the medicine, he should be given a feeding tube. If there are gastrointestinal issues, he should receive intravenous injection. If he's being stubborn and afraid of pain, then let him die from his illness. Are you sure this ridiculous plot won't get the audience to scold it after the release? Suyu felt frustrated and bewildered. How could the screenwriter come up with such a cliché plot? "Hey, you don't understand. We need to give the audience a bit of sugar, but not too much, so they can ship it to death and keep contributing to our box office." The shipping expert screenwriter is online to educate Suyu. Besides, there was no pure sugar in the original work. There were only knives and a bit of sugar among the glass shards. The fans personally left comments on my Weibo asking me to add some sugar, so you don't have to worry about being scolded. But there are so many fans of Shin Moshi, mostly girlfriend fans. Won't I be bombarded by his fans until I'm left with nothing? Suyu still wanted to resist, as she really didn't want to kiss a man. You don't need to worry about that. Shin Moshi has always relied on doubles or substitutes, never really kissing. The fans are quite accepting, so don't worry. Is that so? Suyu had been somewhat swayed by the screenwriter's reasoning and reluctantly accepted the newly added plot. If it was a substitute, she could still accept it. When Suyu returned to the filming location in the hospital room, she saw director Jiang explaining the scene to Shin Moshi. He was wearing a hospital gown, leaning against the head of the bed with a pale and weak makeup, listening very attentively. Chung Wushu hated bitterness and adored sweetness. He wouldn't eat anything bitter, let alone bitter medicine. Today the hospital prescribed Chinese medicine, but he refused to drink it. Xiaoqi had been trying to feed him for half a day without success, and even ended up splattered with it. Xiaoqi got angry, and in a moment of madness held down Chung Wushu, forcing him to take the medicine with her mouth. Chung Wushu, still somewhat weak, couldn't resist, and was forced to drink the bitter Chinese medicine. No matter how many times Suyu watched this plot, she felt like digging her toes into the ground. She couldn't imagine writing such a plot without suffering from a stroke for 10 years. After director Jiang finished explaining to Shin Moshi, he saw Suyu come in and quickly beckoned her over. "Suyu, come here, let me explain something to you. In a moment you'll be very domineering and assertively feeding him the medicine." Chung Wushu wants to resist, but doesn't want it. It's that kind of conflicted emotion. "Do you understand?" "Suyu, I don't understand." "Shin Moshi, I understand." Then Chung Wushu accepts this drug-passing kiss. After Xiaoqi finishes feeding, she wants to withdraw, but can't. Chung Wushu won't let her go. The whole process has to be suggestive without being vulgar, understand? Suyu felt overwhelmed and asked director Jiang, "Wait, director, isn't this a substitute? Can you explain to me how to substitute? I have no experience." "This is not a substitute, it's a real shoot," Jiang Bo replied, having already obtained Shin Moxi's permission to shoot for real. As for Suyu, as a newcomer, she had no say in the matter. "What a... Shin Moshi, you usually use substitutes, don't you?" Suyu felt like she was cracking. Shin Moshi was flipping through his script seriously and said calmly, "Suyu, I am a very dedicated actor. This scene doesn't use a substitute." After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at her, as if to say, "Are you dedicated enough?" Suyu felt a surge of competitive spirit. It's just a kiss, right? In her past life, she had kissed countless lips, but she had never kissed a man. Today she would see what it was like. "Then let's get ready to start. Let's aim for a one-time success. Oh, all departments prepare." Jiang Bo began directing the crew. The props team handed Suyu a bowl of herbal medicine props, which looked dark and murky, but was actually sour plum soup. Scene 21 shot action. Xiaoqi held the bowl, and the dark herbal medicine looked very bitter. I want Drinka to take it away. Cheng Wuxi refused her before she could say anything. In the struggle, half of the medicine bowl spilled, splattering all over her. The hot herbal medicine burned Xiaoqi, making her shiver. Sir, you're too willful. If you don't cooperate like this, when will this injury heal? Xiaoqi was very angry, and her clothes were dripping with herbal juice, leaving her smelling like medicine. I want Drinka to take it away. Cheng Wuxi repeated his words. Xiaoqi, who was on her period today, was in a very bad mood. Seeing him being so stubborn, she took the bowl and gulped it down, then pressed against Cheng Wuxi and kissed him. Shinmashi felt a soft, tender lip touch his lips, and his mind went blank with a loud bang. His ears secretly flushed red. So her lips were this soft. It felt as if a current surged between their lips, and both of them were frozen. Cut. What are you two doing? Jiang Bo looked at the two, who were stunned, and felt somewhat frustrated. So you could be said to be inexperienced, but wasn't Shinmashi inexperienced too? Shinmashi indeed had no experience whether on or off the screen. This was his first kiss, and his cheeks turned a light shade of red. Hearing this, Suyu quickly got up the sour plum soup still in her mouth, which she swallowed all at once. Surprisingly, it was rather tasty. As Suyu left, Shinmashi felt a moment of loss, his face turning pale again. Let's do it again, starting from the drug passing part. All departments prepare. Scene 21 shot, take 2. The script supervisor clapped again. This time Suyu was fully prepared. She pushed Shinmashi down, her fingers hooking under his chin. Cheng Wuxi, played by Shinmashi, was too weak to resist their noses touching as Suyu's lips slowly approached. In her previous life, Suyu was a sea king. Her kissing skills were not something novice Shinmashi could compare to. A sour-sweet medicinal juice flowed into Shinmaxi's mouth, leaving him dizzy from the fragrant sweet kiss, and he didn't come back to his senses until Suyu pulled away. Cut. Mashi, what's wrong with you? You can't let her go. You need to be more proactive in the following scenes. Director Jiang felt overwhelmed. He thought Suyu would have more issues with this scene, but unexpectedly Shinmashi turned out to be more difficult to manage. Suyu teasingly looked at Shinmashi, thinking to herself how unexpectedly useless he was, laughing. After kissing twice, her mindset had improved significantly. It was just kissing a man after all. With her eyes closed, she felt that a woman's lips were not that different from a man's. If there was a comparison to be made, it was that Shinmaxi's lip shape was quite nice to kiss, even better than the women she had kissed in her past life. Director, let's do it again. Shinmashi looked at Suyu with a challenging gaze, desire subtly stirring in his eyes, thinking to himself, let's see how I deal with you. Director, once more. Shinmashi looked at Suyu, a determined glint in his eyes that made Suyu feel a bit uneasy. Director Jiang held a megaphone sitting behind the monitor. All departments ready once more. 20 scenes, 1 shot, 3 times action. Suyu took another sip of the sour plum soup, about to lean in to kiss Shinmashi, but she saw the deep, black hole-like gaze of Shinmashi and felt that once she went for it, she might end up sacrificing herself. Shinmashi looked at Suyu's lips, which were so close, yet he stopped, letting out a cold laugh. He wrapped one arm around her waist, pressed his other hand against the back of her head, pulling her toward him and capturing her lips. Shinmashi's heart raced like a drum. His movements were rough, yet carried a sense of reverence, as if he were embracing an unparalleled treasure. Suyu felt invaded, her eyes wide open, but she was firmly pinned down by him. The dark sour plum soup flowed from the gap between their tightly connected lips. This sultry scene left even the director in a daze, forgetting to shout cut. It took him a while to react, realizing that this process was all wrong. Cut. Shinmashi, you were too early. It's not even time for you to be intense yet. At this moment, Shinmashi reluctantly let Suyu felt utterly absurd, as she had just been kissed by a sea king, completely ridiculous. Was this man's learning ability really that strong? With her arms weakly propped against Shinmashi's chest, Suyu gasped for fresh air, almost suffocated by that. Director Jiang suddenly felt that the film he was originally making seriously had turned into this kind of effect. He had merely filmed a kiss. You two take a break and think about how to perform this scene. Jiang Bo felt he needed to slow down and decided to film something else first. All departments, let's shoot the scenes of the other characters first, Jiang Bo shouted while rubbing his head as he walked away. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the ward. The screenwriter was the last to leave, smiling like an ant as he closed the door behind them. Shinmashi, are you even capable? Suyu was somewhat annoyed. Having failed 3 times in a row would put anyone in a bad mood. Except for Shinmashi, who was in a surprisingly good mood. Suyu's taste was even better than he had imagined. So you don't casually ask a man if he's capable, otherwise why don't you try me for yourself? Shinmashi's voice was hoarse and deep. Ever since Suyu got up, he had curled his legs, but fortunately due to the needs of the role, he still had a thin blanket covering below his abdomen, or it would have been awkward. Suyu felt embarrassed upon hearing this. Had she just been teased? She had been a man in her past life, so she naturally understood the meaning behind those words. Being capable isn't just something you say, don't drag me down again later. Seeing her flustered, Shinmashi's mood surprisingly lifted the corners of his lips slightly, rising. What to do then? If I can't get this take right, how about we practice now and aim to get it in one go later? Suyu was surprisingly tempted, compared to wasting everyone's time and patience with repeated fails. Practicing now and getting it right later seemed not too bad. There was still a large pot of sour plum soup sitting on the table nearby. Suyu stared at the pot of sour plum soup and boldly poured herself a big bowl. Alright, let's practice now. I'll pay attention to the rhythm and don't mess around. After all, Shinmashi's lips felt delightful to kiss, so she wasn't at a loss. Suyu gulped down a mouthful of sour plum soup, skipping the entire procedure, and directly cupped his face to kiss him. At this point, Shinmashi hadn't even laid down yet. Shinmashi chuckled inwardly, remaining motionless as Suyu kissed him. Noticing he wasn't responding, Suyu remembered he hadn't laid down yet. While kissing him, she pushed him down, pouring the sour plum soup from her mouth into his. Shinmashi lay back and let her kiss him like a frail scholar encountering a domineering female, general willingly yielding. After kissing for quite a while, Suyu released him in anger. Shinmashi, what's wrong with you? You need to take the initiative now. Why aren't you responding? Is that so? I forgot. Then let's do it again. Shinmashi's voice was a bit hoarse. They continued kissing repeatedly, and before long the entire pot of sour plum soup was nearly empty before Shinmashi began to cooperate with her. I wonder how the props team will feel when they see all the props have been consumed. A last time for real, I can't drink anymore. Suyu burped, having had her fill of sour plum soup. Alright, one last time. Shinmashi also felt it was time to stop any more and things would get out of hand. Suyu pinned him down, holding the last sip of sour plum soup. She forcefully poured it into his mouth. Shinmashi wanted to push her away, but paused when his hand touched her, merely gripping her shoulder, tightly unsure whether to push her away or not. When Suyu finally finished pouring the sour plum soup, and her lips just left his, he tightly embraced her, pulling her entirely into his arms, and fiercely seized her slightly swollen lips that had been kissed so many times. Shinmashi plunged in again, diving deep, savoring this exquisite flavor intensely. After a long while, he finally released her, their noses touching, both engulfed in each other's breath. Suyu, I take back my previous evaluation of you. You are very dedicated. At this moment, Shinmashi felt hot all over, his defenses on the verge of collapsing, and he had to stop. We'll film it just like this later, okay? Suyu was a bit breathless. She had finally finished the scene. Being an actress was such a sacrifice, she decided never to take kissing scenes again. Once Suyu calmed down, she took the empty pot of sour plum soup to find the props team, needing to replenish the props. Seeing her leave, Shinmashi immediately locked the door, rushed into the shower room of the ward, and took a cold shower for quite a while before coming out. The screenwriter looked at Suyu's exceptionally red lips and the empty pot in her hand, smiling with a mysterious expression. Tisk tisk, the CPI ship is definitely real. Having endured the price of an empty pot of sour plum soup, this grueling kissing scene finally went smoothly. The director was very satisfied with the effect. These two were really impressive, their skills top-notch. They had stumbled at first, but now they kissed as if they had done it 1,000 times, so naturally, perfectly capturing the essence without being vulgar, a perfect shot. Shinmashi looked at Suyu's lips, which were swollen from his kisses. His gaze darkened. He thought to himself that he could never allow her to kiss anyone else in a scene, not even for a position. They could only use a kissing substitute. As the scenes continued to unfold one after another, the plot gradually progressed, and Cheng Wuxiu and Xia Qi slowly fell in love with each other without realizing it. Just as their feelings were about to break through, the critical point, conflicts and contradictions erupted. Night Owl, filled with hatred, finally found the person who killed Xia Zhao based on the information he gathered while being near Cheng Wuxiu. However, he could not believe that the murderer was actually him. The Night Owl and Xia Qi gathered once again, compiling the information and evidence each had collected, only to conclude that the murderer was the one who killed your brother is Cheng Wuxiu. The Night Owl looked up, gazing at the incredulous Xia Qi. How could it be him? Xia Kai's face instantly turned pale. If it was him, then he had known from the very beginning that I was not Luo Yu. Night Owl, can I handle this myself from now on? Xia Kai's eyes flickered with conflict and anger, a whirlwind of emotions trapped in her chest with no outlet. The Night Owl's face was shrouded in gloom. He must die. I know, just leave it to me. Xia Qi pleaded. They'll give you 3 days. If he isn't dead by then, I will personally kill. Alright, 3 days it is. Xia Qi returned to Cheng Wuxiu's side, trying hard to calm herself, but the observant Cheng Wuxiu still noticed something amiss. Are you? What's wrong with you? This name shattered Xia Kai's psychological defenses completely. She stared at him, a flood of hatred finally bursting forth. Why? What do you mean, why? Cheng Wuxiu remained calm, though a trace of panic stirred within him. You know I am not him. Is it fun to toy with me? Xia Qi lunged forward, grabbing his collar, shouting in anger. Cheng Wuxiu remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Then what about you? Why did you get close to me? Who is he to you? He is my brother. My real brother. You killed my brother with your own hands. Is that so? No wonder you two look exactly alike. I don't care what you plan to do, but I won't let you get away. You will never escape in this lifetime. Cheng Wuxiu's eyes were filled with obsession and madness as he wrapped his arms around Xia Kai's waist, gazing at her flushed face from anger, and spoke each word deliberately. You are mine, and will always be. Cheng Wuxiu could not comprehend his own current state. Keeping Xiaqi by his side was a dangerously reckless choice. He had known since the day he killed Luo Yu that he was an undercover agent, and Xiaqi was his sister, making her a high-risk factor. Yet he was unwilling to let her go. From having no one to care for to having someone to cherish, Xiaqi would never escape from him. Cheng Wuxiu imprisoned Xiaqi. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The night owl, filled with hatred, submitted all the evidence he and Xiaqi had gathered over the years, and plans were made to wipe out the Cheng family in Ji City. Cheng Wuxiu received wind of this in advance and prepared to escape with Xiaqi. He did not expect the pursuers to arrive so quickly and coldly ordered his subordinates, "Hurry, increase speed." The car sped up to its limits. Just as Cheng Wuxiu was about to escape from his pursuers, Xiaqi raised a gun. Cheng Wuxiu stared intently at Xiaqi. He was on the verge of escaping, and he could also seize the gun from her hand. He had always been decisive and ruthless, but at this moment he hesitated. He was betting that Xiaqi loved him too, and that she would not kill him. Xiaqi looked at the face that evoked both love and hatred in her memories of moments spent with Cheng Wuxiu, and the joyful times with her brother flashing through her mind. Her heart was a mix of love and hate, and her hand trembled as it gripped the gun. In the end, she thought of the land her brother cherished deeply, the faith he had protected with his life. Cheng Wuxiu wreaked havoc on this land. He deserved to die. Bang! A tear rolled down Xiaqi's face. Cheng Wuxiu lost the bet, yet he also won it. Xiaqi killed him, but she did indeed love him. Cheng Wuxiu collapsed in Xiaqi's arms, gazing at the tear stains on her face, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gasped, "What is your name?" "Xiaqi." Cheng Wuxiu's breath weakened further, yet his eyes were filled with deep affection as he smiled faintly, "So beautiful. Xiaqi, bury me beside the small house by Shanting. That is my last wish." "All right." Cheng Wuxiu closed his eyes with a smile. Returning to where they began was also quite good. Another year of summer rain poured down. Xiaqi sat by the window of the small house by Shantong, staring blankly at the small grave outside. Small wildflowers bloomed beside the grave, enduring the rain, still holding their heads high, closely leaning against the tombstone, as if guarding it. "Cut. The last scene is done. Thank you all for your hard work," Zhang Bo said, and everyone cheered. At this moment, Shen Mashing was still lying in Su Ye's arms, unwilling to get up. "Shen Mashing, how long are you going to lie there? Get up, you're heavy." Shen Mashing took a deep breath in her arms and finally agreed to get up. "After 2 months of filming, we finally wrapped up." Su Ye's face was filled with excitement. She missed her Junjun so much. Shen Mashing was somewhat speechless. "Did you get out of character that quickly? You were just looking at him so deeply and sorrowfully." Zhang Bo approached with 2 bouquets of flowers, saying, "You've worked hard. Thank you, director, for your hard work too. Thank you for your guidance these past 2 months, Director Jiang." Su Yu smiled as she took the bouquet. After the wrap party that night, the official Weibo account released a wrap-up post, and both Shen Mashing and Su Ye's fans were as joyous as if it were the new year. Especially the CP fans. A large number of Brother CP fans were mingling in the Misty Beyond super topic, pushing the original fans aside with no place to stand. Did the Brother CP officially announce today? That's great. Finally wrapped up. Today is a wrap. Oh, can it be released tomorrow? Misty Beyond official Weibo. The blogger must be dreaming. It would be lucky to release it on New Year's Day. Upstairs, are you serious? Doghead, I support a release tomorrow. They'll definitely mobilize all my relatives to support the box office. I heard there will be a kissing scene. I wonder if it's a real kiss or a stand-in. If it's a real kiss, then this will be their first on-screen kiss. How could it be a real kiss? Lord Shin always uses either a stand-in or a kiss double. My second aunt's sister-in-law's nephew's brother-in-law's third son's little uncle's girlfriend works in the crew and said it was a real kiss. The scene was particularly steamy. Oh, it made her blush just watching. Oh my god, isn't this a major alteration? There was no kissing scene in the original. One original fan was heart. This doesn't count as a major alteration. The screenwriter is the original author who personally added this plot. Besides, the original was too intense. A bit of sweetness is good too. Did the little uncle's girlfriend manage to take any behind-the-scenes photos? I want to see how Lord Shun, whose lips are said to be the most desired on the internet, kisses someone else. There are definitely no behind-the-scenes photos. The crew has confidentiality agreements, and she wouldn't dare to take pictures. However, she said this kissing scene was NG many times. They kissed again and again. Wow. So sour lemon trees have lemons beneath the lemon tree. It's you and me. At this moment, I don't even know who to be jealous of. Since that's the case, let's just have them marry on the spot. Haha, indeed, if they don't get married now, there's no way to wrap this up. The discussions online about Misty Beyond were growing increasingly intense. Misty Beyond wrap-up also quickly trended on Weibo. The crew didn't even need to buy trending topics, as both Shun Mashing and Suyu had a natural trending quality. Suyu's half-sister Suyuan also came across this Weibo post. She never expected that Suyu could act alongside Shin Mashing, let alone have kissing scenes. It was simply unforgivable. After the rap party, Suyu returned to City A and brought Wanwan back to her side. It had been nearly 2 months since they last met, and Wanwan had grown a bit. After not seeing her owner for so long, Wan Wan was incredibly clingy, almost never leaving her side. After filming for so long, when Hongxing granted her a few days off, now both the person and the dog were snuggled up at home watching TV as Unrepentant Sword premiered on the channel today. The apartment arranged by the company did not have a television, but had a projector. On the screen, a spirited young man just made his entrance. It was the youthful Mu Hanxing. Immediately, a flood of comments from Shueishan's fans filled the screen. The kid is out. The kid mama is here to see you. Young Shun is so handsome. When will the master appear? Suyu lazily lounged on the sofa, not wanting to move. Wan Wan, I want to eat some sunflower seeds. Woof. Wan Wan immediately jumped off the sofa and scampered off to get her some sunflower seeds. I want the 5-spice flavor. Woof. Before long, Wan Wan returned with a bag of sunflower seeds in her mouth, which were indeed the 5-spice flavor. Suyu petted Wan Wan's golden head and tore open the package, munching on sunflower seeds, while watching the young Mu Hanxing show off his cool moves. Wan Wan watched her owner enjoy the sunflower seeds and suddenly jumped off the sofa, running to the snack shelf to bring back a bag of her own treats and placed it in front of Suyu. Woof. Suyu looked down to see it was a bag of beef-flavored dental chews. You want to eat this? Woof. Wan Wan tapped her paw on her snacks, as if urging her owner to open it. All right, I'll open it for you. Suyu tore open the packaging and handed the dental chew to her. The two began to snack while watching TV, feeling quite content. At that moment, she made her appearance. The female swordswoman Lin Shuangjiang, clad in black and red attire, descended with a long sword in hand. Her high ponytail swirled, gracefully showcasing her striking demeanor, and the comments went wild. Master looks so cool. Both fierce and beautiful. I'm done for. Quick, give me a respirator. I'm having trouble breathing. Suyu's entrance is quite impressive, so handsome. How does she manage to be both cool and beautiful? Sister, look at me. I can do it. Either I become your girlfriend, or you become mine. I'll choose one. If not, I can always be your second disciple, master. Suyu was enjoying the show when her phone on the coffee table rang. A video call invitation popped up, and her laziness worsened since having Wan Wan. Wan Wan. Woof. Loyal Wan Wan immediately jumped off the sofa, grabbed the phone, propped it against the fruit plate on the coffee table, nudged it with her nose to answer, and then returned to Suyu's side to continue gnawing on the dental chew. On the screen appeared Shueishan, whose handsome face exuded a playful charm in Suyu's eyes. Master, long time no see. Suyu continued munching on her sunflower seeds, her eyes still glued to the TV. Master, don't you? What's there to miss? You're not a girl. Suyu disdainfully spat out a sunflower seed shell into the nearby tree. Shueishan watched the pair enjoying their snacks, while the silly dog occasionally shot him a glare, which was quite amusing. Master, when did you get a dog? It looks so foolish. Woof. You're the foolish one. Oh, come on, you're challenging me now. If you have the guts, come over and bite me. Shueishan teasingly wiggled a finger at Wan Wan. Woof. I can't be bothered with you. Biting you might get me infected with stupid virus. I might need to see a brain specialist. Wan Wan rolled her eyes at Shueishan. Suyu looked at the amusing interaction between the silly boy and Wan Wan, saying, What do you want? If you have business, speak up. If not, leave. Master, our drama is airing now. Are you watching? Wan Wan, bring me the remote. Turn up the volume so the old man across the screen can hear. Master, you're too harsh. Is it appropriate to speak of your disciple like that? You've snatched the bamboo shoots from the mountain. Woof. Wan Wan dashed off to grab the remote. Suyu turned up the volume just in time to hear Mu Hanxing exclaim, Master, save me. Did you hear that? Master, you're watching. Don't you think your disciple looks incredibly handsome? Suyu didn't want to indulge the silly boy, rolling her eyes in response. Master, I'll post a Weibo update later. Remember to interact with me. Alright, once I finish my sunflower seeds, I'll go. Now take your leave. Hey master, don't you want to chat with me a bit more? Clack. Wan Wan had already hung up the video call. Well done, Wan Wan. This rebellious disciple is too noisy. Suyu praised Wan Wan with a pat. Woof. That silly boy was interrupting my time watching TV with my owner. Shueishan posted a Weibo update and tagged Suyu. Shueishan V master, come see how my swordplay practice went today. Suyu. Video. The video showcased Mu Hanxing's sword practice montage since taking Lin Shuangjiang as his master. The number of comments quickly surged, filled with Shueishan's fans showering compliments. Today's sword practice made Shun look so handsome. Kid, after practicing so hard, remember to eat more. Today I'll temporarily take off my mom's fan and be a girlfriend fan for a day. Shueishan is just too handsome. After a while, Suyu finally arrived late to retweet and comment on Shueishan's Weibo. Suyu V average practice, keep working hard. Master, come see how my swordplay practice went today. Video. Haha, Mu Hanxing, your master says you're not practicing well. Indeed, compared to Lin Shuangjiang, it seems you still lack a bit of fire. Hey, be more confident. Just drop the doghead. Ever since Unrepentant Sword aired, Suyu has been trending daily, especially the video of Lin Shuangjiang practicing sword under the moonlight, which was stunningly beautiful, powerful, and elegant. Netizens lamented that no one in the world could match her. Suyu, on seeing Suyu's growing fame, was so furious that she ripped up a math test paper she had just. She must think of a way to prevent Suyu from continuing to shine. Just a few days ago, relatives came to ask her about Suyu, wanting her to get a signed photo of Suyu for their kids. Ha, Suyu is not worthy. Suddenly Su Yuan seemed to have thought of something, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eye. Starting from some day, Su Yu suddenly noticed that many strangers had appeared in her neighborhood, all sneaking around taking pictures of her. To this day, she had not revealed that she lived in Jinyu Yuan, spending very little time here. Each time she went out, she was fully armed, and even the residents of the neighborhood did not know that a star was living among them. So where did these people come from? Gradually more and more people appeared, and many paparazzi lay in wait snapping pictures of her as soon as they spotted her, claiming it was an interview, but the microphone was almost shoved in her face. Until one night someone actually came to knock on her door. In the master bedroom, Suyu was sleeping soundly on the large bed when Wan in the small bed beside her suddenly lifted her head flexibly, turning her ears before jumping onto the bed and licking Suyu awake. Suyu turned over, hugging Wan without opening her eyes. Wan, be good. We'll play tomorrow. Woof. Wan kept tugging at the hem of Suyu's nightgown, trying to pull her out of bed. At that moment, Suyu finally heard a commotion outside the door as someone was knocking. She immediately sat up in alarm. At this late hour, could it be an unwitting thief daring to come to her home? When Suyu peered through the peephole, she saw it was the paparazzo who had surrounded her during the day. Furious, Suyu rushed out and beat the person up, then deleted all the photos from his camera. Who are you? How did you get in here? Suyu's foot was planted on the man's face, her patience wearing thin. You dare hit people? I will expose you online. The paparazzo, with his face pressed to the ground, continued to taunt Suyu. Waiting for that. From the moment someone knocked on her door, she had called when Hongxing. This place was no longer. You better be honest. How did you find out I live here? Suyu's gaze was icy as she stared at the paparazzo. The paparazzo stubbornly remained silent. If you don't speak, I'll call the police. Suyu anxiously tugged at her hair. Wan. Woof. Wan bared her sharp teeth, glaring at the bad man in front of her. Despite being only half a year old, her teeth were sharp and drool dripped onto the paparazzo's face. Don't bite me. I'll tell you someone sold me your address. Who? I don't know. She found me online, added me on QQ, and deleted me after the transaction, but I still have the chat history. Give me your phone. The paparazzo hesitated for a moment. Wan. Woof. Okay, I'll give it to you. The paparazzo lay on the ground, struggling to pull out his phone, unlocking it, and handing it to Suyu. Suyu first opened the photo album, and sure enough, it was filled with her pictures and videos. After permanently deleting them all, with a click she opened QQ. As soon as she opened it, she saw a pinned message. This avatar seemed familiar. Looking at the cartoon avatar, Suyu pondered for a moment before pulling out her own phone. This QQ number belonged to the original owner, and she directly used it. After all, she rarely used QQ. After searching through her friend list for a while, she finally found it. Suyuan. This seemed to be her scumbag father's younger sister, born from an affair. Since Suyu had taken over the original owner's body, she had never met this sister. During this time, she hadn't had the time to trouble her scumbag father. What was wrong with this Suyuan? Was she coming to her for attention? Moreover, how did this Suyuan find out her address? Just as Suyu was puzzled when Hongxing arrived. Sister Xing, you're here? Sorry to disturb your beauty sleep at this late hour. Suyu smiled at the stunning when Hongxing, who looked exquisite even at 3 in the morning. However, when Hongxing's expression was not good. With her sexy red lips, she launched a verbal assault. Why didn't you tell me sooner that your address was exposed? Don't you have any awareness as a popular artist? Do you know how dangerous this is? Suyu was caught off guard by the scolding, lazily digging her pinky into one ear. Sister Xing, I know I was wrong. First, let's deal with this person. Should we call the police? Only then did Hongxing notice the paparazzo lying on the ground with his face under Suyu's foot. As a popular artist, if Suyu called the police, it could easily be twisted against her, so it was better not to. When Hongxing had been in the industry for many years and had her own way of dealing with such paparazzos. Snap! Hongxing snapped her fingers, and her 2 tall bodyguards dragged the paparazzo who was lying on the ground like I'll take care of this person. You go back to sleep. Tomorrow I'll arrange a new place for you to stay. Oh. When Hongxing left, and Suyu continued to sleep. What Suyu did not expect was that shortly after when Hongxing left, just as she lay down, someone else knocked on her door. Is this never ending? Furious, Suyu threw her pillow on the floor, clenched her fists, and went out. This time, she was determined to teach these paparazzos a lesson they wouldn't forget. Suyu yanked the door open, raising her fist to deliver a blow to the person outside, only to be surprised that this person could actually catch her punch. The man's large hand completely wrapped around her fist and pulled her into his embrace. Suyu, it's me. Suyu, caught off guard, was hugged tightly, feeling a bit dazed. Shinmoshi, why are you here in the middle? Shinmoshi took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of Suyu's hair, relieved to confirm that she was fine, calming his. Having just received news that someone had approached Suyu's door in the middle of the night, he was nearly frantic. Woof. Wan glared at the bad man, who was still holding onto her owner, showing her sharp fangs. If he didn't let go of her owner, she would not hold back. Suyu pushed Shinmoshi away and crouched down to pet Wan. Wan, don't you remember this uncle? He went with me to take you to the hospital. Woof. I remember, but I don't like him. Shinmoshi looked at the dog that stole Su-yu's attention, his expression equally unfriendly. The gazes of the man and the dog collided in the air as if sparks were flying. Seeing the tense standoff between the man and the dog, Su-yu felt a bit helpless. Come in first. Su-yu sat on the sofa, and Wan-Wan also jumped up, snuggling close to Su-yu and resting her head on Su-yu's lap, proclaiming her territory. Shinmoshi temporarily ignored the silly dog and looked at Su-yu, his gaze heavy with concern. This place is no longer safe. Do you know who exposed your address? It's probably my scumbag father's younger sister, named Su-yuan. I don't know what's wrong with her, we've never had any contact. This is the first time I've heard you mention your family, and it doesn't sound good. Can you tell me more? There's nothing much to say. My scumbag father remarried after having an affair when I was 3, and my biological mother abandoned me to remarry. I grew up with my grandfather, and that's it. Seeing Su-yu's nonchalant demeanor, Shinmoshi felt heartbroken. Had she spent the past decade like this? You can't stay in this house any longer. The company will arrange a new place for me tomorrow. I need to sleep now, you can go back. I'm fine. Su-yu yawned, exhausted from the night's turmoil. You should sleep, or I'll just stay here. He wasn't at ease, leaving. Then you can sleep in the guest room. I can't anymore, make yourself at home. There would be maids coming to clean every day, and the guest room was very clean. Su-yu stood up unsteadily, her eyes nearly closing. Unintentionally, she stepped on one of Wan-Wan's toy balls and was about to fall to the side. Shinmoshi rushed forward and caught her. The sofa was right behind them, and with the sudden impact, Su-yu knocked Shinmoshi onto the sofa. The soft dessert splattered on the hard floor with a loud thud, causing both of them to shudder. Only then did Su-yu realize she wasn't wearing a bra. Shin-mo felt himself on the verge of collapse from the sight of Su-yu's petite and soft demeanor. He quickly pushed her away, fearing what he might do next. After being pushed away, Su-yu was taken aback. She usually preferred to wear loose clothing at home, and with her flat chest, her presence was quite negligible. Earlier she had been wearing a bra, but after when Hongxing left, she took it off to sleep. When someone knocked again, she rushed out in a fit of anger, forgetting to put the bra back on. The awkwardness for Su-yu was intense. Why was Shun-mo always present during her most mortifying moments? Now even the loosest clothing couldn't conceal her embarrassment. Shin-mo quickly turned and left for the guest room, saying, I'll borrow your guest room for a sleep. Watching the guest room door slam shut, Su-yu felt inexplicably annoyed. She glared at the person inside through the door before returning to her room to continue sleeping. As soon as Su-yu's head hit the pillow, she fell asleep instantly, while Shun-mo in the adjacent room was on the verge of exploding from discomfort. Shin-mo, who had never been in a relationship, had never found either men or women to ignite his interest. He was completely indifferent to such matters. However, since encountering Su-yu, he had lost count of the number of indescribable dreams he had had. Lying in bed, he tried to calm himself down, and after a long time, he finally settled as dawn broke. The source of the trouble, Su-yu was still blissfully unaware as she slept. Shin-mo sent a WeChat message to Fong Yuan asking him to bring breakfast and a set of clothes. When Fong Yuan arrived at Jinyu Garden, he quickly found Building F Room 2702, where Miss Su lived. Young master, he called out as he knocked, and set the items down. Fong Yuan checked on Su Yuan, who she is Su-yu's half-sister. Yes, young master. By the time Shin-mo emerged from his shower, Fong Yuan had already placed the information about Su Yuan and Su-yu on the table. Shin-mo quickly browsed through the documents, growing angrier and more sympathetic towards Su-yu with each word. Fong Yuan caused some trouble for Su Jianya. Yes, to what extent? After all, he is Miss Su's biological father. Fong Yuan hesitated. Shin-mo's expression darkened as he sneered, to the point where he can't survive in a city. Understood. Fong Yuan thought to himself that Su Jianya had truly angered the young master. His time was up. He returned to make trouble for Su Jianya. As Shun-mo set the steaming breakfast on the table, Su-yu finally woke up. Upon seeing Shun-mo, she froze for a moment, then recalled the events of the previous night. Good morning, hurry up and wash up, breakfast is ready. Shun-mo, dressed casually, was serving her porridge, exuding the charm of a homebody. Oh, after being pampered by Shin-mo for an entire summer, Su-yu was quite accustomed to it. The table was still filled with her favorite traditional huagua breakfast: juicy meat buns, century egg, lean meat porridge, soy milk fried dough sticks, and even jimbingwazi. As Su-yu savored her meal, a phone call came in from Wen Hongxing. With her hands full, it was Shun-mo who answered the call. Hey Xingjie, what's up? I've arranged a new place for you. Pack your things, and a driver will come to pick you up soon. Oh, okay. After the call ended, Su-yu continued eating her bun. Shin-mo suddenly spoke up. Su-yu, have you ever considered buying a house? Ever since becoming an artist, I've been moving around so much it feels like I could live anywhere. But your suggestion... Su-yu became intrigued. There's a new property in the city center with excellent security. Only residents can enter without being accompanied. I know the owner and can get you a 50% discount. Interested? Shin-mo threw out a bait, waiting for Su-yu to take it. Such a good deal. Su-yu believed that not taking advantage of a good bargain was like losing money. Thus, after finishing breakfast, the two of them set out to view the property. Upon arrival, the development was impressive, boasting a great location, convenient transportation, and strict security. Shun Mo directly took her to see a unit in the penthouse with 2 lifts serving 2 households fully furnished with appliances ready to move in and equipped with key locks that prevented non-residents from accessing. A spacious 360 square meters only cost 1 million. This was not just a 50 discount. It was a complete steal. Even subpar old buildings in the area started at 1000. Shinmo's friend was incredibly generous. It was almost like a giveaway. After viewing, Suyu decided on the spot to purchase it and moved in that very evening. When Hongxing was astonished by how quickly Suyu had bought a house but had only been half a day. However, upon learning the address of the new community, she fully supported Suyu's decision as it was much better than the new place the company had provided. Shin-mo had already arranged for someone to tidy up the new house and stocked it with everything necessary. Suyu didn't have much to pack since the house belonged to the company. Her clothes were managed by someone else, so she only needed to bring a small handbag to move. Looking at this new space that belonged solely to her, Suyu felt incredibly happy. The river view outside was beautiful, the house was well decorated, and even Shun-mo, standing inside, looked more handsome than usual. Shun-mo smiled at Suyu, who looked as happy as a child. Shun-mo, please thank your friend for me. Suyu joyfully wandered through each room in the house. Is that all I get to thank your friend? Of course I have to thank you too. You're so generous. Since it's my new home today, I'll treat you to dinner, and I'll personally cook. Suyu walked up to Shun-mo and playfully patted his shoulder. Shun-mo, however, unceremoniously shot her down. Let's not, you might set the new house on fire. In the end, dinner was still delivered by Fong Yuan, who brought a full table of food as a congratulatory gift for Suyu's housewarming. The dinner treat was postponed. Juju explored the new house, sniffing this and that, thoroughly enjoying the spaciousness, happily running around. However, the man sitting next to the owner didn't seem to please the dog much. Why wasn't he leaving yet? Suyu and Shun-mo were sitting on the balcony enjoying the breeze and the night view. The balcony was spacious with refreshing high-rise winds and transparent tempered glass railings that offered an amazing view. A few meters away was the neighboring unit's scenic balcony, which was completely dark at the moment, indicating that the owner had not returned yet. Suyu was munching on an apple for dessert while glancing over at the neighbor's balcony, noting how close they were to each other with no barriers blocking the view. I wonder who lives next door. They'll have to pay them a visit one day, since we'll be neighbors. Shin-mo chuckled at her words. You should definitely pay a visit. Hello, Miss Su. I'm Shin-mo, your neighbor. Suyu was so startled that she dropped her apple without noticing. You're my neighbor. Suyu never expected that she would actually become neighbors with Shinmoshi. Looking at the dazed Suyu, Shunmoshi chuckled softly, stood up, and ruffled Suyu's hair, saying, I'm heading back now. The password for my front door is 220,320. You can come find me if you need anything. This was the moment of their first encounter. Suyu thought. So why tell her the door password? Before long, the lights next door indeed turned on, and Shinmoshi walked to the balcony, seeing Suyu still standing on her balcony, gazing over. The balconies were very close to each other with no barriers in between. If one stretched their neck far enough, they could even faintly see a corner of the opposite living room. Shinmoshi leaned against the balcony, railing, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's late, go take a shower and sleep. Good night. Feeling the magic of the day, Suyu thought it was best to sleep early, a smile spreading across her face. Good night. The master bedrooms of the 2 apartments were adjacent with just a wall separating them, meaning Shinmoshi's bed was right behind hers. That night, both of them slept soundly. The next morning, Suyu's assistant Xiao Qiu brought breakfast, and a housekeeper came to clean. Suyu, who had zero self-sufficiency, would probably end up living in a garbage heap and eating takeout without help. Shinmoshi looked discontentedly at the people coming in and out of Suyu's house, including that silly dog, which clung to Suyu nearly all the time. After finishing breakfast, Suyu went to the company as her vacation had ended, and she was busy again. Recently, Unrepentant Sword was airing hotly. As long as a serious drama was good enough, it would appeal to people of all ages. This drama was well produced and had no glaring flaws in the storyline. The character of the female swordswoman Lin Shuangjiang was particularly charming, greatly enhancing Suyu's popularity and expanding her national reach. Now her fan base included not just girlfriend fans, but also boyfriend fans, mother fans, and even grandfather and grandmother fans. More and more people wanted to cast Suyu in films, and when Hongxing was overwhelmed by the scripts. Suyu's first leading role had hit the big screen, so when Hongxing was not willing to settle, the scripts were not up to standard, and she rejected them all. Until she encountered a good script, she didn't plan to take on any roles for Suyu, adhering to the principle of better to be picky than wasteful to avoid exhausting Suyu's potential. Let's wait a few months until Mist Beyond is released before taking on new projects. During this time, she could deepen her acting skills and participate in a variety show to maintain her popularity. After arriving at the company, Suyu waited in the meeting room, idly playing games. One Hongxing, now the director of the management department, was incredibly busy, but no matter how busy she was, Suyu's matters always came first. Just as Suyu finished a game, when Hongxing entered saying, come on, I'm taking you to meet a dance teacher. Starting today, you need to add a dance class. Next week, you'll be participating in a dance variety show. What variety show? Suyu perked up. Tomato TV is about to launch a large-scale stage variety show focused on dance competitions called Let's Dance. The invited artists are mainly actors and hosts with little dance experience. When Hongxing explained as they walked. When they reached the dance studio door, she turned back to look at Suyu. Artists who are professional dancers or have idol experience cannot participate. This stage variety show is a key promotion for Tomato TV this year, so you need to seize the opportunity. As the door to the dance studio opened, someone was already waiting inside. When Hongxing brought Suyu to meet this person. This is Ken, a well-known dance teacher in the industry. You will practice dance with him these few days. The dance teacher Ken was very tall with perfect muscle lines and full of tension, a faint smile on his face. Hello, teacher. They'll be counting on you these days. Suyu smiled slightly, extending her right hand to shake his. Thank you, Ken. You all practice well. If Suyu has anything, call me. When Hongxing made a phone gesture. Okay, Sister Xing, you go about your business. He'll practice hard. Suyu smiled and saw When Hongxing out of the dance studio door. Ken turned on the sound system and rhythmic music instantly filled the entire dance studio, activating the dance DNA within and making it impossible not to move. Clap. Ken clapped his hands. Let's start with a freestyle session. Don't put pressure on yourself. Oh, dancing should be a free and joyful experience. As he finished speaking, Ken began to dance. Even though Suyu had never danced before, she could tell that Ken's skills were Suyu raised an eyebrow. This dance teacher was quite unconventional. Alright, who was Suyu? A person thick-skinned enough to rival a city wall of feelings of shyness had never appeared in her 2 lifetimes. She began to dance along with the rhythm. Although her movements were uncoordinated, they somehow had a sense of rhythm, and every step landed on the beat. Ken was surprised. Did Suyu really not learn dance? Her sense of rhythm was strong, and her body flexibility was great. Despite her chaotic dancing, there was an undeniable confidence, as if she was saying, this stage belongs to me. This was the charm of a natural-born stage performer. Ken began to switch to different styles of music, wanting to see how adaptable she was to various genres. However, regardless of the music style, she managed to handle it and transitioned seamlessly. Ken was instantly interested. This Suyu had immense potential. She was simply a dance prodigy. Meanwhile, while Suyu was learning to dance, Shinmoshi was busy learning to cook, inviting a retired chef from an old restaurant in City A to teach him. At first, Fong Yuan was both surprised and pained by his young master's actions, but now he had become numb, expressionless as he watched his young master skillfully butcher chickens and fish chop vegetables and master all cooking techniques. It was definitely because of Miss Su. The young master who once only played the piano and never dated was gone forever. After a moment, Fong Yuan suddenly remembered something that was not quite serious. Young master Miss Su's biological father Su Jianya's company has already run into financial trouble and is currently selling off properties and cars to cover the financial gap. Hearing the name Su Jianya, Shinmoshi recalled Su Ye's tragic years over the past decade, and he suddenly became heavy-handed, slicing a large pork knuckle in half. His murderous aura was overwhelming, startling Fong Yuan, and even waking the dozing chef next to him. Oh, that's the feeling. Quick and precise with your knife, you're not bad, kid. The chef laughed, his face full of wrinkles, revealing a smile with few remaining teeth. Let him catch his breath first. When he has sold off all his properties and funds, and has no way out, we will completely sever his financial chain. In the blink of an eye, Shinmoshi had already dismembered a large goose. Fong Yuan shivered. The fate of angering our young master would be quite tragic. Su Jianya was truly unlucky, his fate marked by misfortune. Clearly he had the opportunity to soar and become a phoenix, yet one can only say that one reaps what one sows. The higher powers watch over us, and karma is relentless. Shinmoshi, as a high IQ academic achiever, learns quickly. After a day of study, he has already made some accomplishments, preparing a table full of exquisite dishes. He took a photo of the sumptuous feast and sent it to Suyu, inviting her to come back for dinner. At that moment, Suyu was still sweating it out in the dance studio at the company. She was dressed in a hip-hop style outfit with a cap pulled low over her brow, loose-fitting trousers enveloping her long legs, and a crop top that revealed a slender waist. Despite the air conditioning in the dance studio, she was still drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration glistening along her toned abdomen. Although Su Ye's singing was quite lacking, her dancing was truly a gifted skill. Anyone watching now would find it hard to believe she had only learned to dance for a day. Even Ken was astonished at how someone could be so suited for dancing. Every muscle and bone in her body seemed to have been born for it. Now, as long as she was given a piece of music, Suyu could immediately perform the corresponding dance moves. By watching dance videos just a few times, she could replicate all the movements. At that moment, a powerful beat was playing in the dance studio, and the accompanying choreography was explosive. Suyu followed the teacher's movements, matching nearly every beat, stepping perfectly to the rhythm, with her flexible waist exhibiting astonishing explosive power. She looked absolutely stunning. Xiao Qiu was mesmerized. Although the teacher's movements were more standard and refined, her eyes couldn't help but follow Suyu. While dancing, Suyu resembled a captivating black hole, drawing the attention of all onlookers. After one song ended, she took off her cap and shook her hair, droplets of sweat cascading down her elegant neck to her delicate collarbone. She looked irresistibly sexy. Xiao Qiu blushing approached to wipe Su Ye's sweat, reciting the company assistant's code of conduct. Assistants should not develop feelings for the artist they follow. To stay by Su Ye's side for a long time, Deng Qiu, you must do better. Qin glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. Let's call it a day. It's the first day of practice, don't over. Su Yu checked her phone for unread messages and happened to open the photo Shinmashi had sent her. Looking at the table full of food, her stomach growled in response. She was so hungry. Thank you for your hard work today, teacher. Su Yu politely bowed to Qin. I don't like being called teacher. Oh, just call me. Qin waved his hand coolly and was the first to step out of the dance studio. Sister Yu, I've prepared dinner for you. Eat before heading back. Xiao Qiu took out 2 boxes of diet meals. Through the lids, Su Yu could smell the grassiness, and every cell in her body rejected it. No, you eat it. I have to go back for something. Su Yu hurriedly ran off, wanting to leave before Xing Jie arrived, otherwise she would be forced to eat grass. With Shun Mashi's grand feast calling her, she would have to be out of her mind to eat that. Without even changing clothes, Su Yu rushed home. After waiting for half an hour, Shun Mashi finally received a message from her, "I'm coming back soon." A slight smile crept onto Shun Mashi's lips. He had already grasped Su Ye's weakness. She had no resistance to delicious food. Calculating the distance from her company to home, she should be almost back now. Shinmashi opened the door and leaned against it, waiting for her. Never underestimate the allure of food for a foodie. Su Yu returned slightly sooner than Shinmashi had anticipated. Just as he opened the door, the elevator door slid open, and Su Yu stepped out, her long legs striding out of the elevator, just in time to see Shinmashi waiting at the door. Su Yu had not changed her clothes and was still in her dance outfit. When Shinmashi saw her like this, he was first struck by amazement, then frowned in displeasure. She came back dressed like this. Hadn't many people seen her like this. Su Yu hadn't even considered returning home. She quickly approached Shinmashi, saying, "Shinmashi, I've been dancing all day. I had a box of grass for lunch, and now I'm starving." However, Shinmashi extended his arm to block Su Yu, preventing her from entering. "Go wash up and change clothes first. Unless it's necessary, don't wander around dressed like this." Su Yu looked down at her outfit. Was it just a crop top? As an artist, wasn't it normal to dress like this? The aroma of the food wafted from the open door to Su Yu's nose. Whoever masters the kitchen has the say. Su Yu bowed to the food, dashed back to her home, and shouted, Okay, I'll go wash up and change right now. You must wait for me, don't eat without me." Actually, Shunmashi also wanted to say one more thing outside of necessary occasions. It wasn't that she couldn't wear such clothing, but it could only be worn in front of him. Forget it'll save it for next time. Watching Su Yu dash away, Shinmashi went back to the kitchen and heated up a few dishes that had cooled down in the microwave. It took only 5 minutes for Su Yu to appear at Shinmashi's home, wearing a set of loose home clothes, her hair still dripping wet. Shinmashi was truly impressed by Su Yu the foodie and helplessly handed her a clean towel to dry her hair. Su Yu had already started devouring a goose leg, and Shinmashi nervously asked, "How does it taste?" Su Yu, with oil dripping from her mouth, struggled to speak. "Clearly, it's amazing, even better than what's sold outside." Shinmashi was delighted, placing the towel aside and sitting across from Su Yu, a slight smile on his lips, exuding both pride and a desire for praise. "I made all of this. You made all of this. You're incredible. Did you take a course at New Oriental?" Su Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise, giving him a thumbs up with one hand. "What?" Shinmashi didn't understand the reference. Su Yu then recalled that there was no New Oriental in this world and laughed, playing it off. "Nothing, just complimenting you. I'll cook every day from now on. Sometimes if I cook too much and can't finish it, you can come help me eat a bit. Is there Su Yu's eyes lit up instantly. "Who are we kidding? Wasting food is shameful. You must call me whenever you cook too much." She really didn't want to eat grass anymore. "I danced all day and am starving." Not long after the food machine, Su Yu finished off a plate of oil-braised prawns. "Were you practicing dance?" "Actually, I could teach you too." Shinmashi wasn't just boasting. There was currently no one in the entertainment industry who could rival him on stage. He was a true stage king. Su Yu recalled how Shinmashi had looked during the last concert she attended. He was indeed unmatched on stage. "Sure, once I finish eating we can practice a bit." "No rush, it's too late today. You've eaten a lot, so tomorrow morning you can use your jogging time to practice." "Alright, I'll come find you tomorrow morning." Su Yu felt a bit full and rubbed her stomach before finally putting down her chopsticks with a satisfied burp. Having eaten her fill, she began to feel sleepy, as she had practiced dance all day and hadn't rested at noon. Woof woof. Wan was calling out from the balcony towards Shinmashi's home, feeling a bit unhappy that its owner had gone to the neighbors right after returning without playing with it. Wan is calling me. Well, head back now. Thanks for the hospitality. Next time I'll treat you to dinner." Su Yu yawned. After brushing her teeth back home, Su Yu lay down and fell asleep instantly. Wan helplessly turned off the lights for its owner and laid down by the bed to sleep as well. It was a night without dreams. Having gone to bed early the previous night, Su Yu woke up early too. By 6 o'clock she was knocking on Shinmashi's door, but after pressing the doorbell for a long time no one came out to open the door. Su Yu remembered that Shinmashi had given her the gate code. It seemed to be 220,320. As she thought, and pressed the door lock clicked open. Actually, Shinmashi was awake too, but he was in the shower and couldn't come out to open the door. Hastily wrapping a towel around his waist, Shinmashi never expected to run into Suyu in the living room. Shinmashi was dripping wet all over with only a small towel wrapped around his vital parts. Water droplets flowed from his toned chest down to his 8-pack abs, sliding down into more forbidden territories. He exuded an overwhelming masculine aura full of aggression. Suyu was a bit stunned and awkwardly said, "Dude, nice physique." After the initial panic, Shinmashi calmed down, one hand gripping the towel wrapped around his waist while the other slicked back his wet hair. "Why did you wake up so early?" "Wait a moment, I'll go put on some clothes." "Okay." Suyu walked awkwardly to the living room, comforting herself. "What's the big deal? Back in the day, I also had an 8-pack. What's the big deal about being a half-fruit guy?" Once Shinmashi had everything she had. A short while later, Shinmashi emerged wearing a light gray silk bathrobe, the smooth and flowing cut showcasing his perfect inverted triangle physique to perfection. He had a habit of drinking coffee in the morning, so he headed to the open kitchen to brew 2 cups, placing one in front of Suyu. "Have a cup of coffee." As Shinmashi bent down, the already deep V of his bathrobe became even more suggestive, even more alluring than when he was not wearing any clothes. Suyu suddenly burst out with a nosebleed. Shinmashi looked up and saw the blood dripping from Suyu's nose, his starry eyes widening in surprise. "Suyu, you have a nosebleed." "What?" Suyu, oblivious to her own nosebleed, wiped her nose with her hand, suddenly shocked beyond measure. What a tragic scene of social death. My status as the universe's #1 handsome guy is ruined. Shinmashi quickly grabbed some tissues and sat beside Suyu to help her wipe it. "Don't tilt your head, lower your head." Tilting the head back and stuffing tissues is the wrong way to handle a nosebleed. Shinmashi pressed on the back of Suyu's neck to make her lower her head, while his other hand pinched the area above her nostrils to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. After a few minutes, the nosebleed finally stopped, but Shinmashi's $1,000,000 sofa was ruined, and Suyu turned into a flower-faced cat, her clothes speckled with bloodstains. Looking at Suyu, who had an innocent expression, Shinmashi couldn't help but chuckle as he could vaguely guess the reason for her nosebleed. "You're still laughing, it's all because of you." Suyu was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Once upon a time, she was only the one watching others have nosebleeds, but now it was her turn. Her entire reputation was ruined. Shinmashi smirked slightly, his voice a bit hoarse. "Because of what?" "Because..." Suyu was somewhat at a loss for words, as she couldn't very well say it was because he was too sexy. Where would her face go? After a long pause, she stubbornly forced out, "Because the food you cooked last night was too hot, I got heat. And then I won't cook anymore." Shinmashi struck at the heart of the matter. Suyu, caught in a bind, nervously grasped Shinmashi's arm, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, your cooking is delicious, just make fewer spicy dishes." Shinmashi remained silent on the surface, but inside, he was already laughing heartily. Controlling a foodie was really too easy. He decided that after mastering the 8 major cuisines of Chinese cooking, he would also learn Western Japanese and Southeast Asian cuisines. Suyu looked at Shinmashi, who was smiling inscrutably, but remained silent, feeling somewhat anxious. Would he really stop cooking in the future? Shinmashi pulled out a wet wipe, lifting Suyu's chin with one hand, while delicately wiping her face with the other. "Let's see how you perform." This position forced Suyu to lift her head, her wide eyes looking at Shinmashi. "How should I perform?" Shinmashi stared at her, red lips hovering just above his palm, his voice hoarse. "Think for yourself." Suyu racked her brains, but couldn't think of how to perform, feeling somewhat deflated as she lowered her gaze, breaking free from Shinmashi's grasp. "Fine, if it's about eating grass, then let it be. I'll go wash up and change clothes, and then I'll come find you." They had planned to practice dancing together that morning. Looking at Suyu's somewhat lonely figure, Shinmashi decided not to tease her anymore. After changing clothes, he entered the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. When Suyu returned, she found 2 simple, yet exquisite breakfasts laid out on Shinmashi's dining table. At that moment, Shinmashi was still busy in the kitchen finishing up a pot of beef and egg congee. This was the first time Suyu had seen such a domestic Shinmashi, and his back made her feel a warm and touching sensation. This conflicting emotion felt both familiar and strange, accompanied by an uncertain fear. Had she lost too much blood from her nosebleed, and was now dizzy? When Shinmashi turned around, he saw Suyu staring blankly at him, a smile spreading across his lips. "Come eat breakfast. Aren't we practicing dancing first?" She usually didn't eat anything before her morning run. No rush, eat first then practice. Shinmashi served her a bowl of congee, blowing on it before placing it in front of her. "Be careful, it's hot." Looking at the gentle Shinmashi, Suyu felt a sense of danger. She didn't want to turn straight. Her soul was a cosmic straight man's soul, refusing to bend, even in death. "Sorry, Sister Shing just called me. I have something at the company, I need to go now." Suyu suddenly panicked, leaving Shinmashi sitting alone at the dining table. The carefully prepared steaming breakfast felt like a joke. Shinmashi's whole demeanor darkened. Why, despite all his efforts, couldn't he enter her heart? In the following days, Suyu didn't return home, practicing dancing at the company every day and staying overnight in a temporary lounge. Shinmashi waited at home for 2 nights without seeing Suyu. Messages went unanswered, calls went unreturned, and finally, he could no longer endure and stormed over to Suyu's company. Shin Masher's sudden move caught Pan Yushan off guard, who quickly contacted the head of Seihai Entertainment saying he wanted to discuss cooperation. No matter what the cooperation was, working with Shin Masher was a guaranteed profitable deal, and Seihai Entertainment welcomed it warmly. Li Tianrui personally came to meet Shin Masher and his team. At the company entrance, seeing Shin Masher and his team get out of the car, Li Tianrui greeted them with a warm smile. "King Shin, it's a pleasure to meet you." Li Tianrui's outstretched right hand hovered in the air. Shin Masher had always disliked physical contact with others, but now his life had an unpredictable variable in Suyu. Pan Yushan quickly stepped forward, shaking Li Tianrui's hand with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for coming out to greet us. I'm here to represent Masher in discussions with you." Shin Masher's family background was well known among those with a bit of status in this circle. Li Tianrui, being a shrewd person, naturally responded with a smile. "Then please come to my office. If King Shin is interested, you can take a tour of our company." Shin Masher had been waiting for this invitation, finally nodding slightly to Li Tianrui. "Thank you for the trouble." Pan Yushan and Li Tianrui went to discuss cooperation, while Shin Masher wandered around Seihai Entertainment for a while, before finally arriving at the dance studio door, only to witness a scene that made his heart skip a beat. Suyu and Ken were practicing dance, and the song they were practicing happened to tell the story of a passionate romance. Ken tightly wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist from behind, and Suyu turned her head to look at Ken, their lips just a mere 10 centimeters apart. Although Shin Masher knew they wouldn't actually kiss and understood this was just a dance practice, he was still very angry. The rage completely shattered his rationality, and he shouted, "Suyu!" Suyu and Ken were so immersed in their dance that they failed to notice Shun Mo's sudden appearance at the door, both startled by his thunderous shout. "What are you doing?" After not seeing Suyu for several days, to encounter such a scene, now Shin Mo's reason had already run wild like a runaway horse. "Shinemo, why are you here?" Suyu felt inexplicably guilty, but had only been a few days since she returned. Was it really necessary to be this fierce? Ken let go of Suyu's waist and greeted Shin Emo, saying, "Teacher Shin, long time no see." He had choreographed dances for Shin Emo before. Ken, at 188 centimeters tall, looked quite harmonious standing next to Suyu, but Shin Emo found the scene inexplicably irritating. Ignoring Ken, Shin Emo strode forward and grabbed Suyu, saying, "Come back with me." "What's wrong with you, Shin Emo?" Suyu shook off his hand, fearing that causing a scene in the company would lead to tomorrow's scandal. "He'll say it again, come back with me," Shin Emo said, enunciating each word. "I refuse. Why should I go with you? I still need to practice dance with Ken." Suyu was getting angry. Had Shin Emo eaten gunpowder today? She wasn't anyone to him, so why should she leave with him? Thinking of dance practice, Shin Emo recalled the earlier scene that had made his heart ache, anger flaring up again. "You would rather stay and dance with him than come with me." Suyu was infuriated by Shin Mo's unreasonable behavior, blurted out, "Exactly." Shin Mo's fists clenched tightly, then he loosened them after a moment, giving a self-deprecating smile. "Fine, then I'll leave. Enjoy your dance." With that, he turned and walked away. Suyu watched Shin Mo's lonely and resolute back, wanting to call out to him for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. Shin Emo, lost in despair, leaned against the elevator, as if he were a golden retriever abandoned by its owner. All his spirit drained, his whole being slumped down. Suyu was not faring much better, standing dazed in place. Shin Emo had become inexplicably strange today, and she was not much different, as she could not even understand her own heart. Ken, watching this somewhat melodramatic scene, perhaps felt it was a little sweet. As an observer, he had already figured out the situation between them. Love always makes people act inexplicably and unreasonably. He understood that Suyu had no mood to dance anymore, so he patted her shoulder in comfort, saying, "I have things to do tonight. Let's end class early today." With that, Ken left, and Suyu sat alone in the dance studio, staring blankly at the floor. It wasn't until Xiao Qiu came to ask her if she wouldn't be practicing tonight, and if she was going home. Suyu nodded absent-mindedly, following Xiao Qiu like a wandering soul. Xiao Qiu felt a bit uneasy seeing her like this, protecting her all the way until she entered her house. As night fell, both Shin Emo and Suyu were at home, yet neither turned on the lights. Their moods were as dark as the dim space around them. Woof woof. Wan leaped into Suyu's arms, licking her face vigorously. It had accompanied its owner from dawn until dusk, sensing that something was off with her mood, having been lost in thought for quite some time. Finally brought back to reality by Wan's slobber, Suyu looked at her dark home and turned on the floor lamp beside the sofa, the gentle glow enveloping her and Wan. Suyu hugged Wan tightly, suddenly feeling an urge to confide. Regardless of whether Wan could understand, she poured out everything that happened today and her past with Shin Emo. "Wan, what's wrong with me? And what about Shin Emo?" After speaking, she did not expect Wan to respond. She just needed an outlet for her emotions. Wan didn't quite understand, but as a dog it was already quite clever. It may not grasp everything, but it understood one thing: that annoying guy next door had upset its owner. Wan ran to the balcony, barking angrily at the neighbor. "Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. You annoying brat, dare to bully my owner. If you come out, I'll bite you." Hearing the barking, Shin Emo walked to the balcony and noticed that the neighbor's light was on. Suyu had returned. He wanted to see her immediately, but recalling what had happened today, he hesitated. He was human too, and could feel hurt. Did Suyu really not care about him at all? Shin Imo felt a bit dizzy and sad. His face turned pale, his cheeks flushed while his hands and feet felt icy. After returning home in a fit of rage, Shin Imo first took a cold shower without drying his hair, blasting himself with the cold air from the air conditioner, hoping to cool off. However, that did not ease his anger. Instead, he caught a cold. With Suyu not returning for a few days, he had not slept well either, coupled with a busy work schedule, and after getting angry today, Shinmo finally broke down. He didn't even realize that he was actually running a fever. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and Shin Imo could no longer hold on, collapsing on the balcony. Woof woof. Wanwan was stunned. Oh, was it really that powerful? Just barking at him a few times caused him to faint. When Shin Imo fainted, he knocked over a cup that was on the adjacent balcony table, the sound of shattering glass drawing Suyu over. Suyu hurried to the balcony and saw Shin Imo lying amidst the glass shards on the neighboring balcony. Her heart seemed to momentarily stop as she tightly gripped the balcony railing, shouting, "Shin Imo, what happened to you?" Shin Imo lay motionless on the ground, yet he still had some awareness. Hearing Suyu's worried call brought him a bit of joy. "So you really do care about me?" Suyu rushed out of her house, hurriedly inputting the password for Shin Mo's door, rushing to the balcony to support him in her arms. Only upon holding him did she realize how hot he was. "Shin Imo, wake up." "Shin Imo?" The ground was littered with glass shards. Suyu carefully propped him up, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, and helped him to the bed. Shin Imo had actually already woken up, but he kept his eyes closed, appearing weak, tightly holding on to Suyu's shoulder. Once they reached the room, just as Suyu was about to lay him on the bed, he pretended to be weak and pulled Suyu down with him, his entire weight pressing on her. Shin Imo, at 1.9 meters tall, was all muscle, weighing 160 pounds, and he pressed down on Suyu intentionally or unintentionally, making it impossible for her to get up. Shin Imo felt as if Suyu was entirely enveloped by him, a sense of security and satisfaction flooding through him, and he finally lost consciousness completely. "Shin Imo, you get up. You're making it hard for me to breathe." Shin Imo was feverish and dazed, his burning forehead pressed against Suyu's cool neck. The heat startled Suyu. How could he be so hot? Was he going to burn himself? Silly. She pushed him again. "Shin Imo, hurry up and get up." Shin Imo remained unmoving, as if he were delirious from the fever, mumbling incoherently. Suyu listened for a long time before finally discerning what he was saying. "Suyu, don't ignore me. Suyu, don't dance with him." Suyu frowned slightly. Was he still brooding over what happened during "Suyu, I like you"? The impact of this sentence was as devastating as an atomic bomb explosion, reducing Suyu to fragments. Did Shinmashi like me? It was as if a hurricane blew away the gloom that enveloped Suyu, making everything so clear and bright, providing explanations for the oddities in her past interactions with Shinmashi. Shinmashi was now completely disoriented, his forehead growing hotter. Suyu pushed him away forcefully. This was not the time to think about unrelated matters. She needed to hurry and take him to the hospital. But going to the hospital like this would mean the media would misreport again tomorrow. Suyu called Fong Yuan. Upon hearing that his young master was ill, Fong Yuan became anxious like an ant on a hot pan, and within 10 minutes he arrived with the Shun family's family doctor. Several doctors arrived, bringing portable blood testing equipment. Half an hour later, the doctor made a diagnosis. "Young Master Shun has just caught a cold. Oh, with some medication, he will recover quickly." The doctor set up an 4 for Shinmashi. After administering the medication, his fever had significantly subsided. One doctor stayed behind while the others left. Fong Yuan looked at his young master with concern. It had been a long time since the young master had fallen ill, and this time it was quite severe. Suyu stayed by the side, staring blankly at Shunmashi's pale, handsome face. Reflecting on Shunmashi's confession, just now she felt unprepared. How would she face him in the future? By the early hours of the morning, Shunmashi's fever had completely subsided, and the doctor said there was nothing serious. Fong Yuan understood the young master's feelings and sent the doctor away. He then said to Suyu, "Ms. Su, the young master is still not awake. He usually doesn't like others staying in his house for long. I will leave now, the young master is in your care." Suyu, who used to be carefree, now began to understand some of the implications. Why did Shinmashi, who disliked others staying in his house, tolerate her presence? Could it be that she had already been unique in Shunmashi's heart? Seeing Suyu in a daze with no reaction, Fong Yuan thought that something must have happened when the young master went to the entertainment venue last night. He had other tasks and was not aware of it. However, he was clear about the young master's heart. No matter how things changed, keeping Miss Su by the young master's side was the right thing to do. Thus, even without a response, Fong Yuan slipped away. Only Suyu and Shinmashi remained in the room. Suyu leaned by the bed, gazing at Shinmashi's profile, which resembled rising peaks, not understanding what exactly he liked about her. Once many girls liked her. Now being liked by a man felt indescribably strange. Suyu lay on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, and eventually fell asleep. Early in the morning, the first rays of dawn filtered through the room's sheer curtains, casting light on Shinmashi's face. He frowned slightly and awoke slowly. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Suyu sleeping beside the bed. Suyu had stayed up half the night and was really exhausted. The sunlight outside had no effect on her sleep. Shinmashi's memories only went back to the moment he had pressed Suyu down last night. He had no recollection of what happened afterward. However, looking at the needle mark on the back of his hand, he knew that Fang Yuan had brought doctors over last night. Shinmashi sat up feeling a bit sore, but he was no longer in serious trouble. He picked Suyu up gently and placed her back on the bed. This movement finally woke her up. Suyu quickly sat up. Shinmashi, you're awake. How do you feel? Shinmashi felt somewhat parched and picked up the cup of water from the bedside table to sip. I'm fine now. Oh. After that there was a mutual silence between them. Suyu didn't know how to face Shinmashi, who liked her, while Shinmashi was still upset about what happened yesterday. Their thoughts were not aligned, resulting in a misunderstanding. As Suyu pondered how to start the conversation, Shinmashi, expressionless, coldly said, I'm fine now, but you can go back. Suyu, didn't you say you liked me? Is this how you express your feelings? Suyu felt somewhat displeased, but as a former sea king she adhered to the principles of passing through a garden of flowers without a single petal touching her, and being able to take up and let go. Who cares about your feelings? Suyu left in a huff. The house, now devoid of Suyu, and any expectations, was as cold as before. Shinmashi, unwilling to stay in such a house, went to the company. Last night, after Shinmashi fell ill, the family doctor didn't hide it from his parents, and today he reported the situation truthfully to Shun Yunrei and Lu Yun. What? Mashi is sick. How is he now? The family doctor knew that Yu Lingxue was considered a close family friend of the Shuns, so he respectfully replied, he's fine now. According to Fang Yuan, young Master Shun has gone to work at the company this morning. Even though Mashi is sick, why is he still going to work? The family doesn't need him to do anything, right, Aunt? Lu Yun was initially a bit worried, but after hearing the doctor's answer she felt relieved. As for Shin Yunrui, he regarded this small matter lightly. Shinmashi had grown up so much, catching a cold was something only children got, wasn't it? Mashi is already an adult, he can handle this small issue. However, he hasn't returned home lately, so we should call him back tonight. I'll make some soup for him. Lingxue, please stay for dinner tonight. Lu Yun quite liked Yu Lingxue, who was beautiful and poised. Yu Lingxue was delighted but still wore an elegant and dignified smile. Sure, I'd be happy to. I'll go to the company to see Mashi first, and then come back with him tonight. Alright, drive carefully. Mashi can be quite stubborn. If he says something that upsets you, don't take it to heart. Lu Yun increasingly liked Yu Lingxue, and was happy about her going to find Shinmashi. Thus Yu Lingxue went to the company to find Shinmashi. Shinmashi was still in a bad mood today. When the boss was in a bad mood, the result was that the entire company suffered, and the atmosphere was low. Yu Lingxue came to find the boss, but the employees were hesitant to face him at this time. In the end, only Fang Yuan was pushed forward to take the heat. Fang Yuan was likely one of the only two people in the company who understood Shinmashi's thoughts besides Pan Yushan. But since Yu Lingxue was here, he couldn't just keep it a secret. Especially since Yu Lingxue had brought the latest directive. I'm here to see Mashi. I heard he's sick, and Aunt wants me to take him home for dinner later. Fang Yuan could only go in to find Shinmashi. Young Master, Miss Yu is here to see you. Shinmashi was still in a low mood and his tone was a bit impatient. Who is she? I don't want to see her. Fang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly added, it's Miss Yu Lingxue from the Yu family. She said that the lady wants you to come home for dinner tonight. I don't want to see her, Yu, I'm not going back. An irritated Shinmashi left the office, deciding to go to the gym to sweat it out. Perhaps exercising would ease his frustration. Maybe. Unexpectedly, Yu Lingxue came in without permission and ran into him as he exited the office. Mashi, I came to see you. Are you feeling alright? Yu Lingxue eagerly approached him like a light and cheerful bird, stopping in front of him. Shinmashi, however, ignored her and walked past. Being so overlooked by Shinmashi in front of everyone made Yu Lingxue feel somewhat embarrassed, but she still jogged to keep up with him. And wants me to come home with you for dinner later, Mashi, wait for me. Shinmashi completely ignored her, relying on his familiarity with the company's layout to swiftly shake off Yu Ling. Yu Lingxue was left behind, standing there gritting her teeth. Suddenly her assistant stepped forward, taking out a voice recorder. Sister Shui, I recorded it, but do we really want to do this? Yu Lingxue thought of Lu Yun, who had been kind to her today, clearly pleased with her. She would eventually become a daughter-in-law of the Shin family, it was just a matter of time. There were too many women around Mashi with ulterior motives. She was merely securing her position in advance to make it clear to those who were clueless, especially someone like Suyu, to back off. Let it out, keep it clean, and don't let anyone find out it was us. Understood. Not long after, a trending topic titled, Shin Tianwang and Yu Lingxue rumored to be in a relationship, possibly engaged, exploded on Weibo, almost crashing the platform. At first the netizens thought it was just the ramblings of a marketing account, but unexpectedly a recording was released later, subtly indicating that there was some truth to it. The audio said, Emo Shirgu, I came to see you, how are you? Aunt asked me to have dinner with you at home later, wait for me. This recording sent the netizens into a frenzy. Are they really at the stage of going home to meet each other's parents for dinner? They really kept it under wraps well. Exactly, if this recording hadn't been leaked, who knows how long they could have kept it hidden. Shin Emo Shi's fans were also on the verge of breaking down. No. I refuse to believe that my brother is with Yu Lingxue. Yu Lingxue is not worthy of my brother. Calm down, there is only Yu Lingxue's voice on this recording. Forget about Shun Mo. Sure, did any of you hear? Yeah, I'm furious too. I didn't expect this. Maybe she's just acting alone. Let's not make a fuss and give this marketing account more attention. Let's quietly wait for my brother's clarification post. Write quickly the company's official blog and ask them to clarify. Thus, a large number of Shun Mo Sure's fans flooded into Tianyu Entertainment's official blog demanding a clarification post. Pan Yushan hurriedly found Shun Mo Sure. He needed to clarify the origins of these recordings first. Mo Sure, take a look what exactly is going on. You and Yuling Shui can't really be together, right? You were just telling me you liked Suyu. Shun Mo Sure stepped off the treadmill, glancing at the trending topic labeled Fei on Pan Yushan's phone, scoffing its nonsense. Pan Yushan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then I'll go handle the clarification public relations. Just as Pan Yushan turned around, Shun Mo Sure called him back. Wait, don't do the public relations yet. Why? If this matter continues to ferment, it will be hard to control, and it will give Yuling Shui unnecessary attention. Pan Yushan was a bit puzzled by Shun Mo Sure's thought process. I want to see how Suyu reacts to this. Shun Mo Sure's eyes darkened if she remained indifferent. It was impossible to let Suyu go, not just in this life, but even in the next. If she still acted like this, he would have to take coercive measures. Pan Yushan instantly understood Shun Mo Sure's intentions. Tisk, as the top star of the entertainment industry, Mo Sure was quite useless. He hadn't even managed to win over Suyu. However, Suyu was indeed quite capable, too. She had managed to capture the top star, Shun Mo Sure, early on. Alright, I'll give you a little more time. By tomorrow at the latest, you must clarify this, or it will have too great an impact on you. No one who can affect me has been born yet. Shun Mo Sure walked into the gym's accompanying shower room, planning to take a shower before heading home. Pan Yushan rolled his eyes at Shun Mo Sure's back. TSK. No one has been born yet. Suyu's influence on you has almost changed you beyond recognition. When Shun Mo Sure returned home composed and calm, Suyu had not yet come back. Shun Mo Sure reassured himself it was alright, she would definitely be back soon, so he prepared some delicious food to wait for her. However, after Shun Mo Sure had prepared a full table of dishes, Suyu still had not returned. He waited. It got dark and she still hadn't come back. He waited in vain. The food cooled and reheated, then cooled again. Reheating it again would ruin its taste, yet Suyu still had not returned. Shun Mo Sure dumped all the cold and unappetizing dishes into the trash, sealing away all his expectations and hopes along with them. She wouldn't return. Hell, what was I even expecting? Suyu didn't like me, isn't that a fact I've always been clear about? Darkness consumed Shun Mo Sure entirely. In fact, Suyu still didn't know about this. She had a last-minute engagement today, recording a variety show indoors, and was still filming. Originally, it wasn't supposed to be her. The originally scheduled artist suddenly had something come up and couldn't make it. The show was about to start, and they couldn't cancel just because one artist was missing. The show's producer just happened to be a friend of Wen Hongxing, and saving the day was like putting out a fire, so they brought Suyu in to fill in. By 11 p.m., the recording finally finished, and Suyu retrieved her phone from Xiaoqiu. As soon as she unlocked it, Weibo pushed a trending topic to her with the title Shun Mo Sure and Yuling Shui's relationship exposed. A short line of text deeply pierced her eyes. Clicking on the trending search, it initially was just the term Fei, but since Shun Mo Sure hadn't clarified in time, it had already escalated to Bao. She read through it quickly, and even listened to the recording that netizens called the smoking gun, and Suyu was filled with rage. This is what you call liking me. Shun Mo Sure, you are finished. Suyu yanked the driver from the driver's seat, took the wheel herself, and sped home. If it weren't for a shred of rationality left, she might have run a red light. The place where the program was recorded was a bit far from her home. Usually it would take over an hour, yet Suyu made it home in 40 minutes. At that moment, Shun Mo Sure was on the verge of going berserk, dangerously close to losing control, when Suyu burst through his front door. With a heavy punch, she hit the switch for the living room light, instantly illuminating the entire house and brightening Shun Mo Sure's darkened heart. Shun Mo Sure stared blankly at Suyu, who was striding towards him with an imposing presence. Today, she had recorded a program with a punk style that was simply too cool, and coupled with her furious expression, she was truly powerful. Suyu pushed the still-standing Shun Mo Sure down onto the sofa, looking down at him. Shun Mo Sure, what do you mean? What do you mean? Shun Mo Sure's parched heart seemed to suddenly welcome a spring rain, reviving everything, yet he still appeared a bit dazed. Suyu was enraged to see such a Shun Mo Sure. Did he say he liked her? He must mean Yuling Shui. However, after driving for a while and thinking about it, she realized that she truly could not tolerate anyone standing beside Shun Mo Sure, regardless of whether they were male or female. Just the thought of Shun Mo Sure's past kindness and tenderness towards her, those pampering smiles he had shown being given to another person, ignited her fury. She now understood her own heart. She liked Shun Mo Sure, and he belonged to her alone. No one should even think about taking him away from her. Suyu bent down and forcefully grabbed Shun Mo Sure's collar, shaking him as she glared at him. Shun Mo Sure, I hereby officially inform you that you are my personal property. Su, yes, and no one can lay a finger on you. After saying this, Suyu threw Shun Mo Sure onto the sofa, and covered him, sealing his lips with hers to prevent. In a moment, Shin Emo sure was left speechless, unable to react. First he was stunned by Su Ye's domineering declaration of possession, losing his ability to think, then he was overwhelmed by her passionate kiss, which lasted 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, the rejuvenated Shun Emo sure took the initiative, rolling over and deeply kissing her. It was unclear how long it had been, but Shinmo's lips had completely smeared Su Ye's lipstick. Reluctantly, he released her lips, knowing that any further kisses would lead to trouble. Su Yu nearly suffocated from the kiss. As soon as she gained her freedom, she took deep breaths to replenish her. Shun Emo buried his face in Su Ye's neck, laughing softly at first, then louder and louder. Ha! Su Yu wondered if Shin Emo had lost his mind, or if he had been scared silly by her earlier fierceness. Su Yu, I'm sorry and thank you. I apologize for making you unhappy, and for letting you confess first. Thank you for liking me too. Su Yu cupped Shinmo's face in her hands, examining him closely. He was still as handsome as ever and looked nothing like a fool, so why did his words seem so foolish? Shin Emo sat up, pulling Su Yu up to sit with him, then knelt on one knee, gazing deeply into her eyes, offering his long-overdue confession while holding her hand. Su Yu, I like you. From the first time I saw you, when you fiercely took down my 4 bodyguards, I liked you, but back then I didn't understand my own heart. The more I interacted with you, the more I liked you, until I became so enamored that I couldn't extricate myself, always worried about losing you. I am actually quite timid and cowardly. I have always been afraid to confess to you, fearing that you wouldn't even want to be friends. Seeing you so close to others, regardless of whether they are male or female, old or young, drives me nearly mad. You have completely integrated into my life, into my soul. If I were to lose you, my soul would never be whole again. Will you be with me and be my girlfriend? Shun Emo gazed at Su Yu with slightly red eyes filled with her image, eagerly awaiting her response of I do and the future with her. Su Yu was taken aback by Shinmo's heartfelt confession. Had he really liked her for so long? When had she started to? The feelings came from an unknown origin, deep and unwavering. Su Yu couldn't recall the exact moment Shin Emo entered her heart, but she knew he had completely settled in and locked the door, throwing the key into the sea. From then on, her sea would have only Shun Emo as its fish. I do. Upon hearing that heavenly I do, Shun Emo excitedly picked up Su Yu and spun her around. He was so happy at 27 years old. The happiest moment of his life was today, at this very moment. Su Yu felt dizzy from the spinning, repeatedly patting his chest to make him stop. Finally, Shun Emo, off balance from spinning, fell back onto the sofa, with Su Yu capturing her chin as he attempted to kiss her again. Su Yu quickly covered his mouth, reminding him that there were still matters to resolve. What is going on between you and Yu Lingxue? Shun Emo licked Su Ye's palm, causing her to quickly pull her hand away from the ticklish sensation. Now free to act, Shun Emo quickly set his sights on the target of his inquiry, swallowing all of Su Ye's grievances in one gulp. Having traveled through dozens of countries and tasted various cuisines, Shin Emo could confidently say that there was no delicacy in the world sweeter than Su Ye's lips, nor any dessert as smooth and tender as her lilacs. He didn't want to let go and was reluctant to part. It was only when the other tool of crime pressed against Su Ye's abdomen that Shun Emo barely regained his sanity at the edge of the cliff. Not yet at the point of complete wrongdoing, the would-be perpetrator, Shin Emo reluctantly released the nearly harmed. Su Yu had been kissed to the point of losing her temper, feeling limp and powerless in his embrace. Forget Yu Lingxue, forget Shin Emo. Su Yu struggled to stand up on her still weak legs, saying, I recorded a show all day today, and I'm exhausted. I need to go back to sleep. You handle the situation with Yu Lingxue yourself. Oh, I want to see the results I desire when I wake up tomorrow. Although he was reluctant to let her go, the online situation was indeed urgent and required immediate resolution. He was now a man with a family and could not let the netizens misunderstand. Understood. My queen. Shin Emo escorted Su Yu back, next door, exchanging glances with Wan Wan, who glared back at him for a while. In the end, Shin Emo conceded. After all, he still had something to ask of the dog. Take good care of your master. Woof woof. As if to say, you don't need to tell me, Wan Wan shot Shun Emo a glance before pushing the door shut with her backside. Su Yu was preparing to take a shower when she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Due to the hot weather and prolonged makeup, where without timely touch-ups her smoky eye makeup had become smudged, making her look much more frightening. Her lipstick was smeared from the kiss, making her look utterly unattractive, shocking herself. How could Shin Emo have brought himself to kiss her when she looked so ugly? If Su Yu knew that Shin Emo not only could kiss her, but also wanted to swallow her whole, she would not know how to feel. Currently, Shin Emo, who was regarded by Su Yu as a good child who was not picky about food, was in his study video, calling Pan Yushan, his expression cold and his tone critical. The clarification notice can be sent out now. I want to see this trending topic removed in 5 minutes, and we will sue the accounts that spread rumors, and as for Yu Lingxue, she is certainly not innocent. Pan Yushan noticed that Shun Emo had a small cut on the corner of his mouth, as if someone had bitten him. Though his expression was cold, his complexion was good, and he radiated a faint sense of joy. You and Su Yu? Upon hearing the names Su Yu, Shin Emo could no longer maintain his composure. His cold demeanor cracked like breaking ice, revealing a joyful sea beneath. She is now my girlfriend, Shun Mo said, grinning widely. Is that so? Congratulations on finally achieving. Pan Yushan was also happy for Shun Mo. He had never seen him so joyful. It was clear he had completely fallen. However, are you planning to go public? My suggestion is to keep it under wraps for now. Look at Yu Lingxue. Her fame is greater than Su Yes, and she has more fans, yet her platform was still attacked by your fans. If it were Su Yu, the outcome would be even worse. Shun Mo naturally wanted to make it public, immediately declaring to the world that Su Yu belonged to him, and that no one could easily touch her. He would even consider withdrawing from the entertainment industry for Su Yu, but she couldn't do the same. Su Yes' dream was to conquer the entertainment world. He couldn't be that selfish. Shin Mo's good mood finally took a slight dip as he furrowed his brow. We'll discuss this later. First, we need to deal with the Yu Lingxue situation. Alright, Pan Yushan agreed. Soon fans finally received the clarification notice from Tianhui Entertainment, along with a lawyer's letter sent to a long list of rumor-mongering accounts and bots. One of the letters was also addressed to Yu Lingxue. Netizens erupted again. Now when they clicked on the trending topic, the previously trending Shun Mo and Yu Lingxue's relationship exposed had been replaced with Shun Mo sends lawyer's letter to Yu Lingxue. Netizens were overwhelmed by today's drama with the plot twists and turns that was already past midnight, yet the online excitement was still high. The comments under this trending topic quickly escalated. Shun Mashi rejected Yu Lingxue's confession and even threw a heartless lawyer's letter at her. Finally, the clarification announcement has arrived. Yu Lingxue hasn't responded to this matter yet. Is it true or not? It must be fake. Didn't you see that they directly sent a lawyer's letter? Speaking of which, why did they send a lawyer's letter? This information wasn't even leaked by Yu Lingxue, right? Yu Lingxue is definitely not innocent. The recording only contains her voice. Does she think everyone else is a fool? This is called framing, trying to pin the blame on Shin Mashi. Shin Mashi gave her a day to clarify, and she didn't show up. Now she's really been slapped in the face. Yu Lingxue looked at the image of the lawyer's letter and the mockery from netizens filled with anger and sadness. Is brother Mashi really this heartless? Once someone had tried to stir up rumors with him, and he ignored it. Why did he send her a lawyer's letter now? At that moment, a capable woman rushed in, and it was Yu Lingxue's manager. Lingxue, what should we do now? I advised you not to do this before, but you insisted on going your own way. How do we end this now? The manager was also frantic. Yu Lingxue's face was icy. This is your job. You handle the aftermath. Don't bother me. I didn't hire you to complain about me. The manager was incredulous, almost laughing in anger. When the contract period was over, she wouldn't want to manage Yu Lingxue. The manager hurriedly left to clean up the mess for Yu Lingxue. Half an hour later, Yu Lingxue's studio also released a statement shifting all the blame to unscrupulous paparazzi and marketing accounts, claiming the recording was obtained by the paparazzi who bribed their staff, and they were unaware of it. They expressed deep apologies for the damage caused to Mr. Shun Mashi's reputation and for occupying public resources. Netizens once again re-evaluated Yu Lingxue's team, thinking, are they really treating us like fools? Tisk, this is truly beyond words. Was I blind in the past? Why did I fan over such a person? It is well known that Yu Lingxue is infatuated with Shin Mashi. Isn't he being too harsh? While the views from upstairs are truly remarkable, just because someone like Shin Mashi does he have to respond to everyone? He has over 200 million fans, so would he respond to each one? Exactly. I also like Shin Mashi, but as long as I can see him from afar, I'm satisfied. I would never disturb his private life. At this moment, Yu Lingxue also felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have been so impulsive. She hoped her aunt wouldn't go online and see all this. Unfortunately, Lu Yun was a surfing expert, as she would log into Su Yes fan forum every day to update her data. Naturally, she saw the uproar about the entertainment gossip online today. Yu Lingxue didn't seem that smart, having done such a foolish thing. As for her son, it was truly worrying. When would she find a daughter-in-law for him? The noisy night gradually calmed down, as Su Yu was already sleeping soundly, completely unconcerned about the online storm. As dawn broke, Shin Mashi got up early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for his girlfriend. As he was almost done with breakfast, Su Yu woke up just in time. Her biological clock was quite accurate, getting up around 7 every day. Once she got up, she quickly washed up and ran to the next room. Shin Mashi was still in the kitchen plating the breakfast when Su Yu suddenly hugged him from behind. Good morning, my boy. Shin Mashi's lips instantly curled into a smile as he turned around to embrace her. Good morning, my girlfriend. Looking at Su Yes' big cat-like eyes filled with only him felt wonderful. He couldn't help but lean down and place a gentle kiss on her eyelids. Cherishing and valuing her, he now held his whole world. Su Yu closed her eyes, savoring his cherry blossom-like light kiss, feeling a fullness she had never experienced with those girls in her previous life. In the past, she had flirted around in games, never truly liking anyone. It turns out this is what it feels like to really like someone. Su Yu couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck. Shin Mashi continued kissing downwards, finally capturing the lips he had been thinking about all night. Su Yu tiptoed, closed her eyes, and tried to respond to him. The sunlight outside filtered through the glass, quietly casting onto the two embracing figures in the quiet kitchen, where love flowed gently. After an unknown amount of time, Shinmashi finally released his voice slightly hoarse. The breakfast will get cold, let's eat. Suyu blinked her big cat-like eyes and smiled mischievously. I'm not eating breakfast, I want to eat you. After finishing her words, she took the initiative to kiss Shinmashi's thin lips, her red lips slightly parted, fragrant and alluring. Shinmashi was forced to endure this sweet torment, struggling to control himself, wanting to hold her tighter, while also wanting to push her away. Just as the string of reason in Shinmashi's mind was about to snap, Suyu finally released him. Shinmashi felt tormented, caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to treat this matter so rashly. Suyu deserved the best. He wanted to wait until the day she wore her wedding dress before embarking on a beautiful journey together. Are you satisfied now? Can we eat breakfast? Shinmashi's voice was so hoarse it was almost unrecognizable. He felt somewhat embarrassed, not wanting her to see. He pushed Suyu so she faced away from him as she sat at the dining table, then placed breakfast in front of her. You eat first, I'll be there shortly. After saying that, Shinmashi returned to his room to take another cold shower. This morning marked the second time he had bathed in cold water. Suyu could only eat breakfast alone in boredom. She had promised to come back soon, but she finished eating, and Shinmashi still hadn't returned. Over an hour later, Shinmashi finally emerged from the bathroom. Suyu, out of boredom, had already played 2 rounds of games. Shinmashi looked at her, who was so absorbed in her game, feeling frustrated. He sat heavily beside her. Suyu was in the crucial moment of the game, completely ignoring him. You're not paying. Be good, or I'll pamper you later. Suyu didn't even glance up from her phone. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Shinmashi hugged Suyu, rubbing his face against her neck. Suyu finally defeated the opposing crystal and put her phone aside, holding his face and squeezing it. Hurry and eat. Are you waiting for me to feed you? Yes, Shinmashi replied, unable to get the meat, so he had to drink some soup. I'm afraid you can't handle it, and you'll have to shower again, haha. Suyu smiled meaningfully, her slender white arms wrapped around his neck, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Are you sure you want me to feed you? A wave of tingling electricity surged from Shinmashi's tailbone to the crown of his head. This enchantment. In the end, Shinmashi, in order to avoid taking another cold shower, dared not let Suyu feed him. With a heart full of grievances, he finished the already cold breakfast, while Suyu sat across from him, smiling innocently. Do you want to make our relationship public? Shinmashi suddenly remembered this question and wanted to hear Suyu's opinion. Publicly acknowledging their relationship. Wouldn't that affect her ability to attract other girls? This absolutely cannot happen, but she couldn't say that directly, otherwise she would probably drown in Shinmashi's jealousy. Let's not make it public for now. I want to focus on my career. I don't want people to think I can only succeed because of you. Suyu seriously stated the standard answer. Shinmashi felt that Suyu's reluctance to go public was not for this reason, but he had no evidence, and had to accept this explanation. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Shinmashi stood up and pulled Suyu, saying, Let's go practice dance. Don't dance with Ken anymore, my skills are not worse than his. Oh my, this sourness. We might not even need to buy vinegar at home anymore. In fact, Suyu had already told Wen Hongxing that she didn't need Ken to teach her dance anymore, while Shinmashi was taking a shower. Wen Hongxing knew that she had been practicing day and night for the past few days, and thought she was too tired, so she allowed her to rest at home. This was truly a wonderful misunderstanding. Shinmashi's house was spacious, and one room had been converted into a dance studio, so they practiced dance directly at home, with an effect and experience that was no less than that of the company's dance studio. As soon as the music started, Suyu's innate dance DNA began to move, and before Shinmashi could start, Suyu was already dancing. Shinmashi exclaimed, reminiscent of when he first saw Suyu dance with Ken, though she was truly a person born to. Suyu had not seen the original choreography of this song, so she performed unique moves. This was her improvisation, yet it strangely matched the style of the song. Shinmashi did not confine himself to the original choreography and danced along with Suyu. As the stage king, Shinmashi's dancing skills were unmatched by Suyu at the moment. However, he was willing to cooperate with her, and dancing together was truly magnificent. A visual feast, though sadly their only audience was each other. Both Suyu and Shinmashi were very dedicated and serious about their work, so by the end of the day, they seemed to have returned to the state before they started dating, with no clinginess during practice. They even argued when they encountered disagreements, though in the end it was always Shinmashi who compromised. What could he do? He had to pamper his girlfriend. However, Shinmashi's compromises came with compensation. They pulled everything together, and at the end of practice, he made Suyu pay up. At 5 in the afternoon, Fong Yuan delivered groceries to Shinmashi's door. The young master's cooking skills were probably better than many restaurant chefs now. How could Miss Su not see the young master's virtues? Fong Yuan, carrying a large bag of groceries, muttered to himself. As soon as he opened Shinmashi's door, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Suyu was holding Shinmashi down in a chair, cradling his face in her hands, compensating for the losses from Shinmashi's compromise today. Fong Yuan was so shocked that he dropped the groceries, and the sound startled the two, lost in their compensation act. Shinmashi looked displeased at Fong Yuan, whose interruption of the compensation radiated a chill that made Suyu was unfazed. Her mindset was open. It was just a kiss, and being seen wasn't a big deal. She cheerfully greeted Fang Yuan. Shinmashi looked at Su Ye's slightly swollen lips from his kisses, and for some reason, he did not want others to see her like this. You go wash up and rest for a bit. I'll call you when the food is ready. Without waiting for Su Yu to respond, Shinmashi quickly pulled her back to her own house next door. Fang Yuan felt both happy and scared, happy that the young master finally won over Miss Su, and scared that he had unwittingly interrupted the young master's good fortune. Oh no, the young master wouldn't take back the house he helped him with the down payment, would he? Once Su Yu had returned, Shinmashi completely released the cold air, leaving Fang Yuan frozen in place. However, he had something to report. Bravely stepping forward, young master Miss Su's biological father, Su Jianya's company has gone bankrupt and owes a large amount of debt. All valuable properties under Su Jianya's name have been sold off. Keep an eye on him. Do not let them get close to Su Yu. Shinmashi snorted coldly, wanting Su Jianya to taste the suffering his beloved Au went through over the years. You can go now. From now on, you are not allowed to enter my house without permission. Understood, young master. I'll take my leave now. Seeing that Shinmashi had no further instructions, Fang Yuan quickly slipped away. Speaking of Su Jianya, he was indeed having a tough time right now. Not long ago, he met a big investor at a party who was quite generous and hit it off with him, wanting to invest in his company to develop new business and expand old ones. Su Jianya had no reason to refuse. However, he did not expect this to be a trap. He staked all his wealth, but the big investor suddenly vanished, and he couldn't find a trace of him. The project had already been developed and funds were invested. He gritted his teeth, sold several houses and his large villa, as well as his private collection, and borrowed a lot of money just to barely cover the funding gap. However, the big investor fleeing was just the beginning of a nightmare. Their original clients canceled their partnerships. Then industry giants who had originally looked down on small companies suddenly pressed them hard to repay, and the new business, which had not yet reached a harvest, faced both internal and external troubles, ultimately leading to the collapse of their small company and declaring bankruptcy. Now the three of them were crammed into a rented small house. Zhang Lian was no longer refined, and Su Yuan could no longer attend the expensive private school. The three of them quarreled every day over trivial matters. How could I end up with such a useless man? Zhang Lian glared at Su Jianya, who was drunkenly slumped at home, filled with anger. You drink at home every day without going out to work. Do you want us to starve? Stop drinking. Zhang Lian snatched the bottle from Su Jianya's hand. Since Su Jianya's company went bankrupt, he had been downcast and unable to recover, relying on alcohol to numb himself every day. Now even his only solace had been taken away by Zhang Lian. With alcohol clouding his mind, he stood up and forcefully grabbed back the bottle. If you love me, then get lost. Drunk people are incredibly strong. Su Jianya slapped Zhang Lian, sending her crashing to the ground. Shut up. Can't you be quiet for a minute? I can't even read. Su Yuan came out of her room and yelled at the two, leaving them stunned. Then she slammed the door shut, not even glancing at her mother, who lay on the ground with a bleeding lip. Zhang Lian looked around at the shabby rental house and her alcoholic, abusive husband, then at her own disheveled self. This life was unbearable. That night, Zhang Lian took all their belongings and her daughter and ran away. Originally, Su Yuan didn't want to leave and didn't allow her mother to take the money, but her mother said she wanted to find her first love, who was also Su Yuan's biological father. Su Yuan was stunned. Was she not her father's biological child? When Su Jianya finally opened his drowsy eyes, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The mother and daughter had long vanished without a trace. Su Jianya stepped out of his room. The house was eerily silent, utterly empty. No one remained. Not even a meal left for him on the table, as had been customary. Zhang Lian, where the hell are you? Why haven't you cooked? Zhang Lian. He rushed to his daughter's room next door, still empty. Yet the room was disheveled, as if ransacked. Had thieves broken in? Su Jianya hurried back to his own room and rummaged through a drawer tucked deep inside the wardrobe. Nothing. His last few tens of thousands of yuan, money he'd hoarded with reluctance, along with cherished collectibles and Zhang Lian's more valuable jewelry, had all disappeared. Moreover, several of Zhang Lian's favorite garments were also gone. Had that wretched woman fled with his fortune? Fury blazing within him, Su Jianya frantically searched for his phone, only to find it missing. All that remained was a solitary SIM card lying inside her vanity drawer, his own. Beside it lay a folded note. As Su Jianya unfolded it, the words struck him like a physical blow. His face flushed crimson with rage, then drained deathly pale before surging scarlet once more. Dizzy and reeling, he collapsed onto the bed. The note fluttered silently to the floor. The note bore a few lines written with such furious pressure the paper nearly tore. Each stroke radiating seething resentment. Su Jianya, I can no longer endure life with a man who bears no responsibility and possesses no capability. I have taken all the household funds as compensation for the youth I wasted on you. I've also taken Yuan. Oh, and one thing you ought to know, Yuan isn't your daughter at all. She is the child of my first love. Haha. Yuan isn't my daughter. Zhang Lian, you wretch. You betrayed me, made me a cuckold, a fool who unwittingly raised another man's child. Su Jianya lay motionless on the bed for a long while before regaining his senses. Penniless, abandoned by wife and daughter, his home stripped bare. How precisely had he sunk so low? Starving and desperate, he suddenly recalled Su-yu, the eldest daughter, now 20 years old and legally an adult. Surely she owed him filial support. At that thought, Su-janya slowly sat up. Yes, he wasn't yet at the end of the road. He still had one daughter. He remembered the old residential complex where Su-yu used to live with her maternal grandfather. Scouring every corner of the house, he eventually unearthed a few scattered coins. After transferring across multiple buses, he finally arrived at the dilapidated compound. When he knocked on the door of his former father-in-law's apartment, the one etched in memory, it swung open not to a familiar face, but to an unfamiliar middle-aged woman with sharp triangular eyes that promised trouble. Who are you? What do you want? She frowned impatiently, scanning him up and down. I'm looking for Su-yu. Never heard of her. Don't know anyone by that name. With a sharp thud, she slammed the door shut, nearly crushing Su-janya's nose. Su-janya nearly choked on his fury. Who in his former life would have dared treat him so? All this ruin traced back to Zhang Lian, that vile harlot who'd carried another man's bastard and lured him into marriage. Muttering curses, Su-janya descended the stairs, only to meet an elderly neighbor who'd lived in the building for decades and still recognized him. Oh my, aren't you little Yu's father? Whatever happened to you? Look at you. This neighbor was notorious throughout the compound, gossipy, sharp-tongued, and perpetually sniffing for petty advantage. Su-janya couldn't recall her name, but her recognition was promising. Perhaps she knew Su-yu's whereabouts. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you happen to know where Su-yu and her grandfather are now? Huh? Who are you calling ma'am? Do I look that old? With your wretched wrinkled face, I should call you uncle. Her voice was rapid fire and piercing. Her words drummed into Su-janya's skull, intensifying his— Wait, please. Sister, could you just tell me where Su-yu is? Su-janya massaged his temples, gritting. Sister, don't go throwing titles around. If my husband hears you, he'll skin you alive. I've got 5 brothers, all of them. Hey, I wasn't finished yet. Su-janya turned away, jaw clenched, and stormed down the stairs, asking her for help. His mind must have been crushed in a door. If he couldn't confront her, he'd simply avoid her altogether. Your daughter Su-yu is now a huge celebrity. You didn't know, she called after his retreating back. What? Su-janya spun around, stunned, his brow arching in disbelief. Su-yu celebrity. What a failure you are as a father. First cheating and abandoning your wife and child, now not even knowing your own daughter has become a star. TSK, TSK, TSK. Stunned silence gave way to unrestrained laughter. A revelation, monumental, electrifying. Su-yu was famous, and fame meant wealth. If Su-yu was wealthy, then, without rounding, he was wealthy too. Blood surged through his veins, his head cleared. He bounded down the stairs 3 steps at a time. He needed to learn everything about Su-yu now. Ah, how foolish he'd been. No matter her flaws, she was still his daughter. Why hadn't he paid attention? Why had he only just learned she was a star? With no phone, his only recourse was an internet cafe. These days most had shuttered. Only a few hybrid caffeinet bars remained downtown. Now that he knew Su-yu was rich, Su-janya dismissed the bus entirely. He hailed a taxi with his remaining coins and sped straight to the city center. The moment he stepped out downtown, a young woman with a single ponytail came barreling toward him, nearly knocking him over. Oh, sorry, uncle. Are you all right? Hurry up. If we're late, Su-yu will be gone. After racing all this way, we can't miss her even for a second. A second girl, twin pigtails bouncing, urged her on. They'd traveled from a county town 2 hours ago. Upon hearing Su-yu would appear today at a downtown mall. Who did you say? Su-yu. Where is she? Su-janya's face flushed crimson at the name. Even the twin pigtailed girl paused mid-please, startled by his intensity. Uncle, are you a fan of Su-yu's too? Then you'd better hurry. She's leaving any minute. We're off. And hand in hand they dashed away. In that instant, Su-janya felt 30 years younger. His legs flew forward with unprecedented speed. Su-yu, his beloved daughter, was just ahead. Su-janya ran wildly towards the direction of the crowd. However, age had taken its toll, and after running for a while he could no longer move. By the time he finally arrived at the mall entrance, he was blocked outside by layers of people, making it impossible to squeeze in. At that moment, Su-yu happened to come out of the mall exuding an air of elegance. Her exquisite beauty and an aura of nobility that ordinary people could only envy triggered waves of screams from the crowd. Even those who were not familiar with luxury could tell that Su-yu's clothes and accessories were extremely expensive. After all, Su-janya, who had experienced a brief period of affluence, knew that the brand she wore was something even the notoriously extravagant Zhang Lian wouldn't buy for herself. In Su-janya's eyes, Su-yu was more dazzling than the sun in the sky. He shouted her name, but with everyone else calling her name, his voice was drowned out by the cries of the crowd. With his throat hoarse from shouting, all he could do was watch helplessly as Su-yu got into a low-key luxurious nanny car and drove away. Was that really his daughter? So exquisite and beautiful, even the back of her head radiated nobility, surrounded by so many staff and fervent fans. Even the exterior walls of the mall were covered with enormous posters of Su-yu. It was simply amazing. Ecstatic, Su-janya failed to notice that ever since he left his rented room, someone had been following him. With no money left to go to an internet cafe, he intended to casually ask a fan about Su Ye's situation when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Su Jianya turned around in confusion. "Excuse me, are you Su Ye's father?" The person smiled amiably, raising no alarms. "Yes, I am. Who are you? How do you know I'm her dad?" Su Jianya was delighted, feeling like he had just been given a pillow when he was about to doze off. "Actually, Miss Su just saw you, but under the circumstances earlier she couldn't talk to you. She sent me to fetch you now." "Really? That's wonderful. Let's go, I haven't eaten all day and am starving." Su Jianya happily got into the other person's car. Half an hour later, however, Su Jianya noticed that the route the car was taking was becoming increasingly off track, heading towards the wilderness. "Where are we going? Aren't we going to see Su Yu?" Su Jianya began to panic. Could this be some bad people planning to harm him? "Don't worry, we will be there soon." The person who had been smiling moments ago now wore a grim expression, sending chills down Su Jianya's spine. After another half hour, the car finally stopped, and Su Jianya was unceremoniously thrown out. Trembling, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated and abandoned building in the middle of nowhere was just the perfect spot for a murder scene as seen on television. "Who are you? Where's my daughter? I want to see Su Yu. Didn't she say she wanted to see me?" Su Jianya shouted feebly, trying to appear formidable. "Miss Su didn't see you at all and knows nothing about your current situation." The person who brought him there wore a smile again, but Su Jianya felt a chill rise from his feet to the top of his head. As Su Jianya was frantically brainstorming ways to escape, 3 more cars arrived. 2 regular cars flanked a stretched Bugatti Veyron in the middle, their engines roaring in the abandoned building like the growl of a demon. Then 7 or 8 burly men in suits and sunglasses got out of the ordinary cars and immediately subdued Su Jianya. "Who are you? What do you want?" The 7 or 8 men hit him a few times, targeting the painful spots. In just a few minutes, Su Jianya's body was covered in bruises. At that moment, the door of the Bugatti Veyron finally opened, and out stepped someone so breathtakingly beautiful that Su Jianya felt even the slightest change in his breathing was an offense. This stunning figure illuminated the gloomy and dilapidated building. In addition to an appearance that overshadowed ordinary people, this person emanated an overwhelming aura that made Su Jianya feel increasingly breathless as they approached. Lying on the ground, struggling to prop himself up, Su Jianya reflected on how the more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it could be, just like this person who seemed to be standing at the apex of the pyramid. Why was he seeking trouble with him? Shinmashi looked down at Su Jianya, who resembled a pile of mud, his brow slightly furrowed. How could such a person have caused Su Yu to suffer for over a decade? "Su Jianya, do you have any regrets?" Shinmashi spoke softly, his voice icy. "Regret what? I've regretted so many things. As you saw, Su Yu, whom you abandoned, has now become someone you can only look up to from afar." This was indeed the thing he regretted the most. Had he known Su Yu would achieve so much after growing up, he would never— Are you still fantasizing about having a loving father-daughter relationship with Su Yu? If she doesn't forgive you, are you going to— Having his thoughts laid bare by someone else, Su Jianya felt a moment of embarrassment, but Su Yu was indeed his daughter. The law required her to support him. Fang Yuan brought over a chair, sitting cross-legged, resting his chin on one hand, a slight smirk on his lips. His deep dark eyes seemed to emit a tangible murderous intent that enveloped Su Jianya. "I advise you not to entertain such thoughts." In that moment, Su Jianya felt that this person truly wanted to kill him. The hairs on the back of Su Jianya's neck stood up, his face turning deathly pale, hardly daring to breathe. Fang Yuan stepped forward, looking at Su Jianya with an expression of official business. "Mr. Su, I have 2 choices for you. The Shun Group has a diamond mine in South Africa, and considering you at least gave Miss Su life, we can arrange for you to go there as a manager." "The Shun Group? Is it the Shun Group I'm thinking of? A top-tier company ranked among the world's top 50. Yes, it's the Shun Group you're thinking of." Fang Yuan's formulaic smile gained a hint of pride. "What is your relationship with my daughter? I want to see my daughter, or else I won't believe what you say." Hearing that the Shun Group has only one heir, could it be this person? He looked somewhat familiar, and was he also a celebrity? Both he and Su Yu were celebrities, so what was their relationship? Considering his demeanor, it seemed he had feelings for Su Yu. If he truly liked her, could he possibly become a relative of the Shun Group? Su Jianya's expression shifted repeatedly until he concluded that this person was very likely the heir of the Shun Group, and also had feelings for his daughter. If Su Yu married into the Shun family, wouldn't he then be able to rise into high society? This was his lifelong dream. As he thought of this, Su Jianya's face instantly transformed from pale to flushed with excitement. Forget about South Africa. Even if he became the father-in-law of a great figure there, it would be useless. He wanted to stay in Huawei, to be by Su Ye's side and not go anywhere. These words fell on Su Jianya's head like a bucket of ice water, leaving him thoroughly chilled to the bone. Several black-clad men closed in again, the spots that were just hit throbbing with pain. They were not joking. It was entirely possible they could kill him. "What? Then when can I come back? And before I go, can I see Xiao Yu?" Su Jianya's face turned pale, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Xiao Yu had missed so much paternal love over the years. If he were to return, she might be grateful and tearfully beg him not to leave. Shun Moshishi's patience was at an end as he stood up ready to leave. Fang Yuan, handle it cleanly. Yes, young master. No, I can't see Xiao Yu anymore. I'm going to South Africa right now. Mister Su, your bond with Miss Su ended when she was 3. In this lifetime, you will never see her again. If you want to safely reach South Africa and have a comfortable time there, cooperate with us a bit. Do you have any questions now? No more questions. Su Jianya dared not make any demands. He would have preferred to sprout wings and fly directly to South Africa. Watching Su Jianya's terrified pale face, Fang Yuan felt he had quite the talent for acting. In this society, governed by law, they were all law-abiding citizens. How could they just kill someone? Haha. With Su Jianya's affairs settled for now, Su Yu was ready to record a variety show. Throughout the process, Shun Moshishi hadn't mentioned Su Jianya's situation to her. Such a scoundrel was not worth her concern. The official announcement for Let's Dance was imminent, and there had already been much buzz online. A few days ago, Su Yu had already taken promotional photos. The first season of Let's Dance had confirmed 50 artists to participate, with men and women performing together. After each performance, online viewers and the live audience would vote, eliminating several contestants each time. Official Weibo of Let's Dance, are you ready? An extraordinary stage, extraordinary dancers, and extraordinary excitement. All members gathered. The stage lights were about to shine. Each long image was composed of several artist photos, each one a handsome man or beautiful woman, causing the comments section to explode. While the long-awaited Let's Dance is finally here. So many artists, half of the entertainment industry is here. It's really exciting. Su Yu is really handsome. This look is stunning. Most of them are actors who I wonder how they will perform on stage. I really look forward to it. The time for the first recording quickly arrived, and before the formal recording, the organizers arranged a red carpet live stream. Many media outlets were present, making the scene comparable to an awards ceremony. Luxury cars brought the guests to the red carpet entrance. The scene was sparkling with stars. Over 10 million viewers were already watching the live stream, with comments and bullet screens flashing across the screen. Tomato TV really went all out this time. If I didn't confirm multiple times that this is just a variety show opening recording, I would have thought it was an awards ceremony. Look, someone is coming. It's Yang Fei and Tang Hua. The couple is going on stage to compete. What if they happen to... Haha, if Yang Fei doesn't go easy on his wife on stage, he'll probably have to kneel on a washboard at home. Su Jiajie is already 37, but he still looks like he's 25, so handsome. And Yuan Jin, she looks so young. Did these people eat preservatives? Why does Tan Mingxi's nose look a bit different from before? It looks so awkward. Duan Wen is really beautiful. Why is Zheng Yanlin taking so long to walk the red carpet? If she doesn't step down, no one can come up. The guests came out one after another, signing their names on the board. Su Yu was placed towards the middle, and after more than half an hour, it was finally her turn to appear. Today, Su Yu wore a specially designed suit, looking dashing and graceful, her eyes sparkling among the brightly dressed female artists. Walking the red carpet with her was the rising star Zhou Aini. One was tall and handsome, the other sweet and cute, and together they dazzled like $1,000,000. The media on both sides of the red carpet were almost going crazy, desperately calling out the names of the two girls, hoping they would glance at their cameras. Zhou Aini linked arms with Su Yu today. She looked like a fairy wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes, walking cautiously. Su Yu was a true gentleman, protecting her all the way. The bullet screen exploded to new heights. Since Su Yu appeared, the screen was filled with screams that seemed ready to spill out of the screen. Oh, Su Yu is really handsome. The two of them really match. Zhou Aini looks so small next to Su Yu, so another strange CP has formed. Laugh cry. Why can Su Yu be so handsome and yet so gentle and gentlemanly? Ever since I became a fan of Su Yu, I can't find a boyfriend. Haha, I'm like the person above looking for a boyfriend based on Su Yu's standards, only to realize the men around me are all unattractive. Shin Moshishi, wearing a Bluetooth headset, handled his affairs while watching the live stream. Multitasking was no challenge for a genius like him. He spent most of his time at the Shun Group headquarters handling corporate matters and a little bit writing songs. Now he had little interest in most variety shows and events unless Su Yu was involved. When Su Yu wasn't on stage, Shun Moshishi seemed normal, but once she appeared, seeing Zhou Aini cling to Su Yu's arm like a little bird, and Su Yu's face enjoying the proximity of a beautiful girl, his mood instantly plummeted. The shareholders who had come to report their work were the first to suffer from his low pressure. Didn't they say that CEO Shin had been in a good mood these past few days? Whether it was project approvals or work reports, everything went smoothly. Why was it different when it came to them? Shin Moshishi slammed several reports on the table, scaring the shareholders until their faces turned pale. Why did the second quarter earnings of the D-City branch drop by 3 percentage points compared to the previous quarter? Why is the development progress of the smart AI butler so slow? The last issue from the K-City Shipbuilding Company hasn't been resolved. Oh, why is there now a new problem? The shareholders trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down. Why was CEO Shin only pointing out their mistakes when they had done quite well on other performance metrics? They thought they could relax today, only to find that CEO Shin was in a bad mood. Shin Moshishi dealt with the matters of several subsidiaries with a dark face. Once the shareholders left, he quickly dialed Su Yu's number. Su Yu was thriving at the scene. The the formal recording was still a while away, and there were still some veteran performers yet to appear. Several beautiful female artists were enjoying themselves with her. It was like being in paradise. Feeling her phone vibrate in her pocket, she took it out to check caller ID, the big round one. She quickly found a secluded corner to answer. Hello. Shun Moshishi, what do you want? Heck, can't I find you if there's nothing? Shun Moshishi sneered. You am watching the live stream. Don't forget your current identity, tone it down a bit. Suyu is the type who won't shed tears until she sees the coffin. She is not afraid of Shinmo's threats over the phone. However, for the sake of her lifelong culinary happiness, she still needs to appease her boyfriend just in case he decides to stop cooking. Don't worry today, I will be a gentleman keeping my distance no matter who I'm with. Shinmo felt that he was truly unfortunate. He had to be wary of both men and women. Suyu's flirtatious nature truly leaves him defenseless. Just remember what you said, or I will make you eat grass every day. Don't expect to eat meat. For Suyu, who loves to flirt with girls, Shinmo had no other choice but to threaten her with food. Don't worry him. As soon as Suyu hung up the phone, she turned around and was startled. Tanmingchi was silently standing next to her, and she didn't know if she had overheard anything. Oh, it's you. Long time no see. Suyu smiled a bit stiffly. Suyu, who were you on the phone with? You seemed so engrossed in the conversation. Tanmingchi wasn't sure if she had heard correctly. It seemed like Suyu was on the phone with Shinmo. Although Suyu was smiling, her smile didn't reach her eyes. For some reason, she just couldn't get along with Tanmingchi. Sigh, if only Xiao Ro could come. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The interior was arranged like a self-service tea party, with the artists coming in and clustering in small groups to chat. After the last two heavyweight seniors walked the red carpet, the official recording was finally about to begin, and the guests moved to a different location. A small indoor stage with 50 chairs arranged in a semicircular structure surrounded the stage. The recording method of Let's Dance is a combination of live broadcast and pre-recorded segments. After the red carpet event concludes, the live broadcast switches indoors. The host is an industry veteran, the beloved Zhou Yang, who possesses profound hosting skills and a lively yet steady stage presence, having held numerous grand events. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Yang. Welcome to Let's Dance. Zhou Yang appeared on stage with a beaming smile. The bullet comments immediately surged. Wow, it's Teacher Zhou, I like him so much. I came here just for Teacher Zhou. He's 45 years old, but looks like he's 25. As soon as Zhou Yang spoke, everyone quieted down after the applause. Now let me explain the rules of the program. We have a total of 50 artists participating, with 25 male and 25 female artists divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the free combination phase. You can choose your desired teammates, but each team must consist of 10 people. After the first performance, the team that comes in last will be completely eliminated. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, the guests began to whisper among themselves. Is it really that intense right from the start? Eliminating 10 people in one go. I'm already starting to feel nervous. In fact, many of them were not very well-known artists, and this opportunity was rare. They all wanted to stay for a while longer. The second and third stages. Zhou Yang, looking at the curious and anxious faces of the guests, mischievously teased, will be revealed later. The website hosting the live broadcast was not having it, and bullet comments flooded the screen. Teacher Zhou is really not fair. He's teasing us like this. I find it very interesting. It's full of anticipation. The competition is so fierce, eliminating 10 people just like that. If I'm strong but my teammates are weak, won't that be a huge loss? So choosing teammates is very important. The first performance will take place in 5 days. During these 5 days, you need to present your work and get scores from online viewers and the audience present. The team that wins first place will each receive a resurrection card, which can be used to avoid elimination once in the subsequent competitions. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, almost everyone wore a serious expression except for Suyu. Ever since she started dancing, she had fallen in love with the feeling of being able to sweat freely on stage and showcase her personal charm. With only 5 days to collaborate with people, she wasn't very familiar with the guests, were at a loss for how to begin. In contrast to the gloomy expressions of some guests, the online viewers were very excited and bullet comments increased again. This card is so awesome. It's like getting a one-time Gatuda fail-free card. The last team gets completely eliminated while the first team all gets a chance to avoid elimination. The polarization is intense. Before you start choosing your teammates, you need to select a team leader. In front of you there are 5 chairs. Anyone who wants to be the leader can take a seat. The camera swept across the faces of the guests. Some were eager to try, while others shook their heads in refusal. Finally, the first person stood up, wearing a stunning fishtail dress and taking a seat in the center chair. It was Nan Ran, a veteran who had been in the industry for 20 years and had won numerous Best Actress awards. Wow, the guests applauded in unison. Once one stood up, others followed suit, all being prominent seniors unwilling to take a back seat. Now there was only 1 chair left. Suyu thought for a moment and decided she wanted to be the leader. Just as she stood up, someone on the other side also stood up. It was a boy who was also going for a cool and handsome style somewhat resembling Suyu's vibe. Zhou Yang noticed both of them standing up and chuckled. Suyu and Li Jingxian, do you both want to be the team leader? Since you've both stood up, it would be too cowardly to say no now, so they both nodded. Yes, that's right. But there is only one chair left. How about a spontaneous battle? The other guests would score their performances, and the one with the most votes would become the team leader. Is that okay? Sure. Sounds good. Everyone was excited. This was just the beginning, and it was already so intense. Although none of the guests were professional dancers, what they lacked in skill, they made up for with effort. Ever since they learned they would be coming on this show, everyone had secretly brushed up on their skills. The two of them walked to the center of the stage. Suyu smiled at her opponent, her eyes filled with battle intent. Can we have some music, please? As the music started, Lee Jingxian jumped up first, his movements graceful and stylish. As a fresh actor, he also had quite a few fans, and the comments from his fans were enthusiastic. After Lee Jingxian finished his segment, he arrogantly made an inviting gesture towards Suyu. The audience erupted into applause and cheers, and Suyu smiled back, not intimidated at all. Originally, everyone thought Lee Jingxian danced quite well. After all, he wasn't a professional dancer, and achieving this level was already impressive. But once Suyu took the stage, everyone realized that people have their differences. Her dance was dynamic and fluid, each move landing perfectly. Even her expressions were spot on, showcasing incredible core strength, and the venue erupted in waves of enthusiastic applause and cheers. The comments went wild. Suyu is so cool. She just blew me away. This is on par with professional standards. How does she manage to be both cool and charming? In the end, the result was no surprise. Suyu claimed the last chair as the team leader. 5 team captains had been selected, 2 men and 3 women. Aside from Suyu, who was only 20, the other 4 were seasoned veterans over 40. Yet in the entertainment industry, performers were all preserved. Ageless in appearance, so long as one didn't scrutinize too closely, all 5 looked effortlessly handsome or radiant. Now that the 5 captains are in place, contestants may choose the team they wish to join. Should any team exceed 10 members, its captain must dismiss those they deem unsuitable. A crucible of pressure from the outset. Falling short of 10 would be humiliating. Exceeding the limit forced captains to make painful public exclusions. Guests seated below weighed their options carefully. Suyu's prowess had already been demonstrated. Joining her team meant security for the first live performance 5 days hence. Yet the other 4 captains were venerable figures with decades of influence in the industry. Aligning with them promised invaluable connections. Networks forged through familiarity and trust. The selection began. Viewers assumed Suyu's line would stretch longest, only to be stunned when just 3 contestants stepped forward to join her. What on earth are these guests thinking? Suyu danced so flawlessly, yet so few chose her. They're all weathered veterans, hardened by years navigating this cutthroat world. Who comes here simply to dance anymore? Suyu gazed at the 3 lone figures behind her, girls she'd bonded with warmly earlier that day, then at the long, thriving lines behind the others. Her delicate features crumpled into a crestfallen pout, eyes glistening like a forlorn puppy's as she stared straight into the lens. Am I truly so uncharismatic? Off-camera fans' hearts shattered. They shed their girlfriend personas and slipped into devoted mama fan mode. I want nothing more than to scoop up my girlie and hold her tight. Vow mama will always stand by you. Still, that pitiful tender Suyu is breathtakingly cool. I'd sprint through the screen just to carry Suyu away. They'll bitterly regret passing her over. Zhou Yang watched Suyu's dejected expression and couldn't help but chuckle. The other captains' teams have all exceeded capacity. I'll ask first, is anyone willing to join Suyu's team? He posed the question to the guests who hesitated. Refusing now risked later expulsion, making a belated switch to Suyu's team deeply embarrassing. Yet stepping forward now might offend their current captains. In truth, the other 4 captains secretly hoped someone would volunteer for Suyu's team. After all, dismissing members was no easy task. In the end, only 2 guests moved to Suyu's side, both stirred by maternal instinct upon witnessing her vulnerable, heart-tugging demeanor. Wow. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your gracious favor. Suyu flashed them a radiant smile and bowed with elegant old-world chivalry, welcoming them into her team. Suyu was the youngest guest among the 50, yet youth did not diminish her magnetism. That smile struck like a perfectly aimed arrow, piercing the hearts of both young women. Bai Wei and Yi Ran both thought Suyu astonishingly charismatic, more compelling than most rising idols. Choosing her was no misstep. Any others wish to join Suyu's team? If not, we proceed to the captain's counters election phase. The 4 captains must now dismiss those they do not wish to retain. Live chat erupted anew. A true battlefield. Too painful to watch. Being dismissed later would be mortifying beyond measure. Contestants grew increasingly anxious, silently praying not to be cast aside. The 4 captains rose to begin culling their rosters. First was Nan Ran, acclaimed Best Actress, a master of craft yet undeniably unversed in dance. Thus she selected based solely on stage experience. Though none were professional dancers, all had graced stages before. As performers, they carried that intangible aura of presence. In the end, Nan Ran dismissed a male artist whose name she barely recalled, evidently obscure. The dismissed man, Duan Xiansong, flushed slightly, but stepped forward with grace, joining Suyu's team without hesitation. Next came Lu Mu, a rock icon whose fiery energy had burned brightly for 2 decades. Without glancing back, he declared bluntly the person at the very end stepped forward. Tang Mingqi stood there, pale, humiliated. Why her? It was utterly mortifying, and worse, she'd have to join Su Yu's team, a prospect she dreaded. Seizing the moment before anyone reacted, she shoved forward, displacing the male artist who'd stood just ahead of her. Guo Tsongnan stared stunned. Was such a maneuver even permissible? With no recourse, he quietly joined Su Yu, while on-site guests remained oblivious. Viewers streaming live witnessed Tang Mingqi's audacious move, and recoiled, their moral compasses violently realigned. Tisk tisk tisk, truly awe-inspiring. Does Tang Mingqi possess some celestial-level immunity? Did she leave her brain at home? This is live broadcast, performed before millions. Is she genuinely foolish, or recklessly brave? I'd wager foolishness. No true hero behaves thus. Precisely, don't sully the word hero with such conduct. Then came Luo Xian, the legendary ballad diva, who had reigned over Mandapop for decades. She rose with a sigh. Oh dear, I'm famously indecisive. How on earth am I supposed to choose? I've spent 20-odd years singing, not dancing. You might well regret choosing me. Her team murmured reassurances. We won't regret it. Sister Xian, I adore you. Fine, I'll pick by count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up the mountain to hunt the tiger. The tiger's not home. The chosen one is you. Luo Xian tapped each contestant in turn, her finger landing on a young man, Li Jingxian, who had just battled Su Yu. Li Jingxian could scarcely believe it. Had losing to Su Yu not been enough? Now he was to become her subordinate. He'd rather vanish on the spot. Yet rules were rules. With a face drained of color, he strode forward. Live chat surged once more. Tragic. Sympathy lasts precisely 1 second, huh? Indeed, utterly tragic. Losing to Su Yu was bad enough. To then be dismissed by one's own captain. Even dismissal would sting less than serving the rival as a subordinate. Only one team remained, its captain Xiao Jiang, of Best Actor Laureate. 40 years old, yet still commanding legions of devoted fans. He surveyed his long line of contestants and smiled wryly. I'm at a loss. Why don't you Su Yu select one person from my team to join yours? Live viewers cheered. Xiao Jiang is extraordinary. No wonder he's famed for his diplomatic finesse. Exactly. Whoever Su Yu selects will suffer no shame. It's gracefully framed as an honor. He's even granted Su Yu face, a masterstroke of tact. Brilliant. Xiao Jiang's social fluency has reached terminal stage, beyond redemption. Who will Su Yu choose? Su Yu herself hadn't anticipated being granted this privilege. She glanced across the long, winding line before her. Whom should she select? Su Yu stepped to the front of the line, a faint smile playing at her lips as her eyes swept over the parade of beauties. They were all so lovely. She wanted every one of them. Her gaze, like a hook, left many of the girls flushed where it passed. Just as Su Yu was about to tear her hair out in indecision, she remembered Shin Moshi's earlier phone call. If she chose a beauty now, would she return to find Shin Moshi drowning in jealous rage? Fine. She would pick a boy. If she avoided choosing a beauty, she could stop agonizing. Casually, she plucked the nearest young man from the line. To be honest, she had barely glanced at the boys earlier, when she drew one at random and looked, she found, well, he was quite handsome. Suddenly some of them felt like a threat to her title as the heartthrob of the group. But the choice was made, and it would be awkward to put him back. Straightforward, Su Yu could not fathom that if she picked a beauty, Shin Moshi would get jealous. But if she chose a handsome man, it would be like overturning a whole vat of vinegar. At this moment, Shin Moshi, watching the live broadcast, had already gone dark with displeasure. The young man Su Yu had selected was Chi Yunting, one of the 2 youngest among the 50 guests, only 22, and the same age as Su Yu. A sunny, magnetic, handsome fellow. Chi Yunting was not upset at being chosen by Su Yu. After all, Teacher Qiao was not going anywhere. He could work with Teacher Qiao again next time. He had grown up watching Xiao Jiang on television and admired him deeply. It was because of Xiao Jiang that he had chosen to study performance. Alright, the teams are set. Over the next few days you may give your teams an imposing name, Zhou Yang announced from his script, cueing the next item on the agenda. Now you will choose a song and choreography. Sound, please play the sample tracks for our contestants. Music videos began to appear on the central screen. The first track was an electrifying anthem paired with bold, explosive choreography. Wow, this is amazing. Su Yu was the first to leap to her feet. Such a dashing routine, felt as if it had been tailored for her. Contestants from other teams voiced their approval as well. Not bad, we like this one too. The choreography is beautiful, so cool. But those moves are really difficult. Only a short snippet of each song was played, and before long the second number appeared. The second was a sweet, lively girl group track with a hint of coquettish charm. The girls in the room were eager to try it. This one is great. Yeah, I like this too. Zhou Yang surveyed the lively scene and smiled. It seems many female contestants favor this song. Be patient, there are more to come. The third selection surprised everyone, a slow, melancholic piece that subdued the earlier exuberance. The accompanying choreography leaned toward a contemporary ballet style. This song is so moving it tells a story. Oh, this one is hard to dance, very demanding of technique. I don't like this song. Yet the climax is so beautiful it almost made me cry. The fourth track's jaunty intro quickly wiped away tears and replaced them with laughter. Its playful rhythmic swagger had some guests already swaying along. This song is so nice. I really like it. Yes, it feels joyful and light. Best of all, the moves are simple. We'll pick this one. The final song was an 80s-style rock dance number. Its heavy metal edge hit the room like a cyclone, an explosive bomb that ignited everyone. So explosive. Wow, let's jump. The studio instantly transformed into a massive dance floor as the lighting designer bathed the stage in classic disco hues. Viewers watching from home could not help but twitch their legs and time their comments, taking off, so hyped. Feels like I'm at the peak of life. Each of the 5 songs is so different. I love them all. How will they assign the 5 songs? That question voiced what every contestant was thinking. After the songs had all played, Jo-young stepped forward again and smiled. Do you all like these 5 tracks? Some impatient contestants could not wait and called out, Mr. Jo, how will the songs be allocated? Please stand and walk to the window to take a look. The recording studio sat on the 34th floor of the Fonchia TV building. Skyscrapers rose beyond the glass, but the view still stretched far. Just a few buildings over from Fonchia TV was a city go-kart amusement park. Most of the park was hidden behind taller structures, but the main gate faced directly toward their windows. Today, the go-kart park had been reserved entirely by Fonchia TV. A banner above the gate read "Come Dance," and the perimeter walls were plastered with photos of artists participating in the show. Although Fonchia TV had rented the park, the production team did not need to pay. With so many celebrities playing there, the eventual broadcast would serve as ample publicity, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Can everyone see it? This afternoon, we'll hold a city go-kart cross-country race. Each team will send 2 people, making 10 racers in total. The first to cross the finish line earns 10 points, second gets 9, and so on. The team with the highest score will secure priority in choosing a song. The guests in the studio fell silent. Viewers at home responded in stunned ellipsis. Once their minds caught up, the contestants began to grumble at the production team. Nan Ran was speechless. Aren't we on a dance show? Why do we have to do go-karts? Xiao Zhang looked into the camera with a helpless smile. Is the production team trying to outdo itself? We're just supposed to pick a song and dance. They could have drawn lots instead, Luo Xian said, laughing until she covered her face. The viewers at home, however, were ecstatic. While the production team is so creative, I want to play too. The artists came for a dance competition, but they haven't danced yet, and already they're playing. Nowadays, dancing isn't enough. You have to know how to drive a go-kart too. They're only choosing songs. Will future selections require even more stunts from the contestants? The rules had been decided, and no amount of complaining would change them. The contestants first went to Fonchia TV's staff canteen to eat, and after the meal, they headed straight to the go-kart park. From above, the park had seemed mostly blocked by tall buildings. Once on site, the contestants realized just how vast the arena was. It's huge. So many karts. They look cool and cute at once. These turns are really tight. Viewers at home shared the excitement. Wow, it looks so fun. I want to go there. So thrilling. Can't wait. The guests shed their red carpet finery and changed into comfortable mobile clothing. 10 contestants preparing to race had already donned racing suits. Each team would pick 2 drivers, and few of the celebrities had prior go-kart experience. Still, everyone knew how to drive, and a few car enthusiasts were practically trembling with anticipation. Among the 10 racers, 9 were male. Only Suyu was female. Viewers began to worry for Suyu. With all those men, and Suyu the only girl, is that fair? Why didn't Suyu's team send 2 men to compete? Everyone fretted over Suyu, but only she knew how thrilled she truly was. In her previous life, Suyu had not only played go-karting, but also F4 formula racing. Dressed in racing attire, she stood among a group of men, her aura completely rivaling theirs. In fact, because she was the only girl, she received cheers and applause from all the female guests present, regardless of whether they were part of Suyu's team or not. Suyu, go for it. Knock those guys down. Go Suyu. Suyu, you're so handsome. Zoani looked at Suyu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Suyu, it doesn't matter if you win the race, just be careful and stay safe. Suyu glanced back at the girls cheering her on and smiled coolly. For you all, I must win. The 8 boys from the other teams jokingly complained, hey, which team are you guys from? Yeah, I'm competing for you, but you're cheering for other teams. That's too much. If we lose, it's definitely because you didn't support us. The girls watched their jealous boys and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, alright, you all cheer too. Cheer. Victory is ours. Li Jingxian, racing alongside Suyu, looked at her, who was garnering all the attention from the girls, and said sarcastically, hey, just stick behind me. Whether our team gets a good ranking depends on whether you can keep up with me. You should take care of yourself first. Don't get left behind by the other teams, otherwise it won't matter if I place first. Suyu looked at Li Jingxian with a slight smirk, her smile not reaching her eyes. As the race was about to start, all the other guests were seated in the stands ready to watch. Zhou stood on the podium. Attention contestants. Today's racing rules are to complete 10 laps around the track. There are cameras at both the finish line and along the route to record the number of laps. Your cars are also equipped with instruments to keep track. Are you all ready? The racers responded one after another. Alright. Okay. Suyu walked towards her designated vehicle, which had a 7 emblazoned on both the car and the flag, her favorite number. 10 go-karts lined up at the starting point in 2 rows with each team's 2 racers positioned one behind the other. The contestants were ready, and Zhou Yang raised the flag high, ready, set, go. As the flag fell, the 10 go-karts surged forward off the starting line. Each car was equipped with 2 sport cameras, one capturing the route and the other filming the driver. At the start, everyone jostled together, but soon the racers began to spread out. The 10 vehicles gradually formed 3 groups of 334, with one of the 3 in the lead being car number 7. The 3 cars chased each other closely, with Suyu executing a stylish drift around a sharp turn swiftly over. The female artists in the audience were nearly going wild. Go Suyu. Number 7, go. Suyu will win. The female artists on site were as excited as if they had taken stimulants, and the online viewers were similarly hyped. Wow, Suyu's drift was too cool. Suyu is not giving the other guys a chance at all. Facepalm laughing, the boys racing against Suyu are so unfortunate. If they lose to a girl in the end, that would be so embarrassing. Laughing and crying, the production team was also taken aback by Suyu's incredible skills. The director felt that this race would surely be a hit, and promptly switched the live camera to capture the footage from Suyu's action camera. The live screen split into 2, with the left showing the driving route captured from Suyu's car, and the right showing Suyu herself behind the wheel. The viewers were momentarily confused until they realized it was Suyu's vehicle. Wow, this is so thrilling. It feels like I'm driving myself, so scary. Laughing and crying. It's too fast, too fast. Suyu drives too quickly, I'm feeling dizzy. Wow, those successive sharp turns are exhilarating. Suyu looks so cool driving. Oh my gosh, I think I'm going to come. Truly a master behind the wheel, am already bent like a paperclip. How does she drive so fiercely yet remains? The screen switched back to a full view showing the status of all vehicles, with the production team kindly displaying the number of laps completed by all cars at the bottom. Viewers then realized that in such a short time Suyu had already completed 6 laps, while the slowest racer had only finished 2 laps. Suyu was far ahead, now the only one left in the first tier. The 10 cars split into 4 groups, with the 2 cars that had been competing with Suyu only completing 5 laps and falling into the second tier. Li Jingxian watched in fury as car number 7 zoomed past him, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. This Suyu was clearly so talented, yet she hadn't told him earlier, making him lose face in front of so many people. He was in the 3rd tier and had just completed 4 laps. The words he had said to Suyu to stick close to him felt like a slap in the face, echoing painfully. If it weren't for the fact that Suyu's performance affected their team song selection, he would have wanted to ram her off the track. The female artists and online viewers were nearly going crazy. Ah, Suyu is so cool. This is truly a dimensionality reduction blow. Suyu is practically comparable to professional racers. Suyu is like a wolf in a sheep's pen. The sheep are no match for her. Friends, do you remember, this is actually a dance variety show? Laughing and crying. Suyu was down to her final lap, but an unexpected event occurred at that moment. The go-karts at this amusement park were only 2-stroke entertainment level, but Suyu treated it as a 4-stroke professional race. Not only in straight lines, but even through every sharp turn she pressed the accelerator to the limit. The result of driving this way was that the rear wheels of the go-kart couldn't handle it. After one sharp turn they flew off. One rear wheel flew off, and Suyu's car spun out of control and left the track. The artists and staff on site along with the viewers screamed in shock. Ah, be careful. Suyu remained calm and composed, skillfully controlling the vehicle. After bumping into a few tires, she managed to stop the car steadily on the grass. Having encountered even more perilous situations while playing F4 in her past life, this incident seemed trivial to her, akin to a child tripping while running. The artists in the audience were in a panic, and the staff rushed over in a swarm. Suyu, are you okay? Are you alright? Suyu calmly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car, stretching her legs. I'm fine, no need to worry. Just this competition sigh. I'm sorry to my teammates. By this time many go-karts had already crossed the finish line. Suyu looked at her teammates who had gathered around her and smiled apologetically. I let everyone down, we lost the race. The viewers lamented, oh what a pity. She was so close to being first. Although the race isn't completely over, it seems Suyu's team will finish last. Suyu's teammates saw her effort, and considering how dangerous it had been, felt grateful that she was unharmed, offering her comfort. It's alright, Captain. Even if we choose a song that nobody wants, we're still the best. Right? Now all the contestants had finished their laps, and the big screen beside the racetrack lit up with the results of the competition. Everyone looked up at the big screen. First place, Xiaojiang Team 106, totaling 16 points. Second place, Luo Xian Team 95, totaling 14 points. Third place, Lu Mu Team 74, totaling 11 points. Fourth place, Suyu Team 80, totaling 8 points. Fifth place, Nan Ran Team 32, totaling 5 points. Suyu did not expect that her team was not in last place. Li Jingxian saw Suyu rush off the track and suddenly became energized. Without Suyu, their team relied solely on him. He accelerated sharply in the last few laps, finishing third. Nan Ran's expression was quite grim, not expecting her team to come in last. The netizens were also surprised. Fortunately, my Suyu team is not in last place. I was really scared just now. If Suyu's car hadn't had a problem, they should have scored 108 points. What a pity. As Shin Moshing watched the live broadcast a moment, he saw Suyu rush off the track, the color drained from his face. He then frantically called her, but Suyu's phone was with Xiaoqiu. Seeing the incoming call, he thought, big fool. Who is this? The recording was still ongoing, and it was not the right time to recklessly step into the shot. She also dared not casually answer Yujia's phone, but this call had already come in several times in just 5 minutes. Shin Moshing sped down the road in his supercar. Although Suyu seemed fine during the live broadcast, he was still very worried. He had to see her with his own eyes to feel at ease. After the results were announced, Suyu had a slightly improved impression of Li Jingxian. At least he had secured 4th place for the team. Not bad, Li Jingxian. I didn't expect your driving skills to be quite good. Suyu walked up to Li Jingxian and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Li Jingxian looked at Suyu's radiant smile and suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He had always disliked Suyu, but now he still disliked her. Why was she smiling? Li Jingxian's face felt slightly hot, and he stubbornly said, I told you to follow behind me, but you insisted on showing off. Why didn't you crash just now? Suyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Why did Li Jingxian seem so awkward? He was like the chubby kid next door who wanted to play with her when they were young, but didn't dare to speak up. Although there was a small accident just now, fortunately, Suyu was fine, and the recording continued. Now that the competition results have been announced, let us congratulate the Xiaojiang team for winning 1st place. Zhou Yang stood on the podium again. Now all guests, please take a moment to organize yourselves and return to the recording hall in an hour for the final song selection segment. Suyu prepared to change out of her racing suit when Xiaoqiu ran over and handed her the phone. Yujia, this person should be your friend, right? He just called you several times. Suyu looked at the long list of missed calls from Big Fool and thought, oh no, it's over. She forgot that Shin Moshing was also watching her live broadcast, and he must have seen the accident. Just as she was thinking this, Big Fool called again. Suyu quickly moved to a less crowded area to answer. Hello, Shin Moshing, I'm fine. I'm at the amusement park on the basement floor. Suyu looked around feeling a bit guilty and lowered her voice. What are you doing here? Do you know how many people recognize? Shin Moshing really wanted to announce to the whole world right away, or it felt too suffocating. I just wanted to see you and make sure you're okay before heading back. Shin Moshing's voice was a bit low, carrying a stubborn tone. What could Suyu do? If she didn't calm him down, it would be problematic if he ran out. Xiaoqiu, you go wait for me in the car. I have something to take care of, and I'll be back soon. Xiaoqiu guessed that Yujia might be going to meet that Big Fool, but she did not know who that was. Seeing Yujia show such an expression was quite surprising. Suyu didn't realize that her expression was exceptionally gentle when she was on the phone with Shin Moshing, as if her eyes were sparkling with stars. Suyu stealthily avoided the crowd and made her way to the basement floor. Today the amusement park was booked by Tomato TV and there were no other guests, so there were not many cars in the underground parking lot. The artists all arrived by the program team's bus, getting off directly at the entrance of the amusement park. As soon as Shin Moshing saw Suyu's figure appear on the basement floor, he flashed his car lights, and Suyu immediately noticed him. Suyu quickly ran to the car, opened the door, and got in. As soon as she got in, Shin Moshing tightly embraced her. Shin Moshing truly felt Suyu was safe in his arms, and the heart that had been suspended in midair finally settled back into his stomach. Suyu felt his slight tremble, realizing just how worried he had been for her. It's okay, I'm fine, see. Suyu gently patted his back. Shin Moshing wore a baseball cap, the brim pulled very low so Suyu couldn't see his slightly reddened eyes. I have to go back, oh everyone is waiting for me in the car. Shin Moshing released Suyu and placed a light kiss on her lips, saying, I'll wait for you at home. Hearing this made Suyu's heart suddenly warm and a smile spread across her face. Okay. When Suyu returned to the car, almost everyone had gathered, and she hurried to find her place and sat down. Zoani looked at Suyu's racing suit a bit puzzled and asked, Suyu, where did you go just now? Why haven't you changed your clothes? Suyu couldn't tell the truth, so she could only downplay it, saying, this outfit is cool, ooh, I want to wear it a bit longer. Zoani responded with a puzzled expression. Just be happy with it. The live broadcast was temporarily interrupted before the artists returned to the recording hall to continue filming. During the interruption of the live broadcast, netizens captured clips of Suyu driving and uploaded them to Weibo. The video of Suyu racing in the go-kart quickly topped the trending searches. Suyu racing perspective, Suyu rushes off the track, almost has an accident come dance go-kart competition, and several other trending topics ranked at the top. Among them, Suyu racing perspective ranked first in trending topics. Some netizens who did not watch the live broadcast or follow the entertainment industry were stunned when they saw this trending topic. Who is Suyu? Is she a racer? So cool. Upstairs, Suyu is an artist, a woman. Haha, the emphasis on woman is quite clever. I had to go to school for registration today and didn't have time to watch the live broadcast. Suyu is so handsome. Hehe, I've already grown tired of saying how handsome Suyu is. Suyu drives like a pro. It's hard to believe a girl can drive so well. But honestly, it's really dangerous. I was scared to death when she rushed off the track. Really, fortunately, Suyu is okay. I saw the scene on the subway and shouted out loud. Everyone thought something was. What a pity, how dangerous. Does this amusement park's go-kart have such poor quality? Suyu could have taken first place, instead she almost lost her life. The amusement park owner almost cried when he saw this comment. Their cars are very safe, but it's just that entertainment vehicles can't withstand Suyu's professional driving style. Professional racers say that Suyu's driving method is extremely dangerous because these entertainment vehicles do not have the qualifications for racing, yet Suyu drives them as if they were professional race cars. Luckily, nothing happened. What the upstairs said is correct, but Suyu is really amazing. Our Kia team welcomes Suyu to come and play. Suyu saw this comment from a professional racer while in the car and felt a strong urge. Today, the car hadn't satisfied her craving for speed. Should she find a time to play sometime? The production team's bus brought the artists back to the recording hall. Suyu quickly changed into a new outfit, touched up her makeup, and sat in the captain's position. As the live broadcast resumed, viewers clicked in to see Suyu's face, which was strikingly handsome. The moment it starts, it's a beauty shot. Quick, give me a swift heart-saving pill. The production team had already noticed Suyu's popularity, though she seemed to naturally attract trending topics. No matter what happened, if it involved her, it would be hot news, and the cameras kept focusing more on her. Welcome back to Let's Dance, exclusively sponsored by Wu Yao Yao. Zhou Yang smiled gracefully, leaving his fans utterly enchanted. Now the rankings are out. Please let each team come up in order to choose the songs you want. You have 5 minutes to discuss which song your team will pick. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the top-ranked Xiaojiang team began to discuss. Teacher Xiao, which song should we choose? I think the first song is very exciting and would look great on stage. I think the fourth song with that silly vibe is good, especially easy to dance to. After much discussion, the team members all looked towards Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang rubbed his chin and said, I think the third slow song is nice, that has a lot of storytelling element. Team member A, a handsome young man, frowned and said, Teacher Xiao, the dance for this song is really difficult. Does anyone in our team have ballet experience? Team member B, a girl, timidly raised her hand and said, I danced ballet until the 6th grade, but I haven't danced since middle school because of my studies. I have an idea. Xiaojiang gathered the team together and signaled everyone to mute their microphones. After a couple of minutes of hushed discussion, I think it's a great idea. Team member A relaxed his frown and said, this way we can fully utilize our strengths. MHM. Other team members nodded in agreement. Viewers were dying of curiosity about what the Xiaojiang team was discussing. They had all subscribed. Oh, was there anything that the esteemed VIPs couldn't hear? After their discussion, Xiaojiang stood up and said, we choose the third song if. Everyone was stunned. Oh, wasn't this song unpopular? Especially Nan Ran, who was already thinking about how to design this song for their team, being the last team to choose. Zhou Yang smiled knowingly. He had known Xiaojiang for 20 years and could guess his choice's intent. Alright, now it's time for the second place to choose a song. The second place team, Luo Xian's team, had already made their decision. Captain Luo Xian stood up, her face over 40, still youthful, and smiled sweetly at the camera. Our team chooses the second song, The Taste of Candy and Dreams. Viewers were not surprised by Luo Xian's choice. She was the evergreen sweet tree of the entertainment industry, and this song seemed tailor-made for her. Great, now please welcome the third place team, Lu Mu's team. Lu Mu was a rock singer, and everyone thought he would choose the fifth rock song, Freedom. However, viewers were shocked when he chose another song. I've been rocking for over 20 years. Today I want to change it up. We choose the fourth song, Happy Starfish. This really left viewers dropping their jaws. Hard to imagine how the usually wild Lu Mu would look dancing to such a silly and lively song. After Lu Mu's team chose, it was Suyu's turn. Suyu thought she would miss out on her favorite first song, but unexpectedly this song was destined to be hers. We choose the first song, Breaking Out of the Cocoon, Against the Wind. Now only the last song was left, and this rock song, Freedom, fell into Nan Ran's lap. She was very satisfied with this result, as she liked this song. With the songs chosen, today's recording came to a temporary end. Now please move to the dormitory prepared by the production team. For the next month you all will be roommates. The live stream ended here. Today was just a teaser. Future practices and dorm life would be streamed occasionally. Regardless of whether it was live, edited recordings would be released later. Tonight, Suyu couldn't immediately move into the dormitory. She had to report to school tomorrow. It was already the last day of school registration in September. This semester, Suyu was a senior and had to go for an internship. The company had already arranged her internship at her entertainment agency, so going to school tomorrow was just a formality. The driver took Suyu home, and it was already 10 p.m. when they arrived. Shun Mo sure had been waiting for her all night. As soon as Suyu stepped out of the elevator, Shun Mo sure heard the noise and came out immediately, pulling her into his home. As soon as the door closed, Suyu was embraced by Shun Mo sure. He was actually quite unhappy today. Suyu was too dazzling, too many people liked her, and he felt both proud and frustrated. Why did you choose that guy today? Shun Mo sure referred to the handsome and sunny Chi Yun Ting that Suyu selected from Xiaojiang's team. Suyu was puzzled. Who did I choose? Shun Mo sure released. Suyu crossed his arms and looked at her. The guy you picked from Xiaojiang's team. Suyu thought for a while before remembering who it was. Seeing Shun Emoshire's sour face, she couldn't help but laugh. Suyu wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you jealous? No. Shun Emoshire denied it with a straight face. Suyu thought to herself that she hadn't even chosen a pretty girl, as Shed made a significant concession. If she had known he would get jealous over this, she would have just picked a beautiful girl. Why do I smell sourness especially here? The most sour. Suyu leaned in close to his lips, pretending to sniff. With her lips so close to him, how could he not respond? Shin Emoshire captured her lips, which made her feel both love and frustration. Suyu tried to respond to him. Their shadows intertwined in the warm yellow light. After a long moment, Shun Emoshire finally released the breathless Suyu. I made you a late-night snack. Come eat a little before you go back to sleep. I'm not eating. I'm so tired today that I can sleep standing up. Come on, I cooked for so long. You should eat a bit. Shin Emoshire picked Suyu up horizontally and placed her on his lap to eat the late-night snack. On the table was a pot of seafood porridge which had cooled down perfectly for the moment. Shin Emoshire only served one bowl, while Suyu nestled lazily in his arms enjoying his feeding. The house was quiet, neither of them spoke, but a faint love flowed between them, until the sound of woof, woof, from the balcony broke this rare tranquility. Wanwan was unhappy. The moment the owner came home, it went to the neighbor's house without even entering its own and had not returned for a long time. Suyu got up from Shun Emoshire, kissed him on the forehead, and said, Darling, I have to go back now. Suyu's kiss was as light as a feather, just a touch before parting, as if it had stirred the wild beast in Shun Emoshire's heart, roaring, not enough. He pulled Suyu back and kissed her lips again. It felt as if the very air was stolen away, and Suyu melted like a puddle in his embrace.